Chapter 1. I just got dumped, so is it normal to activate the super rich system? Dongjiang City, China. Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. The golden morning sun shone on the white quilt. Jiang Bai opened his sleepy eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful woman. At this moment, the quilt covered half of the mountain. Memories came flooding back, and Jiang Bai was confused. Yesterday, he drove a supercar with a drunk woman, and it was this beautiful woman next to him. After arriving at the hotel, this beautiful woman insisted on getting him to drink, even though he said he couldn't drink much. As for what happens next, I don't know, but... Looking at the eye-catching red plum blossom mark on the white bedding, Jiang Bai's mind suddenly lit up. Yesterday's dream encounter was real. Oh my god, what happened? Jiang Bai was thinking about how to explain it. The girl's beautiful eyes suddenly met his as she struggled. The memories of last night poured into his mind like a flood. Lin Ruashu's face flushed for a moment, and then she returned to her cold and aloof state. Kid, just pretend what happened yesterday never happened. After getting dressed, Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth and wrote a check for 100,000 yuan as a hush money, then left with her bag in her hand. If anyone else finds out about you, I'll make you regret ever coming to this world. Dongjiang University, nearby Western restaurants. Jiang Bai, let's break up. A charming girl dressed in seductive clothes looked at the young man opposite with contempt. This girl was Jiang Bai's girlfriend of more than a year, Lu Feifei. We are destined to be from two different worlds in the future. Brother Fan has already agreed to sign me. Lu Feifei said this proudly. She had put a lot of effort into this. Just yesterday, she signed the contract with Tailazian's director Chen Fan, and today just happened to end their farcical relationship. That's right. Everything I'm wearing was bought by you. Do you want me to take it off and give it to you? Lu Feifei said this arrogantly, and Jiang Bai was stunned, but he didn't say anything. After all, he was the one who cheated on Lu Feifei first. In Lu Feifei's opinion, Jiang Bai is just her bootlicker, and that guy will definitely ask for her back in every way possible. However, she will be a popular singer in the future, so how can she bet her whole life on this poor loser? Ding! Detecting a suitable host, congratulations on successfully binding to the Xinhao system. In order to show off better as a host, the world background is being transformed. Just as Jiang Bai was about to reveal that he had slept with a stunning beauty, he was startled by a voice in his ear. But soon, Jiang Bai's eyes sparkled. System? Could it be that I have been favored by the system? But, what the hell is this about world background transformation? Ding! The host triggers a random mission, and slaps the materialistic X with a domineering palm. The reward is Bugatti Veyron X1, with a passive skill and a random doubling aura. As someone who has read a lot of online articles, Jiang Bai naturally knows what happened. Did the system favor him? But this system task. I like it. Pa! A crisp sound was heard, and Jiang Bai slapped him. With a system in place, there is nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. Separate? I agree. A calm voice sounded, but it was like a thunderbolt falling on Lu Feifei's mind. The severe pain on her face told her that she was not dreaming. How could it be possible? This was not scientific. The script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't that guy kneel on the ground and beg me not to break up, and then I should look down on him? Jiang Bai. Lu Feifei stared at Jiang Bai with her eyes wide open in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Shock. He couldn't believe that the coward who had always agreed to his requests before actually dared to hit him. The unusual movement here also attracted the attention of the guests in the surrounding booths. Ding! Remind the host to slap the money-worshipping X again, and the reward is 100 million renminbi. Good job. A slap, 100 million? If he didn't take action now, when would he? He slapped Lu Feifei again with his backhand. She fell to the ground, with blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. Get out. The system's operation is quite cruel, but it feels pretty good. When the cold voice came out, Lu Feifei trembled. That guy was completely different from before. Where did that guy get the confidence from? Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from all around, and everyone looked at Lu Feifei with satisfaction. Jiang Bai, you. Before Lu Feifei finished speaking, Jiang Bai slammed a $100 bill on the table and said, I'll treat you to your last meal. Don't let me see you again in the future. Ding! The host has completed the mission of domineering palm slapping the materialistic predecessor, and is rewarded with a Bugatti Veyron X1, a passive skill, and a consumption doubling aura. Ding! The host completes the dog-licking counterattack and slaps his girlfriend again, and is rewarded with 100 million renminbi. After hearing these two voices in succession, Jiang Bai was overjoyed. He was extremely sure that he had obtained the golden finger. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, none. Item, Bugatti Veyron X1. Wealth, 100 million renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt unprecedentedly happy. He had a deep understanding of what it felt like to earn 100 million in a second, but he knew very well that this was just the beginning of the peak of his life. Ding! The host spends 100 renminbi, triggering a 100,000-fold rebate, and gets 10 million renminbi. Just as he came back to his senses, Jiang Bai heard the system voice again in his ears, and then the curve of Jiang Bai's mouth became even deeper. How can this feeling be described in one word? Cool. If Lu Feifei knew about this, I wonder if she would kneel down and sing conquer. Cool. After leaving the Western restaurant, Jiang Bai felt that the air was fresher than before. We ordinary people are really happy. Ding dong. After walking a few steps, Jiang Bai saw the push message, This beauty, isn't she that girl? Thinking of the night they met a few days ago, Jiang Bai still felt like he was dreaming. He shook his head slightly and looked at the eye-catching headline. Shocking. National Queen Lin Ruashu is suspected to be in love and entered the hotel with her boyfriend. What the hell? Looking at the photos that exploded all over the internet, they were of him and Lin Ruashu, and the two of them were behaving ambiguously, which was entirely because Lin Ruashu was drunk. The memory of that night's encounter was still fresh. I stared at the beautiful girl in amazement. How could it be her? Chapter 2, The Red Book. Lin Ruashu. The national goddess, the killer of countless boys, her pursuers line up from Dongjiang to the imperial capital, and most importantly, she is only 23 years old, and is known as the youngest queen in history. In other words, he had a relationship with Lin Ruashu, and was given a tip of 100,000? Damn it. If that girl's fans knew about this, my fate would be. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai shuddered. The scene was too beautiful to imagine. Wrong. Soon, Jiang Bai realized something extremely serious. The national queen? Why don't I remember that there is a national queen named Lin Ruashu? Could it be, the background of the previous world has been transformed? Thinking of this, Jiang Bai opened his phone to search for current celebrities, and his heart was shocked because he didn't recognize more than 90% of them. Andy Lau and the Sword God are gone. The best actor and actress are gone? Li Bai and Du Fu are gone. The world structure is completely different. Jiang Bai was really confused. Damn, the system is awesome because he changed the whole world by himself. Hey, treating yourself like this, aren't you afraid of being too proud? System, this is quite nice. Jiang Bai praised the system, and the system's voice rang in his ears. Host, you are too polite. This is the responsibility of this system. Let the host marry a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman, beat a tall, rich and handsome man, and reach the peak of life. This is the service purpose of this system. The host's troops point to the system, and the host will conquer the world and unify the world. Squeak. Jiang Bai was in a very good mood when a red Lamborghini stopped in front of him. When he saw the person coming, he was stunned, because the person was none other than Lin Ruashu. Get in the car. Lin Ruashu glanced at Jiang Bai with a complicated expression, but she clenched her teeth when she thought of what happened to her. Well. Seeing her wearing a white long-sleeved shirt, a hip skirt, snow-white long legs and a graceful figure, especially the buttons on the shirt that could break at any time, Jiang Bai couldn't help but recall that grand night. Good. Jiang Bai was quite looking forward to the possible scenes. After all, he had been thinking about that encounter that night these days. He didn't know what was going on. With a step on the accelerator, Lin Ruashu disappeared on the spot. However, when he closed the window, Lu Feifei saw him. His mind suddenly buzzed. Just now, that was Jiang Bai. Crunch. Thinking of the 2 slaps that the bastard had given her just now, she clenched her fists. No wonder he rejected her so decisively. It turned out that he was hooking up with a rich woman. Tisk. A little white face. Lin Ruashu was thinking in a confused manner. Of course, she naturally felt that she made a living by her own ability, which was much more noble than Jiang Bai. In supercars. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruashu glanced at the guy in the co-pilot seat and said, "Jiang Bai, let's get married." Pft, cough cough. Hearing Lin Ruashu's words, Jiang Bai almost choked to death on his own saliva, and stared at Lin Ruashu with his eyes wide open. Marry! This news was really too much of a shock to him. Isn't this too sudden? Jiang Bai was a little confused, all kinds of possibilities flashed through his mind, and then he looked at Lin Ruashu in disbelief. Could it be, you are pregnant? But, it's impossible. How can I be so accurate in hitting the target with one shot? And it's only been a few days? Lin Ruashu heard someone mumbling to himself, and a black line appeared on her forehead. Pregnant, you bastard. She glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. She was almost so angry that she bled. That damn bastard was hit hard. Ha! Jiang Bai heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Lin Ruashu said. She's not pregnant, that's good. That's good. Jiang Bai was really scared. If his mother knew about this, she would definitely break his legs. Since you are not pregnant, why are you looking for me? Seeing the aloof girl in such an attitude, Jiang Bai was as steady as an old dog. He made a blind guess that this beautiful girl definitely wanted to ask him for something. Otherwise, would you come all the way to find me? Moreover, it seems that I have to be the only one to do this. Although he didn't know what was going on, Jiang Bai felt confident. Lin Ruashu naturally didn't know what she was thinking. Poof. Seeing Jiang Bai's relaxed look, Lin Ruashu gnashed with hatred. Don't get me wrong, I'm marrying you just because I don't want my parents to bother me. Here, this is a marriage contract. Lin Ruashu took out a contract, which was obviously something she had planned for a long time. Jiang Bai took the contract and saw the contents. He was stunned. Wow. During the marriage, the monthly income is 100,000 yuan, and the cost of meeting the parents is calculated separately. This operation saves 20 years of hard work. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone who was indeed a shameless person. I don't have my household registration book with me. Obviously, Lin Ruashu didn't want to discuss this issue and changed the subject. On my body. Jiang Bai was also a little stunned. He originally wanted to send the household registration booklet back home, but who would have thought that he would encounter such a situation? But do you want the household registration booklet? Could it be? Thinking of a possibility, Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruashu. This girl was really decisive. Civil Affairs Bureau, register for marriage. As expected. Jiang Bai was stunned by Lin Ruashu's words. It was obvious that her guess was right. Certainly. Lin Ruashu looked at Jiang Bai with a complicated expression. You can refuse, but from now on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Promise. Of course I agree. Jiang Bai is not stupid. He looked at the beautiful woman beside him and said, free food and free drinks, and free money. Such good conditions for support, there is no reason not to agree. When Lin Ruashu heard the word support, her beautiful eyes flashed. That bastard would die if he spoke nicely. Since you agree, then sign it. With the contract in hand, she felt more at ease. After all, this was a long-term job. Besides, only by registering for marriage could her parents completely give up and stop bothering her to go on blind dates. After signing, Jiang Bai looked at the stunning beauty beside him and said, Nizi, you won't turn your fake love into real love in the future, will you? Roll. Lin Ruashu glared at a certain bastard. Even if all the men in the world were dead, I would never do anything real with you. Then, Lin Ruashu's face flushed as she thought of something, and the villain in her heart howled, damn it, why did I think of those scenes? 1 hour later, Dongjiang Civil Affairs Bureau. I am getting married already. Jiang Bai smacked his lips as he looked at the red book in his hand. Lin Ruashu beside him gave him a cold look, thinking she was just pretending. Where are you going? In the supercar, Lin Ruashu glanced at Jiang Bai and said, since you helped me, I'll give you a ride. Ding. The host triggers a random mission and goes to the supercar 4S store to pick up the car. The reward is god-level music and 1 billion renminbi. Oh? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard the system's voice. God-level music? 1 billion renminbi? This reward, the system is going crazy. Chapter 3 Jiang Bai, can you please lick the dog again? Dongjiang, Supercar 4's shop. Cheer up, everyone. The sales manager is a good-looking woman with a slim figure, which attracts the salesman to look her up and down. Today she is dressed very sexily, with black stockings and an OL hip skirt, which perfectly highlights her figure. In particular, the top button of the white shirt was deliberately opened, and half of the snow-capped peak was clearly visible. Gulp. Seeing this scene, the salesmen were quite jealous. My God, the manager really worked hard for this order. The person who came today paid in full for the high-end Bugatti Veyron. We can't afford to make any mistakes as a big customer like this. The sales manager asked the sales staff to line up in 2 rows. Mr. Jiang will be here in 10 minutes. Wow, brother Fan. You see so many luxury cars. At this time, a beautiful girl came to the supercar 4S shop. This person was Lu Feifei, who had just broken up with Jiang Bai, and next to her was Chen Fan, the director of Tianlazian. Ha, this is just the beginning. Seeing Lu Feifei's excitement, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Did you see that Bugatti Veyron? Normal one start at 30 million, and this one is a high-end version worth 50 million. Gulp. After hearing this, Lu Feifei's eyes lit up. If she could hook up with a rich man who bought this car, why would she need to be a singer? She could just serve the rich man well. Hey, but a super luxury car like that is not something we can dream of. Chen Fan smiled bitterly. Although he was the director of Tianlazian and had an annual salary of 1 million, he could only drive an ordinary sports car. In addition, he used his position to discuss life with the contracted artists. Welcome Mr. Jiang to pick up the car. While the two were talking, the sales manager at the entrance, who had a slim figure and made Chen Fan's eyes flare, bowed respectfully at 90 degrees, and most of his snow-white peaks were immediately visible, but he paid no attention to it. Worry. Jiang Bai, who came to the 4S store, was a little overwhelmed when he saw this scene, but when he thought of Lin Ruashu's figure and temperament, he couldn't help but calm down a lot. It was obvious that the two were not on the same level. It was the sales manager's operation that left all the customers in the 4S shop dumbfounded. Who was that guy that deserved such treatment from the sales manager? They had no doubt that the guy only needed one word to get this beautiful woman who could be pushed or pushed. There is no harm without comparison. For the first time, they felt that the gap between people is really huge. Jiang Bai. Why is it him? When she saw the person coming, Lu Feifei's mind suddenly buzzed, her face was full of disbelief, and a bad feeling surged in her heart. Chen Fan was stunned when he heard what Lu Feifei said. Jiang Bai, could it be, this is the ex-boyfriend that Feifei mentioned? Isn't that guy a poor bastard? How could he be treated like this by such a beauty in the 4S shop? Wrong. The sales manager just called him Mr. Jiang. Could it be that guy has a complicated identity? The sales manager glanced at the astonished crowd and raised his lips. Mr. Jiang, the Bugatti Veyron you bought is here. This car uses an 8-liter W-type 16-cylinder engine with 4 supercharged turbines. The maximum output power is 1001 horsepower, 6000 RPM. The gearshift can be completed in 150 milliseconds. It only takes 2.5 seconds to accelerate from a standstill to 100 km/h. If you want the speed to exceed 375 km/h. What? The whole audience was excited when they heard the sales manager's words. That dude bought a Bugatti Veyron. Oh my God, this is a high-end version, worth 50 million. A rich man suddenly appeared and spent 50 million. No wonder the sales manager spent so much money to host. Gulping their saliva, at this moment, the way everyone looked at Jiang Bai changed. That was a height that they could never reach in their entire lives. Joke? Among them, more than 90% have a net worth of less than 50 million, and even if they did, they would not have the confidence to buy such a luxury car. Mr. Jiang, we have selected the license plate JB88888A for you for free. If you are not satisfied, you can change it. Chen Fan took a deep breath. This license plate is worth at least $1 million. JB, isn't that Jiang Bai? Who is that guy? Could it be that the woman riding the supercar in front of the Western restaurant was not the rich woman he was dating, but his girlfriend? Thinking of this, Lu Feifei realized what she had missed. Feifei, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chen Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, this kind of person is not someone a small fry like him can afford to offend. He found an excuse and ran away. Joke? Lu Feifei had a relationship with a man like that. If she is not careful, she will be implicated and he will not even know how he died. Brother Fan, you. When Lu Feifei came back to her senses, Chen Fan was no longer on the field. She was left alone looking at the field with a complicated expression. She vaguely guessed something from Chen Fan's departure. A few, outside the supercar 4S shop. Jiang Bai. Just then, a familiar voice came into her ears. The person who came was Lu Feifei. Seeing the supercar stop, Lu Feifei's eyes lit up, thinking there was still a chance to save the situation. Before, it was Chen Fan who bewitched me. I was confused for a moment. Actually, the person I have always loved is you. Pa. With a slap, Lu Feifei fell to the ground. I'm not interested in sluts. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Dongjian University. How could this happen? Lu Feifei's face was ashen. She was extremely sad and full of regret. Jiang Bai, I regret it. Can you lick my dog one more time? I will definitely cherish it. Hearing this, the people who came out of the supercar started discussing it heatedly. This scene actually happened. This girl thought that guy was a poor jerk, but she didn't expect that guy to be a second-generation rich man. She deserves it. Yes, there are too many girls like this now, which makes the social atmosphere so bad. A poor bastard becomes a super rich man. This is such a slap in the face. Everyone's words were like knives stabbing into Lu Feifei's heart, drawing blood. Chapter 4 Senior Jiang Bai, stop singing and come home with me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the supercar 4S store car pickup mission, rewarded with god-level music and 1 billion renminbi. While running, Jiang Bai heard a system sound in his ears. The corners of his mouth curled up, and then he felt a sharp pain in his mind as if it was stirred by a big hand, which lasted only a second. The next moment, Jiang Bai's mind was filled with all kinds of music-related experiences and skills, as if they were born with them. The tone of his breathing also changed accordingly, which felt very magical. Handsome guy, walk slowly. Welcome to come again next time. The gas station owner and his employees saw Jiang Bai off. Wow, he could be a big customer just by charging 100,000 yuan at a time. Ding. The host spends 100,000 renminbi, triggering a 30,000-fold reward, and gets 300 million renminbi. Half an hour later. Dongjian University, auditorium entrance. The roar of the wild beast pierced the silence and attracted the attention of the students. What a cool supercar. This year's latest model, the Bugatti Veyron, is worth at least 30 million. What? Is there a rich second-generation guy coming to our school? He must be a super handsome guy. Maybe we can have a chance encounter, boo-hoo. The people around were discussing and complaining, and a figure appeared in everyone's sight as they pushed the door and got out of the car. When everyone saw the person getting off the car, they were all stunned. Hiss. It's actually Senior Jiang Bai. Everyone looked at Jiang Bai in shock as he ran down the supercar. Could this Senior Jiang Bai be a hidden rich man? Jiang Bai listened to the voice beside him and was not surprised. Soon, in the auditorium, Principal Zhao Ziang was talking to a very beautiful girl. Student Ruashu, I hope it didn't take up your time to come to the school anniversary celebration. Lin Ruashu shook her head slightly, with the corners of her mouth curved up. That charming smile caused a burst of ghosts howling in the audience. Oh my god, she is worthy of being the most beautiful school beauty in history. Just a smile made them feel like they were in love. Soon. After a warm-up, the beautiful host held the microphone to her lips and said, Okay, next we would like to invite the seniors from the art club to perform a DJ dance to Ace of Spades. Everyone, give them a warm welcome. Oh my god. Su Tiancheng and the other two who had just arrived at the auditorium had a sudden inspiration, brainwashing Divine Song, Ace of Spades, hot dance by senior sister. Soon, more than a dozen fair-skinned and beautiful female students came in short tops and shorts, showing off their perfect figures. This alone is enough to attract everyone's attention. Then, the beautiful host came to the stage, holding an announcement card. Next, please invite our number 1 student in Dongda, Jiang Bai, to perform a love song, Dimples, for us. Welcome everyone. Jiang Bai. Lin Ruashu, who originally didn't care much, was excited when she heard the familiar name. Could it be that they had the same name? Feifei, look. Jiang Bai is singing on stage. I envy you so much. I didn't expect Jiang Bai to be a hidden rich man. Yeah, don't forget us when you become successful. The beautiful girl next to Lu Feifei was chattering, which made Lu Feifei blush. At this moment, she really wanted to slap herself. What? Lin Ruashu saw the figure on the stage, and it turned out to be Jiang Bai, with whom she had just obtained a marriage certificate. He is actually a student of Dongjiang University. Jiang Bai came to the stage and happened to meet Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes. Why did that girl come? He wanted to vent his god-level musical skills, but he didn't expect that girl to come here. Lin Ruashu. It seems that the most beautiful girl in Dongjiang University is also named Lin. Could it be? That girl is the most beautiful campus girl in Dongjiang University? Jiang Bai's mouth curled up. Fate is really indescribable. I'm still looking for someone to rely on. And a hug. Who will pray for me and worry for me? Be angry for me, make trouble for me. Happiness begins to have signs. VIP seats. Lin Ruashu stared at Jiang Bai on the stage in a daze. That guy, can he sing so well? Obviously, this was the first time Lin Ruashu heard this song. There is no denying that both the vocal control and breathing were impeccable. WTF. Su Tianchang and the other two looked at their boss on the stage in confusion. Oh my goodness, this must be our boss. Awesome. This song is definitely a masterpiece. The hidden rich man is still singing so well now. The boss. Lin Xiao looked at his boss with a complicated expression. How many things are there that we don't know? Zhou Hao looked at the stage with fiery eyes. My sister happens to be the director of the contract department. I'll let my sister know when I get back. My sister is super beautiful. It would be even better if the eldest brother became my brother-in-law in the future, he. Su Tianchang and the other man rolled their eyes at him and said, you are just daydreaming. That's right. The eldest brother is not bad looking, but he may not be attracted to your sister. Lin Xiao was also making up for it on the side. Zhou Hao glared at the two of them and said, you know nothing. Well. After hearing what the fourth brother said, Su Tianchang and the other man looked at each other. This kid really deserved a beating. They would definitely teach him a lesson when they got back. As the three of them were complaining, the singing reached its climax. Dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful features. I can't sleep every day because I miss your smile. You don't know how much you mean to me. With you, my life is complete. The dimples and long eyelashes are hopelessly charming. I slowed down and felt like I was drunk. Oh. Hearing the passionate singing, the girls in the audience could no longer remain calm and started howling. Senior Jiang Bai, stop singing and come home with me. Jiang Bai, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Lin Ruashu frowned slightly after hearing the continuous declarations of love. For some reason, she felt weird hearing that guy was liked by so many girls. How could that guy affect my mood? Lin Ruashu was very confused about this. Even if that guy sang well, she shouldn't be like this, right? Chapter 5 I give your man a room card, I can't help it. Fei Fei, you are so happy. Yeah, I envy you so much, you're rich, handsome, and super romantic. Listening to her companion's words, Lu Feifei really wanted to cry but had no tears. She really wanted to say that she and Jiang Bai had broken up, but in the end she didn't have the courage. Or maybe she was afraid of losing her last bit of self-esteem. Still being reserved. The companions around him were envious. If I were you, I would marry him tonight. Of course, we work so hard to go to school, isn't it just to have a good life in the future? Lu Feifei remained silent after hearing this, but the villain in her heart howled, I also want to be his woman, but Jiang Bai doesn't want to be his bootlicker anymore, what can I do? A little. The song ends and everyone is silent. After about 10 seconds of silence, a girl stood up from her seat, followed by 10, 100, 1,000 people. Soon, everyone in the audience stood up. Pa 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 pa. Thunderous applause broke out, mixed with excited howls, as if the person on the stage was their boyfriend. Senior Jiang Bai, I love you so much. I am the invincible Jiangshan, 666666. Senior Jiang Bai, you are my heart, you are my liver, I want to have a baby with you. The little bull of Jiangshan cries for the little cow, the cow is so awesome. I swear, I will find a husband like Senior Jiang Bai in the future, otherwise I will never marry. He's rich, handsome, and talented. I love him so much. Everyone at the scene was talking about it, but Jiang Bai didn't care about it. After venting his desire for fame and fortune, he kept his achievements to himself and walked away. As for what would happen on the field, that was not his concern. Auditorium restroom. After using the toilet, Jiang Bai came to the sink. Jiang Bai. A familiar voice was heard, and a fragrance filled the air. The person who came was none other than the national goddess Lin Ruashu. Jiang Bai was stunned when he saw Lin Ruashu in front of him. He didn't expect that this girl would take the initiative to talk to him. Here, this is the key to my villa, Thompson 1 Villa. As she spoke, Lin Ruashu took out a magnetic card, which was black and gold in color, showing off its luxury. It was obvious that this Thompson first-class villa was worth a lot of money. Ding! The host triggers a random task. Go against the wall and tease Lin Ruashu. The reward is Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa, with 2 billion renminbi as a bonus. What? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard what the system said. What the hell, this girl is being wall-donged, the system really knows how to play. However, the reward is not small. He knew that Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa was worth over 300 million renminbi, and it also came with a bonus of 2 billion renminbi. Thinking of this, he approached Lin Ruashu and directly pressed her against the wall. With one hand on the wall, Lin Ruashu's heart was lifted up. What are you going to do? I'm warning you, this is a public place. This action really scared Lin Ruashu, who was afraid that the guy would do something extreme. Seeing this, Jiang Bai raised the white jade-like chin of the beauty in front of him and smiled playfully. Why, you can't help it after giving your man a room card. Lin Ruashu at #% at. You. Hearing someone's bold move, although she was indignant, she didn't dare to be too radical. I gave you the room card so that you can cooperate with me in the future to deceive my parents. Certainly. In return, I will give you corresponding compensation. For some reason, there was a sense of uncertainty in his tone, as if he was really afraid that someone might do something. I see. Looking at the room card in the beautiful woman's hand, Jiang Bai did not take it. If he took the room card, he would be no different from a dog. It's not impossible for me to get the room card, but I want to stay in your villa for 100 days. What? Hearing someone's words, Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes widened. Impossible. You can't stay in my villa for even a single day. Yeah? Seeing Lin Ruashu's resolute look, Jiang Bai shrugged. I'm sorry, I can't accept this room card. You? Seeing the bad look on the face of a certain guy, Lin Ruashu had a strong urge to strangle him to death, but because she needed a favor from him, she couldn't do it. I even regretted getting a marriage certificate with this bastard. 3 days. Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth and said a number. 3 days at most. 5 days, no more. 10 days, Jiang Bai, don't force me. After some negotiations, the time was finally agreed upon at 1 month. This result made Lin Ruashu crazy. Jiang Bai, you wait, Before Lin Ruashu could finish her words, her red lips were blocked. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the guy in front of her. Her mind suddenly buzzed and her pretty face was full of disbelief. That bastard actually dared to kiss her. My mind is buzzing. Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at the bastard in front of her. That guy was so bold, how could he do that? If this scene was caught on camera, the consequences would be unimaginable. A little, lips apart. Lin Ruashu used all her strength to push someone away, her face flushed. You. This is just like the interest on call. Jiang Bai raised his head. By the way, don't forget to wait for your man in the villa for a month. Lin Ruashu. Hearing the shameless words from a certain guy, Lin Ruashu's forehead was filled with black lines. Originally, she felt that a rash marriage would ruin that guy's life and she felt a little guilty about it. But now it seems that the bastard deserves to be ruined and live alone for the rest of his life. Hateful. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Lin Ruashu clenched her fists tightly, wishing she could rush up and tear that guy to pieces. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of wall-donging and teasing Lin Ruashu. The reward is Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa, and 2 billion renminbi. Really? Just as I left, I heard the sound of system rewards arriving in my account. Tianyu Palace? This reward came just in time. Jiang Bai was tempted and wanted to see how amazing a villa worth 300 million yuan was. Chapter 6 Big Brother, can you be my brother-in-law? Ding-a-ling. While she was feeling angry, Lin Ruashu's cell phone rang and she saw it was her mother calling. Hello, Mom. What? Xiaoxi got upset and ran away from home, so she came to find me. Okay, I'll contact her right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu's pretty face changed slightly. That girl, is she crazy? The number you dialed is powered off. Please try again later. Hearing the phone being turned off, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but become worried. After all, Dongjiang is so big, and there are all kinds of people there. Moreover, although the girl is small, she is very pretty. What if she is targeted by bad guys? Jiangnan University, barbecue stall. Boss, 10 kidneys. 20 chicken wings. 30 kebabs. 3 more draft beers. With skillful operation, Su Tianchang waved his hand and said, "The boss will settle the bill today." Agree. Zhou Hao smacked his lips and said, while Lin Xiao beside him grinned, "I'm going to give the boss a good beating." Cheers. The 4 of them clinked glasses, and then Su Tianchang looked at the Bugatti Veyron beside him, feeling like he was dreaming. "Boss, are you really a hidden rich man?" Although it had been confirmed, Su Tianchang still swallowed and asked for confirmation. "I guess so. It's a long story, so I won't talk about it." After Jiang Bai said this evasively, Su Tianchang and the other 2 thought that Jiang Bai had something to hide, so they didn't ask any further questions. "Come on, we must defeat the boss today." Dry. "I'll be drunk." After a while, the 3 of them were drunk. Jiang Bai smiled at them and said, "Boss, pay the bill." Jiang Bai asked the boss to send the 3 people away, and felt the night breeze at the barbecue stall. Ding! The host spends 350 renminbi, triggering a 100,000-fold rebate, and gets 35 million renminbi. As expected, I heard the sound of the payment triggering the consumption rebate. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skill, godly music. Item, Bugatti Veyron X1. Wealth, 3.435 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the wealth on the attribute panel, Jiang Bai was a little stunned. Has he finally become the most annoying rich man? It's true, life is like a play. Who would have thought that Jiang Bai would rise one day? Little girl, stop. Have fun with grandpa. As Jiang Bai was sighing, he heard some unusual movement nearby. He looked over and saw 3 drunks surrounding a girl about 14 or 15 years old. The girl looked familiar. Fuck. Run away, little lowly, someone is targeting you. I told you it's not safe to leave home. It's over, the little lowly is going to be miserable. Hurry, call the police. Lowly-chan can't be abused by these beasts. Lin Xiaoxi looked at the fans' comments in the live broadcast room, and her pretty face changed slightly. She obviously felt that someone was surrounding her, but it was obviously too late. Because 3 drunks had surrounded her at the bridge. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoxi had never seen such a scene before. She had a falling out with her family and came to find her sister in a fit of anger. Who would have thought that she would encounter such a thing? If she was really in danger, how would she survive? Soon, Lin Xiaoxi saw the handsome guy next to her, her eyes lit up. "Brother-in-law, come and save me." While the 3 drunks were stunned, Lin Xiaoxi seized the opportunity and ran behind Jiang Bai. Her skillful operation made the people in the live broadcast room stunned. Damn, this little lowly is so smart. Goddamn brother-in-law? They know that the little runaway girl has a beautiful sister, but she is not married. Kid, get out of here. Bang! Before the drunkard could finish his words, Jiang Bai slapped him in the face. You have to know that Jiang Bai is among the top 3 in Sanda in the high school league, and he can kill a few drunkards in seconds with just a flip of his hand. Gulp! The other 2 drunks swallowed their saliva when they saw this. They knew Jiang Bai was a martial artist and said, "Boy, you have guts." He then carried his companion and fled in a panic. Wow! When Lin Xiaoxi saw the drunkard fleeing in panic, her eyes were full of admiration, and the live broadcast room exploded. 66666, this guy has amazing skills. A hero saves a beautiful girl. Does that look in the little girl's eyes mean she wants to marry him? Just sit back and wait for the melons to come, lowly-chan, just give in. But this guy is pretty handsome. If I had half his looks, why would I be single till now? He's handsome and skilled. Can we have a baby boy? With just one move, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room increased rapidly, directly exceeding 1,000. You must know. Her highest live broadcast record has never exceeded 1,000, so you can imagine how attractive this scene is. Thank you, big brother. Lin Xiaoxi blinked her big cute eyes. By the way, big brother, can you be my brother-in-law? My sister is super beautiful. Not interested. Jiang Bai got on the supercar after he finished speaking, but Lin Xiaoxi skillfully moved to the co-pilot seat. This move made the people in the live broadcast room exclaim 666. Did the runaway loli finally succumb to reality? Jiang Bai was stunned. He had no interest in getting entangled with a young girl. As for drunk driving, it was totally out of the question. He had already figured out the system's mall, and with a hangover card, his drunkenness was completely gone. Brother-in-law, you have the heart to leave a little girl on the road. What if she encounters bad guys again? Her pitiful, coquettish and cute appearance made thousands of people in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. If they didn't know the nature of the violent little loli, they would definitely be deceived. Where's your family's phone number? Can you call them to pick you up? Lin Xiaoxi pointed with 2 index fingers. Well, I had a falling out with my family, so I ran away from home. Jiang Bai. I just happened to be going home, so I'll take you in for one night. Seeing the girl in front of him, he looked more and more familiar. We must leave tomorrow. Really? Hearing that Jiang Bai agreed to take her in, Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up and her true nature was revealed. Thank you, brother-in-law. Jiang Bai smiled bitterly. This girl was really outgoing. She believed that he didn't have any improper thoughts about her. But she kept calling him brother-in-law, which sounded quite realistic. However, Lin Ruashu was extremely anxious at the moment. If she knew that her sister was kidnapped by Jiang Bai, she would fight him to the death. Chapter 7, Generous Rewards. The runaway little loli is the sister-in-law? Brother-in-law. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Xiaoxi called her brother-in-law for a while, and then asked curiously about something she thought of. Fans in the live broadcast room directly shouted 666. This is really something. They were so addicted to calling her brother-in-law that they only remembered to ask her if she had a boyfriend. Handsome is really special. He does whatever he wants. No. Jiang Bai said it casually, thinking of Lin Ruashu. They were just partners. Although they got a marriage certificate, they should not be considered boyfriend and girlfriend. Very good. Lin Xiaoxi's face lit up, but then she felt something was wrong and made a face. Hey, big brother, that's not what I meant. I mean, if you don't have a girlfriend, you can just date my sister. The fans in the live broadcast room were boiling with anger when they saw Jiang Bai rolling his eyes. Ptah, forgive me for not being able to hold back my laughter. The little runaway loli has so much potential. It would be amazing if she could just call him brother-in-law and give herself to a handsome guy. Yes, Loli-chan must be liked by many people. That's right, the development system is so good, it can be cute and domineering. Lolita-chan, how about considering this handsome guy? Lolita, the handsome guy is mine, boo-hoo. Fans in the live broadcast room were chattering about the event, and at this moment the number of fans had exceeded 3,000. However, Lin Xiaoxi obviously didn't care. After all her attention was on her future brother-in-law, and she was really worried about her sister's lifelong event. Of course, I wonder how she would react if she knew that the handsome guy in front of her had already obtained a marriage certificate with her older sister. As they were talking, the supercar had already driven into the Tianyu Mansion Villa complex. Wow! Seeing her brother-in-law driving into the Tianyu Mansion Villa, Lin Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes widened. Brother-in-law, you live in Tianyu Mansion. It is said that the cheapest house here costs upwards of 80 million, and the average price is over 100 million. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room was boiling again. My goodness, the brother-in-law of the runaway little loli seemed to be more arrogant than they had imagined. Squeak! Then, what shocked the fans in the live broadcast room even more was that the car stopped in front of the number 1 building of Tianyu Mansion, which made everyone swallow their saliva. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from the barrage. Oh my god, did you notice that my brother-in-law's car looks like a high-end Bugatti Veyron, and the license plate is JB88888? Wow. What? The omnipotent netizens quickly provided screenshots of the live broadcast, and after learning the true identity of the car, their minds were buzzing. Damn it, no wonder my brother-in-law lives in the king floor of Tianyu Mansion. Awesome. It is said that this building is worth 300 million. Lin Xiaoxi came into the villa excitedly and looked at the extremely luxurious furniture decoration and layout. Both the lighting and design were just right. Brother-in-law, your villa is much better than my sister's. Lin Xiaoxi took her fans on a tour around the villa, which was really a feast for the eyes. Looking at Lin Xiaoxi's excitement, Jiang Bai smiled slightly. To be honest, it would be hard to be bored with such a quirky girl around. Ding! The host triggers a random task, generously rewards Lin Xiaoxi, and rewards god-level cooking skills, plus 3 billion renminbi. Zhang Bai was stunned when he heard the system voice. A generous reward? What the hell? Could it be that the system really wants to be this girl's brother-in-law? That's all. While completing the task, you can also take the opportunity to make some money. Soon, he registered a Dosha live broadcast account with the nickname King of the World, which is quite domineering. Ding! The host spends 1 million renminbi, triggering a 1,000-fold reward and obtaining 1 billion renminbi. Wow! Zhang Bai was stunned when he heard the system's sound. Wow, he just won 1 billion renminbi. This little girl can be considered his benefactor. Zhang Bai curved his head and entered the live broadcast room of the violent little loli. More than 3,000 fans? Not much. Zhang Bai looked at Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room. The system tasks were generously rewarded, so naturally this wave would increase her fans a lot, which could be regarded as a little reward for her. Thinking of this, Zhang Bai started to give gifts, and at the same time, Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room responded. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X20. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X20. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X20. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X20. The live broadcast room was immediately filled with blue enchantresses. You should know that one blue enchantress costs 1,000 yuan, and a group costs 20,000 renminbi. Zhang Bai's bet is 200,000 renminbi for 10 groups. What? Lin Xiaoxi was stunned as she looked at the screen full of blue enchantresses. Blue enchantresses, 100 blue enchantresses, my god. Her face was full of surprise. She had only been doing live streaming for a short time and had never encountered such a scene. 200,000 tips were given. Even if she got 50% of it, it would still be 100,000. Hiss. The god of wealth has arrived, welcome the master. My god, this Junlin boss is here for the first time, and he has already given a reward of 200,000. He is really generous. The happiness of rich people is not something we can understand. Hey, maybe Boss Junlin is interested in Loli Chan. The fans in the live broadcast room were excited, and with the high explosive rewards, the popularity soared, and soon the number of fans exceeded 5,000. Ding dong. At one point, Zhang Bai received a private message from Lin Xiaoxi, Boss Junlin, there's no need to give so much reward. Xiaoxi doesn't lack money. I love you. Looking at Lin Xiaoxi's private message, Zhang Bai smiled slightly, don't worry, I'm not short of money. After sending the message, the next wave of rewards began. After all, compared with the huge sum of 1 billion yuan won, this little bit of reward was nothing. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X100. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X200. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X300. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little loli blue rose X400. He directly reached the 800th group and gave away all the recharged 1 million. At this time, a comment appeared in the live broadcast room, Junlin Tianxia gave 1 million rewards to the rampaging little Lolita and was promoted to the title of prince. Ah! Lin Xiaoxi screamed, and the whole person was not calm. Prince title, I have received rewards from the prince in my live broadcast room? Fuck you, so awesome. Oh my god, Master Junlin is awesome, please get on my knees. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone, and I said I saw a super rich guy. Master Junlin, I love you. Stop giving me rewards. Isn't it nicer to just kiss me? 2 grand, I envy the violet little loli, I like Junlin so much, boo-hoo. At this moment, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room directly exceeded tens of thousands, which made Lin Xiaoxi stunned and felt like she was dreaming. Zhang Bai looked at the boiling live broadcast room and curved his head, this should be considered a generous reward. Ding dong. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi sent another private message, Boss Junlin, thank you, thank you. If I didn't already have a brother-in-law, I would definitely introduce my sister to you. After typing, another private message with a photo came in. However, Zhang Bai was stunned after seeing the photo, this is Lin Ruashu. How about it, my sister is beautiful, isn't she? Seeing this, Zhang Bai realized something and glanced at Lin Xiaoxi who was stunned beside him with a strange look on his face, this girl's surname is also Lin, could it be, she is my cheap sister-in-law. Chapter 8 My brother-in-law is much better than my sister. Sister-in-law. Jiang Bai was already 80% sure. After all, the system would definitely not let him give the reward in vain. Your sister is the queen of the music world, Lin Ruashu? Although he had some guesses, Jiang Bai still asked for sure. Of course. Thinking that boss Junlin didn't believe it, Lin Xiaoxi even posted a video of herself and her sister. After seeing the video, Jiang Bai was certain that the runaway little loli in front of him was his cheap sister-in-law. But they never thought that this would be the first time they met. Ah! At one point, Lin Xiaoxi looked towards her live broadcast room and immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. My number of fans has exceeded 10,000? Oh my god! At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi was stunned, her face full of astonishment and disbelief, and she felt like she was dreaming. Could it be that Junlin boss? Lin Xiaoxi then looked at Junlin Tianxia, who was ranked first on the reward list, and couldn't help but send another private message. Thank you, Junlin. Moa. But on the other side, Lin Ruashu was looking at her sister's live broadcast room with a gloomy expression. Dominate the world? She narrowed her eyes and looked at the guy who was at the top of the reward list in her sister's live broadcast room. Having been in the music industry for many years, she knew too well how treacherous people are. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, not to mention that he was giving a reward of millions at once. You'd better not have any intentions towards my sister, Junlin Tianxia. Otherwise, I will make you regret coming into this world. He took a deep breath, looked at the villa where his sister was, and dialed the phone. Hey, sis. This time, Lin Xiaoxi noticed that her elder sister was calling and ran to the side to answer the call. Nizi, you are so brave. You ran away from home and dared to go to the villa with strangers. You. Lin Xiaoxi, who was originally full of resentment, became unhappy immediately after hearing what her elder sister said. Sister, you, humph. I don't want to talk to you, my brother-in-law is 10,000 times better than you. Beep beep. Before Lin Ruashu could react, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Xiaoxi. How dare you hang up on me? Tianyu Mansion Villa. After taking a shower, Jiang Bai looked at the luxurious villa. He had never dared to imagine all this before today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of generously rewarding Lin Xiaoxi. The reward is god-level cooking skills, and 3 billion renminbi is included. Listening to the voices around him, Jiang Bai felt more and more the joy of making money. So angry. Lin Xiaoxi puffed up her cheeks and returned to the living room. My sister is just as nagging as my parents. It's so annoying. It would be great if I could have a brother-in-law. Looking at the handsome brother-in-law in front of her, Lin Xiaoxi fantasized that having a brother-in-law who doted on her very much would definitely not be as nagging as her parents and elder sister. The thought made her happy. Worst case scenario, even if the big brother in front of me doesn't become my brother-in-law, then the big boss Junlin who rewards me will also do. My sister is so beautiful and has a great figure, my brother-in-law must be very satisfied. That's right. Lin Xiaoxi thought of something and turned on the split-screen live broadcast mode. Brother-in-law, look, this is my sister. When he opened the photo album, he saw photos of his elder sister. Especially those photos that Lin Xiaoxi had found were quite transparent. It must be said that Jiang Bai's eyes lit up when he saw them, even though he saw things about that girl that he shouldn't have seen. I didn't expect that girl to have such a side to her. I didn't realize she was such a potential stock. Hey, how about that, pretty? Lin Xiaoxi said with a sly smile that she had checked on the internet and found that boys all like girls like this, and my elder sister has such a good figure, my brother-in-law will definitely like her. It's okay. Jiang Bai nodded and said. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes lit up after hearing it. Really? That's great. I'll introduce you to each other some other day. Jiang Bai knocked his sister-in-law's head hard. You, calling me brother-in-law all the time, aren't you afraid that your sister will have an opinion? Knowing that the clever little girl in front of him was his sister-in-law, Jiang Bai felt much closer to her, even though his marriage with Lin Ruashu was only a contract marriage. Lin Xiaoxi covered her forehead and snorted. My sister won't do that, and I have 100 ways to deal with her. Don't worry, brother-in-law. My sister will never escape from your grasp. With my help, you can take down my sister in minutes. Lin Xiaoxi patted her chest and made the promise, but the conversation between the two shocked the live broadcast room. For a moment, they felt sorry for sister Lin Xiaoxi for a second. Yeah. Jiang Bai was also interested. Okay, then I will reluctantly accept you as my sister-in-law. Hee hee, long live my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi was so excited after hearing these sudden words that she almost jumped up. Happiness came too suddenly. She finally didn't have to listen to her parents and elder sisters nagging anymore. Oh my god, Xiaoxi is so cruel. I feel sorry for Sister Xiaoxi. She is so kind to her own sister. I feel like Sister Xiaoxi is already on the road with a machete. No, the runaway little lowly is victorious, the handsome guy is me. Do you have to be so cruel? Sister Xiaoxi has fainted in the toilet. Oh my god, who can withstand such a great assist? But I'm curious, how beautiful is Sister Xiaoxi? Gurgle. While fans were discussing heatedly, Lin Xiaoxi had already switched back to the screen. Her pretty face reappeared in the live broadcast room. However, at this moment, her stomach protested with hunger, as she had not eaten since noon. Brother-in-law, I'm hungry. She looked at her brother-in-law pitifully. Although her elder sister had not agreed yet, that didn't matter. Oh? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard Lin Xiaoxi's words. He had just acquired the god-level cooking skills, and the girl was already hungry. To be honest, he really wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. Damn, what's that expression? I want to get off the bus. This is not the bus to the kindergarten. No, Xiaoxi lowly, this will kill people. Woo woo woo, that's too cruel. Oh my god, this scene makes me want to be Xiaoxi's brother-in-law. Please take me with you, count me in. Hot discussions emerged in the live broadcast room. At this moment, the number of fans quietly exceeded 20,000. They were eagerly looking forward to what would happen next between the brother-in-law and the sister-in-law. Good. Jiang Bai glanced at his sister-in-law and said, "Since you call me brother-in-law so many times, I will go cook for you." Hee hee, thank you brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi smiled and her favor towards her brother-in-law soared. She said it, her brother-in-law is much better than her sister. Wow. When the live broadcaster heard this, they were stunned. Damn, he is so handsome and rich, and he can even cook. I have the same style as my brother-in-law. I really want one too. Oh oh oh. In the live broadcast room, many girls were envious at once, and Lin Xiaoxi looked at the barrage and raised her white chin, as if to say, your envy is useless, because he is Lin Xiaoxi's brother-in-law. My dears, look carefully, my brother-in-law is going to cook for Xiaoxi. Lin Xiaoxi said this without any concealment. Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, but didn't say anything. After all, legally speaking, she was his sister-in-law. Chapter 9. It's over. I feel like I've fallen in love with Xiaoxi lowly's brother-in-law. What should I do? The ingredients are limited, so let's make egg fried rice. Looking at the things stored in the refrigerator, they should have been put there in advance by the property management, otherwise we would probably only be able to order takeout. Swish. While Lin Xiaoxi was being arrogant, she saw an incredible scene. She saw a carrot being thrown into the air by her brother-in-law, and then a knife flashed. She didn't even see when her brother-in-law took the knife in his hand, it was so fast. The fans in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. OMG, oh my god, this is not a dream. My brother-in-law is so awesome, his cooking skills must be superb. What a fast knife, so cruel. How can one person be so powerful? It's over. I feel like I've fallen in love with Xiaoxi's brother-in-law. What should I do? Tisk, what's Xiaoxi lowly's brother-in-law? That's clearly a bad sign. If I work hard, I still have a chance. Brother-in-law, wait for me. I'm going to Dongjiang City right now. Lin Xiaoxi's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock turned into admiration. Wow. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. It turns out that my brother-in-law is such a good cook. Hee hee, now my sister has no chance to escape. Seeing her brother-in-law's showmanship, Lin Xiaoxi instantly became a fangirl. It turns out that fried rice can be made so handsome. From this angle, her brother-in-law is so handsome. I hope my future boyfriend can be half as handsome as her brother-in-law, hee hee. The blade flashed as fast as thunder. As the carrot crumbs fell, pieces of carrot cubes of uniform size landed on the plate. If you weigh them, you will find that each piece of carrot cube has the same weight. WTF. Looking at the falling carrot cubes, everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Damn, are they sure they are not dreaming? The knife flashed in the air and peeled the carrot, and at the same time cut the carrot into dices. Wow, is this a special ability? Even a 5-star chef couldn't do this. If my brother-in-law were discovered by the culinary world, he would definitely be sliced and studied. The series of movements were smooth and flowing, and it was a pleasure to watch. They had never seen cooking so beautifully, it was like completing a world treasure. Soon, the aroma overflowed from the kitchen. Sniffing the enticing aroma, Lin Xiaoxi's stomach growled in protest of hunger, and she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Wow, stepfather, your cooking skills are amazing. It is also in this restaurant that the golden fried rice comes out of the pot, with each grain of rice covered in gold, beautiful and sacred. Oh my god. When fans in the live broadcast room saw this, they gulped down their saliva. Damn, it looks so delicious. This is egg fried rice. Wow, I don't know how delicious it is, but the quality is definitely unimaginable. Wow, I admit that I'm envious. Brother-in-law, I want to eat it too. Brother-in-law, you will be left with no friends if you do this. This is too cruel. The kitchen god, boy, you're almost there, give me some face. Handsome guy, stop cooking and come home with me to give birth to a baby, boo-hoo. Barrages of comments appeared on the screen like mushrooms after a spring rain, and at this moment the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room reached a new high, breaking through the 30,000 mark. It is so outrageous and cruel. If Lin Xiaoxi saw this, I wonder if she would kiss her brother-in-law excitedly. But at this moment, she obviously didn't have that thought, because her attention was all on her brother-in-law's golden fried rice, swallowing her saliva. AMU. Without any hesitation, he took a bite of the golden fried rice. The fans in the live broadcast room swallowed their saliva at the sight of this. Oh my god, it's not torturous like this. Ugh. After taking a bite of her brother-in-law's egg fried rice, Lin Xiaoxi exclaimed, delicious. This is the best egg fried rice I have ever eaten. While praising her brother-in-law's cooking skills, she did not forget to use a spoon to put the fried rice into her mouth. The scene of her wolfing down the food was unbearable to watch. But Lin Xiaoxi didn't care about this at all. It was obvious that in front of such delicious fried rice that would whet the taste buds, the so-called image was not important at all. 31,000. 32,000. 33,000. As Lin Xiaoxi enjoyed the meal, the number of her fans soared, and the barrage of comments never stopped. Lost conscience. Xiaoxi lowly, this is simply killing someone without paying for his life. Really? It is often said that every woman is a potential foodie, it just depends on whether the food suits her appetite. There is nothing wrong with this. Looking at Lin Xiaoxi's petite figure, I didn't expect that she has such a great potential for eating. Brother-in-law, I'm going to wash the dishes. After a big meal, Lin Xiaoxi cleaned up the dishes very attentively. If this happened at home, Lin's father and mother would definitely think that the sun was rising in the west. Washing is over. Lin Xiaoxi hummed a little tune and went into the bathroom to wash up beautifully, but it was this scene that made the live broadcast room explode. Damn it, you failed at the critical moment, Loli-chan is not good enough. Don't do that, be careful or I'll unfollow you. Hey, Xiaoxi, don't be fooled by her young age, I bet she has a great body. That's right. It is said that Xiaoxi is the school beauty of Dongjiang No. 1 Middle School. Speaking of which, if we can capture Xiaoxi, with a little training, she will definitely be able to work on her own in the future. Brother-in-law is a good breakthrough point to take down Xiaoxi lowly. Fans were discussing it heatedly, but of course they couldn't see the scene of Lin Xiaoxi washing up. It was a pity that no one could see such a scene. Undoubtedly, the popularity of this live broadcast made Lin Xiaoxi famous, especially with her potential beauty. As for her figure, although she hasn't fully grown, it's not far off. Chapter 10, Stop showing off, brother-in-law, come home with me, okay? The next day, early morning. That's right. After breakfast, Jianbai thought of something and looked at his sister-in-law. You've called me brother-in-law so many times. Today, I'm going to give you a gift. He flipped his right hand, and the next moment, a cool drone appeared in his hand as if by magic. Wow! Lin Xiaoxi stared at the drone in front of her with her beautiful eyes wide open. Brother-in-law, you can also perform magic. The fans in the live broadcast room were confused. Damn, what is my brother-in-law doing? Ha, this is not magic. Jianbai was not surprised to see his sister-in-law's surprised expression. It would be abnormal if she didn't react like this. This is a high-tech intelligent drone. After entering the information, the identity scan can be completely controlled by sending signals through the cerebral cortex. What? When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, they immediately exploded. Damn, this is a super high-tech product. My god, my brother-in-law is so awesome. He can even get such high-tech stuff. Of course not. I've never even seen or heard of this thing. Brother-in-law, I want one too. Oh my god, my brother-in-law is so good at doting on me. I can't seem to control myself and remember that I like him. What should I do? Don't show off, brother-in-law, come home with me, okay? Fans are excited about the event, but this is just the beginning. It also has another ability, which we just saw, invisibility. As the sound fell, the drone that was originally hanging in the air suddenly became invisible strangely, and there was no sign of anything unusual. The boys' eyes sparkled with excitement when they saw this scene. Oh my god, if they had such a drone, it would be a great tool for taking secret photos. Many of them have already imagined the scene of the girl next door taking a bath. Awesome. That's awesome. I wonder if Xiaoxi's wife will secretly take photos of her brother-in-law. Hee, it would be even better if I could share it with them. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Lin Xiaoxi's face was full of joy. This would save her a lot of trouble in the live broadcast. She felt that it was really good for her brother-in-law to pamper her like this. Soon, after Lin Xiaoxi mastered the basic operations of the drone, she suddenly felt that live streaming on mobile phones was no longer useful. In super sports car. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Lin Xiaoxi called him brother-in-law even more fluently than yesterday. If the fans in the live broadcast room didn't know their relationship, they would have really thought that Lin Xiaoxi was the handsome guy's sister-in-law. Wanda Plaza. Whatever you want to buy, I'll pay for it. Jiang Bai was thinking about the halo of consumption rebates. It would be nice to make some money when he is free and increase his wealth. Wow. Really? Brother-in-law, you are so handsome. Soon, we arrived at the shopping mall. As the city center is a place where every inch of land is valuable, it is also a gathering place for international famous brands. The things here are just expensive, such as Chanel, Dior, Gucci, etc. All the top domestic and foreign brands are available here. Chanel flagship store. Welcome. Jiang Bai brought Lin Xiaoxi to the flagship store, and the beautiful shopping guide bowed and said, "Sir, how can I help you?" It's hard to get bored with the sweet voice. I have to say that those who can work here obviously have received professional training. Xiaoxi, buy whatever you want. The arrogant voice sounded, and the live broadcast room was in an uproar. Although they had expected it, they were still quite surprised when the brother-in-law said it. Hee, really? Lin Xiaoxi was delighted when she heard this. Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll let my sister repay you later. After hearing this, the fans in the live broadcast room felt sympathy for Lin Xiaoxi's brother-in-law for a second. This statement was ambiguous. With such a great assist from his sister-in-law, the brother-in-law couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Brother-in-law, this bag is beautiful. Lin Xiaoxi was attracted by the bag in front of her at first sight. The beautiful shopping guide fixed her eyes. Chanel chain, this is a classic small bag, very small and cute, and also uses Chanel's classic diamond pattern stitching. It is very suitable for daily outings and shopping, and can be matched with various clothes. Skillfully introducing this bag, the beautiful shopping guide tentatively reminded, moreover, this bag is the treasure of our flagship store, the price is 58888 RM. Purchase. Jiang Bai agreed without even thinking about it. The beautiful shopping guide's eyes lit up. This handsome guy was so generous. Hee, thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi didn't feel sorry at all. After all, her sister would have to pay for all these sins in the future, so she had no psychological burden at all. Oh my god, goodness. A bag costs 58,888 renminbi, it's too dark, it's killing me. Brother-in-law Xiaoxi is so arrogant, he didn't even blink an eye. Fuck, that's my annual salary, damn. Sure enough, Xiaoxi is not a wife that ordinary people can afford to support. Woo. Evil capitalists, jealousy is tearing me apart. In just a short while, the number of fans exceeded tens of thousands, and the speed is still soaring. This scene is indeed more explosive than a TV drama. Brother-in-law, this perfume. Purchase. Wow, these shoes are a bit expensive at 28,888 renminbi. Purchase. Buy. About a quarter of an hour later, when they arrived at the cashier counter, another pretty lady at the cashier counter flirted with Jiang Bai. This was the first time she had seen such a domineering person. If she could have a chance encounter with him, it would be worth at least several years of her salary. Sir, these goods are worth 1.2 million renminbi in total. Good. Jiang Bai directly handed a card to the pretty lady at the cashier, and with a beep, the transaction was completed. Happy shopping, sir and lady. The pretty girl at the cashier handed the bank card to Jiang Bai. There was a note underneath with a string of numbers on it. Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at the pretty girl at the cashier. With this kind of looks, she wanted to compete with her elder sister for a brother-in-law. Without waiting for Jiang Bai to take the bank card, Lin Xiaoxi took the bank card in her hand and then handed it to her brother-in-law. Looking at this scene, Jiang Bai shook his head helplessly. Chapter 11 Brother-in-law, I will definitely help you take down my sister when we get back. Let's go, brother-in-law. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, and as expected, he heard the sound of consumption rebate. Ding! The host spent 1.2 million renminbi, triggering a 1,000-fold consumption rebate, and received 1.2 billion renminbi. The sound in his ears made Jiang Bai bend his head. The speed of making money was really exciting. Hiss. Oh my god, 1.2 million is awesome. My brother-in-law is so generous. Of course, this is no weaker than Junlin boss. Little she is so lucky. Not only is she loved by boss Junlin, she also has such a doting brother-in-law. I'm so envious. I really want a brother-in-law like me, boo-hoo. Yes, it would be even better if I could get promoted. Brother-in-law, I love you, come to the bowl quickly. However, this was just the beginning of their shock. Then Lin Xiaoxi swept through flagship stores such as Hermes, Versace, and Dior, which really gave fans in the live broadcast room a feast for the eyes and also refreshed their perception of her brother-in-law's arrogance. Ding! The host spends 800,000 renminbi, triggering a 1,000-fold rebate, and gains 800 million renminbi. Ding! The host spends 1.5 million renminbi, triggering a 400-fold rebate, and gains 600 million renminbi. After coming out of the flagship store, Jiang Bai looked at his cheap sister-in-law next to him. It turned out that every girl was an expert at shopping. However, the harvest was obviously great. He himself didn't even know how many voices of consumer rebates he had heard. The shopping record this time was at least 2 billion. Hey, brother-in-law, I'm so happy today. Lin Xiaoxi's face was full of excitement, and she didn't feel tired at all. If she wasn't worried about leaving a bad impression on her brother-in-law, she could have gone shopping for at least 3 days and 3 nights. Ah! Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but look at her live broadcast room. Oh my god, brother-in-law, my live broadcast room has more than 50,000 fans. How could it be so fast? Lin Xiaoxi was a little confused. Before she met her brother-in-law, her salary had never exceeded 1,000 at most. Now she had made 50,000, which must have increased by several hundred times. Gulp! After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Xiaoxi looked at her brother-in-law with great admiration. Although the credit went to boss Junlin, her brother-in-law also made great contributions. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxi seemed to have mastered the traffic code of Dosha Live. No matter whether it was boss Junlin or brother-in-law, they both crushed the entire live broadcast room with their domineering attitude. If I do it a few more times, my live broadcast room will definitely exceed 100,000. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxi's heart couldn't stop beating violently, it was so exciting. Ha! Looking at the exploding and boiling live broadcast room, Lin Xiaoxi breathed a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, I think I should go home first. You've spent so much money, I will definitely help you take down my sister when I get back. Lin Xiaoxi said with a firm look in her eyes, I have been so generous to my brother-in-law, so I should give him something in return, right? She thought. Oh my god. Fans in the live broadcast room were astonished. Oh my god, is it true that the brother-in-law has fallen for his sister-in-law because of his tricks? If possible, they hope to have a bunch of sisters-in-law like this. Just thinking about that scene makes them excited. Brother-in-law, goodbye. Watching the taxi leave, Jiang Bai's mouth curved up. He wondered what that girl would think if she knew that he and her sister had already obtained a marriage certificate. She's just a little girl, let her be. Jiang Bai looked at the Wanda Plaza in front of him and felt particularly good about the billion-dollar profit. Ding! The host triggers a random mission, and will live in Lin Ruashu's villa for 3 days. He will be rewarded with god-level driving skills and 5 billion renminbi. Just as I was about to drive back to Tianyu Mansion, I heard the sound of the system triggering a task. Live in Lin Ruashu's villa? What kind of operation is this? Is the system trying to let me take down that girl? But you know what, this mission is quite exciting. Thinking about the girl's pretty face and graceful figure, if he didn't win such a beautiful wife, he would be unworthy of his identity as the chosen one with a golden finger. The world's background can be changed, so a mere girl can do nothing. Soon, we drove to Villa number 8 of Tomsonipine. Judging from the design and layout alone, it is a residence worth at least hundreds of millions, but it is still some distance away from Tianyu Mansion. Beep. She swiped the magnetic card and entered the villa openly. Looking at the clean environment, it can be seen that the girl is quite self-disciplined. Ah. At this moment, a scream came from the direction of the bathroom. Jiang Bai hesitated for a moment and rushed over quickly. Could it be a thief? Just as Jiang Bai came to the bathroom, he suddenly saw a scene that he shouldn't have seen. However, Lin Ruashu was about to fall to the ground at this moment, and he subconsciously put his hand around her slender waist. The other hand, by chance, fell on the top of the mountain. Lin Ruashu grabbed Jiang Bai's neck as if grabbing a life-saving straw, but her beautiful eyes opened. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she remembered that she was still taking a shower. An even more shrill scream resounded throughout the villa. Her face turned red all the way to her ears. She broke free from the guy's arms and wrapped herself in a bath towel, only to see that guy still staring at her in a daze. Jiang Bai. You are still looking. Lin Ruashu wanted to dig out the eyes of this bastard in front of her. With a bang, she pushed him out of the bathroom and locked the door with a click. Her heart was beating violently and the scenes just now appeared in her mind. How could this happen? Why would that guy come? Lin Ruashu tightly grasped the bath towel, wishing she could kill someone. At the same time, she regretted extremely that she should not have given that guy the magnetic card and agreed to let him live in the villa. Chapter 12 Jiang Bai, I will kill you. A little. Lin Ruashu changed into pajamas and came out of the bathroom, only to see a guy sitting on the sofa watching TV. She hated him so much that her teeth were itching, but when her beautiful eyes fell on the bar and panties next to him, her face turned red and she quickly took them away. Although she was wearing pajamas, it still couldn't hide her graceful figure, especially her beautiful face, which made people fantasize. Jiang Bai, tell the truth. Lin Ruashu's pretty face was cold. Just now, what did you see? Nothing. Jiang Bai said this calmly, but before Lin Ruashu could breathe a sigh of relief, his voice came again. I saw everything I should have seen, and I also saw things I shouldn't have seen. Lin Ruashu. Jiang Bai, I will kill you. Lin Ruashu, with her fangs bared, pounced on someone in a rage, but she was no match for Jiang Bai. After being taken advantage of again, she glared at him and stopped moving. I've lived in your villa for a month, you haven't forgotten it, have you? Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Ruashu and didn't care about her murderous look at all. It would be strange if he didn't react like this. Poof. Of course I won't forget. With a cold snort, Lin Ruashu said, I'm not as shameless as you. That's good. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, I'll live here during this period. You? No. Lin Ruashu glared at a certain guy fiercely. She regretted her previous decision immensely. Such a thing happened as soon as they met. If they lived together for a while, who knows what would happen? I see. Glancing at Lin Ruashu, he was not going to indulge her. Then I'll return the card to you. If you want a divorce, I can go anytime. Jiang Bai. When Lin Ruashu heard someone's infuriating words, she gave him a glare for the sake of the overall situation and said, if you want to stay, it's okay, but I have to set 3 rules for you. First of all, you are not allowed to be disheveled in the living room or in the public areas. Secondly, don't peek when I'm taking a shower. As Lin Ruashu was talking, she looked at Jiang Bai again, only to find that the guy was no longer on the sofa. He had obviously gone into the bathroom where he had just taken a shower. This scene made Lin Ruashu so angry that her hair exploded. Damn it! How can there be such a shameless person in the world? The 3 rules were agreed upon and then died. Gurgle. At this moment, Lin Ruashu felt a hungry sound from her lower abdomen. She glared at someone and ordered takeout skillfully. After all, she couldn't cook. 10 minutes later. Nizi, help me get my pajamas. While waiting for the takeaway, a hateful voice came from the bathroom, which made Lin Ruashu blush. I'll give it to you. Poof. After saying this, she did not forget to let out a soft hum to vent her dissatisfaction. I see. Then I'll go by myself without any clothes on later. Lin Ruashu's scalp tingled when she heard the dull voice. The scene of that guy holding pajamas naked appeared in her mind. The picture was too beautiful to bear to look at. Asshole. Muttering something, Lin Ruashu handed the pajamas to a guy in the bathroom, while covering her eyes for fear of contamination. That's right. Is it okay for me to use your pink towel to wipe my face? Thinking of something, Zhang Bai said, but the pink towel smells good. What do you use it for? What? Hearing Zhang Bai's words, Lin Ruashu's mind suddenly buzzed, and she was so angry that she almost vomited blood. You actually used a pink towel, how could you? Others don't know what the towel is for, but she knows it very well because she uses it to wipe that area. Hateful. Asshole. Scum. I really want to kill him, what should I do, woo-woo? At this moment, Lin Ruashu felt so aggrieved. How could this happen? Why did she agree to let him stay in her villa for a month? Even a day had passed. How can a month pass by? No, it's okay. Lin Ruashu said this with gritted teeth. She couldn't say that it was for her own personal use. Oh, I see. Zhang Bai naturally didn't know the reason. In that case, I'll use it again next time. It feels pretty good. Crunch. Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. It was over. She could no longer control her primordial power. What should she do? Looking at Lin Ruashu's blushing face, Zhang Bai was suspicious. He put his hand on her forehead and asked with concern, Nizi, your face is so red, are you okay? Poof. None of your business. She raised her slender hand and knocked away a guy's thug, glared at Zhang Bai, then turned and walked away, leaving Zhang Bai confused. What the hell? Did I offend her in any way? Zhang Bai thought about the scenes that happened when he arrived at the villa. Could it be that she fell when I was trying to save her? That shouldn't be the case. I was saving her. What's wrong with this woman? Zhang Bai shook his head, unable to figure it out, and recalled the bath he had just taken. But that pink towel smells so good. How strange. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Ruashu walked to open the door. When the door opened, a delivery man appeared in front of her. Excuse me, are you Mrs. Jiang? Lin Ruashu was confused when she heard the name. What the hell, Mrs. Jiang? The things I bought. Zhang Bai's voice came, please help me send it to the kitchen. Oh, okay Mr. Jiang. The delivery boy put the package in the kitchen, then glanced at Lin Ruashu and gave Zhang Bai a thumbs up. Mr. Jiang is amazing, having such a beautiful wife. Zhang Bai smiled slightly, yeah, that's what everyone else says. Chapter 13 That bastard is such a good cook. Lin Ruashu listened to the conversation between the two and wanted to hack that person to death. She really thought of herself as Mrs. Jiang. Although they had already obtained the marriage certificate, it was just a pretend. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Jiang. The delivery boy looked at Lin Ruashu meaningfully and smiled like an uncle. Zhang Bai smiled at him knowingly. Everything was said without words. Gurgle. Not long after closing the door, Lin Ruashu's lower abdomen protested again, damn it, why hasn't the takeaway arrived yet? Nizi, I'm hungry. Zhang Bai glanced at Lin Ruashu. Now that he had god-level cooking skills, it was not easy for him to control this girl. Of course, these dishes were not bought specifically for Lin Ruashu. After all, he was not a bootlicker. It was just that after he had god-level cooking skills, he had no appetite for food outside. I'm not hungry. Gurgle. As soon as the voice fell, her lower abdomen gurgled again, and Lin Ruashu's face turned red. Her lower abdomen was so disappointing, it failed at the critical moment. Yeah. Zhang Bai doesn't indulge Nizi, then I was just hallucinating. After opening the package, he saw all kinds of fresh ingredients he had purchased. Ding. The host spent 18,000 renminbi, triggering a 20,000-fold rebate, and received 360 million renminbi. I bought the ingredients and earned 360 million yuan. It feels great. Nizi, do you mind if I borrow your kitchen? Poof. When Lin Ruashu heard what someone said, she snorted, which was considered as tacit agreement, but she didn't expect that this guy could actually cook. It must be extremely unpalatable, so I'd better wait for my takeaway. Lin Ruashu thought so, but she soon regretted it. Time passed quickly and the takeaway was delivered with a ding-dong sound. Looking at the takeaway meal worth thousands of dollars, Lin Ruashu's pretty face was full of anticipation. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva, then glanced at the kitchen. If she wanted to make that guy hungry later, she would just let him eat the dark cuisine by himself. Thinking of that scene, Lin Ruashu was looking forward to it. In the living room, Lin Ruashu opened the takeaway meal and was about to enjoy it. At this moment, a pleasant aroma wafted over from the kitchen. Just smelling the fragrance, Lin Ruashu's eyes lit up. What a nice smell. Gurgle. The aroma of the food wafted into Lin Ruashu's nose, and her stomach growled in protest, as if it wanted to eat up all the fragrance. Suddenly, she felt that the takeaway she ordered no longer smelled good. Then, Lin Ruashu saw 6 dishes being served on the table. The 6 fragrant dishes were so shocking both visually and olfactorily that Lin Ruashu gulped down her saliva but turned her head away proudly, not wanting to look. But my taste buds can't stop being excited. That bastard, his cooking skills are so good. Nizi, stop eating junk food and come with us. Jiang Bai persuaded Lin Ruashu patiently, and there was no doubt that she was moved. But you can't eat for free. If you want to eat together, I have to extend my stay in your villa by 10 days. You. Lin Ruashu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Sure enough, that guy had bad intentions. He even extended the period for 10 days. It was wishful thinking. It's just a meal, what's the big deal? Gurgle. He was handsome for only a second, as Lin Ruashu's lower abdomen protested with hunger again, apparently urging her to agree. Seeing Lin Ruashu's persistence, Jiang Bai continued to increase the heat. This braised lion's head is so delicious, it tastes mellow and has a great taste. Hateful. Seeing that some bastard did this on purpose, Lin Ruashu felt for the first time that the takeaway she ordered was so unpalatable. She struggled in her heart for a long time, but finally couldn't help it. 3 days. Extended for 3 days at most. Lin Ruashu broke down her bottom line and said this. In fact, she did not have much resistance in the face of such temptation. 5 days, no less. Jiang Bai took another bite of Buddha jumps over the wall, savoring its flavor calmly. As he had the absolute initiative, he was naturally not in a hurry. Don't go too far. Lin Ruashu said this hatefully, but finally agreed to Jiang Bai's condition. 5 days, no matter what, just finish this meal first, she won't be eating the next one anyway. Suddenly, one day, no, half a day hadn't passed and Lin Ruashu had spent another 5 days. If this scene were known to the outside world, countless people would come with machetes to kill Jiang Bai. It's so abominable. Doesn't T-Goddess Ruashu feel guilty about treating them like this? After taking a bite of Buddha jumps over the wall, Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes widened. This is even better than the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall. Bastard, how did you do that? Although Lin Ruashu's cooking skills are not very good, she still has some knowledge. And, every woman has the potential to be a foodie, and Lin Xiaoxi was the best example. It's a piece of cake. Jiang Bai smiled slightly and told the truth, don't be obsessed with me. Tisk. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone coquettishly. There was a touch of charm in her. Maybe it was because of eating such delicious food that Lin Ruashu felt much better. AMU. But without much ado, Lin Ruashu started eating. After all, it was the first time for her to eat such delicious food, not only Buddha jumps over the wall, Wensi tofu, but also squirrel mandarin fish. How nice it would be if I could eat such delicious food for the rest of my life. Lin Ruashu sighed like this, but soon her heart was startled, and the villain in her heart was shocked. Lin Ruashu, what are you thinking about? Are you crazy? Chapter 14 Sister-in-Law's live broadcast, generous reward rebate of 1 billion. My heart is in turmoil. Lin Ruashu felt unprecedented uneasiness in her heart. How could this happen? It's just a meal, what's the big deal? It's just that the cooking skills are better than those of a 5-star master. That's normal. Jiang Bai naturally had no idea about Lin Ruashu's thoughts, but at this moment, the ding-dong message sound came. Oh? Jiang Bai was stunned when he saw the push message on his phone. My sister-in-law is live streaming and seems to be competing with someone. In that case, let's make another profit. I just topped up some money and soon the consumption rebate was available. Ding! The host spends 10 million renminbi, triggering a 100-fold rebate, and gets 1 billion renminbi. Wow! Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard the system voice. Wow, it's not bad to directly gain 1 billion renminbi. 100,000 for each hit. Are internet celebrities so good at playing this nowadays? On the other side, Sue Meyer sent a message to the group of 10 princes, godfathers, please help Meyer win that little girl. After flirting with the 10 princes, she looked at the little lowly opposite her who had been unhappy for a long time, and sneered in her heart, little girl, you are too young to fight with me. PK begins. Sue Meyer's health bar is crushing. Welcome Zue Qingcheng to give 100 blue enchantresses as a reward, Wah. Sue Meyer received a reward of 100,000 from a prince sponsor, and she immediately gave it up. Then 2 or 3 more prince sponsors also joined in, and her health bar reached 500,000. As time went by, Lin Xiaoxi's fans became completely upset. They felt that Sue Meyer's expression was too ugly. Sue Meyer's face was filled with pride. She sent a message of thanks to her sponsors and godfathers, and also attached a few topless photos of herself, which made her sponsors and godfathers quite satisfied. Little sister, how about it? Don't think that you can seduce fans just because you are pretty. You are still far from it. Before Sue Meyer could finish her words, Junlin Tianxia rewarded 500 blue roses without any warning. What? Sue Meyer's eyes widened, looking at the opposite side in disbelief, that king of the world. Hiss. Look, Boss Junlin is here, he is indeed a rich man. Ah, just a tie, Boss Junlin is awesome. Master Junlin is mighty and domineering, well done. Sue Meyer's pretty face turned cold. She didn't expect that the only prince on the opposite side would actually dare to take the title of prince. Without Sue Meyer saying anything, his financial sponsors and godfathers directly gave it to her generously. The health bar soared directly to 800,000, and it's still soaring. However, her godfathers were not even worthy of mentioning shoes in front of Jiang Bai, and she won the first game with a strong victory. Soon, the second round of PK began. Fans from both sides stared at the health bar. Sue Meyer's 10 sponsors and godfathers had learned their lesson the first time, so they started with a big move and the health bar soared. Directly make a million, this scene makes Sue Meyer more confident. Little sister, your Junlin boss is not strong. How can a mere prince compare to my sister's 10 princes? Fans in Sue Meyer's live broadcast room were also clamoring. After all, they had all watched Sue Meyer rise all the way, and they knew very well how strong the financial resources were that were protected by the 10 princely titles. Looking at the fans in the live broadcast room who were supporting his sister-in-law, how could Jiang Bai let them down? Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X10. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X20. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X30. As the fans in the entire live broadcast room were boiling with excitement, waves of dreamy starry sky floated up, directly crushing the opponent's health bar with an invincible posture. 10 fantasy starry skies equal 100,000. Jiang Bai directly obtained 300 fantasy starry skies in this wave, which equals 3 million. 666666, so cool and awesome. Dream starry sky, 300 dream starry skies, ha ha ha, shit. Who is this Junlin boss? He is the richest man alive. Your Majesty, please accept my humble respect. Ah, cool, damn, it feels so good. 300 fantasy starry sky, not to mention the fans, even Lin Xiaoxi herself was stunned, and immediately sent a private message, Boss Junlin, this is too expensive. How could Xiaoxi deserve to be treated like this? It's just small money. Jiang Bai typed back, then said, with me here, no one can bully you. Looking at the words that made her feel at ease, Lin Xiaoxi was deeply moved, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Junlin, thank you. In front of everyone in the live broadcast room, Lin Xiaoxi spoke emotionally, and the fans were also amazed. It was the first time they had seen such a domineering existence. There is no denying that Jiang Bai won the second game in the end because his move was too sudden. By the time the 10 princes on the opposite side reacted, the second game was over, and this game was won directly by 300 bombs. Sue Meyer's face turned green when she saw this. Losing 2 games in a row meant 450 bombs in total, which was definitely enough to kill her. Can't lose. The third game, we must not lose. Sponsors and godfathers, we can't lose the third round. Sue Meyer typed nervously, Meyer has jumped so many bombs, I don't have the energy to serve the godfathers. Acting coquettishly and cutely is obviously Sue Meyer's winning formula. Don't worry, I was a little surprised just now. That's right. In the third round, I will let that kid know how red the flower is. Hey, if we win the third game, Meyer, you have to repay us well. Everyone, please stop hiding your secrets. If we lose this round, we can't fight sharks anymore. The group of sponsors and godfathers obviously knew that the third round was crucial. It was not only related to Sue Mayer's face, but also to the faces of the 10 of them. Then he looked at the 4 words King of the World opposite him, with a fierce light in his eyes. He would not be able to swallow this humiliation if he didn't teach this kid a lesson. Chapter 15, Rewarding 10 million and being promoted to the title of Emperor. The third round of PK will begin soon. Lin Xiaoxi immediately sent another private message to Junlin Tianxia. Boss Junlin, you have been very good to Xiaoxi. Thank you. But in the third round, they must be holding back a big move. Xiao Shi. I don't want you to spend any more money. Jiang Bai saw the private message from his sister-in-law and said, don't worry, I know what's going on. Just wait and see. As soon as the third game started, Jiang Bai started giving out gifts. He immediately brushed 500 Dream Starry Skies and received a direct reward of 5 million. On the other side, the sponsors also tried their best, but they only managed to raise nearly 3 million. What? OMG, what did I see? Junlin boss gave 5 million in rewards right at the start. Oh my god, this is so rich. This reward operation is directly enshrined as a god. My goodness, 5 million without blinking an eye, this Junlin boss is too extraordinary. Boss, I am convinced. I am convinced. Stunned, the fans in Sue Mayer's live broadcast room were all dumbfounded, looking at the health bar in disbelief. What the hell? 5 million, is that King of the World crazy? All the sponsors and godfathers were silent. Damn, they are rich, and their money is far more than 5 million, but they will not spend so much money on a woman. No matter how you look at it, it's not worth it. As for Sue Mayer, her face was ashen and she collapsed on her seat. How could it be possible? Who is the prince who reigns over the world opposite? As everyone was shocked, Jiang Bai spoke for the first time in the live broadcast room, typing and posting comments, make it a whole number. Afterwards, Jiang Bai's 50 Fantasy Starry Sky rewards appeared on the screen, and the reward bar, which was originally 5 million, soared directly to 5.5 million. Jiang Bai's operation was not a big deal, but it directly led to the promotion of Dousha's entire network to a higher rank. Congratulations to Junlin Tianxia for giving more than 10 million in rewards to the crazy little Lolita and being promoted to the title of Emperor. There was a loud bang, and everyone in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room was stunned. Oh my god, the Emperor, the title of Emperor. Boss Junlin ascends the throne of Emperor. Congratulations, Boss Junlin, ha ha ha. Awesome, so awesome, Boss Junlin is invincible. Hey, that bitch Sue Mayer across the street must have fainted in the toilet. Lin Xiaoxi, who was live streaming in the villa, was stunned and stared at the screen with wide eyes. Master Junlin was promoted to the title of Emperor through rewards. Is he dreaming? Sue Mayer's live broadcast room. At this moment, Sue Mayer's pretty face turned pale as she stared blankly at the promotion congratulations announced across the entire network. The reward is over 10 million, and it's only 1 PK. Promoted to Emperor. Damn it, that was an honor that even she, a top 20 internet celebrity on Dousha Live, had never had, but it was actually possessed by a young girl. How could it be? That little girl across the street actually has such a wealthy fan. What a terrifying guardian, irresistible. The title of Emperor, it seems like it hasn't appeared for half a month. But the goddess Mayer is going to be in trouble. The other party gave her 10 million in rewards. According to the agreement, it will be 1,000 bombs. My god, that's such hard labor, I can't even imagine it. Hey, but it's pretty cool to watch the goddess of beauty's slender waist explode 1,000 times. Yeah, it looks better when you're tired, right? Lin Xiaoxi took a deep breath. Since Junlin was so supportive of her, she couldn't let his efforts go to waste. She made up her mind. Sue Mayer, come on, I'll help you count the 1,000 bombs. Obviously, after this wave, Lin Xiaoxi understood the cruelty of live broadcasting. It was not as good as she thought. But that didn't matter. What was important was that she would not let go of any thunderous punishment given by Junlin. You. Sue Mayer's eyelids twitched wildly when she heard Lin Xiaoxi's words. She had wanted to embarrass this little girl before, but she didn't expect that she would shoot herself in the foot. If she didn't twitch, her journey as an internet celebrity would probably end here. Just jump. With a grit of teeth, Sue Mayer began to dance to a magical dance music that made the fans in her sister-in-law's live broadcast room explode with excitement. Ptah, forgive my heartless laugh. Xiaoxi's wife and others have become famous. The top 20 internet celebrities have all been beaten up and jumped 1,000 times. If this news gets out, I wonder who will dare to bully our Shaoxi on Dosha Live. Master Junlin, you did a great job. Long live the Emperor. Damn it, this wave is enough for me to brag about for a month, no, at least a year. Seeing the fans' congratulations, especially the live broadcast room whose fan value had exceeded 100,000, Lin Xiaoxi was deeply moved and sent a private message to Junlin Tianxia, Boss Junlin, there's nothing much to say, Xiaoxi thanks you. Sometime, I want to thank you in person, okay? At a certain moment, Lin Xiaoxi typed with anticipation. Okay. Jiang Bai naturally would not discourage Lin Xiaoxi's little thoughts, and typed a reply. Really? Lin Xiaoxi continued typing, great. Don't worry, Boss Junlin, I will make this bad woman jump through the thunder bomb 1,000 times. Chapter 16 Brother-in-law, I'll pass you my sister's photo album. He smiled and glanced at his sister-in-law's private message. At this moment, more than half an hour had passed. As for Lin Ruashu, she had eaten most of the 6 dishes. This scene scared Jiang Bai. Nizi, you are crazy. Looking at the dishes on the table, this girl is not afraid of being stuffed to death. What do you care, burp. Before she could finish, Lin Ruashu burped in a very ungraceful manner. If this were to be posted online, it would definitely turn the entire network upside down. As she spoke, Lin Ruashu took a bite of the pork chop and wanted to eat more, but she finally reached her limit. Puff. If Nizi wants to eat it, I'll just make it next time. Is it necessary to work so hard? Jiang Bai was amused. Who could have thought that the national queen goddess would actually have a fight with Gonfan? Oof. After hearing what that guy said, Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at him. She said next time. She didn't believe that shameless guy would have a free lunch. She estimated that it would be delayed for another 5 days. Ding dong. After putting down her bowl and chopsticks, Lin Ruashu discovered that her mobile phone had sent several messages, all from the Dosha live broadcast platform. She clicked on them and took a look. What? Lin Ruashu stood up from her seat, her graceful figure fully displayed, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. That girl, she was piking with someone, and someone actually gave her tens of millions in tips. The king rules the world, the king rules the world again. Seeing this name, Lin Ruashu wanted to eat him alive. If I know who you are, I will grind you to dust. Jiang Bai felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. What the hell? I guess my Junlin Tianxia account didn't offend this girl, did it? Then he opened the live broadcast room and was shocked to see his sister and a woman jumping like a thunder bomb. This is 1,000 times the explosion of thunder, are you crazy? Although she doesn't pay attention to this type of traffic type songs, she still knows some about them. It's no exaggeration to say that the probability of exhaustion after dancing to it 1,000 times is at least 90%. Then looking at the latest comments, Sumayer had danced almost 20 times and was already sweating, and it seemed that the fans were getting more and more excited. As expected, all men are pigs. Lin Ruashu looked at the girl in the live broadcast room who was dancing with thunder. That girl, is it really okay to bully others like this? Oh, I really spoiled her since she was a child. She was very troubled by this sister, this girl just needs to be disciplined. Hey, Jiang Bai, you can't go there. Bang. Before Lin Ruashu finished speaking, she heard the door close, and a voice was left in the air. Let me come to the villa, is there a problem with me staying in your room? By the way, clear the table. Lin Ruashu. Hateful. She glared fiercely towards her own boudoir. How could that guy be like this and even live in her room? Whose house is this? She muttered for a while, thinking about the delicious food she had just eaten. Since you gave me delicious food, I won't argue with you. In the room. Jiang Bai received a message from his sister-in-law, brother-in-law, are you there? Happy.jpg. Exist. I showed your photo to my parents today, and they were super satisfied. My sister-in-law typed, they said they want you to come to our house for dinner sometime. Isn't this bad? Jiang Bai was stunned. He didn't realize that his sister-in-law was so concerned. Hey, nothing. My sister doesn't ask for much, and you're handsome, rich, and you cook delicious food. After chatting for a few words, the sister-in-law rolled her eyes and said, brother-in-law, I'll pass you my sister's photo album. Hee hee, I promise that you will like my sister. After that, ding dong. Looking at the photo album sent to him, Jiang Bai clicked on it and his eyes widened. All the photos were quite revealing. It was obvious that the sister-in-law had used a big move to win over her brother-in-law. If Lin Ruashu knew about this, she would beat her so hard that her parents wouldn't recognize her. Lin Ruashu returned to her room and glared at her bedroom angrily, her heart going crazy. That bastard, how could he do this? Damn it, I really want to kill him right now, what should I do? Ding-a-ling. Just then, my cell phone rang and I saw it was a call from my best friend. Hey, Yuning. What did you say? You came to Dongjiang and are at the airport now. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Lin Ruashu sat up from the bed, thinking to herself that something was not good. Sure enough, a voice came from the opposite side. Hey, Ruashu, you said last time that if I came to Dongjiang, you must come with your boyfriend to pick me up, so hurry up. Beep beep beep. Before Lin Ruashu could finish her words, her best friend hung up the phone, leaving her alone in the wind. Hiss. What should I do? Last time Zhou Yuning kept asking about the family's forced marriage, Lin Ruashu didn't take it seriously and casually mentioned the existence of Jiang Bai. But now her best friend has come to her house and is determined to live in her villa. Besides, he would never agree to leave if that bastard asked him to. Damn it, how could this happen? For a moment, Lin Ruashu was in tears and felt like she was shooting herself in the foot. After a nap, Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief and went to the bathroom, but when she arrived, she was shocked to see Jiang Bai wiping his face with a pink towel. Chapter 17. Who is your wife? Don't call me that. Jiang Bai, you are using the pink towel again. He glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. Haven't you heard that girls' things can't be used carelessly? Jiang Bai. Hearing Lin Ruashu's words, Jiang Bai was stunned. He looked at the pink towel and took a sniff. It smells pretty good. It's just a towel. Just buy another one. I'll use this pink towel from now on. You. Lin Ruashu gnashed her teeth until they creaked, but she couldn't lose her temper when she thought about how she would need his help next. She felt so wronged. Poof. Hurry up and wash your face. I have something to tell you after you're done. Thinking that she would need him to pretend to be her boyfriend so soon, Lin Ruashu's pretty face turned red, but Jiang Bai was a little confused. What was going on with that girl? What? Let me pretend to be your boyfriend. The contract will be used soon. When Jiang Bai heard that pretending to be a boyfriend was a physically demanding job, he said, if you're meeting a girlfriend, it'll be 200,000. Lin Ruashu, 200,000, you are stealing money. Don't think that I have money so you can raise the price. Although Lin Ruashu is rich, it doesn't mean she is a sucker. With this kind of girl, her boyfriend gives her 200,000 yuan at a time, and she thinks 20,000 yuan is too much. In that case, forget it. Jiang Bai didn't care at all. Guyu lay on the sofa and said, then find another job. Hello? After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth. She was a queen of the music world, but she had to pay money to find a boyfriend to pretend to be one. If this got out, she would definitely be laughed to death. Ding dong. Jiang Bai received a message saying that he had received 200,000 yuan. He grinned and said, I'm taking money from others to help them get rid of their misfortunes. Let's go. Look at the time, your bestie should be arriving at the airport soon. With a snort, Lin Ruashu followed. She was really in a dilemma now. So many things had happened before she even met her parents. Moreover, after her best friend moved into the villa, she must not let her find any flaws, otherwise all her efforts would be wasted. 20 minutes later, Dongjiang Airport. Nizi, put your hand up and let me hold it. In the parking lot, Jiang Bai looked at the gap between two people and said, have you ever seen a couple so far apart? When Lin Ruashu heard Jiang Bai's words, she wanted to refute but swallowed it in the end. She gritted her teeth and put her slender hand in the big hand, but she didn't know what she was thinking about, her face flushed. Wife, you have never been in love, have you? Feeling the tense and stiffness of Lin Ruashu's slender hands, Jiang Bai was stunned. It was a pity that such a beautiful girl had never been in love. None of your business. She glared at a guy. If she wanted to fall in love, it would only take a few minutes. There were quite a lot of boys chasing her, not to mention that she was a queen of the music industry. No, who is your wife? Don't yell at her. Thinking of that guy shamelessly calling her his wife, her scalp suddenly felt tingling and she felt like she would have nightmares at night. Okay, wife. Then I won't call you my wife anymore. Lin Ruashu. She rolled her eyes at a guy and stopped talking because she realized that sooner or later she would get hurt if she kept talking to him. But the two of them were like a young couple bickering and showing off their love, making the people around them envious. Something unexpected happened at the airport exit. "You are so good, Ruashu. You haven't come yet. You must be hanging out with your boyfriend. You are a man who has no humanity towards the opposite sex. I will make you suffer in a moment." A beautiful girl in a blue shirt and super short shorts appeared at the exit. She had been waiting for several minutes. This person was Lin Ruashu's best friend, Zhou Yuning, the director of the Tianlasian contract department. "Bitch, that's you. If I make you bankrupt, I'll kill you." Just as Zhou Yuning was waiting for her bestie to pick her up at the airport, a middle-aged man with obvious mental problems came from a distance with a kitchen knife in his hand. No one knew how he found this place. The scene was instantly in chaos. When Zhou Yuning looked over, her pretty face turned pale, because the mentally ill man had already come in front of her. She turned around to escape, but was strangled by the mentally ill man with one hand, and a kitchen knife was placed on her neck with the other hand. Murder, murder. Everyone at the scene was instantly nervous. There was no one within a 3-meter radius of the mentally ill man. It was obvious that everyone was afraid of being implicated if they were not careful. Was she? When the airport security discovered this, their faces changed drastically. 5 or 6 security guards appeared at the scene, holding batons and riot shields. If someone died today, they would definitely be in trouble. "Sir, calm down. Put down the kitchen knife first, we can talk slowly if there is anything." The security captain took a deep breath. Even though he was a veteran, the scene before him was rare and the man was obviously mentally traumatized. It seems like there's danger over there. What? It's Yuning. Lin Ruashu came to the scene and saw the person being held hostage. Her pretty face turned pale. "Why is it Yuning? What should I do? Call the police." "Yes, call the police." Lin Ruashu quickly took out her phone and was about to tell Jiang Bai something, but Jiang Bai was no longer by her side. Only a voice rang in her ears, "By the time the police come, the flowers will have withered." "Jiang Bai, what are you going to do? Are you crazy? Come back soon." Lin Ruashu's mind suddenly buzzed. What did she see? That bastard actually went straight towards the mentally ill man. Her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Chapter 18. Our national goddess also has shy moments. Jiang Bai approached, and the whole place was shocked. Wow, what is that guy doing? Could it be a military background? Damn it, that's taking a hostage. If we're not careful, that beautiful lady will die. What? Look, that guy is heading straight for the murderer. The scene was in uproar. When everyone looked over, the murderer had already chopped Zhou Yuning's neck with a kitchen knife. "I will die with you, bitch." No. That boy is too reckless. The girl is finished. The faces of the people around changed drastically. It was obvious that Jiang Bai had provoked the murderer, at least that was what they thought. Boom. However, the scene of the beautiful woman dying as imagined by everyone did not appear. Instead, Jiang Bai blocked the blade of the murderer's kitchen knife with his hand. Zhou Yuning was shocked and looked at Jiang Bai in disbelief. This guy actually caught the blade with his bare hands. What? Lin Ruashu was stunned, looking at the guy who caught the knife with his bare hands. How is it possible that he could block the murderer's full-strength knife with his palm? With a bang, Jiang Bai kicked the murderer 1 meter away. Zhou Yuning was frightened and hid behind Jiang Bai, while Lin Ruashu rushed forward. Yuning, are you okay? Lin Ruashu's face was filled with worry, but then she looked at Jiang Bai's right hand. Her pupils suddenly widened. Your palm didn't even bleed. What? Zhou Yuning was still in shock, and when he looked over, he saw that the people in the crowd and the security guards all had shocked faces. What the hell? Not a drop of blood was left. This? How is it possible? Jiang Bai looked calm from beginning to end. He glanced at the murderer opposite him and said, "You are a talent for killing people with a kitchen knife." As the voice fell, a white ambulance came speeding from a distance, with the words Jiangnan Mental Hospital written in large letters on the outside of the car. Afterwards, the criminal who was subdued by the security guard was immediately given an injection of tranquilizer. The leading psychiatric doctor then apologized to the security captain. "Ahem, our patient escaped without permission and caused you trouble." Ha! After hearing what the psychiatric hospital doctor said, the security captain was completely stunned. It was not until the psychiatric hospital car left that everyone came back to their senses. The farce ended in this way. Mental illness? Prop kitchen knife? Wow. They were actually scared half to death by a mentally ill person. Fuck, that murderer is a psychopath. Damn, I'm so embarrassed. I almost got tricked by a mentally ill person. Shit, my reputation is ruined in an instant. But the props are quite realistic, this guy is an expert. Phew, if it weren't for this buddy today, who knows what a joke it would have been. Everyone around was laughing and crying, and the security captain was secretly wiping his cold sweat, thinking, oh my god, it's a close call. Ahem, let's all go away. The security captain coughed dryly and dispersed the crowd. After all, it would be shameful if this matter were spread on the internet. Soon, only Jiang Bai and his two companions were left on the scene, with the knife in Jiang Bai's hand. Lin Ruashu took the kitchen knife from his hand and gently broke it into 90 degrees, which shows how tough it is. Zhou Yuning's face flushed when he saw this. Oh, I'm done for. I have no face to see anyone. I was actually held hostage by a mentally ill person with a kitchen knife, and was scared to death. Ruashu, this is so embarrassing. Zhou Yuning held Lin Ruashu in his arms for a long time before he came to his senses. He looked at Jiang Bai embarrassedly. Ahem, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. But, thank you anyway. Zhou Yuning then looked at Jiang Bai carefully. He's quite handsome, no wonder Ruashu likes him. Yuning, what are you talking about? She glared at Zhou Yuning, her face flushed. Whatever she liked or disliked, was eaten by that guy. What could she do? Ahem, I can't tell. Our national goddess also gets shy sometimes, hee hee hee. Zhou Yuning joked disrespectfully, then looked at her bestie. I haven't been to Dongjiang for many years. This time I came to see your so-called boyfriend, and secondly, my brother asked me to come to Dongjiang in person, saying that Dongjiang University has produced a musical genius, and he is also the leader of his dormitory. I really want to call his name. Oh, right, his name is Jiang Bai. Lin Ruashu. Hearing what her best friend said, Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes widened. What? Her best friend came here just for that bastard? Dongjiang University, dormitory boss? Jiang Bai was also confused at this moment, looking at Zhou Yuning who looked familiar. Surname Zhou? Zhou Hao is. Obviously, Jiang Bai realized something. He had heard Zhou Hao say before that he had a beautiful sister. You know my brother. Zhou Yuning was stunned when she heard this, and looked at her best friend's boyfriend in surprise. Lin Ruashu's mouth twitched, but all this was just too much of a coincidence. Ahem, actually. I am Zhou Hao's boss. Jiang Bai laid his cards on the table and said that he felt that even the melodramatic plots in novels were not written this way. It was just a coincidence that his father met his mother. It was such a coincidence. Zhou Yuning, Hearing this, Zhou Yuning was stunned. You are Jiang Bai. My best friend's boyfriend is actually my brother's dorm boss? Wrong. Soon, Zhou Yuning thought of something serious. That is to say, you are a junior now, right? Ruashu, this is too cruel. Obviously, Zhou Yuning found it a little unbelievable that her best friend actually found a boyfriend who hadn't even graduated from college. Wait a moment. Zhou Yuning then quickly opened her phone and clicked on the chat history with her brother Zhou Hao. There was a photo of Jiang Bai, which Zhou Hao sent to him before she came. Ahem, it's really you. At this moment, Zhou Yuning was extremely certain that Jiang Bai in front of him was the musical genius his brother had mentioned. I heard that your song became popular all over the school, that's great. Zhou Yuning then looked at her best friend and said in a shocking tone, Ruashu, you have such a potential boyfriend, but you didn't recommend him to me. Are you afraid that I will steal your boyfriend away? Go away. Hearing her best friend's joke, Lin Ruashu glared at her. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean by snatch or not snatch? In the extended version of Maybach. I didn't expect that, Ruashu, you have a boyfriend so soon. Zhou Yuning looked at Lin Ruashu with resentment. We agreed to share the hardship, but you left me alone halfway. That's really mean of you. Lin Ruashu was speechless after hearing her best friend's words. She didn't want to do that, but who made the encounter happen that night? Thinking of this, her face turned red. Chapter 19, hit 10 times in a row, is all my pants gone? That's right. Zhou Yuning thought of something. I heard that today is the Dongjiang Temple Fair. It's still early, why don't we go and take a look? After hearing her best friend's words, Lin Ruashu subconsciously looked at Jiang Bai. After all, they were not a real couple and obviously needed to seek his opinion. However, this scene made Zhou Yuning narrow his eyes. He didn't realize that Jiang Bai had such a high status. I can do anything. Jiang Bai smiled and said that it would be nice to go to the temple fair and make some money. All right. Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief. If that guy didn't agree, she would lose face in front of her best friend. Soon, we arrived at the Dongzheng Temple Fair. Although it was getting close to nightfall, the number of pedestrians coming and going increased instead of decreasing. This was not surprising as Dongzheng was a bustling city at this time of year. The smell of fireworks hits you in the face. Hey, have a cup of milk tea. Not long after Jiang Bai got off the car, he came over with 3 cups of roasted grass jelly. This surprised Zhou Yuning. Her younger brother was really smart. She would be grateful if that brat had 1/10 of her best friends. Thanks. After politely thanking him, Lin Ruashu took the first cup of milk tea that Guy bought for her. She felt relieved that the guy was sensible and the 200,000 was not wasted. Ding! The host spends 45 renminbi, triggering a million times reward, and gets 45 million renminbi. Drinking milk tea, Lin Ruashu held her best friend's hand and said, Yuning, let's go. Let's go to the ring. Although she was wearing large sunglasses, it could not conceal her beautiful face and temperament. Zhou Yuning is naturally a great beauty, and with Jiang Bai as her companion, this lineup really made many boys envious. Lin Ruashu and her best friend first met by playing ring tossing, so they would play ring tossing to reminisce the past whenever they were together. Handsome guy, do you want to have a try? When the stall owner saw Jiang Bai with 2 beauties, he was envious and knew that business was coming, so he greeted them warmly. Come on. Jiang Bai naturally would not miss such a good opportunity to make money. After paying the money, the boss gave him 30 circles. Ding! The host spends 20 renminbi, triggering a 2 million times rebate, and gets 40 million renminbi. Wow! Jiang Bai was stunned after taking the ring. Wow, this wave of critical hits is really good. If he maintains this momentum, becoming a billionaire will be easy. Fuck, this guy is awesome. 2 beautiful ladies accompany me to visit the temple fair, is this the peak of my life? He's so handsome, it would be great if he was my boyfriend. Oh, I'm so envious, what should I do? Seeing Jiang Bai and the other 2 putting on rings, it attracted a lot of attention. After all, the combination of handsome men and beautiful women is always the focus. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and using the lucky card, costing 100 renminbi. 1 hour. Just throw it and you can accurately win 100 RMB. Eh? Zhou Yuning's eyes were full of surprise. Jiang Bai, you're amazing. This guy. Looking at Jiang Bai's gloves being put in the bag, Lin Ruashu bit her red lips. Did she just want to show off? What's the big deal if she just put one in the bag? He made a series of moves, and when the 3 people left, the stall owner looked at Jiang Bai with doubt in his life. Oh my god, I met a master. I won 10 times in a row, with a total of 500 renminbi. I lost all my money. Jiang Bai, can't you see that he is also a master of hooping? Zhou Yuning looked at Jiang Bai with admiration. It seemed that the eldest brother of her brother was more outstanding than she expected. It's just so-so. Lin Ruashu was talking on the side, and was obviously quite dissatisfied with a certain guy who was stealing the show. Ruashu, you call this just average? Zhou Yuning rolled her eyes at her bestie. Do you know the probability of getting hit 10 times in a row? This is the first time I've seen a perfect shot. Didn't you see the stall owner's face turn green? Hey, it's so enjoyable. Zhou Yuning laughed and looked at Jiang Bai with emotion. If I had known that my brother had such a powerful potential boss, I would have taken action a long time ago. Maybe, I am Jiang Bai's girlfriend now. Lin Ruashu, Jiang Bai broke out in a sweat. She was indeed worthy of being Zhou Hao's sister. Their personalities were surprisingly similar. Yuning, what nonsense are you talking about? She rolled her eyes at her best friend. She knew her best friend's personality too well, but was it really okay for her to act like this in front of her, even though she and Jiang Bai were pretending? Jiang Bai shook his head slightly and ignored it. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1. Wealth, 7.485 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai curved his eyebrows. It seems that becoming a billionaire is not that difficult. Jiang Bai, the ring toss is so cool, I wonder how about the claw machine? Zhou Yuning looked at a row of claw machines not far away, which contained brand name bags, perfumes, and lipsticks. It's okay. Jiang Bai thought for a moment and said, with the blessing of the lucky card, his luck should be pretty good. Really? Let's try it. Zhou Yuning looked at the claw machine not far away and asked, Boss, how do I play this? $10 a time. The stall owner smiled and said, the bags, perfumes and lipsticks here all have anti-counterfeiting QR codes, and you can trace them by searching. Forget it. It's hard to succeed in claw machines. Lin Ruashu looked at the claw machine. It was obvious that it was a machine that made money from people who took chances, like her best friend in front of her. Let's have fun. Zhou Yuning didn't care. If he caught it, it would be great. If he didn't, it would just be fun. He wanted to pay while talking, Boss, give me 10 times. You are a guest, how can I let you spend money? I will do it. He casually handed a $100 bill to the boss, and then the boss gave him 10 gold coins that looked very good and high-end. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, good luck to you. The stall owner gave a mysterious smile. When Lin Ruashu noticed it, she sighed slightly. These two people were asking for trouble, so what could she say? Jiang Bai, did you see that red Dior lipstick? Ruashu likes it the most. Zhou Yuning looked at the Dior brand lipstick in the lipstick claw machine. This kind of lipstick costs more than 10,000 yuan in the flagship store. Although both of them are not short of money, there is no reason for them not to get it at such a low price. Yeah. Look at the red Dior lipstick in the claw machine and control the claw to move towards that direction. Dang. With skillful operation, the Dior lipstick was successfully dropped at the exit. The stall owner widened his eyes with an expression of disbelief. What? Lin Ruashu was also a little confused when she saw the guy's operation. It actually succeeded. How could it be possible? At the same time, the people around the temple fair widened their eyes and looked at Jiang Bai with envy. This guy is really good and has great luck. However, the following operations made them confused. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 20 Ruashu, Jiang Bai is really that powerful. Gucci bags. Chanel perfume. Givenchy lipstick. The boss swallowed his saliva when he saw this, but luckily she was just helping the company with the event, otherwise he would have definitely lost a lot of money. Ruashu, is Jiang Bai taking drugs or something? Why is he so strong? Zhou Yuning asked Lin Ruashu, this is too unreasonable. It's okay that he never misses a circle, but now he also wins every time he catches the claw machine. Put. What are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Lin Ruashu glared at her best friend. How could this guy speak properly? Even though he meant that, it was too hard to accept. What's the matter with taking drugs? And that guy doesn't seem to need drugs. Lin Ruashu's face turned red. I don't know what she was thinking about. Lin Ruashu, what are you thinking about? After walking around for a while, the three of them came to a restaurant. Just eat here. Zhou Yuning was a little hungry and said as he glanced at the restaurant. Alright, let's just consider it as a welcome for you. Lin Ruashu nodded, and the three of them came to the window booth. Just as they ordered the dishes, a strange scene happened at the table next to them. A girl, with 3 boys sitting opposite her, was obviously a rare blind date, and one girl was meeting 3 boys. Beauty, my family owns a mine. If you become my girlfriend, you will definitely get benefits. Don't listen to him, Beauty. I'm an entrepreneur and my own boss. I have free time and can take you out to play anytime. The first 2 boys who spoke were a rich second generation and an entrepreneurial boss. Both of them were outstanding people. Compared with them, the third boy pales in comparison. Not only is her appearance not the most outstanding, but her looks and temperament are also far behind, which is why the second generation and the young boss despise her and do not take her seriously at all. With his hands in his pockets and a hint of a sly smile on his lips, he looked a bit like the guy who put his hands in his pockets that year, not knowing what his opponent was. I saw a rather slovenly young man taking a leaf from the table after eating, and then placing 7 fish bones on it. Seeing this, the beautiful woman opposite smiled meaningfully, took the sloppy young man's arm and left, leaving the second generation and the entrepreneurial boss confused. The scene before their eyes was indeed far beyond their expectations. What the hell? The boy didn't say anything. It was hard to understand why they lost. Eh? Zhou Yuning looked at the table next to him curiously. What's wrong with that girl? She actually chose the sloppy young man. Is it true love? Ha, that buddy is pretty awesome. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, and he was obviously well aware of this. This made Zhou Yuning even more confused. Jiang Bai, do you know why the girl made this choice? After hearing Zhou Yuning's words, the second generation and the boss pricked up their ears and listened. It was obvious that they also wanted to know where they lost. Did you see the vegetable leaves and fish bones on the table? He didn't answer Zhou Yuning directly, but asked. Lin Ruashu looked over suspiciously. A leaf? 7 fish bones? What does this mean? I see, but does this mean, At a certain moment, Zhou Yuning's face flushed, and he stared at Jiang Bai with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Jiang Bai, you mean, 1 leaf 7 times? Pfft. Zhou Yuning, who had just taken a sip of water, was sprayed out. Lin Ruashu was not stupid either. She was stunned when she heard her best friend's words. Then she stared at the vegetable leaves and fish bones on the table opposite, as if she had discovered a new world. The second generation and the boss were stunned as they listened to the conversation. 1 leaf 7 times, that bastard. So that's how he won. Obviously. They felt ashamed of this record. After all, what Kisselang did was not something that ordinary people could do. Expert. Seeing Jiang Bai's sharp words, the second generation and the entrepreneurial boss said, Brother, please give me some advice. Yeah, I don't know how we can beat that guy next time, please give me some advice. Hearing this, not only Zhou Yuning and Lin Ruashu looked at Jiang Bai, but so did everyone else in the restaurant. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that should not be missed. I see. Jiang Bai looked at the two people who were eager to learn, and smiled slightly in a good mood. Okay. If someone does this to you in the future, you can get a small spoon and put a fish bone in it. In this way, if you meet a knowledgeable beauty, I guarantee you will win her. Small spoon? Fish bone? Zhou Yuning frowned, and Lin Ruashu murmured, unable to figure out what this meant for a moment. Ah! The second generation realized something at some point, and said excitedly, Dude, you mean, 1 stab for 1 hour? Hiss. After saying that, the second generation took a breath of cold air and said, Oh my god, this guy is such a ruthless person. Brother, I've learned a lesson. The entrepreneurial boss gulped his saliva, while he completely hung up and beat him 7 times. The customers around suddenly realized what was going on. Oh my god, that's awesome. The little cow climbed up the tree, it's awesome. The grandmaster of the world of flirting with girls? This realm is too high. This handsome guy is amazing, his girlfriend must be super happy. Yeah, of course, I really want to have a boyfriend like you, boo-hoo. Handsome boy, come home with me, okay? I'll be responsible for making money to support the family, and you'll be responsible for taking care of your waist. Puff. Zhou Yuning came back to her senses and looked at her best friend meaningfully, then whispered, Ruashu, Jiang Bai is really that amazing. Lin Ruashu. Yuning, what are you talking about? At this moment, Lin Ruashu's face turned red to the back of her ears. This girl was too bold to ask such a question in such an occasion. Although her voice was very low, what would she do if others heard it? Ha, I learned something. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. The second generation and the entrepreneurial boss thanked and left. The scene was in an uproar, especially the beautiful girls, who looked at Jiang Bai as if they wanted to eat him alive. Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief and calmed herself down, feeling the envious gazes of the crowd. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. What nonsense was that bastard talking about? He only knew these crooked ways. Seeing her bestie shy look, Zhou Yuning became more certain of her guess, and then joked, Jiang Bai, you must have used this method to seduce many girls. How could it be? Jiang Bai was not unlucky, and said, besides the previous one where I was blind and dated a scheming girl and broke up with her, Ruashu is the second one. Yeah. Seeing Jiang Bai's reaction, Zhou Yuning was stunned. This humorous and handsome potential stock had only dated one person before she met her bestie. Her bestie really found a treasure. Hey, her bestie is still a novice in love. It must be very interesting for the two of them to get along with each other, wow. Chapter 21 You can choose to sleep on the floor, or sleep in the same bed with me. Not long after, during mealtime. I'm going to the bathroom. After Jiang Bai finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards the restroom. However, many girls followed him along the way, and some even wanted to join him. However, reason eventually overcame impulse. Ruashu. Watching Jiang Bai leave, Zhou Yuning, who was originally too embarrassed to speak, came up and whispered with a sly smile, "Tell the truth, Jiang Bai really does stab for an hour." Put. After hearing her bestie's words, Lin Ruashu almost choked to death. "Yuning, you? Tell me quickly, I'm curious." Obviously, Zhou Yuning would not let her best friend off like this. "About an hour. Are you satisfied?" Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth and said with a blushing face, "Really, is it really okay for her to say this?" Wow. Zhou Yuning looked Lin Ruashu up and down. "You are so happy, no wonder you look so much better this time. It seems that this is all thanks to your Jiang Bai." After hearing what her best friend said, Lin Ruashu wanted to pounce on her and give her a good beating. It would have been fine if they just talked about it in private on weekdays, but this girl was getting bolder and bolder. "Go away." Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at her bestie, looking as if she was ignoring him, but Zhou Yuning continued to probe with a sly smile. "How many times can Iya do that?" Lin Ruashu's brain was about to explode. "It can't be Iya 7 times, that would be 7 hours, Ruashu. Zhou Yuning, can you still eat properly?" Lin Ruashu really wanted to strangle her best friend in front of her. Could it be that she was irritated by seeing that she had a boyfriend? Ahem, only 3 times, less than 4 times. Hey. After asking the result, Zhou Yuning chuckled. "I said, how can a man who was favored by our Ruashu be bad? No wonder you like him so much that you're reluctant to introduce him to me for a contract." Lin Ruashu. Lin Ruashu really wanted to cry out in injustice after hearing her best friend's words. It was not that she was reluctant, but she clearly did not want to help that bastard. After all, that guy had taken enough advantage of her. But then again, "Ruashu, you are really strong. You can withstand Jiang Bai's attack." Zhou Yuning was shocked when he spoke, but Lin Ruashu stopped talking and pretended to eat. Why did he explain everything to this girl in so much detail? What if this girl had any improper thoughts about that guy? What should he do then? The two of them whispered to each other, and Jiang Bai came out of the bathroom. "Please settle the bill while you're at it." Looking at the cash register, Jiang Bai thought for a moment. After all, there was no reason not to do it since he could just pay with ease. "Sir, the total is 450 renminbi, card or cash." The cashier at the restaurant was a pretty little beauty. When she saw that the customer was a handsome guy, her face couldn't help but blush because Jiang Bai looked too much like the Prince Charming in her dreams. "Cash." Jiang Bai put 5 bills on the cashier's counter and said generously, "No need to give me the change, the rest is a tip." Thank you, handsome guy." The beautiful cashier took 5 red bills and took a deep sniff, as if she wanted to smell the scent of the handsome guy. Of course, Jiang Bai didn't know this. Ding! The host spends 500 renminbi, triggering a 50,000-fold rebate, and gets 25 million renminbi. I got the rebate from consumption and made a small profit of more than 20 million yuan. I feel pretty good. After returning to the dining table and eating for a while, the 3 left. Jiang Bai, thank you for the welcoming banquet. Zhou Yuning smiled in thanks, which made Lin Ruashu a little confused. What was going on? If someone didn't know, they would think they were good friends and she was an outsider. "Sister Ning, you're too polite. You are Haozi's sister, and also my Jiang Bai's sister." Jiang Bai smiled slightly. Zhou Yuning's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Really? So, Ruashu is no longer my sister-in-law, hee. Lin Ruashu. After hearing what her best friend said, she was so upset that she thought, was this a disguised way of taking advantage of her? I don't want to bother with you guys. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at the two of them and walked towards the temple fair. Zhou Yuning was very happy to see this. He felt that this trip to Dongjiang City was not in vain. It can be said that the harvest is very fruitful. After swiping money several times, the 3 of them left the temple fair and returned to the villa late at night. Drip. After washing up, Lin Ruashu came to her bestie's room in her pajamas. "Yuning, let's sleep together tonight." Looking at her own boudoir that had been occupied by someone else, Lin Ruashu felt so angry that her teeth were itching. She could only bite the bullet and hope that her best friend would take her in, otherwise it would be inappropriate for her to stay in another guest room. After all, my relationship with that guy is clear. Whether it's true or not, at least it seems true to my best friend. Yeah. Lin Ruashu's sudden entry scared Zhou Yuning. She was just about to change her clothes, but before she could put them on, her proud figure was exposed to Lin Ruashu. She thought it was Zhang Bai. Ruashu, you are going to scare me to death. He glared at Lin Ruashu and quickly put on his clothes. He had never been in a relationship before, so how could he stand being seen naked by others? Sleep with me? I have a boyfriend at home, I can't bear this responsibility. After putting on her clothes, Lin Ruashu was half-heartedly kicked out by Zhou Yuning. What a joke! They are a couple, so what's the big deal about her interfering? Obviously Zhou Yuning thought her bestie was afraid that she would be left out, but she didn't know that was not the case at all. Yuning, I. Bang! Before Lin Ruashu could finish her words, the door of her boudoir was closed. Zhang Bai had just come out of the bathroom after taking a shower at this time, and when she saw a certain guy, Lin Ruashu's heart jumped to her throat. Don't you misunderstand me? I came in because I was afraid Yuning would notice something was wrong. Zhang Bai saw Lin Ruashu's blushing face and looked at her graceful figure that could not be concealed by the thin pajamas. Then you can choose to sleep on the floor, or sleep in the same bed with me. What? Hearing Zhang Bai's words, Lin Ruashu immediately exploded. You made me sleep on the floor. This is my boudoir, my villa, you. Before he could finish, Zhang Bai interrupted him. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the guest room. Lin Ruashu wanted to say something but paused. If this young lady could stay in the guest room, she would come in. You are so cruel. Snorted coldly. Lin Ruashu naturally wouldn't sleep on the floor, as it was her last bit of dignity. A guest room was naturally not realistic either, so Lin Ruashu simply lay down beside the bed. I'm warning you, this is the 38th parallel, you can't come over here. Childish. Zhang Bai glanced at Lin Ruashu and turned away. We've done what we should do and seen what we should see. There's nothing to be sad about. Lin Ruashu. Crunch. Listening to what that guy said, Lin Ruashu was furious. She had done it, she had seen it, there was no point in letting it go. How could that guy be so shameless and complacent? Chapter 22. You may not believe it, but the boss is dating the goddess Ruashu. Poof. With a cold snort, Lin Ruashu turned her head aside. She really didn't want to say another word to that guy because she was afraid that she would lose control and beat him up. Hateful. Now I feel a little regretful. What should I do? If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten married to that bastard. Gurgle. After a short stalemate, Lin Ruashu's lower abdomen cried out in protest of hunger, which made her quite uncomfortable. She really didn't eat much for dinner. It was because that bastard had cooked such delicious lunch that the ordinary food didn't arouse her appetite at all. Zhang Bai, I'm hungry. Her face turned red. She had just been thinking of ignoring that guy no matter what, but now her plan had failed in less than half an hour. Zhang Bai, who was playing with his phone, rolled his eyes at Lin Ruashu when he heard her words, "You're hungry, it's none of my business." You. After hearing these words, Lin Ruashu was stunned and had no words to refute for a moment, because that bastard was right. What did her hunger have to do with him? Hateful. Lin Ruashu secretly hated him, and then she made up her mind, at worst. I'll let you stay for 5 more days. Big sister. It's already 10 o'clock at night, don't you know? Zhang Bai glared at Lin Ruashu, and Lin Ruashu blushed when she heard that. She knew that this was very rude, but she was really hungry. 7 days, no, 10 days. 10 days, no more. Lin Ruashu tried her best to eat a certain guy's food, but it was also because the food that guy cooked was too delicious. Well, seeing that you are so sincere, I will do it for you reluctantly. Well, let me help you. As if feeling apologetic, Lin Ruashu said this with a smile, her attitude being extremely humble. Zhang Bai glanced at Lin Ruashu, who had never touched a woman's body, and said, "Forget about helping me. If you really feel bad, then you can sleep with me after dinner." You. Lin Ruashu blushed when she heard this and glared at someone, only to find that Zhang Bai had already left the room. Damn, that bastard, I really want to bite him to death, what should I do? On the other side, in the room, Zhou Yuning received a call from his younger brother and answered the call. Hey, sis. The voice on the other side was Zhou Hao's. Hey, have you reached Donjiang now? You little brat, your sister would have starved to death by the time you pick her up. Zhou Yuning thought about what happened during the day and it still felt like a dream, especially the life and death scene in the farce. She was really scared at that time. But soon, Zhou Hao on the opposite side lost his composure. What? Sister, you said you've already met the boss. Zhou Hao stared at the computer in front of him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. How is it possible? How could you have seen the boss? I don't even know where the boss is? You may not believe it, but Jiang Bai is now my best friend's boyfriend. Then, Zhou Yuning told his brother about their relationship, and Zhou Haodong stood up from his seat. Fuck. Sister, are you, really? Boss, his girlfriend is Goddess Ruashu. There was a loud bang, and Zhou Hao lost the ability to think. He even forgot how to hang up the phone. How could it be? My elder sister's best friend is actually the Goddess Ruashu, and my elder brother is in love with the goddess, OMG. At this time, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao had just come back from taking a shower. When they saw Zhou Hao standing there in a daze, they were shocked. What had upset this kid? Third brother, are you okay? Lin Xiao even stepped forward and touched Zhou Hao's head. You don't have a fever. Hey, third brother, what's your bank card password? Let's withdraw the money and buy you some candy. That's right, don't worry, we will never waste money. Zhou Hao came back to his senses and rolled his eyes at the two guys. Are you crazy? I'm not senile yet. Ha! Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhou Hao thought about the information just received. You may not believe this, but the boss is in love with the goddess Ruashu. Puff. What? Su Tancheng and the other man drank some water to cover up their embarrassment, but ended up spitting it out, looking extremely embarrassed. Old three, what did you say? Say it again. Lin Xiao swallowed his saliva. You said, the boss is in love with goddess Ruashu. This. Oh my god. My boss is actually playing both sides, my goodness. All of a sudden, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao were extremely envious. My god, they hadn't even seen a girlfriend, but their boss had two, a campus beauty girlfriend and a national goddess. Is there any justice in this world? You will have no friends if you do this. Go away. Zhou Hao glared at the two of them. What are you thinking about? Is the boss that kind of person? I just called my sister and she said. Listening to Zhou Hao's talk, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao were stunned and shocked. It turned out that Haozi's elder sister was the best friend of goddess Ruashu, and the elder brother even lived in goddess Ruashu's boudoir. Envy makes people's hearts twisted. At this moment, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao felt that their hearts were twisted because of the boss. But that Lu Feifei is so shameless that she actually cheated on the boss. The three of them scolded Lu Feifei like a dog at once. No wonder Lu Feifei looked so listless these days. It seemed that she knew what missing the boss meant. Hey, if this news gets out to the outside world, how many people do you think will kill the boss? When Zhou Hao said this, Su Tancheng and Lin Xiao imagined it and couldn't help but shudder. If that was the case, the boss would definitely be chopped into meat paste. Ahem, third brother, this matter cannot be spread out, otherwise the eldest brother will be in a lot of trouble. Su Tancheng came back to his senses and coughed dryly to remind him. Zhou Hao nodded silently. He naturally knew this. While the three were discussing, they arrived at Thompson Epine Villa. Zhou Yuning, who had just finished blowing his hair and was about to go to bed, couldn't help but smell the tempting aroma. It smells so good, I want to eat it. Gulp. After swallowing a mouthful of sweet saliva, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but curiously push open the door, followed the fragrance to go downstairs, and at this moment he saw Jiang Bai bringing the fragrant pasta to the table. Zhou Yuning. Oh my god. Jiang Bai, you are such a good cook. A slight sleepiness was instantly driven away by the appetite. When he came to the dining table, he couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. Well, Jiang Bai, is it okay for me to eat something? It's okay, I'm not hungry. There's still some left in the pot after we finish eating. I'm going to sleep first. After saying that, he turned around and walked upstairs. Lin Ruashu looked at her best friend across from her in a daze, her beautiful eyes widened. Why should this girl eat this? This was what she exchanged for 10 days. For a moment, her heart was bleeding. Chapter 23. It's so abominable. It turns out that feeling is not a dream. Oh. After taking a bite of the pasta, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but savor it out loud. Delicious. It's delicious. Lin Ruashu glanced at her best friend with resentment. It tastes good, right? The tone of her voice seemed to contain a dagger, but of course Zhou Yuning's attention was not on her best friend at the moment. Of course. Zhou Yuning took another bite of pasta. It's no exaggeration to say that this is the best pasta I've ever eaten. However, he did not notice that Lin Ruashu's resentment deepened. So angry. How could this happen? Why did this girl suddenly come downstairs? Hey! Ruashua, Zhang Bai is so good to you. Zhou Yuning ate for a while and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's already so late, and I'm still making you a midnight snack, be happy. Where can I find such a good man? Zhou Yuning couldn't help but think of something, and glared at Lin Ruashua, but, you're not nice enough, you're eating alone behind my back. No wonder you said you weren't hungry during meals. Maybe the food was too bad. No way. Lin Ruashu's face turned red when her thoughts were exposed. Zhou Yuning smiled coldly when she saw this. She knew very well what kind of person this girl was. Ahem. Yuning, aren't you trying to lose weight? Looking at her best friend who had eaten most of the spaghetti on the plate, Lin Ruashua asked. This was something she had exchanged for with great efforts. Hi. It's okay to have a meal. Zhou Yuning waved his hands and said this, and Lin Ruashua was about to cry in anxiety. Is this just about a meal? However, she seemed to see herself in her best friend. During the day, she seemed to think so too, but her thoughts failed in just half a day. But I really can't resist the temptation of that guy's delicious food. She even wondered if she would starve to death if that guy really left one day. Return to the room. Looking at the guy who was soundly sleeping, Lin Ruashua snorted softly. Thinking that half of her earnings had been taken away by her best friend, she really wanted to strangle that girl to death. The cat went to a corner and prepared to go to sleep. After eating the pasta, it felt much more comfortable. However, before she could feel it carefully, Zhang Bai behind her turned over and held her in his arms, which made Lin Ruashua instinctively want to struggle, but in the end she failed. That guy. Seeing that Zhang Bai didn't seem to do it on purpose, she resisted the urge to bite him to death, snorted, and let him hold her. Zhang Bai felt the quietness of the girl in his arms, with a smile on his face. How could it be enough to extend it by only 10 days? Not to mention, it felt pretty good to sleep with this girl in his arms, especially the fragrance of this girl was so nice. The next day, early morning. Zhang Bai woke up after a good sleep and saw the beautiful woman in front of him hugging him like an octopus. Zhang Bai was stunned. This girl is really generous, but when he saw his big hands on the mountain that he couldn't cover, he couldn't help swallowing. Good job. I couldn't have slept like this all night, right? When did this happen and why don't I have any memory of it? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3-day mission of living in Lin Ruashua's villa. You will be rewarded with god-level driving skills and 5 billion renminbi. While experiencing the smell, Zhang Bai heard the system sound in his ears. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Zhang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, god-level music, god-level cooking, god-level driving skills. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tanyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1. Wealth, 12.455 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Feeling the additional information about driving skills in his mind, Zhang Bai felt that even a veteran driver with 30 years of experience was no match for him. In his excitement, he couldn't help but exert force with his hands, causing the mountain to deform. Zhang Bai closed his eyes guiltily. Damn it, waking up at this time would definitely be courting death, so he might as well pretend to be dead for a while. This is... After Lin Ruashua woke up, she looked at the way she was holding that guy and said, how could this happen? I didn't mistake him for Yuning, did I? Thinking about the dreamlike memories of yesterday, my god. However, when I felt a slight pain, I looked for it. With a loud bang. That bastard, actually, so abominable, it turns out that feeling was not a dream, she is my best friend, how could it be him, what should I do? No. The first thing Lin Ruashua calmed down was that she must not wake this guy up, otherwise it would be terrible. Carefully break free from someone's clutches, and then treat what happened yesterday as a dream. No, treat nothing happened. That's right, that's it. Ding-a-ling. After Lin Ruashua left the boudoir, Zhang Bai's cell phone rang. Hey, boss. When the call was connected, Zhou Hao's voice came from the other end, you were so dishonest. You actually didn't tell us that you were in love with Goddess Ruashua. Also, is my sister at Goddess Ruashu's villa? Hey, I originally wanted to introduce my sister to you. Listening to Zhou Hao's words, Jiang Bai smiled. It seems that you all know. That's right. I am indeed in a relationship with Lin Ruashu, and we broke up with Lu Feifei a few days ago. Sooner or later, he would know, and Jiang Bai didn't want to hide anything. In the dormitory opposite, Zhou Hao, who was using the hands-free mode, was standing next to Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao. Boss, that's awesome. Hey, boss, share what you did with your sister-in-law, how is it? Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao looked at each other with a wicked smile, and Zhou Hao also pricked up his ears to listen. This was a big gossip that he would have been foolish not to listen to. Knowing the personalities of the three LSPS, Jiang Bai said in a reserved and profound manner, it's indescribable. Puff. Fuck, boss, you are shameless. It's so heartless, I'm so envious. As expected, the three of them complained to vent their fluctuating emotions. Ding dong. At this moment, the three of them received a text message at the same time, saying that Jiang Bai had given them 100,000 yuan, which made the three of them flattered. This is compensation for your mental damage. Buy whatever you want to eat. Beep beep beep. After saying that, Jiang Bai hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Oh my god. Su Tiancheng and the other two stared with their eyes wide open, looking at the huge amount of 100,000 in their mobile phones. Oh my god, mental damage compensation, although they gave me consolation money, why can't I be happy, damn it. Oh my god, is the boss feeling sorry for himself? Woohoo! Boss, you are too mean. You will have no friends like this. The resentful trio looked hopeless and wanted to beat up the boss. What should they do? Chapter 24. Sister, you may not believe it, but he is the brother-in-law I found for you. Villa, living room. Ruashu, how is it? You slept well last night, didn't you? Seeing her best friend's face flushed and dazed, the curious baby asked. Jiang Bai was a man who could stab for an hour. She couldn't imagine that scene. This girl must be so happy, Zhou Yuning thought. It's okay. Lin Ruashu felt guilty being stared at, as if her best friend had seen her sleeping with that guy in her arms, and then she made an excuse, but it was Zhou Yuning who made up his mind, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a playful manner. Ruashu, come and help. Zhou Yuning looked at her bestie and said, I had such a delicious midnight snack from Jiang Bai yesterday, so today's breakfast is a thank you, even though it's not as delicious as what he made. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Zhou Yuning received a call from the senior management of Tianlazian. Hello, Mr. Li? Heavenly Music Charity Concert, okay, I get it. But I want a spot. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuning's pretty face lit up with joy. At this moment, Jiang Bai just walked out of the room with a cheerful look on his face. Jiang Bai, you're here just in time. Thinking about the spot I fought for, I decided to keep it to myself. The Tianlai charity concert will be held tomorrow. If I have time, I can go and participate. It's a good opportunity. The platform originally asked me to invite Ruashu. I put a lot of effort into getting this spot. Yeah. Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard Zhou Yuning's words and was about to refuse politely. Ding. The host triggers a random mission. The charity concert is a big hit, and you get a mysterious treasure chest X1, with 6 billion renminbi as a gift. Okay. Without thinking too much, Jiang Bai agreed. Thank you, Sister Ning. Hey, you're welcome. Looking at the breakfast on the table, there is no time to lose. I need to go to the charity concert to make some arrangements. You guys can have breakfast. After saying that, Zhou Yuning took his bag and left the villa. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the villa became somewhat ambiguous, but it did not last long as it was interrupted by the ringing of the doorbell. I'll go open the door. Lin Ruashu took a step and fled the scene. She took a deep breath and thought about the scene in the morning. Her heart began to beat violently, as if it was about to jump out at any time. Here I come. Lin Ruashu pretended to come to the door quickly. Yuning, I knew you were reckless. When he opened the door, he was stunned to see Lin Ruashu coming. Dang dang dang. Sister, are you surprised or not? Obviously, the person who appeared at the door was not Zhou Yuning, but his sister Lin Xiaoxi. At this moment, her face was full of smiles. She came to help her brother-in-law complete the task of completing 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 the task. Xiaoxi, why, are you here? When she saw her sister, Lin Ruashu secretly felt uneasy. She never expected that the person coming would be her sister. She was not ready to let Jiang Bai meet his family. Oof. Why can't I come? Is there some secret hidden? With a snort, Lin Xiaoxi had already entered the villa. Xiaoxi, don't go in, it's broken. By the time Lin Ruashu looked over, it was obviously too late. At this moment, Jiang Bai was eating breakfast at the dining table and happened to look at Lin Xiaoxi. Ah. Brother-in-law, why is it you? Lin Xiaoxi came to the living room and was stunned when she saw her brother-in-law whom she had not seen for a few days. If she opened the live broadcast room at this moment, it would definitely shock everyone. Oh my god, Xiaoxi Lolia's brother-in-law, is he really her brother-in-law? Oh. Jiang Bai was also stunned when he saw Lin Xiaoxi. He obviously didn't expect that their relationship would be exposed on their second meeting, but it didn't matter that way. Haven't seen you for a long time. Jiang Bai greeted his sister-in-law like an old friend. Lin Ruashu came to the living room and watched their conversation. What the hell? These two people know each other? Then, Lin Ruashu thought of something and her face turned red. Xiaoxi, don't scream. Things are not what you think. Tisk. Lin Xiaoxi rolled her eyes at her elder sister. Sis, do you believe this? After hearing what her sister said, Lin Ruashu wanted to say something but ended up not saying it. It was obvious that she herself did not believe it. After all, the guy was just wearing home pajamas, and it was obvious that he was staying overnight. However, Lin Xiaoxi's attention was obviously not on this. She stared at her brother-in-law in a daze. Sister, you may not believe it when I tell you this, but he is the brother-in-law I found for you, the handsome brother who saved my brother that night. Puff. Lin Ruashu was caught off guard by her sister's sudden words. She was choked, but she stared at Jiang Bai with her eyes wide open. What did you say? The brother-in-law that the girl had been yelling about was actually this bastard. How could it be possible? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Wrong. Soon, Lin Ruashu thought of something. Nizi, you said he saved you a few days ago. I remember you were staying at the Tianyu Mansion villa that day, right? Looking back, Lin Ruashu realized that she seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Yes. My brother-in-law's home is Tianyu Mansion No. 1 villa. Is there a problem? Lin Ruashu couldn't help but twitch her lips when she heard this. Her mind suddenly buzzed. Tianyu Mansion? Or Villa No. 1? How is that possible? That day, the Royal Mansion No. 1 villa was a building worth 300 million yuan, which ordinary wealthy businessmen would not be willing to buy, but this guy actually bought it. Of course. Lin Xiaoxi proudly talked about her brother-in-law's achievements. Sister, you don't know, my brother-in-law spent millions to accompany me to Wana Plaza, and he also has a Bugatti Veyron. But it's strange, why don't you have one outside your villa? Lin Ruashu. Jiang Bai, you. How much did you hide from me? Obviously, at this moment Lin Ruashu knew that the guy she thought came from an ordinary family was actually so rich. Now that I've discovered it, I won't pretend anymore. Jiang Bai shrugged indifferently. Let me show you my true colors. I am actually a hidden rich man. Hiss. Lin Ruashu took a deep breath. Jiang Bai was not surprised by this and admitted, Tianyu Mansion No. 1 villa is mine, the Bugatti Veyron is also mine, and the millions spent on Xiaoxi was also mine. Listening to Jiang Bai's showdown, Lin Ruashu had mixed feelings for a moment. She looked at him with complicated eyes, thinking about her so-called marriage contract. She felt like a clown in front of that bastard. AMU. Lin Xiaoxi took a bite of breakfast and was stunned. Huh. This smell, sister, has Sister Yuning been here before? Lin Ruashu seemed not to have heard it. All she had in her mind were the scenes that had happened during this period. She felt like she was dreaming. How could that guy be so rich? This shouldn't be possible. If this guy had money, he would have taken a designated driver before. How could this happen? Chapter 25. Oh my god, brother-in-law, you are such a good driver. Oof. Brother-in-law, you are so mean. Lin Xiaoxi snorted, you and my sister are in love, and you're pretending not to know me. Ha, I also only found out when you posted the photo. Thinking about the photos that showed the beautiful scenery, Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruashu. Nizi, I didn't expect you to be so relaxed when taking photos. Photograph? Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruashu was stunned, and Lin Xiaoxi beside her thought that something was wrong. As expected. When Lin Ruashu's eyes fell on Lin Xiaoxi, flames flashed in her eyes. Lin Xiaoxi. You actually showed my photo to others, I will beat you to death. After saying that, he pounced towards Lin Xiaoxi with his teeth and claws bared, like an eagle catching chickens. Ah! When Lin Xiaoxi saw her elder sister's claws coming, she screamed and hid behind her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, help! Lin Xiaoxi, come here! Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth, as if she had no secrets at all in front of that guy. She had only looked at the photo album in private, and now that guy had seen it. What a heartless man! Poof! Brother-in-law is not an outsider. Let him see what's going on. Lin Xiaoxi has the support of her brother-in-law, so she is not very fond of her elder sister and spoke seriously. After some commotion, Lin Ruashu finally accepted this reality, and then glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. Delete all those photos, you hear me? It's a nice shot, why did you delete it? That's right. That's right. Lin Xiaoxi was speaking fearlessly at the side, and Lin Ruashu really wanted to strangle that girl to death. She was really rebelling against the heaven. Am I the outsider, or is that guy the outsider? He is a traitor who cannot distinguish between inside and outside. Ah! At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi opened the drawer of the TV cabinet, but saw something she shouldn't have seen inside, a red notebook. Sister, you and your brother-in-law have both obtained their marriage certificate. There is no doubt that after Lin Xiaoxi opened the marriage certificate, she saw photos of her brother-in-law and elder sister, with their names and registration date clearly written on them. Lin Xiaoxi. Seeing that their relationship was exposed again, Lin Ruashu was going crazy. She snatched the marriage certificate from the girl's hand and felt extremely regretful that she should have put it away earlier. Oh my god. However, it was obviously too late now. If she could go back in time, she would definitely not leave the marriage certificate in such an easy-to-find place. Sister, I am not dreaming, is this real? I just can't imagine it. Lin Xiaoxi was chattering like this, but she was very happy in her heart. Her elder sister's progress was too fast. But he was worthy of being her brother-in-law. He successfully won her elder sister over. Very good. In this way, I can eat the food cooked by my brother-in-law openly and spend his money in the future. Hooray! Sister, I need to go to the bathroom. After Lin Xiaoxi finished speaking, she ran towards the washroom. Watching Nizi leave, Lin Ruashu glared at someone. Jiang Bai, you are so rich and yet you still agree to a marriage contract. What else? Jiang Bai smiled calmly. Only a fool would not want a beautiful wife who comes to his doorstep. You. AMU. Lin Ruashu bit Jiang Bai's shoulder in anger. Jiang Bai felt the pain and slapped her, but, Lin Ruashu, you are crazy. Are you trying to murder your husband? Someone's unscrupulous words made Lin Ruashu blush to the roots behind her ears. Murdering your own husband? Jiang Bai, how can you be so shameless? But at this moment, Lin Xiaoxi returned and saw her brother-in-law and elder sister hugging each other. Her eyes widened and she took a photo. Lin Xiaoxi. Before Lin Ruashu could finish, Lin Xiaoxi chuckled and said, well, sister, brother-in-law, you guys continue. After saying that, Dada walked upstairs. The next day, early morning. It's all your fault. Lin Ruashu glared at someone. Originally, she thought that after her best friend left, she would not have to suffer the torture of sleeping in the same room with that guy. But who would have thought that Lin Xiaoxi came in a hurry? Now, in order to avoid the scene of yesterday morning, Lin Ruashu stayed up until midnight. Especially, seeing Jiang Bai sleeping so soundly made me feel so angry. The charity concert is about to begin. Lin Ruashu was complaining in the stretched Maybach, but she didn't notice Lin Xiaoxi smiling beside her. It was very rare for her elder sister to go crazy. My brother-in-law and my elder sister have a good relationship. There are still 10 minutes left, that's enough. Seeing that there were still 10 minutes left before the charity auction, Jiang Bai was not worried at all. He just took this opportunity to try out the effectiveness of his god-level driving skills. Tisk. 10 minutes. Do you think you're a driving god? It takes at least 20 minutes to get to the charity concert from here. Buzz. There was a roar of a wild beast, and the next moment with a whoosh, the extended supercar turned into a black light and rushed out. The extremely strong push on the back prevented Lin Ruashu from finishing her words. By the time he reacted, the supercar had already left the Thompson Epine villa. Hiss. In less than 10 seconds, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but gasp as she watched the villa moving away at a very fast speed. Wow! Lin Ruashu looked at her brother-in-law with eyes full of admiration. Oh my god, brother-in-law, you are such a good driver. That's amazing. Thumbs up, Lin Ruashu was completely conquered by her brother-in-law's ability. It was like filming a blockbuster movie, super exciting. The beast roared and galloped towards the charity concert. Fuck. Are you crazy? Do you think this is a racetrack? There was a lot of cursing along the way, everyone was shocked. It was now rush hour, and the stretched Maybach was speeding as if there was no one around, as if the surrounding cars were air. Brother-in-law, so handsome. Feeling the rapid speed, Lin Ruashu screamed as if she was letting herself go, but Lin Ruashu next to her was scared half to death, her pretty face was pale. These two people were crazy. One dares to drive, the other dares to sit. Aren't you afraid at all? Soon, the charity concert parking lot. Squeak. With a perfect drift, the car left a circular mark on the ground and parked accurately in a parking space. The eyes of the people who had just got out of their cars were all wide open. Fuck. That guy has amazing driving skills. Is there a god of driving in the world? Many car owners around sipped their lips, and Lin Ruashu was very satisfied. Brother-in-law, 8 minutes, you only took 8 minutes. What? Lin Ruashu checked the time and looked at Zhang Bai in disbelief. I can't believe it. It's a 20-minute drive, and you got there in just 8 minutes. Zhang Bai was also surprised by his own speed. Wow, his god-level driving skills seemed really cool. Chapter 26 Sister, my brother-in-law sings so well. 20 minutes drive, arrived in 8 minutes. What is this concept? Normally, she drove at about 60 miles per hour. After some calculation, Lin Ruashu's eyes paused. This guy's average speed is 150 miles per hour. With Lin Ruashu's IQ of 120, this calculation is certainly not difficult for her. Ruashu. As soon as I pushed the door and got out of the car, a familiar voice came. The person who came was Zhou Yuning. Sister Yuning. Lin Ruashu's sweet voice came, and Zhou Yuning was also stunned when he saw Lin Ruashu. Ruashu is here too. After some pleasantries, Zhou Yuning said to Zhang Bai, in addition to many singers from Tianlai, many second-generation wealthy people from Dongjiang have also come to the charity party today. Among them, there are quite a few suitors for Ruashu. I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Zhou Yuning reminded him, and Zhang Bai was stunned when he heard it. Oh? Yeah. Apparently Zhang Bai didn't care and entered the venue while talking. Ms. Lin, long time no see. Not long after entering the venue, a second-generation rich man came over. Seeing the man, Zhou Yuning's pretty face sank. You came so fast. Zhang Bai, this man is a henchman of Ruashu's suitor, named Zhang Xiaoning, the eldest son of the Dongjiang Zheng group. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoning was holding flowers, looking quite like a Prince Charming. Ms. Lin, these are the flowers that Boss Qin asked me to order for you. When Lin Ruashu saw Zhang Xiaoning, she pouted and said, brother-in-law, he's the one who keeps coming to see my sister and it's so annoying. When Zhang Xiaoning heard Lin Ruashu's address, his face darkened and he squinted his eyes at Zhang Bai. Boy, stay away from Miss Lin, otherwise, believe it or not, I will make sure you can't leave Dongjiang. Zhang Xiaoning, you. Bang. Before Lin Ruashu had finished speaking, Zhang Bai slapped her in the face and said, you're the one who keeps me from leaving Dongjiang. Who the hell do you think you are? Play the pig and eat the tiger? There is absolutely no need for that. With the system in place, the so-called big guys are nothing but trash in front of him, let alone this small character in front of him who has nothing to do with the big guys. What? Zhou Yuning was shocked when he saw Zhang Bai act so decisively. That guy just took action directly. Although the Zhang group that Zhang Xiaoning belongs to is not well known in Dongjiang, it is definitely a second-generation rich family. It is unwise to offend a second-generation rich family like this. Wow. Brother-in-law, so handsome. When Lin Ruashu saw Zhang Xiaoning being knocked over by a palm strike, her eyes were full of admiration. Zhang Xiaoning's face was full of disbelief. Boy, you dare to hit me. Zhang Xiaoning couldn't believe that the young boy in front of him dared to hit him. Roll. A calm voice came out. Zhang Xiaoning, who wanted to say something, met Zhang Bai's intimidating eyes and swallowed his saliva secretly. Boy, you have guts. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Zhang Xiaoning glared at Zhang Bai meaningfully and then left. Anyone who touched Zhang Xiaoning would be dead, no matter who that guy was. The interlude ended and the charity concert began. It is an honor for everyone to come to participate in the charity concert held by Tianlaisian. Next, let us welcome the new music star Jiang Bai with warm applause to perform a song You Are In My Life for us. Welcome everyone. Rookie? Jiang Bai? As soon as the beautiful host finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar. For a charity concert of this scale, the first song was given to a newcomer. This arrangement was really inappropriate. For this, Zhou Yuning has to bear a lot of pressure, which shows his good intentions. You did this? Lin Ruashu glanced at her best friend beside her and said, if we do this, we won't be afraid that he will ruin the charity concert. How could that be? I believe in Jiang Bai. Zhou Yuning didn't care at all, and then looked at her girlfriend meaningfully. Besides, don't you still have yours? I'm just creating opportunities for your man. If something goes wrong, you'll have to save the situation. Lin Ruashu was speechless for a moment. She really wanted to say that the guy was not her man, but she knew she could never say that. Brother-in-law, come on. You're the best. Lin Xiaoxi was cheering on the sidelines, but the fans in the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. 66666, where is my wife Xiaoxi? Wow, I think I saw the goddess Ruashu. This place looks like a charity concert held by Tian Lai. Wow, my brother-in-law is the first one to go on stage. That's awesome. Brother-in-law, come on, I love you. Wow, isn't it too much for Xiaoxi's wife to download goddess Ruashu's contact information? In an instant, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room skyrocketed, and in an instant it exceeded tens of thousands. They had never seen their brother-in-law sing. Of course, if they knew that goddess Ruashu was Lin Xiaoxi's biological sister, I wonder how they would react. The lights focused on Jiang Bai's handsome face, which was so handsome that it beat all the popular young actors by a long way. Because I dreamed of you leaving. I woke up crying. Watching the night wind blowing across the windowsill. Can you feel my love? Wait until the day I grow old. Are you still with me? The smooth and soothing melody lingers, and each note seems to have some kind of magic that flows into everyone's heart, making people's minds open and reminiscing about the past. Oh. When Lin Xiaoxi heard her brother-in-law's words, she excitedly said to her elder sister beside her, Sister, my brother-in-law sings so well. Of course, at this moment Lin Xiaoxi gave the camera to her brother-in-law, so her voice naturally could not be heard. If the fans in the live broadcast room knew what Lin Xiaoxi's name was at this moment, I wonder if they would come over immediately. Before Lin Ruashu could say anything, Lin Xiaoxi's voice came out again, it's better than your singing. Puff. Zhou Yuning couldn't help laughing. Her best friend's quirky sister was really likable. Lin Xiaoxi, you're itching, right? Lin Xiaoxi shrank her head at the intimidating bloodline suppression, but she hummed softly, that's how it is, why don't you let me say it? You. Listening to her sister's words, Lin Ruashu's forehead was full of black lines. What kind of magic potion did that bastard feed this girl? She was fooled by him and became so confused that it was abnormal for her to go her own way. Ruashu, let's get back to the point. Jiang Bai's singing level is absolutely top-notch, and is comparable to yours back then. Zhou Yuning looked at the handsome boy on the stage and sighed, I don't know how you discovered this potential stock, and you also took him down. Put. What did you take down? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruashu's flushed face looked so pretty, and the scenes of that night appeared in her mind. This girl was looking for death, bringing up things that were not relevant. At this time, Zhou Hao and the other two hurried to the scene and saw the boss showing off. Damn, the boss is already showing off. Chapter 27 Sister-in-law, you don't know how hateful the boss is. Charity concert, VIP seats. Sister. Zhou Hao's friendly voice was heard, and behind him were the nervous Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao. These three people came specifically to cheer for the boss, and of course, to see sister-in-law, the goddess Ruashu. You little brat, you know to come see me. Zhou Yuning glared at his brother, then his eyes fell on Su Tiancheng and the other man, these are your and Jiang Bai's other two roommates, right? Hello, Sister Ning. Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao spoke a little stiffly. The third brother didn't look that good looking, but he didn't expect to have such a beautiful sister with a perfect figure and appearance. Zhou Yuning nodded slightly to the two of them, and then Su Tiancheng and the other two looked at Lin Ruashu. Hello, sister-in-law. Puff. Zhou Yuning spat out a mouthful of water when he heard the sudden address, and Lin Ruashu's face turned red. Hello. Joke? Now that the arrow is on the string, what can she do but make the best of it? Hello, Sister Xiaoxi. Zhou Hao learned from his elder sister that the little Lolita in front of him, who had a pretty face, was his eldest boss's sister-in-law. However, it would not be bad if she could become his wife in the future. Hee, hello. Lin Xiaoxi smiled happily. She often listened to her brother-in-law talk about the things they had done in the past, and each one was very interesting. Hey, look, the boss is about to start again. Lin Xiao looked at the boss, who was almost ready on the stage, and spoke with narrowed eyes. Everyone's attention was attracted to the stage. How many people have admired your youthful appearance? Who is willing to endure the ruthless changes of time? How many people have come and gone in your life? You know I will be with you all my life. When everything seems dull, is there a kind of persistence still left in my heart? Ah. Boss, great job. Su Tanchang and the other two howled at the top of their lungs. It was obvious that they had a very good relationship with Zhang Bai. Zhou Yuning rolled his eyes at his brother and said, I never thought that this brat would have someone so obedient to him. Ruashue, your boyfriend is not simple. Zhou Yuning sipped his lips and sighed. Before Haozi went to Dongda, he was a troublemaker. My parents and I cleaned up a lot of messes for him. Now he has become someone I don't even recognize. Sister, stop talking nonsense? When Zhou Hao heard his elder sister revealing his shortcomings, he couldn't help but glare at Zhou Yuning. Save some face for me in front of my sister-in-law. Zhou Hao said with a blushing face. He didn't want his reputation to be ruined by his sister. Live broadcast room of the crazy little loli. 666666, brother-in-law is awesome. Oh my god, this song makes me believe in love again. Xiaoxi, my wife, ask if your brother-in-law has any brothers. Brother-in-law is on his knees, please accept my knees. Hey, this singing level is far better than those popular young actors. Brother-in-law, stop singing. I can sing 7 times. Come home with me, okay? Get lost, 7 times for 1 leaf is nothing, I can stab you for 3 hours. At this moment, the number of fans directly exceeded 50,000, and barrages of comments emerged on the screen like mushrooms after a rain, not to mention all kinds of rewards. The ant tripped the elephant and rewarded the runaway little loli with shark fins X666. The villains want to harm me by rewarding the violent little loli with rocket X88. I'm so domineering that I give a reward of X999 to the runaway little loli Yuan. Ijin Xinchang rewards the runaway little loli with super rocket X33. Rewards came in one after another. Although not as violent as those from King of the World, they should not be underestimated. Those who originally looked down on Zhang Bai now looked at him differently. If this boy were to step into the music industry, he would surely be like a mudslide sweeping across the entire music industry. His invincibility would probably be like another Lin Ruashu. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhang Bai's future will be limitless. With one song, the atmosphere in the venue became very hot, and the charity concert got off to a perfect start. Zhang Bai also accomplished the task of becoming famous in one battle. Pa 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 pa. As the song ended, thunderous applause and cheers broke out at the scene. Who is this guy? He sings really well. Yeah, you sing so well, how could you not recognize her? Handsome guy, I love you, come home with me. The audience was extremely excited. Zhou Yuning teased Lin Ruashu. Nizi, it seems you have a lot of rivals in love. Go away. What nonsense. Lin Ruashu glared at Zhou Yuning. Why did this guy say everything? Didn't he see that there were outsiders here? Back in the VIP seat, Zhang Bai's lips curled up slightly. Brother-in-law, good job. Lin Xiaoxi gave her brother-in-law a thumbs up. Zhang Bai rubbed his head lovingly, then looked at Su Tanchang and the other two. You are here too. Knowing that Zhou Yuning is the third brother's sister, it's not surprising that the 3 of them came here. Hey, the boss is rising, of course we have to come. Yes, we also want to meet my sister-in-law. Su Tanchang and I were talking, and the atmosphere was very lively. That's right. Zhou Hao thought of something, and then revealed the truth. Sister-in-law, you don't know how hateful the boss is. We called the boss to ask if we wanted to date you, and guess what he did? Zhou Hao was indignant and continued to complain. The boss gave each of us a red envelope of 100,000 yuan, saying it was compensation for our mental damages, and told us to buy whatever we wanted to eat. This is too mean. Puff. Lin Ruashu couldn't help but burst out laughing and glanced at Zhang Bai. She didn't expect that guy to be so mean, but this kind of outrageous thing seemed like his style. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the charity concert blockbuster mission and obtaining a mysterious treasure chest X1, with 6 billion renminbi as a gift. Just as the three of them were complaining, Jiang Bai heard the sound of the system reward arriving. Then, another voice was heard. Ding! Detection, the host has a mysterious treasure chest X1. Do you want to open it? Open. Without hesitation, Jiang Bai chose to open it directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level martial arts abilities. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Zhang Group. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group. Wealth, 18.43 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai felt a little better. Charity concerts and fame were not important to him. What was important was that he would receive unspeakable rewards by completing these tasks. This was the most important thing. He could only understand the God-level martial arts, but what the hell was the 100% stake in the Zhang Group? Could it be that it was the Zhang Xiaoning family property that I just destroyed? Chapter 28 Brother-in-law, this is so awesome. The charity concert is over. Lin Ruashu helped her bestie deal with things, and Su Tiancheng and the other two were left behind as free laborers. Lin Xiaoxi, who wanted to sleep, was taken back to Tomsonipine by Jiang Bai. Brother-in-law, I'm so happy today. Lin Xiaoxi said this with a smile, and the number of fans in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 100,000 without her knowing. Sit down. Jiang Bai glanced somewhere in the dark. Ever since he obtained the God-level martial arts, Jiang Bai's insight was far beyond that of ordinary people. The first thing he noticed was that someone was watching him, even in the charity concert venue. In that case, it might be a good opportunity to try out the God-level martial arts abilities I have acquired. Soon, we arrived at a road that was rarely traveled. Swish! The lights of a huge sand-carrying truck lit up and it was blocking the middle of the road. The supercar came to an abrupt stop. Another sand-carrying truck followed behind and blocked its way, surrounding the Maybach in the field. The live broadcast room of the crazy little loli exploded instantly. Shit, what is going on? Brother-in-law won't be surrounded. 2 sand trucks, call the police immediately, or my brother-in-law will be in trouble. That shouldn't be the case. Maybe I have offended someone? Look, there are so many people coming down. The number of fans in the live broadcast room increased sharply. At the same time, about 50 or 60 people from both sides surrounded Jiang Bai and Lin Xiaoxi. What? There are so many people, they are so brave. Lin Xiaoxi couldn't believe that these people were so unscrupulous. At this moment, a figure appeared in the field. This person was none other than Zhang Xiaoning, who had been knocked down in the stadium before. Now, Zhang Xiaoning's face was full of sarcasm. Boy, when you were tough before, did you ever think about the present? Really? As soon as Zhang Xiaoning said this, the people in the live broadcast room immediately understood that he was targeting his brother-in-law. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoning was unaware that everything they did was broadcast live by the invisible drone. Damn, such a bloody plot actually happened to my brother-in-law. Xiao Shi, you are in the car. Jiang Bai opened the door and got out of the car. Lin Xiaoxi's heart jumped to her throat. Brother-in-law, should we call the police? Need not. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. They are just a few petty thieves, just warming up. Poof. Zhang Xiaoning snorted coldly. You have a sharp tongue, come and destroy him. Crash. Afterwards, a group of 50 or 60 younger brothers rushed forward together. Zhang Xiaoning had seen Jiang Bai's skills with his own eyes, so he asked everyone to attack together. So what if you can fight? I want to see how good you are at fighting. After saying that, Zhang Xiaoning leaned against the supercar, chewing betel nut, waiting for the boy to be taught a lesson. Bang! Before Zhang Xiaoning could wait for a moment, a figure flew past him and slammed into the front of the sand truck. There was a dull sound, countless bones broke, and a small dent was formed on the front of the truck. This ability. Jiang Bai looked at his little brother, who was knocked away 7 or 8 meters by a punch, and looked at his right fist. It seems a bit against the will of heaven. Because, he just hit me lightly. If he had hit me with all his strength, I would have been smashed into a pulp on the spot. Fuck, what did I see? That guy was knocked away by my brother-in-law's punch. Such a terrifying force, I didn't expect my brother-in-law to be born with supernatural powers. That distance is about 7 or 8 meters. It's unbelievable. Hey, did you see that? There's a small hole in the front of the sand truck. Amazing. I didn't expect my brother-in-law is a martial artist. With this situation, I'm afraid 50 or 60 people won't be able to protect it. The live broadcast room was in a frenzy. The number of fans broke through the 150,000 mark, and comments were flying in, with some even saying it was a show. Papa. Then, everyone saw an incredible scene. With one step of Jiang Bai, at least 5 or 6 people were knocked out. 10 people were knocked out with one step, and no one escaped. Wow. Lin Xiaoxi in the supercar was stunned, eyes full of disbelief. Oh my god. Brother-in-law, this is too amazing. In an instant, 50 or 60 people were wailing on the ground. The heaviest attack did not exceed 1% of their strength. One could imagine how powerful Jiang Bai was now. It is no exaggeration to say that it is no problem to smash through a titanium alloy steel plate with one punch. Gulp. Zhang Xiaoning swallowed his saliva and looked at Jiang Bai, who was walking towards him. You, don't come over here. I warn you, I'm the eldest son of the Zhang group. If you dare to touch me, my father will make sure you can't leave Dongjiang. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Zhang Xiaoning turned into a black light and smashed into the supercar. The windshield shattered and he was embedded in it, breaking at least 6 ribs. Oh shit. So cruel. My brother-in-law is so cruel. They all felt pain through the screen. Roll. A cold voice was heard, and the 50 or 60 people who had been lying on the ground wailing the previous second climbed up as if they had been electrocuted. They supported each other and drove the sand truck to take Zhang Xiaoning away from the scene. Hiss. Many fans in the live broadcast room gasped, wow, the power of the brother-in-law's roar is so terrifying. 66666, my brother-in-law is invincible. This operation is so amazing. Damn it, please tell me the psychological shadow area of the second generation. Will Xiaoxi's wife's account be banned for live streaming like this? In the next scenario, is it that Xiaoxi Loli wants to pledge herself to me? By the way, am I the only one who noticed that the number of fans in the live broadcast room has exceeded 200,000? The heated discussions were frequent and the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room reached a new high. Then, Jiang Bai drove the extended Maybach towards Thompson First Class. Lin Xiaoxi's pretty face was full of excitement. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. No wonder the 3 drunks were so scared when we first met. Lin Xiaoxi said this, and Jiang Bai smiled slightly after hearing it. He didn't have god-level martial arts abilities when they first met. If he had it, he didn't know whether those 3 scumbags would have been beaten to death by him. However, Zhang Xiaoning didn't know that his nightmare had just begun. Chapter 29, my brother-in-law's combat power is at least 10,000, and the special forces are estimated to be only 8,000. Dongjiang, Zhang family villa. Ha! Zhang Qinian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the electronic equity transfer contract that had been sent to him. The Zhang group was on the verge of bankruptcy, and someone acquiring the group at this time would undoubtedly allow the Zhang family to stop losses in time. Ding dong! Then, a message came. Jiang Bai, 20 years old, a junior music student at Dongjiang University, lives in Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa, has a Bugatti Veyron worth 50 million in his name. Looking at the information on his phone, Zhang Qinian was stunned. 20 years old? A student? Tianyu Mansion Villa? No matter which word it is, it shows that Jiang Bai, the man who acquired their Zhang group, is not simple. You must know. Although the Zhang group is not well known in Dongjiang, it has a market value of more than 1 billion yuan. Even so, he does not have the confidence to buy the Tianyu Mansion, which is worth 300 million yuan. It is conceivable that the identity behind Jiang Bai is very extraordinary. Dad. At this moment, a voice came from outside the villa, and then Zhang Xiaoning, who was wrapped in bandages, came to the living room. Zhang Qinian jumped in fear when he saw the pig-headed face in front of him. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Zhang Xiaoning. Dad, it's me. Zhang Xiaoning was about to cry. That damn kid beat him so badly that the old man couldn't recognize him. If that kid didn't pay the price, the 3 words Zhang Xiaoning would be written backwards. You are, Xiaoning? Zhang Qinian took a closer look and realized that it was indeed his son, but he wondered why he had been beaten into such a mess. What's going on? Although he usually doesn't care about his son, Zhang Qinian still loves him very much in his heart. After all, he is his only son. Dad, I was beaten. Zhang Xiaoning added fuel to the fire and continued, Zhang Bai, I was beaten by a student from Dongjiang University, whoa. Being beaten by a student. How brave. Zhang Qinian was furious when he heard this. After all, his son was a second-generation rich man, and now he was beaten up by a student. If this matter were to get out, how would he, Zhang Qinian, gain a foothold in Dongjiang? Etc. Soon, Zhang Qinian realized that something was wrong, and his face immediately became extremely gloomy. Tell me, what was the name of the man who beat you? Zhang Bai. Aha! Zhang Xiaoning nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, thinking that the old man wanted to avenge him. It's that Zhang Bai. Bang! Before he could finish his words, Zhang Qinian slapped him to the ground. The slap was merciless and Zhang Xiaoning was stunned instantly. Dad, you. Zhang Xiaoning looked at his old man in disbelief with a look of astonishment on his face. Shouldn't he have beaten up Zhang Bai? Why did he beat himself up instead? Could it be that the old man had been kicked in the head by a donkey? Rebellious son. Zhang Qinian slapped him again, telling in detail how you offended Zhang Bai. Offending Zhang Bai, what did you say, Dad? Explain. Zhang Qinian, with a ferocious look on his face, was about to slap the evildoer in front of him, which frightened Zhang Xiaoning so much that he shuddered. I say. Dad, at the charity concert held by Tianlai today, Boss Jean asked me to. Zhang Xiaoning did not dare to hide the lesson of the previous slaps, and told it all, including the scene where he brought 50 or 60 people to teach Zhang Bai a lesson. Bang! Before Zhang Xiaoning could come to his senses, he was kicked away by a huge force, and the 6 ribs that had just been connected broke with a snap. Damn it! I've been so smart my whole life, why did I give birth to such a jerk like you? Zhang Qinian was so furious that his lungs exploded. He was still thinking about how to get in touch with Zhang Bai, but this evil creature had offended him directly. It's God's will. Zhang Qinian fell weakly on the sofa, and Zhang Xiaoning was dumbfounded. What the hell, what is this old man doing? A bad feeling came over me. Could it be that Zhang Bai was not as simple as I thought? As expected. Zhang Qinian was hit hard and smoked a cigarette to calm his fluctuating emotions, shouting, there are some things I didn't want to tell you, but now I have to tell you. Because I am afraid that one day in the future, your character will lead our family into an abyss. Dad, I. Zhang Xiaoning struggled to get up and climbed onto the sofa. Looking at the old man who looked more serious than ever before, he suddenly felt that the old man was not as strong as he had imagined. That's all. Zhang Qinian no longer had any obsession and continued, do you know that our Zhang group is on the verge of bankruptcy? This. After hearing what the old man said, Zhang Xiaoning fell silent. Of course he knew it, but as a playboy, he didn't think it was a big deal. At least he could be carefree even if he went bankrupt. Just when I was about to declare bankruptcy, someone suddenly acquired the Zhang group, and the person who acquired the group was Zhang Bai. What? Zhang Xiaoning's eyes widened as he heard this. How is this possible? The group's market value is over 1 billion yuan. Can Zhang Bai buy it? Only at this moment did Zhang Xiaoning realize how big a disaster he had caused. If Zhang Bai were to go back on his word, a catastrophic disaster would surely await their Zhang family. On the other side, back to the villa. Lin Xiaoxi wisely turned off the live broadcast. After all, the relationship between her brother-in-law and her elder sister cannot be made public now. Don't turn off the live broadcast, let us meet Sister Xiaoxi. Yes, that's too bad. He didn't even give me a chance to meet my love rival. Hey, today I discovered a new skill of my brother-in-law, his fighting power is incredible. My goodness, my brother-in-law's combat power is at least over 10,000, and the special forces are probably only around 8,000. My brother-in-law is invincible, what a pity, it would be so nice if he was my boyfriend, boo-hoo. Many fans were discussing and complaining, and even though the live broadcast had been turned off at this moment, what had happened before appeared in front of their eyes like a movie, and Lin Xiaoxi was unaware of this. Arriving at the villa, Lin Xiaoxi saw Lin's mother. Mom, you're here. Lin Xiaoxi was acting like this, and the scene in front of her was of course the news she had tipped off over the phone. Her role-playing of the little traitor was quite successful. Poof. Lin Ruashu snorted coldly and looked at her sister. She would never believe that her mother suddenly showed up at this moment and had nothing to do with this girl. Lin Xiaoxi, you did a great job. For some reason, Lin Ruashu became more and more uncertain, and even doubted whether it was the right decision to let Jian Bai get married in a fake way. It was good to deceive her parents now, but what if she couldn't get rid of that guy in the future? Chapter 30. Auntie is an experienced person. It is normal for young people to be energetic. Lin Ruashu. Mother Lin looked at her eldest daughter and said, "You are so bold now. You got married without your father and I's consent. Do you still have me and your father in your eyes?" Lin Ruashu wanted to say something, but Lin Xiaoxi beside her exaggerated, "That's right, now it's mom who's here. If dad came to see you, he would hang you up and beat you." Snort. Zhang Yuaru, Lin's mother, snorted at her daughter, then smiled at Jiang Bai. "You were Xiao Jiang, right? Thanks to you for saving Xiaoxi, otherwise who knows what would have happened." Zhang Yuaru's attitude changed 180 degrees. "Ruashu has been spoiled by us since she was a child. You should bear with her temper." "Mom, what are you talking about?" Hearing her mother's words, Lin Ruashu's face turned red, and Zhang Yuaru blared at her daughter. "What am I saying wrong? If you weren't spoiled, you could have gotten the marriage certificate with Xiao Zheng directly." Auntie, didn't Ruashu want to give you two a surprise?" Seeing Lin Ruashu's hesitation, Jiang Bai smiled and said, "Aunt, you haven't eaten yet, I'll go cook for you." "Xiao Jiang, no need to bother." "Hi." Lin Xiaoxi was very perceptive at this time and said, "Mom, just let your brother-in-law show off his cooking skills. He is a great cook." "Yeah?" Listening to her little daughter's words, Lin's mother looked at the figure working skillfully in the kitchen. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Then she glanced at her eldest daughter beside her and said, "Look at Xiao Jiang, and then look at you. A house full of gold and jade. Two auspicious dragons flying together. Golden canary. Anchovy shark fin." Delicious dishes were presented on the table, and Lin Xiaoxi was already gulping down her sweet saliva. Her brother-in-law was so awesome, even though she didn't know what these dishes were. That guy. Lin Ruashu was stunned. This level of cooking skills was much better than before. It was obvious that this guy's previous cooking skills were not his best. Seeing this, Lin's mother was shocked. "What a great cooking skill. I studied the art of golden canary with a master chef for half a year, but Xiaoya's movements were not as skillful as mine. How unbelievable." Lin Ruashu is a woman who has never been involved in worldly affairs, but her mother is just the opposite. Her mother's favorite thing is delicious food, which made Lin Ruashu and her sister enjoy delicious food a lot when they were young. But even so, she was deeply moved when looking at the ancestral dishes, thinking that this son-in-law is so great. "Ruashu, I agree to your marriage." Undoubtedly, with the added bonus of superb cooking skills, Lin's mother accepted this son-in-law who acted first and asked for permission later. Moreover, her youngest daughter said that this son-in-law lived in the King Floor Villa in Tianyu Mansion, a place that Lin's father was reluctant to buy when he first wanted to. The quality of the dishes reflects the character of the person, and cooking skills are also humanity. Lin's mother is a great cook herself. The more skilled her cooking skills are, the better her character is. Although it may not be 100%, it is at least 99% true. After all, someone who is not dedicated cannot cook delicious food. "Mom." Listening to her mother's words, Lin Ruashu's face flushed and her heart skipped a beat. How could this result make her feel relieved and worried at the same time? If, in the future, my mom knew that the marriage was a fake, I can't imagine what that would be like. After dinner, Mother Lin looked at her son-in-law, whom she liked more and more, and thought of something and looked at Jiang Bai and asked, "By the way, Xiao Jiang, are you free tomorrow? Xiaoxi's school will have a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. I may not be able to go." As she spoke, Mother Lin glanced at Lin Xiaoxi. It was obvious that this was a strong request from the little girl. "Mom, Jiang Bai doesn't have the time." Lin Ruashu spoke up. She was really afraid that this guy would stay with her sister again. Who knows where her sister would be led astray? Her mother was really careless. "Brother-in-law, can you please attend the parents' meeting?" Lin Xiaoxi said coquettishly that it would be very prestigious for her brother-in-law to attend the parent-teacher meeting. Of course, the most suitable person would be Lin Ruashu, but she couldn't go because of her status. After all, if Lin Ruashu went to Lin Xiaoxi's parent-teacher meeting, it would probably turn into a fan meeting in seconds. Ding! The host triggers a random mission. Attend the sister-in-law's parent-teacher conference and stun the whole audience. You will be rewarded with god-level bone-setting massage ability and 7 billion renminbi. As expected, Jiang Bai, who was about to answer, unexpectedly triggered a system task, but it seemed that he was being forced to show off again. Okay. Jiang Bai agreed to it. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she heard it. She looked at Jiang Bai in disbelief. What was wrong with this guy? He agreed. It's such a thankless task, their marriage is a fake one. Good. Mother Lin naturally ignored Lin Ruashu's words and immediately made a decision. It's getting late, Xiaoye, you two shouldn't stay up too late, you still have things to do tomorrow. Mom, you. When Lin Ruashu heard the word trouble, her face flushed red, and before she could finish her words, her mother and sister-in-law were no longer there. Wow, this mother-in-law is awesome and worth getting along with. Poof. Glaring at Jiang Bai, Lin Ruashu walked towards the boudoir. Damn it, if this goes on, when will they be able to sleep in separate rooms? The next day, early morning. Xiaoye, you guys are awake. Mother Lin was busy preparing a table of breakfast. It was obvious that she cared a lot about her son-in-law. Come here, Xiaoye, I've been cooking chicken soup for 2 hours. It's good for you. Puff. When Lin Ruashu heard what her mother said, she spat out a mouthful of milk. You girl. Mother Lin glared at Lin Ruashu, then smiled nonchalantly. Auntie is an experienced person, it's normal for young people to be full of energy. Lin Ruashu's forehead was full of black lines. Oh my god, what is this? Still need to make up? Full of energy? Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Bai was not stingy and drank up the chicken soup, which made Lin's mother very satisfied. However, Lin Ruashu was anxious. The reason she drank up the chicken soup was because the mother-in-law's loving chicken soup tasted really good. Supplement? Bullshit, they were just faking their marriage and slept in the same room, they didn't do anything else. Hateful. This guy is so shameless. My mother spent 2 hours cooking chicken soup, but she has never tasted it. For a moment, Lin Ruashu actually envied this guy. How could he deceive her mother's feelings like this? I really want to expose him and die together with him, but what should I do? After finishing her breakfast, Lin Ruashu fled the villa in a panic. Seeing this, Lin's mother smiled apologetically. Xiaoye, don't worry. We have spoiled this girl since she was a child. It's all right, Aunt. Jiang Bai waved his hand and ate a lot of breakfast. He wanted to wash the dishes but was pushed out by his mother-in-law, saying that she didn't want young people to always be in the kitchen. Aunt, goodbye. Xiaoye, drive slowly, there's no rush. Outside the villa, Lin's mother waved goodbye, and Lin Xiaoxi opened the live broadcast room immediately. She was very much looking forward to the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. Chapter 31. I know my brother-in-law won't let me down. Dongjiang No. 1 Middle School. 10 minutes later, the roar of the car resounded throughout the campus, attracting the attention of many teachers and students. What's that sound? This is such a cool supercar. Bugatti Veyron, starting price, 30 million. Whose car is this? This is too impressive for today's parents' meeting. I'm so envious, it would be great if my family had a car like this. The rich are inhumane, and jealousy has twisted my mind. After a while of complaining, Jiang Bai had already driven to the school playground, pushed the door and got out. Instantly, the whole place was full of attention, even the school leaders were looking at him. After all, there are only a few parents in their entire school who can afford such a luxury car. Xiao Shi. It's actually the goddess Xiao Shi. As expected, Lin Xiaoxi's arrival naturally attracted quite a few people. When everyone looked at Jiang Bai next to her, the girls couldn't help but be excited. Wow! Such a handsome big brother, I like him so much. Undoubtedly, this was their first reaction. At this time, a grade leader of the school looked at Jiang Bai in surprise. Principal, I know this young man. He seems to be Jiang Bai, who was the first to sing a song at the Tianlai charity concert yesterday and sang it up. He is said to be a top junior student in the Department of Music at Tokyo University. Oh. Hearing the words of the grade leader, Principal Chen Zitao was stunned. It is not easy to become famous on a platform like the Tianlai charity concert, which shows his extraordinary strength. Principal, this is my brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi introduced proudly. Brother-in-law, this is our Principal Chen. Hello, Principal Chen. Jiang Bai greeted him politely, and Principal Chen nodded with some thoughts in mind. After exchanging pleasantries, Principal Chen said, Xiaoxi's parents, I heard that the charity concert yesterday made them famous. I wonder if you can perform a show for these little ones so that they can also admire the style of Dongjiang University's top students. Isn't this bad? Jiang Bai didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at his sister-in-law's school, the principal would come to assist him. The system task has a reward of 7 billion. Brother-in-law, just put on a show. Other high-ranking officials of the school also spoke out, and this was exactly what Jiang Bai wanted. Okay. Seeing this, Jiang Bai agreed to it. He didn't forget the system's task. Not only did he have to attend the parents' meeting, but he also had to amaze everyone. Right now, it's obviously a good opportunity. Then thank you, Xiaoxi's parents. Chen Zitao smiled widely, and then looked at the field. If these kids saw you perform, they would be so excited. Xiaoxi, your brother-in-law is so handsome. Yeah, I envy you so much. Lin Xiaoxi's classmates chattered, their faces flushed as they thought, how great it would be if this was their brother-in-law. Hey, yeah. Feeling the envious gazes of her classmates, Lin Xiaoxi smiled proudly. Many people say so. What? Your brother-in-law is going to perform a show next. That's great. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Instantly, the whole place was in uproar, as the female parents of the students were full of admiration, while the male parents were extremely jealous. Just kidding, if they were so handsome, rich and talented, they would definitely be able to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf picked up. Soon, everyone was looking forward to it. A beautiful female teacher came to the stage. Okay, next we would like to invite Xiaoxi's parents to give us a calligraphy show. Long before going on stage, Jiang Bai had already thought of a plan to shock the audience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and using the calligraphy capsule, which costs the host 100 renminbi. 1 hour. The calligraphy capsule was used successfully, and Jiang Bai suddenly felt that his temperament had changed significantly, and an invisible aura of a calligraphy master spread throughout the place. The layman watches the excitement while the expert watches the details. The principal was stunned when he saw this and felt very serious. At the same time, a close-up of the rice paper prepared on the stage appeared on the big screen in the background. While the fans were discussing heatedly, Jiang Bai had already picked up his pen and licked the ink. Then he came to the upper right corner of the ancient rice paper that exuded a faint fragrance and wrote the 3 words Song of Everlasting Regret. The Emperor of Han was obsessed with beauty and wanted to conquer the country, but he could not get it after ruling the country for many years. The Yang family has a daughter who has just grown up, but she is kept in the inner chamber and unknown to the world. It is hard to give up one's natural beauty. Once chosen, one will be by the king's side. One smile makes all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Great calligraphy. When the principal Chen Zitao saw this calligraphy, his eyes lit up. This calligraphy is far better than mine. It is definitely the work of a great calligrapher. That's amazing. Xiaoxi's parents looked no more than 20 years old, but I didn't expect their calligraphy skills to be so high. The school leaders around them also showed astonishment on their faces, and asked themselves honestly, their calligraphy could not reach such a high level. I knew it. Brother-in-law will never let me down. Great. Lin Xiaoxi looked at her brother-in-law with admiration on her face. It turned out that her brother-in-law was not only a good singer, but also a great calligrapher. He was simply an all-rounder. Wow. Big brother looks so handsome when he's serious. Yeah, what should I do if I like it so much? Xiaoxi, can your brother-in-law let me take him home? Yes, I'll give it back to you tomorrow. It's over. What should I do if I feel like Xiaoxi's brother-in-law? The scene was unprecedentedly lively. Although they didn't quite understand it, they could roughly tell that it seemed to be related to Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Yuan. But they felt that the older brother's calligraphy was superb, 100 times better than the teacher's. Yes, that's it. All the students in the hall were sighing with emotion, but their parents felt bitter. My goodness, that guy was going to go crazy. He had captured their little lovers. Damn. That guy is so good. Doesn't he know he will have no friends if he does this? What a pity. It would be great if I had this ability. Damn, not only is he handsome, but he is also so talented. Don't you think it's infuriating? Chapter 32, Xiaoxi, I want to be your brother-in-law's girlfriend. The calligraphy operation is so enviable. Under the spotlight of the crowd, Jiang Bai expressed his joy in the calligraphy capsule and wrote it down. In the cold spring, I was granted a bath and watching pool, where the hot spring water washed my skin. The maid helped her up, weak and feeble, and it was the beginning of her new grace. The hair is like clouds, the face is like flowers, and the golden hairpin is like a golden step shaking ornament. The hibiscus tent is warm and the spring night is spent. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not hold court early. The fans in the live broadcast room felt more and more shocked as John Bai wrote. Wow, brother-in-law, that's awesome. Ha ha ha, this operation is amazing. Just a quick question, I want to know if there is anything else that brother-in-law Xiaoxi can't do? He's handsome, rich, a good cook, a great singer, and has great calligraphy. He's also a good pamperer. I like him so much. Let me show you my cards, Xiaoxi. I want to be your brother-in-law's girlfriend. Barrages of comments fell on the screen like snowflakes. Looking at the barrage of comments, Lin Xiaoxi's lips curled up playfully. Humph, I knew that my sister would have so many rivals in love. Then, Lin Xiaoxi did not forget to send a private message to Jun Lin Tianxia. Did you see it, boss Jun Lin? This is my brother-in-law. After typing, I deliberately recorded a video and sent it to him for fear that Jun Lin Tianxia didn't see it. Dongjiang, a certain place announcement backstage. That guy. Lin Ruashu looked at a guy showing off his calligraphy skills and glared at him, asking him to go to that parent-teacher conference. Why was he causing so much trouble? Isn't it just that his calligraphy is better? What's there to brag about? Just to show that he is cultured, right? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him attend Xiaoxi's parents' meeting. A little. After venting his feelings through the poem Song of Everlasting Sorrow, Jiang Bai felt much better. He thought that the mission should be completed with this wave. Okay. Pa. Principal Chen Zitao was the first to react and applauded generously, followed by teachers, students, and parents. The scene suddenly became unprecedentedly hot. Even though the parents of the boys were extremely envious and jealous, who could blame them for having such ability? Just like that, the parent-teacher meeting ended amid everyone's envy. There is no doubt that Jiang Bai and Lin Xiaoxi became the focus of the whole audience. Jiang Bai, come play again next time. Chen Zitao personally sent Jiang Bai off. If he said it was because of his fame before, but now it was a long song of regret at the parents' meeting, he knew that this little guy from Dongda University would definitely achieve extraordinary success in the future. Woo, handsome brother, don't go. A group of students on the playground shouted loudly, looking at the direction where the supercar left, their eyes full of reluctance. Hee, my brother-in-law is so awesome today. Lin Xiaoxi looked at the school that was rapidly retreating, and her heart was filled with excitement. The scenes from the parents' meeting appeared before her eyes like a movie. You don't know, they are all envious of me for having a brother-in-law like you. Hey, I didn't expect that you, my brother-in-law, had already obtained the marriage certificate with my sister before you saved me. Ha! As soon as Lin Xiaoxi said this, the omnipotent fans in the live broadcast room seemed to have grasped useful information. I knocked. What? Did I hear it wrong? This buddy is really Xiaoxi's wife's brother-in-law. Ahem, this is too much of a coincidence. No, did you notice that Xiaoxi's wife said they were getting the marriage certificate? This guy is awesome. Sister Xiao, she must be super beautiful. She must be an expert to be able to win over a beauty like that. Master, please accept my disciples' greetings. As they were talking, Jiang Bai brought Lin Xiaoxi to the ATM. Brother-in-law, let's see how much money is in my bank card? Lin Xiaoxi had long wanted to see how much money the Dosha platform gave her. After all, Boss Junlin had rewarded her with a lot of money. It was no exaggeration to say that she should be a wealthy woman worth several million. Good. As the two were talking, they entered the ATM hall. The hall was about the size of 2 rooms, with ATMs lined up in a row. But at the same time, there was a command vehicle not far from the ATM. The exercise begins. Receive. Hearing the chief's words, the captain of the special forces in charge of the operation narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the ATM. Wait until those two open the ATM and then take action. Soon, Lin Xiaoxi inserted the bank card into the ATM and entered the password. Don't move, put your hands up. At this moment, 5 ferocious robbers with guns and masks came in from outside and pointed their guns at the field. Ah! The people who were withdrawing money were immediately frightened, and the fans in the live broadcast room went crazy instantly. Shit, what did I see? A bank robbery. Oh no! Xiaoxi's wife and her brother-in-law are in danger. I hope my wife Xiaoxi will be alright. Although she looks good, she is still young after all. No, don't forget that brother-in-law Xiaoxi is very skilled. He can easily beat up 50 or 60 people. But these 5 people have guns. No matter how good their martial arts skills are, they are still afraid of kitchen knives. Shit. The barrage hadn't finished yet and he started screaming. Pa! A special forces soldier was about to approach Lin Xiaoxi and ask her to squat, but Jiang Bai slapped him in the face, and the robber special forces soldier was knocked to the ground immediately. With a bang, he kicked another person away at the same time. The tempered glass shattered and then hit the ground outside the room hard, breaking at least 4 ribs. Jiang Bai didn't know that these people were pretending, let alone that they were special forces. What? Everyone in the live broadcast room looked at Jiang Bai and was shocked. Oh my goodness, he knocked down the 2 robbers with his backhand, and then decisively beat the 3 of them out of the hall and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Among them was the captain of the special forces. As for the guns, they were all taken away by Jiang Bai. When the situation was reversed, the people who were originally held hostage were dumbfounded. WTF? Who is this handsome guy? He has such great skills, amazing. Hiss. Are we saved? This handsome guy is so awesome. He subdued 5 robbers in the blink of an eye. Even TV dramas don't dare to show this. People were crying with joy, especially a couple who were cuddling each other. They were really scared just now because they were collecting the betrothal gift. Wow, my brother-in-law is so handsome. Lin Xiaoxi looked at her brother-in-law holding 5 guns and felt like a god of war. It turned out that her brother-in-law was much more powerful than she had imagined. It was too fast just now. In the blink of an eye, all the robbers were dealt with. Not far away is the combat command center. What's going on? The commander was named Wei Guotian, and he frowned at this moment. Enlarge the video and find out who that guy is. Yes, Chief. He immediately tapped on the keyboard and quickly retrieved Jiang Bai's information. Jiang Bai, male, 20 years old, a top student in the music department of Dongjian University. He comes from an ordinary family, but he lives in a villa worth 300 million yuan in Tianyu Mansion, a Bugatti Veyron supercar, and he also controls 100% of the shares of Zhang Group. He married the national queen Lin Ruashu a few days ago, and the person next to him is Lin Ruashu's sister Lin Xiaoxi. Hearing his subordinate's words, Wei Guotian frowned even more. An ordinary family? Yet he has done extraordinary things. It seems that this kid's identity is not that simple. Chief, should we intervene forcefully? This little guy is quite interesting. Chief Wei Guotian narrowed his eyes and said, let someone pretend to be a terrorist organization and give this kid a try. Chapter 33 Brother-in-law, you defeated so many special forces soldiers. ATM, in front of the door. Squeak. A bus stopped suddenly, and the sound of leather shoes clattering on the ground could be heard. About 30 people holding batons and sabers surrounded the scene, and rescued the 5 robbers in the first place, and then their eyes fell on Jiang Bai. Take that boy away from me. The leader watched his companions being knocked down. If this news got back, how would their Special Operations Brigade survive? Moreover, the one who knocked down his special forces was just a young boy. Of course, if he knew that this scene was being broadcast live by Lin Xiaoxi, I wonder what his reaction would be. I'm afraid even Wei Guotian would not remain calm. Yes. Crash. Without further ado, more than 30 elite combatants rushed forward. Each of them was as strong as the Special Forces soldier just now. It was obvious that all those who came on the field were top masters. Brother-in-law, be careful. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned at the first moment. How could so many ferocious-looking people suddenly appear? Could they be in the same group with those people just now? The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned at this moment. What's going on? Is this a criminal gang? Brother-in-law is in danger. These 30-odd people seem to be quite skilled. Batons, sabers, these people, are they terrorists? No way. The country is so peaceful, but the terrorists dare to act so arrogantly. They are definitely courting death. Hurry, help my brother-in-law, call the police immediately. I've called the police for more than 10 minutes, why haven't they come yet? Bang! While everyone was discussing, Jiang Bai had already slapped the person in front of him to the ground with a slap, and took the baton from his hand. He was so fast that he had finished it in an instant. Bang 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 bang. In less than a minute, with Jiang Bai's operation, more than 30 elite Special Operations Brigade elites were wiped out. The surrounding people were stunned, and then applause broke out. Oh my god, this guy is awesome. Damn, these terrorists hit a wall. Hey, China really has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Amazing, wow, awesome. The people were talking about it enthusiastically. They found it so exciting to watch the scene that they even felt that the terrorists were not that scary. What? The head of the Operations Command Center, Wei Guotian, was stunned. That guy is so powerful. Beep. At this moment, dozens of police cars arrived at the scene and took control of the entire scene immediately. When the people saw the police cars arriving later, they breathed a sigh of relief and thought that there should be no danger anymore. However, what surprised them the most was that many police officers immediately helped up more than 30 terrorists lying on the ground, and checked their injuries and asked about their health, which made everyone confused. What the hell? This pair of terrorists is too gentle. These devils almost killed someone just now. Chen Tian, the captain of the criminal division, looked at the field and his eyes fell on Jiang Bai in surprise. Young man, you are really amazing. Everyone. I wipe. What's going on? The captain of the criminal division is not worried at all and still has time to talk. Shouldn't he be interrogating those terrorists strictly? It feels wrong. Very wrong. Chen Tian seemed to be aware of everyone's confusion and smiled slightly. Everyone, please disperse. This is an exercise. We were originally planning to take hostages for a comprehensive war drill, but we never expected this young man's skills to be beyond our expectations. When the people around heard this, they were stunned at first, but then they understood. This kind of large-scale military exercise had taken place before, but that was many years ago. Young man, do you know that those people just now were special forces from the Special Operations Brigade of the War Department, the elite among the elites? Hearing Chen Tian's words, the fans in the live broadcast room instantly became excited. What? What did I hear? It was a joint exercise, and those who attacked my brother-in-law were special forces from the Special Operations Brigade. Ahem, now things have gotten serious. This shows that my brother-in-law's strength is unimaginable. My brother-in-law is invincible. He is so awesome. Even Special Forces soldiers can't survive a single move from him. Haha, as expected, my brother-in-law is the only one who makes others suffer. This operation is awesome. If word gets out that we beat the Special Forces, we can brag about it for at least a year. Fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room flew in, and the barrage of comments was as long-lasting as a boiling oil pan. Let's all go. After Chen Tian's evacuation, people from all sides left in groups of 3 or 5, chattering and sighing. However, they looked at Jiang Bai meaningfully. The scene just now appeared in front of their eyes like a movie. That guy was so awesome. Hey, brother-in-law, you defeated so many Special Forces soldiers. Lin Xiaoxi's admiration for her brother-in-law deepened at this moment. Before, her brother-in-law beat Zhang Xiaoning and others. She just thought that her brother-in-law was very powerful, but she never thought that the Special Forces would still be killed instantly by her brother-in-law. Hey, with a brother-in-law like this, who would dare to bully her, Lin Xiaoxi, in the future? It's okay. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, looking at Chen Tian and his men who were cleaning up the mess. It's no exaggeration to say that your brother-in-law can beat at least 1,000 of those Special Forces soldiers just now. Puff. Brother-in-law, great. Although she didn't know whether what her brother-in-law said was true or not, Lin Xiaoxi felt that her brother-in-law was super handsome at that moment. If her boyfriend in the future could be 1/10, no, 1/100th as good as her brother-in-law, she would be very happy. After hearing Jiang Bai's bold words, the live broadcast room was filled with a wave of 666. Joke. Fighting 1,000 special forces, that's a big concept, it's equivalent to a small legion. However, the scene of my brother-in-law beating up thousands of special forces is quite exciting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of attending the sister-in-law's parents' meeting and stunning the whole audience. You will be rewarded with the god-level bone-setting massage ability and 7 billion renminbi. Jiang Bai had just left the field with his sister-in-law when he heard the sound of the system reward, and he couldn't help but smile. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group. Wealth, 25.435 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at his soaring wealth, Jiang Bai suddenly felt very happy. On the other side, the Zhang family villa. Puff. Zhang Xiaoning stared at Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room with his eyes wide open, his whole body was stunned. The scenes of the previous siege of Jiang Bai replayed themselves in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Oh my god! That Jiang Bai is so powerful. Indeed, at this moment, the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched wildly, so many special forces were suppressed by a single blow, my god. So, this guy didn't even use 1/10 of his strength at the beginning. Especially thinking about that last kick, if he had not shown mercy at that time, he would probably have died by now. Gulp. Zhang Xiaoning swallowed his saliva, then slapped himself hard in the face. Zhang Xiaoning, what did you do before? At this moment, Zhang Xiaoning felt more regretful than ever before. Damn, this Jiang Bai looks much scarier than Boss Qin. I hope Boss Qin will be lucky. Chapter 34, damn it, my brother-in-law actually beat Wei Ye. More than 10 minutes later, we arrived at the Dihao Hotel. KFC flagship store. Hey, brother-in-law. Since you've been so awesome today, I'll treat you to KFC. Lin Xiaoxi was smiling, she was so happy today. Not only was she very proud at school, but when she went to the bank, she saw her brother-in-law being in the spotlight. It was so awesome. My sister must have done a lot of good deeds in her previous life, that's why she was able to meet her brother-in-law in this life. Really? Thank you, sister-in-law. Hey, little thing. While Lin Xiaoxi and the other person were talking, they had already entered KFC. Boss, give me your most expensive 480 meal. Brother-in-law, I really like the big bucket of golden chicken nuggets in their set meal. It's so delicious. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi took out the KFC black card and handed it to the cashier. It was obvious that this sister-in-law had frequented KFC quite a lot. Ding. After the cashier swiped the card, he looked at Lin Xiaoxi apologetically and said, "My dear little girl, I'm sorry, it seems that there is no money in your membership card." No money? Lin Xiaoxi was stunned. So fast? I remember I just recharged 1,000 yuan a few days ago. When everyone around heard this, they all looked at her with envy. Wow, this little girl must have come from a wealthy family, as she could spend thousands just on KFC for a few days. Let me do it. Seeing his sister-in-law looking a little confused, Jiang Bai decided to swipe some money and took out a bank card. Come, help me top up my membership card. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Bai smiled and said, let's charge 100,000 first. Ha! Hearing Jiang Bai's words, the beautiful cashier was stunned. Handsome guy, are you sure you want to charge 100,000? Obviously, it was the first time she saw someone recharging KFC and spending 100,000 directly. Oh shit. This guy, is he so generous? Awesome. 100,000 is not even enough for my annual salary. Sure enough, poverty limits our imagination. Listening to what the people around her said, Lin Xiaoxi's mouth curled up. It seemed that her brother-in-law was pretending again, hee. But this feeling is super good. Thank you, brother-in-law. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but express her gratitude, and her impression of her brother-in-law was extremely high. Charge it. Jiang Bai rubbed his sister-in-law's head lovingly and spoke to the beautiful cashier. Okay. After confirmation, the beautiful cashier confirmed the recharge was successful with her trembling hands, and she checked it several times, fearing that she had made a mistake. After all, such a large sum of money was almost as much as her 2 years' salary. Handsome guy, the recharge has been successful. The beautiful cashier breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Lin Xiaoxi, little beauty, your card has accumulated a total recharge of over 150,000 yuan, and the chain store discount of 35% will be automatically activated. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the fans in the live broadcast room were boiling with excitement. Oh my god, I'm sure I'm not dreaming. KFC chain has a 35% discount on all items, with a total purchase of 150,000 yuan. Wow, my brother-in-law is very generous, but Xiaoxi's wife actually spent 50,000 yuan on a KFC meal. Awesome, you are worthy of being a little rich lady. Hey, what's that? Have you forgotten how Boss Junlin spent tens of millions of dollars before? Under the envious gazes of everyone, Lin Xiaoxi came to the booth and feasted on the luxurious KFC meal, and Jiang Bai also gained a fortune. Ding! The host spends 100,000 renminbi, triggering a 2,000-fold rebate, earning 200 million renminbi. As expected, after triggering a 2,000-fold rebate, Jiang Bai successfully obtained 200 million in wealth. This undoubtedly made Jiang Bai experience the joy of making money again. Welcome, handsome guy, come again next time, beautiful girl. The beautiful cashier sent Jiang Bai and his companions away in a sweet voice. People around were watching this scene. It was obvious that they did not receive such treatment. After a full meal, we left KFC. Brother-in-law, shall we go back to the villa now? Lin Xiaoxi was very happy today and asked her brother-in-law. Wait a minute. Come with me to the Imperial Hotel. Jiang Bai looked at the luxurious hotel in front of him. As a 7-star hotel that is the pillar industry of the Zhang Group, it can be said that this hotel generated 70% of the Zhang family's previous profits and wealth. Hotel? After hearing Jiang Bai's words, the fans in the live broadcast room became excited. Damn, it turned out that Xiaoxi's brother-in-law had bad intentions. Then, one by one, the second dimension imagined the next scene, and couldn't help but look forward to showing the smile of the uncle. Get out of the way. Just as the two of them entered the hotel, a Dosha traffic internet celebrity, Weiya, came in from the opposite side, guarded by bodyguards. Coincidentally, one of the bodyguards tried to push Jiang Bai away. Fuck. Is that bodyguard looking for death? My brother-in-law just knocked over dozens of special forces soldiers. This bodyguard is definitely going to be in trouble. Bang. As expected, just as the fans had this thought, the bodyguard was slapped and flew sideways. Seeing this, Weiya narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Why are you hitting someone for no reason? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving the hotel. Jiang Bai, who was already unhappy with the group, slapped them in the face and said, Who do you think you are? With a crisp sound, Weiya was knocked to the ground. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned when she saw the person who was knocked to the ground. Brother-in-law, she is one of the top 3 internet celebrity anchors in Dosha. You are too impulsive. At this moment, it was obvious that the fans in the live broadcast room also noticed Weiya. Fuck you, my brother-in-law actually beat up Weiya. Fuck you, this is a big deal. Yes, Weiya is not simple. It is said that she was involved in tax evasion of more than 1 billion yuan before, but she was easily suppressed. Hey, now it's time to watch something interesting. Weiya has more than 100 million fans, and she has 10 emperors on the Guardian ranking. If Xiaoxi competes with Weiya, who do you think will win? Weiya was stunned by the beating and looked at Jiang Bai in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Court death. The remaining 5 or 6 bodyguards rushed forward, but the fans in the live broadcast room looked at them with pity. They dared to fight with Xiaoxi's brother-in-law. There are so many people seeking death in this world. Papa papa. A series of noises spread, and then 5 or 6 bodyguards were lying on the ground with their cheeks shattered. Their end was miserable. Obviously, this was the price for ruining Jiang Bai's good mood. Boy, you, just wait for me. Weiya uttered harsh words and fled in panic with her bodyguards, but she didn't know that this scene had already been seen by hundreds of thousands of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room, and it was destined to become a hit on the entire internet. However, Lu Ruqing, the president of the Dihao Hotel, who rushed to the scene after hearing the news, looked quite panicked. After all, Weiya was a big internet celebrity. If this matter was not handled properly, it would undoubtedly make things worse for the hotel, which was already treading on thin ice. When she arrived at the hall, her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed when she saw Jiang Bai. Mr. Jiang, why are you here? Chapter 35. Young Master Jiang actually gave himself 1 billion. Mr. Jiang. When many staff members of Dihao Hotel heard what the president said, they looked at Jiang Bai again with changed eyes. It seems, the new boss who acquired the Emperor Hotel is named Zhan? Could it be that this young man is their new boss? As expected. As soon as everyone thought of this, Lu Ruqing's respectful and pleasant voice came, Everyone, young Master Jiang is the new boss of our Dihao Hotel. Wow. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene, and everyone was afraid to slack off. Meet the boss. This. Lin Xiaoxi was completely stunned and looked at her brother-in-law in surprise. My god, such a big 7-star hotel actually belongs to her brother-in-law. Hiss, oh my god. What did I hear? I must be dreaming. Brother-in-law Xiaoxi is so awesome. Grand Hotel, a 7-star hotel, so terrible. It seems that I have discovered my brother-in-law's new identity. He is the owner of a 7-star hotel. Brother-in-law, I love you. Come home with me and give birth to a baby, okay? If my brother-in-law hadn't been born, the world would have been dark forever. For a while, the number of fans in the live broadcast room soared like crazy, and the rewards were flying in. However, when Lin Xiaoxi was visiting the hotel with Lu Ruqing's assistant, Zhang Bai, and Lu Ruqing came to his office. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry for what happened just now. When Lu Ruqing learned about the conflict between Zhang Xiao and Wei just now, her face was full of self-blame. As the president of Dihao Hotel, she had an unshirkable responsibility for what happened. No problem. Zhang Bai waved his hand, not caring about it. I have some knowledge of the general situation of the Emperor Hotel. Your name is Lu Ruqing, right? Yes, Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruqing responded respectfully. Naturally, she did not dare to slack off in front of her new boss. He has a double master's degree in finance and economics. He is only 26 years old, but he has been the president of the Imperial Hotel for 3 years. His ability is extremely outstanding. Mr. Jiang, you are so kind. Lu Ruqing blushed as she listened to her boss's words. Zhang Bai continued, with such abilities, do you feel that you are underemployed? Ruqing, don't dare. Lu Ruqing replied nervously. After all, it was her first time meeting the new boss and she didn't know much about his character. I wonder if Mr. Lu is interested in becoming the president of Zhang Group? The plain voice sounded like thunder to Lu Ruqing's ears. What? Lu Ruqing looked at her new boss in disbelief. What does it mean to be the president of Zhang Group? That position will belong to Zhang Xiaoning, the eldest son of the Zhang Group in the future. How can she, a person from an outsider, get her hands on such a position unless she marries into the Zhang family? Ding dong. At this moment, Lu Ruqing received a message on her phone. Zhang Bai smiled and said, check the message. Information, this. Lu Ruqing then opened her phone and saw an employment contract. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that young Master Jiang had actually acquired the entire Zhang Group. Hiss. Well, Master Jiang, the entire Zhang Group is yours. In fact, the impact of this information on her was greater than her appointment as the president of Zhang Group. This is your only chance. Zhang Bai smiled slightly, then glanced at the electronic version of the contract on Lu Ruqing's phone, and you also saw that as long as you serve as the president of Zhang Group, you can get a 5% dividend on the profits every year. If you still want to be the president 5 years later, I can consider transferring 5% of the shares to you, how about that? After some enticement, Lu Ruqing had to admit that she was moved. 5% of the Zhang Group's shares is worth hundreds of millions. Young Master Jiang will give it to you if he wants. This. Good. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Lu Ruqing made up her mind. Ruqing will definitely live up to young Master Zhang's cultivation. Very good. Zhang Bai naturally knew that Lu Ruqing was a smart person, so he didn't beat around the bush with her. First of all, your first task is to conduct a major purge of the Zhang Group. Reward those who deserve it and punish those who deserve it. No matter who you are or what your background is, you must treat everyone equally. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Lu Ruqing took a deep breath. Although it was just one sentence, she knew very well that it had already given her extremely high power. Zhang Bai was also quite satisfied with Lu Ruqing's execution ability. At the same time, the Zhang Group will be renamed the Dihao Group, just like the Dihao Hotel. As for the Zhang Group's financial deficit, I'll transfer some money to you later. After some communication, Zhang Bai left Lu Ruqing's office. Master Jiang, walk slowly. Lu Ruqing breathed a sigh of relief and respectfully saw Zhang Bai off, feeling a huge amount of pressure on his shoulders at the same time. Returning to the room, he looked out at the beautiful scenery of Dongjiang River, and for a moment his eyes narrowed. President of Dihao Group, Zhang Xiao, rest assured, Ruqing will definitely give you a business empire in the future. Come on, Lu Ruqing, you can do it. Don't let young Master Jiang down. She clenched her fists and made the decision silently. Ding dong. At this moment, Lu Ruqing's phone rang with a message again. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 8723 received 1 billion renminbi at 10:08 on September 20th. Please check it. China Construction Bank. A loud bang. Lu Ruqing's eyes widened as she looked at the information on her phone, and she was shocked. At this time, 1 billion RMB. Hiss. Lu Ruqing's hands were shaking. Young Master Jiang actually gave me 1 billion. Oh my god. All of a sudden, Lu Ruching felt an inexplicable sense of trust. After all, the entire Zhang group seemed to be worth only more than 10 billion. This trust made Lu Ruching feel more touched than ever before. She had a hunch that her life would be different if she followed Jiang Xiao from now on. Master Jiang, your trust has caused Ruching to feel a lot of pressure. With a bitter smile, Lu Ruching knew that if she wanted to revitalize the current Dihao group, funding was undoubtedly the fastest way. She had known about the Zhang group in the past and even made many suggestions. However, her influence was not strong enough, and the complicated relationships of the Zhang group before made it impossible to implement. Now that he has his own company as the president of Dihao Group, plus 1 billion in funding, it is enough for him to do a lot of things. But, with Master Jiang doing this, isn't he afraid that he will run away with the money? Lu Ruching sighed slightly. Although she didn't have that intention, it was precisely because of this that she felt impressed by her boss's vision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 billion renminbi, triggering a triple rebate, and receiving a reward of 3 billion renminbi. Hearing this voice beside his ear, Zhang Bai's mouth curled up. It's 3 billion already, not bad. Hey, brother-in-law. This imperial hotel is so beautiful. Lin Xiaoxi's pretty face was full of excitement as she spoke. The fans in the live broadcast room were also amazed. The cute girl was even more crazy about her love. The confession of brother-in-law, I love you, surged up. The scene was unprecedentedly spectacular. Lin Xiaoxi's admiration for her brother-in-law was like the endless waves of the river. Chapter 36, The Imperial Hotel belongs to your brother-in-law? Night is falling, Thompson Epine Villa. As soon as I entered the villa, an enticing aroma hit me in the face. As expected, it was the work of Lin's mother. With Jiang Baifa's cooking experience, Lin's mother's cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. In addition, Lin Ruashu, who had returned a long time ago, was dragged into the kitchen by her mother to help like a good wife and mother. This made Lin Ruashu hate it so much that her teeth itched, because her mother was teaching her that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Simply put, the reason why the mother and daughter did this was to cook for that guy. It can be said that Lin Ruashu was 120% unwilling, but she couldn't say anything. Wow! Brother-in-law, the sun is rising from the west, and my sister is actually in the kitchen. Obviously, the ridicule from her sister-in-law made Lin Ruashu blush, but her mother didn't care. Isn't this normal? You are already an adult, you can't always let your brother-in-law cook for your sister. Hee, that's true. The two of them sang the same tune, and Lin Ruashu glared at a certain guy fiercely. It was obvious that only the two of them knew that their relationship was not what they thought. Xiao Jiang, both of you go wash your hands. Dinner will be served soon. The mother-in-law's voice came, and Lin Xiaoxi smiled and pulled her brother-in-law, hurry up, this is the first time I see my sister in the kitchen. Lin Ruashu. That girl is getting too bold. If I don't teach her a lesson when I get the chance, that guy is really looking down on her more and more. What are you waiting for? Cut the peppers. Oh. Lin Ruashu was secretly complaining about someone while cutting peppers. The spicy taste was so irritating that she burst into tears. Cooking is so difficult. That's why Lin Ruashu looks at that guy differently. Because that guy's cooking skills are better than my mom's. I don't know how he can stand the taste of chili. Soon, the dishes were served to the table. That's right. The mother-in-law was very perceptive and thought of something. Then she took a bottle of red wine from the side and said, this is the best 1982 Lafite. Let's have a good drink with our meal today. Yes. Mom, let's celebrate my sister's first time in the kitchen. Lin Xiaoxi was chattering away excitedly, but Lin Ruashu almost spit out her tea when she heard it. Lin Xiaoxi, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. She glared at her sister. Now this girl was not afraid of her at all. She felt that after that guy entered her life, her status in the family became lower and lower. Oh, how can this go on? Wouldn't it be possible that one day their fake marriage would be exposed and my mom and sister would kick me out of the house? Thinking of this, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She couldn't even imagine the scene. Cheers! Since Lin's mother raised her glass, she naturally didn't dare to refute. Then the four of them drank red wine for the first time. Although Lin Xiaoxi was not yet an adult, it was okay to drink a little. After all, red wine had the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. Brother-in-law, how is your alcohol tolerance? Lin Xiaoxi took a sip of the dry 1982 Lafite. It wasn't as delicious as she had imagined, but it was very expensive. It's okay. Jiang Bai nodded and said. Lin Ruashu listened to this and looked at the red wine her mother brought. It was this guy who made her busy for more than 2 hours. Come on Jiang Bai, let's have a drink. Lin Ruashu is quite confident in her drinking capacity, so it would be easy for her to get this guy drunk. That's right. Seeing what her elder sister and brother-in-law were doing, Lin Xiaoxi said to her mother, Mom, my brother-in-law was really awesome today. Look, my brother-in-law wrote a poem at our parents' meeting. All my classmates are super envious of me. While talking, Lin's mother looked at the video and was surprised to see the aura of her son-in-law, a master of calligraphy, coming towards her. The Emperor of Han was obsessed with beauty and wanted to conquer the country, but he could not get it after ruling for many years. The Yang family has a daughter who has just grown up, but she is kept in the boudoir and unknown to the world. She is born with a beautiful character, and it is hard to give up. One day, she will be chosen to be by the emperor's side. Great calligraphy. Great poetry. The mother-in-law looked at the poem written by her son-in-law. Her eyes sparkled. This artistic conception, this wording, this charm. Great. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes after listening to her mother's generous comments, but she couldn't complain either. After all, her mother had the highest academic qualifications in the entire Lin family and was a university professor. In an instant, Lin's mother's impression of Jiang Bai improved immeasurably, and her love for his talent surged. She thought her daughter had really found a treasure. Hi. Mom, this is just the beginning. You don't know that after we attended the parent-teacher conference, I took my brother-in-law to the ATM and we were suddenly met with robbers who were special forces soldiers pretending to be trainees. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi showed off her movements with great interest. Brother-in-law, we killed the robbers in no time, and even took away their guns. Then, more than 30 special forces who we thought were from a terrorist organization came, but they were still defeated by you. Hee, I even took some videos. Lin Xiaoxi flipped through the photo album boastfully. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she saw it. That guy is so skilled. Then, we went to the Dihao Hotel and met the famous Dosha internet celebrity Wei Ye, the woman who evaded more than 1 billion in taxes. My brother-in-law was so handsome that he beat Wei Ye to the ground and killed all her bodyguards. Then, I'm telling you that you may not believe it, but my brother-in-law is actually the owner of the 7-star Imperial Hotel. Puff. After hearing this, Lin Ruashu spat out another mouthful of red wine. She looked quite embarrassed and looked at her sister in disbelief. Even her mother was a little shocked. Xiao Shi, what did you say? One of the few 7-star hotels in Dongjiang, the Dihao Hotel belongs to your brother-in-law? Lin Xiaoxi disagreed and said proudly, of course, this is what Lu Ruqing, the president of Dihao Hotel, said personally, and she even called her brother-in-law Jiang Xiao. Hiss. When the mother-in-law heard this, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The market value of the Emperor Hotel is almost 10 billion. Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect you to be so successful at such a young age. It's okay. Jiang Bai said this modestly. After all, it was indeed true for him. Well, there is also, my brother-in-law also topped up 100,000 yuan for my KFC. Lin Ruashu. $100,000, you're crazy. He glared at someone fiercely. Jiang Bai, don't you know that it's not good for children to eat too much fried food? Ahem, okay. Mother Lin coughed dryly, fearing that the fire would burn her. After all, she had made a great contribution to the 50,000 KFC that Lin Xiaoxi had eaten before. Even if her contribution was not 45,000, it was at least 40,000. Eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Lin Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue, obviously knowing why her mother wanted to change the subject. She almost betrayed her mother. It was a close call. Chapter 37. If anyone wants to act like a rogue, just kiss him. Ruashu, aren't you having problems with your new song recently? Mother Lin thought of something and looked at Lin Ruashu. Xiao Yi is quite talented in writing, why not let him help you write a song? After hearing what her mother said, Lin Ruashu looked at a certain guy suspiciously and said, forget it. What good songs can he write? Obviously, Lin Ruashu expressed great doubts about this. Nizi, how can you talk like that? After listening to her daughter's words, Lin's mother was unhappy. This little girl was becoming more and more rude. She couldn't be so disrespectful just because they had obtained the marriage certificate. Looking back, it seemed necessary to remind her. Hee hee, brother-in-law, why don't you make a bet with my sister? Lin Xiaoxi urged fearlessly, if the song you wrote can be used by my sister, I will let my sister kiss you for one song. After hearing this wave of divine assists, Lin Ruashu glared at her fiercely, which made Lin Xiaoxi stick out her tongue, but she was still lingering on the edge of death. Hey, my mom knows a lot about music, so let her be the referee. At this point, Lin Xiaoxi didn't forget to look at her mother. Mom, what do you think? I think it's okay. Naturally, Mother Lin knew what her little daughter was thinking, and they sang along tacitly, while Mother Lin acquiesced and watched her little daughter perform. Mom, you are also fooling around. Lin Ruashu was no longer calm. It was absolutely impossible for her to kiss that guy in front of her mother and sister. How? Lin Xiaoxi looked at her elder sister suspiciously. Sister, are you also afraid that your brother-in-law will write a good song? Who's afraid? Looking at the stinky girl who was courting death, Lin Ruashu really wanted to sew her mouth shut. Let's bet. Obviously knowing that this girl would not give up, Lin Ruashu gritted her teeth and agreed. She still didn't believe that this guy could write a good song. Of course, she would never know what kind of existence she was facing. Brother-in-law, what do you think? It was obvious that Lin Xiaoxi's communication with her brother-in-law was completely different from that with her elder sister. She just smiled and asked questions. The difference in treatment was obvious, which made Lin Ruashu feel that her status in the family had declined again. I'm fine with it. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a jerk. What are you talking about? Lin Ruashu glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. Do you really think you can write a good song? Of course, it doesn't matter whose brother-in-law I am. Jiang Bai smiled unwillingly. Lin Xiaoxi was very happy in her heart. Her brother-in-law really didn't let her down. Come on, brother-in-law. I'll go get some paper and pen. After saying that, Dada walked on her little feet to get paper and pen for her brother-in-law, obviously to help her brother-in-law show off and win a kiss from her elder sister. Let me ask, who wouldn't like such a sister-in-law? Soon, it came back. Here, brother-in-law, here are some paper and pen. Lin Xiaoxi placed a pen and a piece of white paper in front of her brother-in-law. Everything was ready except for her brother-in-law to show off. Looking at the paper and pen on the table, it undoubtedly attracted the attention of the mother and daughter at the table. Lin Ruashu's heart was in her throat. That guy looked so calm and composed, could he really write a good song? If her mother liked it, then wouldn't she really have to kiss that guy? But how is it possible that in such a short time he... While Lin Ruashu was struggling, Jiang Bai had already written down the two words Xiao Xiao, which was the title of the song. Then he started composing music and writing lyrics at the same time, which stunned his mother-in-law. Memories are like a storyteller, speaking in a rural accent, jumping over puddles and going around small villages, waiting for fate to meet you. You made a city out of mud and said you would marry me in the future. Wow! Looking at Jiang Bai's lyrics and melody, Lin's mother's eyes lit up. Xiao Jiang, you have a great talent for writing lyrics and composing music. That guy. Lin Ruashu was stunned and looked at Jiang Bai in disbelief. How is it possible for him? It usually takes at least 3 to 5 days to write a song, but this guy did it so easily, and it seems to be pretty good. It's over, what to do? It is undeniable that Lin Ruashu panicked for a moment. A little. After finishing the lyrics and music, Lin's mother looked at the song in her hands and praised it highly. Xiao Jiang, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for songwriting. The more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. Zhang Yueru had originally regretted not having a son, but now it was not bad to have such a capable son-in-law. Ruashu, this song is good enough to be your new song. Then she looked at her daughter. For a moment, Lin Ruashu was speechless. What could she say? After all, her mother was so knowledgeable. Yeah. Brother-in-law, you still have to write. At this time, Lin Xiaoxi saw her brother-in-law wielding the pen again, and another song title preference appeared on the paper. Let's cancel yesterday. Now you are in front of me. I want to love you. Please give me a chance. If I am wrong, I will take responsibility. I believe that you are the answer. I am not afraid of anyone laughing at me. I believe in my intuition extremely. The music and lyrics were written in sync, just like the song just now. This caused the mother-in-law to be surprised again. Good boy. Ruashu, you have found a treasure. Lin Ruashu was also confused. She obviously didn't expect that guy to be so fierce. Damn it, is he crazy? Even if he wrote a song to get a kiss from me, he didn't have to do this. I'm so angry. Is it really good for him to do this to me? Brother-in-law is awesome. Looking at my elder sister's confused expression, although I don't know what my brother-in-law wrote, my elder sister's reaction has explained everything. It seems that the kiss cannot escape. But later on, sister and brother-in-law will kiss and watch it by themselves, or watch it. A quarter of an hour later. Jiang Bai once again sang those years in a hurry to shock his mother-in-law. Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes flickered and she was on the verge of collapse. That guy could still write a third song. Looking at the 3 songs in her hand, they can all be ranked in the top 5 or even higher among the songs she has ever seen. There is no doubt that these 3 songs will be able to get rid of her dilemma of having no songs. Ruashu, you must accept defeat. Lin's mother came up with a great assist at the right time, and Lin Xiaoxi also agreed, that's right, sister. You don't want your brother-in-law to look down on you, do you? While speaking, she did not forget to wink at her brother-in-law as if to take credit, as if to say, see, brother-in-law, I am still on your side. You. Seeing her mother and sister forcing the emperor to abdicate, Lin Ruashu's face flushed, and finally she looked at the corner of a guy's smirk, damn it. She grappled in her heart and gritted her teeth, whoever wants to act like a rogue, I'll kiss him. He immediately closed his eyes, resigned himself to his fate, and kissed some bastard, obviously intending to end the awkward situation in a flash. Boo. After kissing Jiang Bai on the left cheek, Jiang Bai then turned around and was kissed on the right cheek, and then facing. Just like that, Lin Ruashu took the initiative to kiss Jiang Bai on the lips. Ah! Lin Xiaoxi immediately covered her eyes, but watched her brother-in-law and elder sister kissing through her fingers, her face full of excitement. Wow, her brother-in-law and elder sister are so sweet. Mother Lin looked at her son-in-law and daughter showing their affection in various ways, and felt very relieved. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Chapter 38, Attend my wife's concert and get a reward of 8 billion? Oof. Lin Ruashu blushed and snorted, she suffered a great loss this time. Seeing her daughter's appearance, Mother Lin thought of something and continued, by the way, Xiao Jiang, how about you sing a song at Ruashu's concert in 2 days? The mother-in-law once again provided a great assist, apparently wanting to give her daughter and son-in-law more common topics and opportunities for interaction. She was also worried about her daughter's lifelong happiness. Mom, you. Jiang Bai is so busy, he doesn't have time. Lin Ruashu's heart was in her throat. What is mom doing? Ding. The host triggers a random mission and participates in Lin Ruashu's concert to become a god with 1 song. The reward is a mysterious treasure chest with 8 billion renminbi. At this moment, the sound of the system triggering a task rang in his ears. Jiang Bai was stunned. Sure enough, the system would not miss any opportunity to let himself show off. Yes, brother-in-law, just agree to it. Lin Xiaoxi was cheering on the side at this time, completely ignoring her elder sister's threatening eyes. Oh well. After hearing what his mother-in-law said, Jiang Bai agreed to it. After all, he still had to complete the task. As for Lin Ruashu, she had a frown on her face. What the hell, it's obviously my concert, so irritating. After dinner. In Lin Xiaoxi's room, she couldn't wait to open the live broadcast room to share with her fans, but a conspiracy was quietly unfolding. As soon as he came online, his live broadcast room was locked, and then the system sent a pop-up window, which was obviously an invitation to PK. Oh. Seeing that there was PK as soon as she came online, Lin Xiaoxi, who was in a good mood, clicked on it and planned to play PK for a while. However, as soon as she entered the PK room, Lin Xiaoxi noticed something was wrong. What? Looking at the PK opponent, Lin Xiaoxi immediately lost her composure. Isn't this the tax evader Wei who was beaten by her brother-in-law at the Dihao Hotel? A bad feeling came over me, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Wei, who had been waiting for a long time, looked at Lin Xiaoxi with a fierce look in her eyes and smiled coldly. At the beginning of the first game, Wei gave a reward of 1 million in an instant with overwhelming force, which showed that she had no good intentions. Little sister, with this little talent, you want to imitate others and become an internet celebrity. Wei won the first game easily, with a smile on her face. Everything before her was as she expected, and this was just the beginning. Recite the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss 100 times, don't forget. Wei never missed the opportunity to mock Lin Xiaoxi. If you lose, don't hide and cry. The second round begins. As the second round of PK began, Weiya's team's health bar quickly soared to the 10 million reward mark, which is an unattainable number. Weiya looked at this scene with a smile on her face. The title of emperor? He doesn't even dare to show his face. He only has that much strength. Ding dong. At the same time, Jiang Bai received a message on his mobile phone. Listening to the rustling sound in his ears, Jiang Bai clicked on it. This is, my sister-in-law was bullied? Obviously, the push message sent was that a woman named Weiya won the first round of PK in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room, and threatened to ban her sister-in-law from the internet celebrity circle. It's true that enemies always meet on a narrow road. Jiang Bai clicked into the live broadcast room and saw Weiya, who was slapped by him during the day. It seems that the time to make money has come again. Ding! The host spends 150 million renminbi, triggering a tenfold rebate, and gets 1.5 billion renminbi. A system voice came from his ears. Jiang Bai raised his head. 1.5 billion? Not bad. Next. Is it time to support and avenge my sister-in-law? Without any hesitation, he directly gave out a wave of dreamy starry sky as a reward. At this moment, the second round of PK was already halfway through, and the situation was still extremely unfavorable to Lin Xiaoxi. The atmosphere in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room was unprecedentedly solemn, and it was a matter of life and death. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x100. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x200. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x300. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x400. In an instant, the dreamy starry sky soared to x1000. The sudden scene stunned everyone instantly. Ha! This is... Boss Junlin is here. Oh my god, a reward of 10 million right away, oh my god. Hee, as expected, Boss Junlin did not disappoint us. Whoa. What the hell was I thinking just now? I was actually worried that Junlin boss wouldn't dare to come. Fuck. Well done, Boss Junlin, you killed those bastards on the other side. What a piece of shit, Weiya, you are nothing but scum in front of me, the Lord of Junlin. Barrages of comments emerged like mushrooms after a rain. At this moment, all the resentment that had been suppressed for a long time was vented out at once. It was so refreshing. This. Lin Xiaoxi looked at Junlin Tianxia, who suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room and was unable to react for a while. She immediately sent a private message. Boss Junlin, you don't have to be like this. Don't worry, Xiaoxi, I'm late. But with me here, no one can bully you. After finishing typing, Jiang Bai's mouth curved up. He wondered how that girl would react if she knew that Junlin Tianxia was her brother-in-law. However, the fans in Weiya's live broadcast room were stunned. Oh shit. The Junlin Tianxia from the live broadcast room of the Violent Little Lowly actually dared to show up, and he gave a reward of 10 million right away. It seems, he is an incredible rich man. Damn it. Just when she thought she was sure to win, suddenly someone named Junlin Tianxia showed up, which made Weiya very unhappy because it directly disrupted her plan. Chapter 39. I just want to know who this Junlin boss is. However, Weiya didn't need to speak. The 10 emperors and princes and dukes have spontaneously begun to fight back with unprecedented force. It directly soared to 30 million. This level of madness really made the fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room twitch their lips. Damn, don't these people take money seriously? Oof. Seeing her own guardian so powerful, Weiya smiled coldly. Girl, I see you still alive. At the same time, Su Meyer, who had lost the bet before, also looked at Weiya's live broadcast room. King of the world. Let's see how you save that girl. Lin Xiaoxi looked at the offensive from the opposite side with a serious expression. Is this the top 3 internet celebrities in Dosha? They are too strong. I am no match for them at all. But, in such a situation, will Boss Junlin really take action? Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxi smiled bitterly, and even the fans in the live broadcast room fell silent. After all, the reward had soared to as much as 30 million. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x100. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x300. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x500. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream starry sky x700. While everyone was hesitating, the live broadcast room was once again filled with a dreamy starry sky, but this time there were no longer 1,000 stars, but 4,000. Good. That's right, 4,000 dreamy starry skies, which means 40 million. Adding the previous 10 million in rewards, the cumulative rewards for the second round exceeded 50 million. Just at this moment, the second round of PK ended. Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room was stunned for a moment, and the next moment it fell into an unprecedented boiling point. Pfft, what the hell? A Jedi counterattack, the King's Landing boss is awesome Kozla. Haha, this operation is beyond everyone's expectations. A reward of 50 million, wow. I just want to know who this Junlin boss is. Hey, I'm afraid the other side hasn't reacted yet, Boss Junlin, I love you. Beautiful, this counterattack is so awesome. Lin Xiaoxi even screamed her pretty face full of confusion and disbelief. How could it be possible? Just in the second game, Junlin boss actually rewarded her 50 million. My god, how could I be so worthy? Lin Xiaoxi. She was inexplicably moved as she looked at the dreamy starry sky that dominated the screen. She couldn't imagine that big boss Junlin would be so generous to her. At this moment, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room broke through the 100,000 mark. Moreover, this growth rate is still moving towards higher at a very fast pace. What? Wei Ya looked at the opponent who had been unwittingly defeated. 50 million dream starry sky rewards, what a generous gift. You really underestimated that king of the world. Obviously, Wei Ya was a little uneasy at this moment, and she immediately began to contact the 10 emperors and many princes and dukes. It was obvious that she wanted to make a perfect kill on Lin Xiaoxi in the third round. Damn it! Su Meier watched Lin Xiaoxi win the second game, her face full of resentment and jealousy. Why could that little girl be so guarded by others, with 50 million just by a wave of her hand? Game 3. Wei Ya will definitely win the third game. Su Meier thought so. She of course understood that Wei Ya definitely wanted to win more than she did, because if she lost, the impact on her would be quite huge. I still don't believe it. Su Meier narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Xiaoxi's number 1 title. The title of an emperor can win 10 emperors, 30 princes, and more than 100 dukes. The third game begins as scheduled. In Wei Ya's live broadcast room, many emperors, princes and dukes were obviously united as one. Their health bars soared straight up, reaching a huge amount of 50 million in an instant. There was no disguise at all in this state of forcing the emperor to abdicate. Goddess Wei Ya is mighty and domineering. As expected, you are one of the top 3 goddesses in the shark fighting game. I love you. I'm going to ask for 50 million right away. I hope the opponent Junlin Tianxia won't be scared. Hee. Today is really fun. I'm looking for trouble with Goddess Wei Ya again. Obviously, the surge to 50 million gave these brainless fans more confidence, and they were ready to watch the show, but they didn't know that the clowns were themselves from the beginning. Before the fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room had time to discuss, they saw that the health bar had already fought back, just like before, and directly reached 50 million, which was comparable to the rewards from Wei Ya's many guardians. Puff. Damn, Boss Junlin is awesome, he's doing it again. Ahem, this is already 100 million, my god. Master Junlin, please accept our greetings. In the last round, Boss Junlin, we support you, damn it. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned when she saw it. 50 million, Junlin Tianxia rewarded her with another 50 million. Just one game of PK cost her 100 million. Isn't this too much? Lin Xiaoxi immediately sent another private message, Boss Junlin, please stop rewarding me. I lost, but your loss is too great. Besides, the platform will take 50% of the profit. Even if I give you the share of the money, I will still lose half of it. Jiang Bai smiled slightly after receiving a series of private messages, but he didn't take them seriously. Compared to what he got, this amount of money was nothing. No, just think of it as pocket money for me to buy you candy. Lin Xiaoxi. Looking at the private message from Boss Junlin, Lin Xiaoxi was a little confused. 100 million pocket money was enough to buy candies, which she was afraid she would not be able to finish in her lifetime. Chapter 40, the cumulative reward exceeded 150 million renminbi, and he was promoted to the title of Fighting Shark King? Asshole. Wei Ya was no longer calm. She had never expected that Junlin Tianxia would dare to take action. In this case, she breathed a sigh of relief. While Wei Ya asked her fans to continue to give her rewards, she also fiddled with her other small account to cheat and directly gave out 10 million of her liquid funds as rewards. With this wave, Wei Ya's health bar soared, 60 million, 65 million, 70 million. Final. Wei Ya's health bar soared to 80 million, which was much higher than the health bar in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room. Seeing this record, Wei relaxed. The cumulative reward for the last game reached 80 million, which is a rare thing in the history of Dosha live broadcast. After all, even the money of those local tycoons and super rich people does not come from the wind. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X100. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X300. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X500. Junlin Tianxia rewards the crazy little lowly dream Starry Sky X800. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room changed again. The entire screen was once again filled with dreamy starry skies. Surprisingly, this time there were 5,000 dreamy starry skies. Directly, reward another 50 million. Hiss. When Su Meier saw this scene, she jumped up from her seat and stared at the live broadcast room as if she had seen a ghost. Impossible. Asshole, the Junlin Tianxia gave another 50 million in rewards. In the third round, the reward for this round alone was 100 million. At this moment, Su Meier realized how much mercy Lin Xiaoxi had shown when she was piking with her. Boss Junlin, he. Lin Xiaoxi stared blankly at the soaring health bar in the live broadcast room and directly surpassed Wei. OMG, does Junlin boss's family print money? 100 million, wouldn't it be good for boss Junlin to give me this money? Master Junlin, you are invincible. Wei, impossible, this is unscientific? Arrogant, Master Junlin is really arrogant. Master Junlin, stop giving me rewards and come home with me. In an instant, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room reached an unprecedented 300,000, far surpassing Wei. People who didn't know thought that Lin Xiaoxi was one of the top 3 internet celebrities on Dosha Live. Between the shocks, the third game ended. Lin Xiaoxi crushed Wei with an absolute advantage of 150 million in rewards. This, Wei actually lost? Su Meier looked at Wei, her face livid. She had never expected that Wei, who was ranked 3rd in the fighting shark contest, was no match for that girl. Damn it, how could this happen? Who on earth is that king of the world? Su Meier's face turned cold, and then she thought that a reward of 100,000 yuan would be given for performing Pure Land of Bliss once, which meant that Wei would have to dance Pure Land of Bliss 1,500 times in total. This is too cruel. Before, she was so tired that she almost had to be hospitalized after jumping over the thunder bomb 1,000 times. This time, even if Wei didn't die of exhaustion, she would lose half her life. Ding! Congratulations to Junlin Tianxia for giving a total of 150 million renminbi in rewards to the crazy little Lolita and being promoted to the title of Fighting Shark Emperor. However, just as everyone was moving, a pop-up window appeared in the live broadcast room. Su Meier's eyes paused, and then surged with strong astonishment. Fighting Shark Emperor, what the hell? I haven't heard that there is a title of Emperor on the Fighting Shark platform. Could it be that it was specially designed for the king to rule the world? Thinking of this, Su Meier looked at Lin Xiaoxi again with more jealousy in her eyes. Why did all the good things happen to this yellow-haired girl? God is so unfair. Fighting Shark King. The fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room were immediately excited. What, this is? Boss Junlin is promoted to the king of fighting sharks. My goodness, what's going on? There is a title of Son of Heaven above the title of Emperor? 6666, awesome, Boss Junlin. I've heard of the titles of Emperor, Prince, and Duke, but this is the first time I've heard of the Fighting Shark Emperor. Hey, the Fighting Shark Emperor is quite domineering. Fans were discussing it hotly. Seeing that he had already won, Jiang Bai curled his lips and exited the live broadcast. At this moment, Lin Ruashu came out of the bathroom in her pajamas, and a pleasant fragrance hit her face. Her skin was as white as cream and there was a smile in her eyes. At this moment, Lin Ruashu was extremely beautiful. Jiang Bai couldn't help but stare at her for a moment and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Poof. Lin Ruashu snorted delicately, thinking to herself that this guy was indeed a big pig's hoof. He was naturally well aware of her charm at the moment. Have you seen enough? He glared at Jiang Bai and said unhappily. Haha, how come? I don't know if it's because she drank some red wine, but the girl's face is as red as a cloud, which makes her even more charming. Ding dong. Lin Ruashu was about to say something when she heard a push message from her phone, and then she let someone go. After seeing the push message on her phone, Lin Ruashu's eyes widened. What, this? Xiao Shi was in a PK with someone, and was rewarded 150 million renminbi by that Jun Lin Tianxia. Obviously, this scene had a great impact on Lin Ruashu. Is that Jun Lin Tianxia crazy? Clicking into the live broadcast room, at this moment, Wei on the opposite side was dancing the Pure Land dance, which was quite charming, but it was obvious that Lin Ruashu would not pay attention to it. It seems that I need to have a good talk with that girl when I have time. While murmuring, she moved her body, and her graceful figure appeared in front of someone. You must be tired. Husband will give you a massage. I have acquired the skill of bone setting and massage but have never used it. It's a good opportunity for me to practice on this girl and vent my itchy hands. Chapter 41. Now that we're your girlfriend, it's not too much for me to kiss you, right? Massage? Just you? After hearing someone's words, Lin Ruashu looked at Jiang Bai suspiciously, her eyes full of doubt. Jiang Bai ignored her and started massaging her shoulders with both hands. You? Lin Ruashu was about to say something when she discovered a strange feeling emerging from her shoulders, which startled her. That guy is really good. She originally thought that the unscrupulous guy was going to take advantage of her, but she never expected that he was actually giving her a massage, and it was quite comfortable. Jiang Bai, I didn't expect. Lin Ruashu hadn't finished speaking when she realized that the distance between them was no more than 3 centimeters. Under the influence of alcohol, the beauty in front of her was extremely beautiful, especially after a massage. There was a hint of intoxication on her face. Gulp. The two looked at each other, and Jiang Bai kissed Lin Ruashu's red lips as if possessed by a demon. The touch felt great, and this time Lin Ruashu did not resist. It was unknown whether she accepted Jiang Bai or because she was drunk. Soon, beautiful music was heard in the room. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun shines through the window into the room, dispelling the last ray of darkness. In the morning light, Xincheng Meimu woke up and made a lazy sound. She had a better sleep than ever before yesterday and felt super comfortable. Then, scenes from last night came to her mind, and her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. How could it be that she had spent the entire night with that guy, yesterday? Then, her face turned red like a rosy cloud. Nizi, you're awake. At this moment, a magnetic voice rang in Lin Ruashu's ears, and her heart trembled, because she found that the guy had woken up a long time ago and was just looking at her quietly. Oh my god, what happened? How could this happen? At this moment, Lin Ruashu wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was so embarrassed. Jiang Bai, Lin Ruashu hesitated and wanted to say something, but Jiang Bai raised his lips and put his finger on her red lips. No need to say. Nizi, be my girlfriend. I'm talking about the real thing. Boom. Hearing the voice in her ear, Lin Ruashu's mind buzzed, and her face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. Oh my god, what did that guy say to ask her to be his girlfriend? This. Although it was a little sudden, Lin Ruashu still agreed to it naively, because this was what she really wanted at the moment. Then from today on we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Bai raised his lips to smile wickedly, while Lin Ruashu glared at the guy. Damn it, why did he agree to be his girlfriend when she had suffered such a big loss? Then, is it okay for me to kiss you now? Thinking about the encounter last night, Jiang Bai spoke with lingering feelings. Jiang Bai, Lin Ruashu was about to speak, but she stared at the guy who was so close to her with her beautiful eyes wide open. She was kissed by that guy, but the feeling seemed different from before, a little sweet. After a long while, Lin Ruashu finally broke free from someone and glared at him angrily. Jiang Bai, are you trying to suffocate me to death? I'm ignoring you. Feeling extremely shy, Lin Ruashu strode towards the bathroom, oblivious to the fact that she was naked. Jiang Bai was the only one who could enjoy such a beautiful view. Hey, this feels pretty good. Looking at the beautiful lady's embarrassed look, Jiang Bai's mouth curved up. This kind of love taste is really fascinating. After a little while, the two of them left the room together. As usual, Lin's mother had already prepared a table full of breakfast. Xiaojiang, you guys are awake. As someone who had experienced this, Lin's mother naturally knew that the couple had a deep conversation last night, but she smiled and said nothing. But when Mother Lin looked at her little daughter, she frowned and said, Xiaoxi, you didn't sleep well yesterday. You have such dark circles under your eyes. Hearing her sister mentioned, Lin Ruashu glared at Lin Xiaoxi. Mom, this girl played with her phone all night yesterday. Sister, stop talking nonsense. Lin Xiaoxi was unhappy, and stared with eyes wide open. I was supervising the Pure Land 1,500 times. Mom, you don't know yesterday. Then Lin Xiaoxi recounted what happened yesterday with great interest, but Lin's mother was stunned. Boom! At a certain moment, he hit Lin Xiaoxi's head hard. Why would someone reward you 150 million renminbi for no reason? What are you thinking? No matter who that king of the world is, you better be more careful. Mother Lin said this with a look of disappointment and couldn't help but sigh. This little ancestor was really a worry. She wondered how he would feel if he knew that Jun Lin Tianxiao was his good son-in-law. After breakfast, running. Jiang Bai, please be careful when you get to the studio. On the way to the studio, Lin Ruashu reminded them that once their identities were made public, she would be in the spotlight as a queen of the music industry. Don't worry, I know what's going on, Jiang Bai said with a smile. After all, the two of them are now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, even though it has just been confirmed. Perhaps because they have already obtained the marriage certificate, it feels like they have been in love for a long time. Soon, they arrived in front of the building where the studio was located. At this moment, a romantic scene is being staged in front of the building. A handsome young man is leaning against a supercar with flowers in his hands. There are 9,999 roses on the ground beside him. It can be seen that a lot of thought was put into it. Xin Shuhua. Seeing the young man, Lin Ruashua's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Why is he back? She murmured, and although the voice was very low, Jiang Bai still heard it. Combined with the girl's reaction just now, could that person be his love rival? Chapter 42. Whose man are you? You're dreaming. Ruashua, long time no see. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Xinshua smiled handsomely. You are more beautiful than you were 6 months ago. Xinshua, please call me by my full name. Obviously, Lin Ruashua didn't want Jiang Bai to have a bad impression of her because of Xinshua. Xinshua naturally understood what Lin Ruashua meant. Although Lin Ruashua did not accept his pursuit half a year ago, she would definitely not be as cold as she is now. Could it be that? Obviously, Xinshua realized something, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Bai, who was very close to Lin Ruashua. Boy, who are you? The first time Xinshua saw Jiang Bai, his intuition told him that Lin Ruashua's attitude towards him was most likely related to this kid. Ruashua is my girlfriend. Jiang Bai put his big hands around Lin Ruashua and gripped her slender waist. Even Lin Ruashua was shocked by this scene. Is that guy crazy? Boy, I'd better stay away from Ruashua. Seeing Xinshua feeling good about himself, Jiang Bai raised the corner of his mouth. Oh, let me stay away. Who do you think you are? Presumptuous. The two bodyguards had gloomy faces and stepped forward with a strong sense of pressure, obviously ready to attack. Pa! A crisp sound was heard, and before the two bodyguards could get close, they were knocked flying by Jiang Bai. At least 4 ribs were broken, and the corners of their mouths were cracked and bleeding. Then, the look in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Bai changed. That kid, how is it possible? You bastard, if you dare to hit me, believe it or not, I will let you. Bang! Before Xinshua could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground. Roll. Next time you cause trouble, I'll destroy you. After saying that, Jiang Bai embraced the shocked Lin Ruashua and entered the building. Only then did the bodyguard come to his senses and help his young master up. Hateful. Xinshua looked at Jiang Bai and the other man as they left, eyes full of anger. Boy, wait for me. As the eldest son of the Qin family in Dongjiang, he returned from overseas in order to take over family affairs. He wanted to subdue Lin Ruashua in one fell swoop, but he never expected this to happen. Enter the studio. Lin Ruashua was full of worry. Jiang Bai, you were a little impulsive today. That Xinshua is not simple. He paused and continued, you know that Zheng Xiaoning before, he was his follower. The Qin family of Dongjiang is considered a first-class family in Dongjiang. Although you are very powerful, you should be more careful in the future. Lin Ruashua knew that this guy was no match for even dozens of special forces soldiers, so she naturally knew that Xinshua wouldn't get much advantage against him, but she still gave him a reminder. Rest assured. The one who can hurt your man hasn't been born yet. He pinched Lin Ruashua's face, which made her face turn red. Put. Whose man are you? You're dreaming. With a delicate snort, Lin Ruashua stepped out of the elevator and walked towards the office. Ding-a-ling. When Jiang Bai arrived at the office, his cell phone rang. He was stunned when he saw the caller ID. Hello, Mom. Jiang Bai greeted him when the call was connected. Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes widened and her heart was beating fast. You little bastard, if I didn't call you, you wouldn't know how to call home. As soon as the call was connected, she heard her mother's greetings from the other end. Lin Ruashu knew from the familiar tone that she was definitely a biological daughter. By the way, remember to go home for a blind date when you are on holiday. Puff. Hearing the words of her future mother-in-law, Lin Ruashu almost choked on her saliva. She stared at Zhang Bai with her beautiful eyes wide open. Blind date? Ahem, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Bai's forehead was filled with black lines, but then Zhang's mother's voice came from the other side again. What's wrong with the blind date? In this world today, there are too many people and too little meat, and even fewer good girls. We have to choose carefully. Mother Jiang became more and more excited as she spoke. My neighbor Lao Wang's niece is said to be a returned overseas master's degree holder. Mom, forget about the blind date. Zhang Bai pulled the beauty into his arms, causing Lin Ruashu's face to blush. Actually, Mom, I already have a girlfriend. Holding Lin Ruashu's slender hand, Zhang Bai said this, but the next moment Zhang's mother's voice came from the other side. What? You little bastard, you have a girlfriend, a man or a woman? Male or female? Zhang Bai was speechless after hearing what his mother said. His mother Chun Haixia continued, Ahem, when did I mean? Obviously, Zhang's mother was quite excited to hear that her son had a girlfriend. Well, recently. Zhang Bai said casually, and Zhang's mother's voice continued, by the way, little brat, you didn't lie to your mother, did you? Don't just hire a girlfriend to fool me. Lin Ruashu. Listening to what her future mother-in-law said, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Her future mother-in-law had predicted everything about her. Wasn't it her who hired this guy before, but now she was the one getting implicated. How come? Zhang Bai's hands became dishonest. It doesn't matter who your son is. We can take him if he's not good enough. It's no exaggeration to say that your wife is absolutely stunningly beautiful. Listening to someone praising herself, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth, as if to say, you're smart. But then, Zhang Bai said something shocking, don't worry, Mom. I'll let you have a big fat grandson next year. Chapter 43 I didn't expect that. That guy is quite good at pampering people. You are going crazy. When Lin Ruashu heard this, she stared at the guy with wide eyes, thinking he was going to die, so she told him everything. After talking for a while, Zhang Bai thought about his current wealth. Mom, I have something else to tell you. After thinking for a while, Zhang Bai made up his mind. I won some money from the lottery before, and then invested in a small company. What? Hearing her son's confession, Zhang's mother on the opposite side was stunned, obviously shocked by the information. Won the lottery? How much money, and invest in the company? As he spoke, Zhang Bai's hand had already landed on the mountain peak beside the abyss, causing Lin Ruashu to roll her eyes in reproach. Well, not much. A few $100 million. Zhang's mother. Several $100 million, is this true or not? Zhang's mother on the opposite side took a breath of cold air, feeling it was so unreal. Of course it's true. I'll give you some money later so you can pay off the mortgage in advance. Zhang Bai said this. As early as when he was in college, his parents had arranged to buy him a house in the urban area of Dongjiang, saying that having a house would make it easier for him to go on blind dates. Mom, I'm hanging up now. Seeing a girl starting to fight back, if you don't teach her a lesson, you will realize how terrible it is to regain the power of a husband. For a while. After the tenderness, Lin Ruashu straightened her clothes and glared at someone with rippling eyes. It's all your fault. What if someone sees this? Lin Ruashu said this with some fear. You know, the office doors were not locked. Hey, what are you afraid of? At worst, we can just make an official announcement. Zhang Bai didn't care at all. Even if you're not a pop diva anymore, your man will still support you. Tisk. Who asked you to raise it, humph? Lin Ruashu said this with a delicate snort. She was not the kind of girl who would spend a man's money. Why don't you just raise me, baby? Zhang Bai teased the beauty in his arms with a wicked smile. You are responsible for making money to support the family, and I am responsible for taking care of your kidneys. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Hearing the unscrupulous words of a certain guy, Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at him and said, I won't argue with you anymore. I still have to take care of some things for tomorrow's concert. Half a day later. After finishing their work, the two drove away from the studio in their supercar. Zhang Bai, where are we going? Looking at the beautiful scenery rapidly receding outside the window, Lin Ruashu asked curiously, this should be their first date, it would be a lie to say that she was not nervous. Moreover, besides being nervous, I also felt a little excited, which was a wonderful feeling. Hey, of course I'll take you to a feast. Soon, Jiang Bai drove Lin Ruashu to a vacant lawn in the suburbs of Dongjiang and stopped. Baby, you set up the grill and I'll go get some fish. After saying that, he used local materials to cut a pillar diagonally, and the spear tip suddenly appeared. This is? Looking at Jiang Bai's operation, Lin Ruashu was a little confused. You don't want to use bamboo to spear fish, do you? Is it not possible? As he spoke, Jiang Bai had already rolled up his trouser legs and entered the clear water. Let me show you how powerful your man is. Tisk. Virtue. Listening to what someone said, Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at him, but a smile appeared on her face. She felt it was quite interesting. Her hands were not idle. She put Jiang Bai's shoes and coat carefully away, and then went to set up the barbecue grill. That guy is quite romantic. Obviously, this scene of two people being alone together is undoubtedly a great way to warm up their relationship. Lin Ruashu naturally knew the guy's intention, and her heart suddenly felt sweet. I didn't expect that guy is quite good at pampering people. Obviously, Lin Ruashu likes the role of girlfriend more and more at this moment. Is this the taste of love? After setting up the barbecue grill, Lin Ruashu propped up her cheeks and looked at the man spearing fish in the river. From this angle, the guy looked super handsome. Sniff. Seeing the right moment, Jiang Bai sank the bamboo in his hand into the water, and the next moment, there was a splash. When the bamboo was pulled out, a big fat fish was found on it. Ah! Seeing the strike hit the target, Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. That guy really got stabbed by him. Jiang Bai, throw it over here quickly, I'll kill the fish. Lin Ruashu also became excited and volunteered. She had learned cooking from her mother in the past few days, so she could do simple operations like killing fish. Good. Jiang Bai in the river smiled slightly, took the fat fish and threw it to the shore. Working together as a man and a woman is not tiring. Soon, Jiang Bai forked several more fish and brought them ashore. Lin Ruashu also finished processing a fat fish. Hey, is this okay, Jiang Bai? Lin Ruashu, who knew Jiang Bai's cooking skills, asked inquiringly. Yes, sure. Nodding slightly, Jiang Bai then took the knife from Lin Ruashu's hand and said, I'll do the rest. As the blade danced, Jiang Bai began to show off his knife skills, which made Lin Ruashu dazed. It is said that serious men are the most handsome, and this statement is absolutely true. In the quiet atmosphere, the relationship between the two people grew stronger. Lin Ruashu had never experienced this before. It could be said that Jiang Bai's arrival brought her a life she had never had before. Lin Ruashu even felt that there would be nothing wrong even if time stayed at this moment. A little. The aroma of grilled fish wafted through Lin Ruashu's nose, and the gurgling sound of hunger protest came from Lin Ruashu's flat belly. Jiang Bai, are you done? Lin Ruashu swallowed her sweet saliva, staring at the grilled fish on the grill with anticipation, not wanting to look away for a moment. It was true that the guy was very good at grilling fish. All right. After adding various condiments, the grilled fish tasted even better. Then he cut the grilled fish and placed it in front of Lin Ruashu. Seeing such details, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but smile. Didn't she realize that the guy was quite attentive? Why didn't she realize that he had these advantages before? Chapter 44. Why be polite with your man? After taking a bite of the grilled fish, I found it crispy, tender and delicious. Jiang Bai, your cooking skills are amazing. Very delicious. Lin Ruashu was captivated when she took the first bite of the grilled fish, just like the guy's cooking skills. Slow down, no one is competing with you. She tidied up her slightly messy hair, and this subtle movement made Lin Ruashu smile playfully, which was very charming. Oof. Who told you to make it so delicious? Enjoying the baptism of the taste of love, Lin Ruashu snorted and acted like a spoiled child. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would cause a huge mess. After eating 2 fat fish in succession, Lin Ruashu finally stopped. After finishing the barbecue, the two sat on the lawn and snuggled together while looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance. Jiang Bai, I didn't expect you to be so good at grilling fish. Lin Ruashu, who was leaning in someone's arms, raised her swan-like neck and asked. Of course. He scratched Lin Ruashu's nose lovingly. Your man is very capable, you know that. Put. How shameless. Lin Ruashu's face flushed a little, not knowing what she was thinking about. Of course she knew how powerful that guy was, and she had the most say in it. Jiang Bai, today is my happiest day. Lin Ruashu snuggled in Jiang Bai's arms and said tightly, it's great to meet you. Rongqing Primary School, office. Ding dong. As a message sounded, Zhang's mother Chen Haixia, who had just finished class, took out her phone and asked, what is this? 3 million. Seeing the news of the 3 million in the account, Zhang's mother was not calm. Is that kid crazy? Why did he give himself so much money? Mom, take this money and use it first, don't save it. Then there was another message, your son is not short of money now. Ahem, this brat. He stared at the message for a while, then his face was filled with satisfaction and pride. My son has made great progress. But you can't spend this money carelessly. Pay off the mortgage first, and save the rest for that brat's wedding. Zhang's mother quickly thought of a way to use the money, and then looked towards the East River. I wonder what that brat's girlfriend looks like. I forgot to ask for a photo of her. No. This is about my son's lifelong event. Should I go to Dongjiang when I have time? Zhang's mother thought so. If Lin Ruashu knew this thought, she wondered how she would react. The next day, the concert was approaching. Goddess Ruashu's concert has finally begun. Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time. I heard that the goddess will have new songs in this concert. I'm so looking forward to it. If Goddess Ruashu were my girlfriend, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Hey, I really don't know which guy Goddess Ruashu will get in the future. In front of the concert venue, fans who were queuing up to check their tickets were talking enthusiastically. All of them were looking forward to the concert. Third brother, will the eldest brother really sing at my sister-in-law's concert? Su Tiancheng looked at Zhou Hao suspiciously and asked, and Lin Xiao was following beside him. Certainly. Zhou Hao looked around and swallowed. I begged and pleaded with my sister to tell me. It is said that. After a pause, Zhou Hao continued, the new songs that sister-in-law will sing at this concert were all written by the boss. What? After hearing this, Su Tiancheng and Lin Xiao were stunned. The boss wrote a song for his sister-in-law? I knock. Boss, are you so awesome? Who is their sister-in-law? She is a queen of the music world. A song of that level should be written by the eldest brother. Ahem, sister-in-law is really generous. Lin Xiao coughed dryly, then looked around. However, if these people knew that the boss and his sister-in-law were in love, I wonder if they would form a group to hack the boss to death. That's right. Zhou Hao glanced around and thought of something. I heard that bitch Lu Feifei is here today too. I wonder what her expression will be when she sees the boss. Well, bitch Lu is here. Su Tiancheng was stunned. It seems that guy doesn't know that the boss is in love with his sister-in-law, hee. You know what, it's quite exciting. Lin Xiao smiled maliciously. It was a pity to waste such a school beauty. Meanwhile, backstage in the lounge. Ruashu, you should have done this a long time ago. Zhou Yuning was in a good mood as she looked at her bestie, who was dressed up. Jiang Bai, I didn't realize you were such a great songwriter. After today, Ruashu will surely be able to firmly establish herself as the queen of the music world. You don't know, during this period of time, many people have coveted our Ruashu's position as the queen, and have used shady means. Yuning, what nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ruashu covered Zhou Yuning's mouth. Jiang Bai, don't listen to her nonsense. Seeing her best friend's actions, Zhou Yuning sighed slightly, obviously knowing that her best friend didn't want Jiang Bai to worry. Just stay together, young couple. I won't disturb you anymore. They left the lounge with a giggle, and soon there were only two of them left. Jiang Bai, thank you. Lin Ruashu took a deep breath. She naturally knew what these three songs meant and expressed her sincere gratitude. Boom! Jiang Bai was shocked when he heard the beautiful lady's words. Why are you being so polite to your own man? But if you want to thank me, it's not impossible to serve your man well tonight. Listening to someone's unscrupulous words, Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes in reproach. It seemed that ever since she and he confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, everything didn't seem so scary anymore. Lin Xiaoxi was also among the VIP seats. My brother-in-law and elder sister can both sing, so how could she be absent from such an occasion? The live broadcast room was unprecedentedly lively at this moment. Oh my god, this is the VIP seat for Xiaoxi's wife, okay? The VIP seats for Goddess Ruashu's concert are hard to come by. Hey, That bitch Vea was said to have jumped into the hospital yesterday. Damn it. Recite Pure Land 1,500 times. I'm just asking if you're cruel or not. Xiaoxi's wife is killing sharks like crazy, and now she is one of the top 3 internet celebrities. Boss Junlin is really ruthless. He directly killed the fighting shark emperor. Xiaoxi's wife said that my brother-in-law will also sing today. Is it true? Fans were chattering about the topic. Lin Xiaoxi was looking at the live broadcast room, which had already broken the 300,000 mark. Everything was ready and she was just waiting for her brother-in-law to come to the limelight, he. At the same time, a certain role in the concert. What did you say? That Jiang Bai will show up too. Qin Shua listened to his subordinate's report, his eyes narrowed. You are a lucky kid, I will let you jump around for a while. Chapter 45 Qin Shua's woman, anyone who dares to covet you must die. Lights focused. The beautiful Zhou Yuning served as the host, wearing a gorgeous cheongsam that showed off her figure to the fullest. Next, please invite Goddess Ruashu to perform a new song Xiao Xiao for us. Everyone welcome. After the announcement, Zhou Yuning left the stage and handed the rest of the time over to her best friend. Memories are like storytellers. With a local accent. Jump over the puddles and go around the village. Waiting for the fate to meet. The slightly sad melody made everyone's pupils tremble. The audience was immediately attracted by the goddess singing, and scenes seemed to appear in their minds along with the singing. As expected of the goddess Ruashu, it sounds so good. Hey, the first song is a new one. Goddess Ruashu really loves her fans. Goddess Ruashu, I love you, moi. As expected, Lin Ruashu's song Xiao Xiao received a lot of praise from fans. Zhou Yuning looked at this scene with a knowing smile. That Jiang Bai, Ruashu really found a treasure. It's a pity that he doesn't seem to have any intention of developing his music career. Otherwise, with his talent and his own management, he would definitely become a first-rate singer in the shortest possible time, or even ascend to the throne of a superstar. Zhou Yuning said this with emotion, and this was only the first song. As expected of a goddess. In a corner of the audience, Lu Feifei looked at Lin Ruashu with envy. Although she had signed a contract with Tianlai Music, she didn't know how long it would take her to become a pop diva like Lin Ruashu. She came to the concert just to learn from the experience. This song, that Lin Ruashu can't possibly be that song. A woman wearing sunglasses. Although her features were covered by the sunglasses, judging from her outline, she must be a rare beauty. Her name was Su Lin. She was hailed as the star with the greatest potential to become a pop diva, and she was also the person who posed the greatest threat to Lin Ruashu. Hateful. In order to build momentum, she mobilized countless connections and secretly reached agreements with many lyricists and composers, all in order to prevent Lin Ruashu from accepting her new songs. She would take this opportunity to take down the queen of the music world and bring Lin Ruashu down from the altar. Why? That Lin Ruashu was just a little prettier and sang better than her, but there was no way she could compare to her in other aspects. But she never expected that Lin Ruashu would suddenly have such a good song. This shouldn't be the case. She was very sure that no one had contacted the composers during this period. Damn it, what went wrong? There is someone living in my heart from now on. We used to be small. That year you moved a small stool. I was fascinated by the play and followed it all the way. I'm looking for the person in that story. You are an indispensable part. Lin Ruashu's singing skills were perfect. As she sang, she couldn't help but think of Jiang Bai. A warm and happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Xiaoxi looked at her elder sister with a proud smile on her face. Fuck, this song is awesome. Goddess Ruashu, you haven't had any new songs for a long time. I didn't expect that you would become so popular. Hey, this song is definitely going to go viral, it makes me feel really good. Damn it. If I can get the favor of Goddess Ruashu, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Of course, but the person who wrote this song is also talented, it hits the nail on the head. My wife Xiaoxi is awesome, is this considered a free concert for us, hee. Goddess Ruashu is much better than that little pop diva Su Lin. The live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments like snowflakes whizzing by. There is no harm without comparison. Although the little queen of the music world Su Lin and the goddess Ruashu are only one letter apart, their levels are not a bit different. Asshole, who on earth is that? Su Lin's eyes flashed coldly under her sunglasses. If you want to be my enemy, Su Lin, and let me know who you are, I will make you pay. Obviously, Su Lin knew that with this song, all her previous plans would be wasted. Ever since she had a public conflict with Lin Ruashu half a year ago, Su Lin began her plan to become the queen of pop. She is worthy of being the woman that Qin Shua has chosen. Qin Shua looked at the stunningly beautiful girl on the stage, took a deep breath, and then the image of Jiang Bai that day appeared in his mind. That boy, this day next year will be your death anniversary. With a cold smile, for Qin Shua, as the eldest son of the Qin family and the future patriarch of the Qin family, killing a person in Dongjiang is as easy as crushing an ant. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Qin Shua received a call. Master, the killer has arrived. When the concert ends, that guy will die. Very good. Qin Shua sneered when he heard his subordinate's words, and then typed, wait for my news. I want to see this kid die in front of me. Yes, master. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shua showed a ferocious smile on his face, and then his eyes fell on the beautiful girl with burning passion. Lin Ruashu, you can only be my, Qin Shua's, woman in this life, and anyone who dares to covet you must die. When the song ended, the whole audience was howling in excitement. Zhou Yuning had expected this, and this was just the beginning of today's concert, and then revealed a sweet curve. Goddess Ruashu really did not disappoint us. The song Xiao Xiao restored the true nature of love. I wonder if you still remember the first musical genius to perform at the T-Online charity concert. His song You Are My Life was so popular that it was considered a masterpiece. Today, Goddess Ruashu has also invited him to perform at the concert. Now, please welcome Jiang Bai to perform Love Around the Corner for us. Welcome everyone. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar and everyone looked towards the stage. What? Charity gala? The first talent to come on stage? Could it be that young man who became a god after one battle? Brother-in-law is about to take the stage. When Lin Xiaoxi heard Zhou Yuning's words, her eyes lit up. Su Tanchang and the other two stared at the stage without blinking. Oh my god, the boss is on stage so soon. It turns out that the sister-in-law takes great care of him. Charity concert? That Jiang Bai. The little queen of the singing world, Su Lin, was startled and looked at the stage with narrowed eyes. She naturally knew Jiang Bai, who was quite talented and had a good musical foundation. She originally wanted to make friends with him, but she didn't expect that Lin Ruashu was one step ahead of her. Of course, if Su Lin knew that the Jiang Bai she mentioned was Lin Ruashu's man, one wonder how she would react. Hey, brother-in-law is here. My goodness, my brother-in-law never thought that he would be invited by Goddess Ruashu. I'm really looking forward to my brother-in-law's next performance. Boo-hoo. Brother-in-law, stop singing. You are so rich now. Wouldn't it be nice to come home with me? My brother-in-law could have made a living with his looks, but he insists on relying on his talent. How infuriating. Fans in the live broadcast room were excited and talking about it. Dao Dao stared at the screen without blinking. Next, they were waiting for the brother-in-law to make a breakthrough in the music industry. He. Chapter 46 Jiang Bai's song is so good. What? Lu Feifei, who was learning from experience, suddenly narrowed her eyes when she heard the stage announcement. Jiang Bai, how could he do that? How could he appear at Goddess Ruashu's concert? This is impossible. At this moment, Lu Feifei's pretty face turned pale. Not to mention that Jiang Bai became famous at the charity concert, his identity as a hidden rich man was enough to make her regret. Jiang Bai, even though you are not interested in the music industry, please don't let me down. Zhou Yuning held her breath. This battle was more important than the charity concert. It not only concerned Jiang Bai's star career, but also her best friend's status in the music industry. I'm pretending. I want to be by your side without leaving any trace. Quietly accompany and look at the horizon. Moving forward on a bicycle. Love is waiting at a certain intersection. You keep moving forward and don't look back. Good. Listening to Jiang Bai's singing, superb singing skills and handsome looks, Zhou Yuning narrowed his eyes at this moment. Well done. As expected, Zhou Yuning knew that Jiang Bai's assist was absolutely explosive. Hey, Ruashu really made a lot of money. Zhou Yuning swallowed his saliva and breathed a sigh of relief. With his best friend's 3 songs plus Jiang Bai's song, with a little work after the concert, not only could her best friend secure her position as a queen of the music world, but she could also go one step further. Su Lin, Don't think I don't know about that little trick. Zhou Yuning smiled coldly. Of course, she knew everything about Su Lin's actions behind the scenes. However, Ruashu always said that she just wanted to make music quietly and didn't want to pay attention to those things, otherwise she would not let Su Lin do such a thing. Oh my god, this sweet dog food from the boss is making my scalp numb. Zhou Hao's whole body trembled. Oh my god, even if his sister-in-law is a pop diva, there is no need to show off their love like this. It will kill people. Boss, this is awesome. I give this operation a 10 out of 10. Su Tiancheng swallowed his saliva. Damn, with the boss's talent, if I were a woman, I would also want to marry him. Hey, second brother, aren't you afraid that the boss will slap you to death? Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Su Tiancheng. He was still a woman. The scene was extremely horrifying. In the backstage lounge, Lin Ruashu looked at Zhang Bai's handsome face and beautiful singing voice, and the corners of her mouth curved up involuntarily. Humph, that guy really didn't let me down. She did not hide her arrogance at all, and looked as if she was afraid that others didn't know that Zhang Bai was her boyfriend. Is this a confession to yourself? Before the concert, she asked him several times indirectly, but this guy was tight-lipped and refused to tell her. So he was waiting here. How mean. But, it's so sweet, it turns out love tastes so wonderful. On the other side, Qin Shua's face turned ashen as if his parents had died. The damn bastard was showing off his affection with his chosen woman in front of him. Qin Shua felt so much that he wanted to take out a gun and shoot Zhang Bai on the spot. For a moment, Qin Shua felt that his dignity had suffered an unprecedented blow, and the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. He even regretted not having someone kill him immediately. Crunch! Qin Shua gritted his teeth, veins popping out on his forehead. Zhang Bai, I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. However, this is just the beginning. Who did you meet at the corner of love? Is there beauty in love? The street behind the corner of love. Can I accompany you? Who did you meet at the corner of love? Will it not make you cry? Brother-in-law, invincible. When Lin Xiaoxi heard her brother-in-law singing, she was immediately excited. The number of fans in the live broadcast room soared to over 800,000 at this moment, and everyone was stunned. Damn it! Brother-in-law, this is so awesome. Ahem, at this level, my brother-in-law won't really be able to dominate the music industry. Ah. Pa 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 pa. At this moment, the audience burst into applause, mixed with howls, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly high. Zhang Bai, I love you, woo. Who do you meet at the corner of love? Is there the beauty of love? Oh my god. The lyrics are so beautiful, Zhang Bai must be a great talent. Hey, this song is much better than those popular young idols. Damn it, I've decided to become a fan from now on. Zhang Bai, stop singing and come home with me, okay? I want to have lots of babies with you. A song to deify the gods, Zhongshan is mighty. The scene was so heatedly discussed that it was even a little out of control. Originally, they came for the goddess Ruashu, but who would have thought that they would encounter a king bomb? This. No, it's impossible. In a corner of the concert, Lu Feifei's face was pale and she staggered, listening to the crazy girls around her. Endless regret rose in her heart. Zhang Bai's song is actually sung this well. At this moment, Lu Feifei's mind was in a state of confusion, and all of her 12 trillion brain cells fell into dormant mode. If she had not broken up with him, she would be. Thinking of this, looking at the handsome boy shining brightly on the stage, the corners of her mouth were filled with bitterness. Retribution. Retribution. At this moment, Lu Feifei no longer had the mind to learn from experience. Her face was ashen and her heart was full of despair. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself cannot. She ruined a good hand of cards by herself, who can she blame? Ah, this. Su Lin was also stunned at this moment, looking at the stage in disbelief. That guy had actually been so famous in the music industry for a long time. Damn it, he even gave her the feeling that he was no weaker than her, and was even comparable to Lin Ruashu. How so? Such an excellent singer, if I had known earlier. Thinking of this, Su Lin narrowed her eyes. This guy was just attending Lin Ruashu's concert. If she extended an olive branch, or even used her beauty to lure him, she might be able to win him over. For a moment, Su Lin thought so. She has always been a decisive person, and she knows very well that if she can have some relationship with this guy, the benefits she will get will definitely be beyond her imagination. Zhang Bai herself doesn't even know that she has been noticed by the little queen of the music world. Puff. At a certain moment, Xin Shua couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He really couldn't control it anymore. As the blood spurted out, his face turned strangely red and he almost fainted from anger. I want to kill him right now. Xin Shua's eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious. As the eldest son of the Qin family, he had never suffered such humiliation before. Moreover, this scene was like rubbing his dignity on the ground. Jiang Bai, I will tear out your tendons and skin you, grind your bones and scatter your ashes to relieve the hatred in my heart. However, Qin Shua did not know what kind of devastating disaster his action had brought to the Qin family of Dongjiang, and that is all a story for later. Chapter 47. After that guy goes back, he really needs to regain his power as a husband. Backstage lounge. Nizi, your man is pretty good, After leaving the stage and entering the lounge, Jiang Bai was greeted by a fragrant breeze. Then he saw a beautiful woman offering him a kiss. Happiness came a little too suddenly. This girl is so rebellious. A French kiss ensued, and sweet dog food was spread in every corner of the lounge room with the two people kissing. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. As the passionate kiss continued, Jiang Bai's big hands became dishonest and covered the beautiful peaks. Lin Ruashu's face turned red, and she obviously felt something strange. Jiang Bai, don't. This is a concert, wait until we get back. Lin Ruashu herself didn't know how to say such explicit words, but she was really scared, fearing that the guy would lose control and be executed here. Of course, she didn't have much confidence in herself. Hey, okay. Jiang Bai squeezed your mountain hard, when we get back, your man will take over as a husband again. Put. Revitalize your big ghost, you wishful thinking. After struggling to get out of someone's arms with great effort, she left the backstage lounge in a panic with a flushed face. I'm going to sing at the concert. Ha! Only after leaving the backstage lounge did Lin Ruashu breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking about what had just happened, she covered her hot face with her two slender hands. Oh my god, I was too bold just now. Will Jiang Bai think that I am too casual? Thinking of this, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but worry. Although she was a queen of the music world, she was actually a novice in love. Lin Ruashu, you must be more reserved next time, remember. He. But when that guy returns, he really needs to regain his marital status. Thinking about what a certain guy said before leaving, Lin Ruashu's heart couldn't help but become confused again. If that guy wants to regain his power as a husband, should I refuse him, or should I agree to let him do what he wants? Ouch. Lin Ruashu, what are you thinking about? The more I thought about it, the faster my heart beat and my face turned red again. It's over. I have to calm down quickly, otherwise how can I continue with the concert? Lin Ruashu muttered to herself, if Jiang Bai knew this, who knows how happy he would be. If we talk about being casual, Jiang Bai is not even a human being when he is casual. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of participating in Lin Ruashu's concert and becoming a god. You will be rewarded with a mysterious treasure chest with 8 billion renminbi. While savoring the lingering fragrance of the alluring beauty, Jiang Bai heard the sound of the system reward arriving in his account. Open the treasure chest. Jiang Bai didn't think much about it and directly used the mysterious treasure chest. After all, he was very curious about what came out of the mysterious treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 20 sets of Thomson first-class villas. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fortune of 500 million renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining bad luck card X3. Jiang Bai was stunned by the 3 consecutive voices. There were 20 villas in Thomson first class. Isn't this the villa complex where that girl lived? Good job. This is the rhythm of being a super rich man to the end. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Taiyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping Villas, bad luck card X3. Wealth, 34.935 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai smiled happily. It won't be long before his wealth exceeds 10 million. But what is a bad luck card? The villa and the tens of billions of wealth are understandable, but this bad luck card is obviously the first time I have encountered it. Replying to the host, the bad luck card is completely opposite to the lucky card. It will bring bad luck to the user and bring him constant bad news. It can be called a magic weapon for playing pranks on others. The host can experience its specific uses by himself. Note, bad luck cards are harmful to the natural order, so use with caution. Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard the system's answer. Bad luck? Constant bad news? And also hurting Tianhe? This seems like a must-have for fighting enemies at home. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai had a strong urge to try out its effectiveness. He consciously exited the system panel. The mysterious treasure chest was really a good thing. Ding! Alert the host, a killer is about to assassinate the host, and the host's life threat rate is 0.0001%. Jiang Bai? What the hell? Life threat rate 0.0001%? This is much lower than the probability of winning the lottery. What's wrong with the system? The danger warning is a little too humane. But, the killer poses such a small threat to me, so my skills are now comparable to those of a god for an ordinary person. Interesting? Thinking of this, Jiang Bai smiled slightly. It has only been a short time since I got this system, and a killer has come looking for me. I don't know, what does it feel like to kill someone? Jiang Bai murmured, with a hint of bloodthirstiness in his eyes. He wondered if it was a side effect of the god-level martial arts. In that case, then we will meet this so-called killer. Jiang Bai's mouth curved up wickedly, and then he took out his phone and sent a message, Nizi, I'm leaving first, see you at the villa. About a few minutes later. Ding-a-ling. In a corner of the concert audience, Qin Shua's cell phone rang again. Hello, Uncle Ling. What, that kid left the concert? Very good, I will join you immediately. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shua's face showed joy. Jiang Bai, it seems that God won't let you live any longer. But it's okay like this. His eyes narrowed fiercely, and he was still thinking of the resentful plan. Maybe I shouldn't rush to kill him, but turn him into a human pig, and then take possession of Lin Ruashu in front of him. Just thinking about that scene makes me excited. Qin Shua thought so for a moment, but he didn't know that the threat posed by the killer he hired to Jiang Bai was less than 0.01%. The end of the Qin family also begins from this moment. On the other side, leaving the concert venue, Jiang Bai drove towards Assassination Villa. Before leaving, we glanced at the dark place outside the venue and saw a car there. The person in the car was Uncle Ling, the confidant of Qin Shua's father. Boy, I'll use your head as a sacrifice to let the young master take control of the Qin family flag. With a cold smile, Uncle Ling drove the car to chase after him. Everything had been arranged. This time, the kid had no choice but to die. Then he took out the intercom and a cold voice came out, the mission has changed. Cut off the boy's limbs. The young master will refine him into a human pig. Boy! If you fight against my Qin family in Dongjiang, you should be more careful in your next life. Uncle Ling has done countless shameful things for the Qin family over the years, but he will never know what kind of person Jiang Bai is that he is facing this time. Chapter 48 Baby, you have worked hard. I will cook a table of dishes for you when we get back. Assassination Villa, a must-go place. Squeak. There was a sudden brake sound in the middle of the road, and a thick tree trunk suddenly blocked the way. Jiang Bai knew it clearly, and it was obviously the place where the killer was lying in ambush. Push the door and get out. Uncle Ying's car also stopped in the back. He turned on the lights and got out to wait for the young master to arrive. As for Jiang Bai, he had 2 assassins hired with a large sum of money in secret, so he couldn't escape. Soon, Qin Shua came speeding over in a supercar. Bang! After closing the car door, Qin Shua came to the center of the field and looked at Jiang Bai quietly. Boy, how are you? Oh. When Jiang Bai saw the person coming, he knew who he was. He originally thought it was someone else, but he never expected it to be the second-generation Dongjiang playboy who was beaten up by him a few days ago. Snort! This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Qin Shua smiled coldly, then his face turned ferocious. But I won't let you die easily. I will turn you into a human pig and kill that bitch Lin Ruashu in front of you. Get started. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and he couldn't wait to cut off Jiang Bai's limbs with his own hands. The thought of it made him extremely excited. Sniff. As soon as Qin Shua finished speaking, 2 shadows that seemed to blend into the darkness suddenly approached him at an incredibly fast speed. The cold edge of the Tang sword was very creepy under the refraction of the moonlight. Take money from others to help them get rid of disasters. Boy, die. The two figures were about to sever Jiang Bai's arms, and vicious looks flashed across the two killers' faces. It was too unaffordable for such brutal killers to attack a young boy. Bang! Bang! Jiang Bai looked at the killer who was looking for death and naturally showed no mercy. The scarlet light in his eyes became brighter. With a slap, the two men flew sideways 7 or 8 meters away and hit the ground hard. Their internal organs were shattered on the spot, and they died without even having time to scream. What? Qin Shua looked at the two killers' bodies in the distance, his face full of disbelief. How could you? Master, go. Uncle Ling was more serious than ever when he saw how skilled Jiang Bai was. He held a dagger in his hand and stood ready, obviously intending to cover Qin Shua's retreat. Uncle Ling, I. Seeing Uncle Ying's serious expression, Qin Shua was unwilling but still glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. Boy, wait for me. Puff. Qin Shua was about to turn around and drive away in his supercar when Yue Wei saw a head flying into the air. To his shock, the head belonged to none other than Uncle Ling, one of his father's most trusted men. As for Jiang Bai, he had appeared 1 meter behind Uncle Ling with a tang sword in his hand. What a fast speed! Qin Shua was so frightened that his calves started to cramp and he could no longer take a step. What are you going to do, Jiang Bai? I'm warning you, I'm the eldest son of the Qin family in Dongjiang, the future patriarch of the Qin family. You dare to kill my father, don't come over. I was wrong, Jiang Bai, let me go, ho ho. Before he could finish his words, Qin Shua was grabbed by the throat by Jiang Bai's hand and hung in the air like a dead dog, with a cold look in his eyes. Snap! With a slight force in his hands, Qin Shua's neck was twisted off. Before he died, his eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe that the boy really dared to kill him. I will not be soft-hearted when it comes to my enemies. Jiang Bai looked at Qin Shua's body, especially the scene where the tang sword chopped off Uncle Ying's head, which made his blood boil. Is this the feeling of killing someone? It's pretty good. Although it was his first time killing someone, Jiang Bai didn't feel any discomfort at all, which was strange. Maybe it's due to the god-level martial arts, or maybe Jiang Bai himself has a bloodthirsty gene in his body. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Jiang Bai's cell phone rang and he saw the caller ID. Hello, Jiang Bai. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Ruashu's voice came from the other end. At this moment, Qin Shua's body was under Jiang Bai's feet. If Lin Ruashu knew this scene, I wonder how she would react. What's wrong? You miss your man so soon. After hearing Lin Ruashu's voice, Jiang Bai's bloodthirsty mood calmed down a lot, and then he joked. Go away. Are you at the villa now? What's that sound around you? Lin Ruashu frowned and asked suspiciously. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be so much noise in the villa. Nothing. I came out to get some fresh air. Just now, 3 or 2 wild cats bit me, but I chased them away. Glancing at the 4 bodies on the ground, including the headless body of Uncle Ling, Jiang Baiyun was calm and composed. Only the gentle night breeze blew away the strong smell of blood. Wildcat? After hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruashu naturally did not become suspicious, and she would never have thought that the man in her eyes had just killed 4 people, including Qin Shua, the eldest son of the Qin family in Dongjiang. Then be careful when you go back. Lin Ruashu said this with concern. Since the two were now boyfriend and girlfriend, her concern was justified. Rest assured. I can't bear to let my precious man get hurt. Jiang Bai laughed and joked, focus on the concert and stop thinking about your man. When you go back, your man will be waiting to serve you. Put. Who asked you to serve? Lin Ruashu spat softly and said, even if it was just a phone call, it felt sweet. The taste of love is indeed like 3 years after not seeing each other for a moment. I was so tired from the concert today. I sang so many songs. Lin Ruashu put aside her stubborn attitude and complained like a little woman in front of Jiang Bai, as if to say, baby is tired, you have to coax me. You've worked hard, baby. I'll cook a table of dishes for you when we get back to reward you. Lin Ruashu chuckled, you have a conscience. I'm hanging up now. I'll be on stage singing again later, Mua. Before hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu gave him a Mua kiss. Even Lin Ruashu herself found the scene so disgusting and cheesy incredible. Of course, she didn't notice it at the moment. How strange. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu felt as if she had been given a shot of chicken blood. She felt that the fatigue from the concert was much lighter. Could it be that love has effects? Lin Ruashu, who had no experience in love, tilted her head curiously, but unfortunately she couldn't figure it out. Why, all I can think about is that guy's shadow. I'm screwed, isn't he going to get sick? He touched his smooth and white forehead, feeling the temperature. No, how could this happen? Hee, I can eat the food that guy cooks when I go back. I'm really a little hungry. Chapter 49 Weird Mission Rewards, God-Level Farming Skills? Dongjiang River, a certain section of road. Boom! With a deafening roar, an extended Lincoln was hit by a sand truck and a serious car accident occurred. The wealthy man and the driver in the extended Lincoln died on the spot. Ah! Screams spread, and passers-by looked at the scene with pale faces. When the ambulance and the criminal department arrived at the scene, they confirmed the identity of the deceased. Qin Zhanghai, chairman of the Qin Group. Captain Lu Ming of the criminal division frowned as he looked at the two bodies on the scene. The final identification results came out, showing that the disaster was caused by fatigued driving by the sand truck driver. Block the news of Qin Zhanghai's death. Lu Ming gave the order immediately. After all, Qin Zhanghai was the chairman of the Qin Group and had a great influence in Dongjiang. If the news of his death in a car accident were to spread, it would probably cause unnecessary panic. At least it could not be announced now. Ding-a-ling. Lu Ming was handling the accident scene and was about to pack up when he received a phone call. Qin Shuo was killed. Okay. I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming rushed to the crime scene without stopping, vaguely sensing that there was something strange about the matter. Soon, they arrived at the crime scene. Qin Zhanghai's subordinate Ing Shu was beheaded by a tang sword, and Qin Shuo was killed by having his throat cut. It is suspected that he died together with the killer. After investigation, his subordinates came to the conclusion that it was a hired murder. So cruel. Not long after, Lu Ming received another message from the informant. He looked at the screen of his phone in confusion. What? Qin Shuo's mother's sympathizer absconded with the money, leaving the Qin Group with nothing but an empty shell. Could it be that all this was done by Qin Shuo's mother? Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but think so. After all, Qin Shuo's mother was the biggest beneficiary. Although she wouldn't kill her son herself, that might not be the case for her lover. Stop the airports at home and abroad and make sure to arrest the two suspects. The lights in Thompson Epine Villa are bright. Oh. Lin Ruashu, who had just returned from the concert, smelled the aroma of food, her face full of sweetness. Then I'll eat it. After swallowing the sweet saliva, Lin Ruashu and Amu took a bite of the delicious meal made by Jiang Bai. Ha, eat slowly. There are only two of us in the villa, no one will compete with you. Jiang Bai rubbed Lin Ruashu's head lovingly, looking like he was doting on his daughter. Poof. Who told you to cook such delicious food? Why do you blame me? Lin Ruashu hummed in dissatisfaction. Few people saw this side of her, and she looked extremely beautiful under the light. At this moment, the beautiful lady has long black hair and a delicate face. Although she is wearing a vacuum pajamas, it still cannot hide her proud chest. If outsiders see this scene, they will surely be envious to death. After a delicious dinner, I return to the bedroom as usual. You must be tired. Let your husband give you a massage. Lin Ruashu naturally did not refuse. Now that she was that guy's girlfriend, it was natural for her to enjoy the benefits of her boyfriend. Of course, the most important thing was that the massage from that guy was super comfortable. It's nice to have a boyfriend. After enjoying her boyfriend's massage, Lin Ruashu smiled proudly, with the corners of her beautiful mouth curled up in happiness. She felt that every moment with this guy was sweet. I really like this feeling. Yeah. Looking at the beautiful face of the lady in his arms, there are better ones. Baby, do you want them? Poof. I don't want to, ugh. Before she could finish her words, her red lips were blocked. Lin Ruashu's face flushed red. She already had some idea of what would happen next. It was a natural thing, and then what was supposed to happen happened. 18,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning. The sound of birds singing filled the sky, and the golden morning sun shone through the window onto Qingqing's face, which was very beautiful. Lin Ruashu struggled to get rid of her sleepy eyes, and what she saw was a handsome face. The scenes of last night immediately emerged in her mind, and her face couldn't help but turn red. Ding dong. At this moment, the phone rang with a push message. I clicked on it and saw, after investigation, the chairman of the Dongjiang Qin Group died in a car accident due to fatigue driving of the sand transport truck. His son Qin Shua was killed in revenge. Qin Shua's mother colluded with her lover and fled with the money. Now the Qin Group is in turmoil. The criminal division is trying hard to hunt down Qin Shua's mother and his lover. This station will continue to report for you. What? Looking at the headlines of Dongjiang, Lin Ruashu's only trace of sleepiness instantly disappeared. Qin Shua is dead. Obviously, this news push contains too much information. The situation here is not just about Qin Shua's death, the entire Qin Group is in chaos, revenge killing? Thinking of this, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She was worried before that Qin Shua would deal with Zhang Bai, but now the death of Qin Shua might not be a bad thing. If Qin Shua knew Lin Ruashu's thoughts, I wonder if he would come back to life and confront Zhang Bai face to face. God damn, it's a vendetta. Zhang Bai broke my neck and I died. Nizi, what are you looking at so intently? At this moment, a pair of big hands covered the peaks from behind, smelling the pleasant scent of the beautiful woman and asked, "You?" Feeling the actions of a certain guy, Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at Zhang Bai, but did not stop him. You may not believe it, but Qin Shua is dead. Oh. Yeah. Looking at the information report on Nizi's mobile phone screen, he of course knew everything. After all, he was the murderer. Qin Sunghai died, and his mother escaped with the money. Seeing this, Zhang Bai was stunned. Wow, that bad luck card was really fast. It was obvious that Qin Sunghai's death and the exposure of Qin Shua's mother's secret affair were all due to the bad luck card. Is it against the will of heaven? Zhang Bai looked at this scene and seemed to understand the meaning of the system's reminder. A bad luck card directly destroyed the Qin Group. The system's products must be top-notch. TSK. The power of the bad luck card is so terrifying. Ding. The host triggers a random mission, acquires the Qin Group, and is rewarded with a god-level farming technique. As Zhang Bai was sighing, he suddenly heard the voice of the system task. Although he could understand the acquisition of Qin Group, what the hell was the god-level farming technique? Farming skills, why does it sound so improper? Could it be tailor-made for this stunningly beautiful girl? But I just don't know how powerful this god-level farming technique is. It's quite exciting, hee. Chapter 50, Zhao Ziqian was crushed into a pulp by the bad luck card, thanks to Tian Xiaolong, the king of gifts. A little tenderness, a little cuddling. Leaning in her man's arms, listening to his strong heartbeat, Lin Ruashu felt extremely at peace. That's right. The beauty sniffed Zhang Bai's scent and then raised her swan-like white neck. I have a party today and may not be back until the afternoon. I can't accompany you in the morning. Fine. Zhang Bai smiled slightly. It just so happens that I have something to deal with, but I'll go to my husband and kiss him for a while. Zhang Bai, you, ha ha ha. Then, there was a suggestive laughter coming from the boudoir, and if nothing unexpected happened, a wave of advantage was inevitable. After breakfast, Lin Ruashu was busy with the party. Goodbye, husband. Don't think about me. In front of the villa, Lin Ruashu's sweet voice made Zhang Baigu's head soften. He watched the girl drive away in a supercar. That girl, what a goblin. Look, I'm not going to let her have a good time. This is outrageous. After muttering, Zhang Bai retracted his gaze, but for now, I'd better get the god-level farming technique first. Then, I'll let that girl have a taste of my power. Thinking of this, Zhang Bai became full of energy. He has decided to acquire the Qin Group, and whoever stands in his way will die. 10 minutes later, at the Dihao building. Squeak. The car drifted precisely and parked in an open-air parking space, attracting many onlookers, all of whom cast envious glances at it. This is the headquarters of the Dihao Group. Lu Ruqing spent 300 million to buy the entire building. Not to mention that this is a busy street. Naturally, the headquarters Lu Ruqing chose for his boss cannot be bad. God-level farming technique, here I come. The corners of his mouth curved up. For the acquisition of Qin Group, he had previously exchanged the evidence of many directors of Qin Group in the system. He thought that it would play an unexpected role in the acquisition process. What Zhang Bai has to do, of course, is to acquire the Qin Group at the lowest cost. Even if he completes the system task, he will not be a sucker, as that would not be in line with his character. At the same time, in the office of the president of M Grand Group. Boss Lu, what do you think? In the office, a fashionably dressed young man looked up and down at Lu Ruqing's wonderful figure with an unscrupulous gaze. The heat in his eyes made Lu Ruqing very uncomfortable. "Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Our Dihao group is small and cannot reach the heights of the Zhao group." Lu Ruqing declined politely, but she knew that the Zhao group was even more powerful than the Qin group that had been in trouble before, and that she and the Dihao group could not afford to offend. At the same time, she could not cause trouble for young Master Jiang. "Yeah." Zhao Ziqian's lips curled up into a playful smile. "It doesn't matter if you don't cooperate. I wonder what Mr. Lu thinks about being my girlfriend." "This." Lu Ruqing frowned. She knew of course that Zhao Ziqian was just a playboy, and he had seduced countless girls by relying on his family background. "Mr. Zhao loves you so much. Ruqing knows that her status is not worthy of you." "Hi." Hearing Lu Ruqing's words, Zhao Ziqian waved his hand and then stepped forward to embrace Lu Ruqing's slender waist. "What's the matter with whether we are worthy or not? As long as President Lu follows me, I guarantee that Dihao Group will prosper in the future." Lu Ruqing slapped Zhao Ziqian's hand away. Her pretty face turned cold. "Mr. Zhao, please respect yourself. If you do this again, I'll call security." "Security guard?" Zhao Ziqian's eyes flashed fiercely when he heard this, and he became even more interested. "She has a fierce temper, but I like her. Hey, if you have the guts, just call me. Then let them see how their boss Lu calls you." As he spoke, Zhao Ziqian's true nature was exposed as he approached Lu Ruqing, which made Lu Ruqing's pretty face turn pale. "Hey, Lu Ruqing, if you follow me, you will definitely get some benefits." Zhao Ziqian's eyes were filled with excitement. "Later, I will let you know what happiness in life is." "You?" Hearing Zhao Ziqian's explicit words, Lu Ruqing was furious. If Zhao Ziqian really succeeded, her life would be over. Bang! At this moment, the office door was kicked open. Before Zhao Ziqian could react, he was slapped and flew out. He flew 4 or 5 meters away and hit the wall. His facial bones were shattered and countless ribs were broken. "Master Jiang, you are here." Seeing Jiang Bai, Lu Ruqing hurriedly hid behind him. On the other side, Zhao Ziqian, who was struggling to get up, looked at Jiang Bai with a ferocious face. "Damn, where did this bastard come from? How dare you hit me?" Bang! Before Zhao Ziqian could finish his words, Jiang Bai slapped him in the face and sent him flying out of the office, smashing the desk 10 meters away into pieces. "Say one more word and you'll die." The cold eyes fell on Zhao Ziqian, and Zhao Ziqian trembled all over. "Boy, you have guts. Just wait for me." After saying that, Zhao Ziqian covered his face and left the field. That boy had to pay for today's humiliation with his life. "Master Jiang, I." Looking at Zhao Ziqian's departing back, Lu Ruqing's heart rose to her throat. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, Ruqing has caused you trouble." "No problem." Jiang Bai waved his hands without even looking at Zhao Ziqian. "He's just a dandy second-generation kid, so I'll beat him up. I came here today to talk to you about something." As Lu Ruqing closed the office door, many staff members of the Dihao building took a deep breath. Damn, that young man just now, is he their boss? So domineering. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the bad luck card. The target is Zhao Ziqian. 8 hours. Looking at the countdown in front of him, Jiang Bai knew that Zhao Ziqian was finished. After all, the system's clear reminder that it was harming Tianhe was no joke. A few minutes later, outside the Dihao building. "Pa! Boy, no matter who you are, you're dead." Zhao Ziqian looked coldly at the Dihao building behind him. As the second son of the Zhao family in Dongjiang, he had never been treated like this before. Boom! But at this moment, an off-road vehicle was speeding at high speed, with no less than a dozen police cars chasing behind it. "Boss, there's someone in front," the murderer's driver said to the boss in the back seat. The scarred boss glanced at Zhao Ziqian, who was cursing, and said, "What the hell are you talking about? Just run over me." The impact of the oversized off-road vehicle was so great that Zhao Ziqian was crushed by the beast-like off-road vehicle before he could react. Obviously, all this was caused by the bad luck card. Bang! After the murderer driver ran over Zhao Ziqian's head, he lost control of the steering wheel and hit the railing nearby, forcing the car to stop with nearly half of its front face dented. The next moment, dozens of vehicles from the criminal division took control of the scene. Dozens of armed members of the criminal division surrounded the scene. Soon, the captain of the criminal division, Lu Ming, arrived at the scene and said, "Seal off the scene. No one is allowed to enter or leave." Poor Zhao Ziqian was under Jiang Bai's bad luck and didn't even know how he died. At this moment, he had turned into a pool of meat paste and was crushed by the off-road vehicle. The scene was horrible. Chapter 51 Jiang Bai, Ruashu might be in danger. M Brand Group, President S Office. Ding dong. Lu Ruqing received a message on his phone, but when he saw the message, his pupils suddenly paused. 3 billion. Master Jiang, what are you doing? Even Lu Ruqing took a breath of cold air at this moment, and the buttons on her body were almost broken. No wonder Zhao Ziqian had ill intentions towards her. She was really very tempting. This money is what I want you to do next. Acquire Qin Group. The plain voice sounded beside Lu Ruqing's ears, but it was like a thunderbolt. What? Master Jiang, you want to acquire the Qin Group? Obviously, this gap has a great impact on Lu Ruqing. You know, although the Dihao Group is now on the right track, it still cannot be compared with the Qin Group. Ahem. Young Master Jiang, 3 billion is not a small amount, but the market value of Qin Group is nearly 50 billion. I'm afraid these are not enough. Lu Ruqing coughed dryly. Although he did not say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Although the money was large, it would still be very difficult to acquire the Qin Group. So, there's this. Jiang Bai took out the USB drive that he had prepared long ago. Here is the evidence of the crimes of many directors of the Qin Group. If it is sent to the criminal division, everyone will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Evidence of guilt. Young Master Jiang, you actually have this thing, that's great. When Lu Ruqing heard what his boss said, his eyes sparkled, but he then looked towards the Qin Group. Young Master Jiang, since we have this leverage in our hands, we can save 3 billion and take over the board of directors. I believe those directors will not refuse. Lu Ruqing said so, and Jiang Bai shook his head meaningfully. Although it's possible, it's too risky. The art of war says, be sure to leave a gap when besieging an enemy, and do not pursue an enemy who is desperate. If you want to expand your business, you can't make too many enemies. The Qin Group's board of directors is now in danger. If you were the board of directors, with the evidence of guilt threatening you, do you think you would do something desperate? Hearing this, Lu Ruqing felt a chill down her spine. Young Master Jiang is absolutely right. I'm grateful for your advice. Bang! Just then, Lu Ruqing's secretary rushed in. She was a pretty girl with fair skin named Xiaoli. Boss, something big happened. Zhao Ziqian was crushed into a pulp by a murderer's SUV downstairs in the building. Secretary Xiaoli's face was pale. She had just come back from buying milk tea when Zhao Ziqian had a car accident. She happened to see the scene of Zhao Ziqian's head being crushed into meat paste. Her stomach is still churning until now. What? Hearing Xiaoli's words, Lu Ruqing's face was full of disbelief. Zhao Ziqian was crushed into a pulp. Yes, President. I saw it with my own eyes. Xiaoli retched as she thought of the scene in her mind. It was so tragic. There was no bone to be seen at all. Oh. Hearing this, Jiang Bai looked out the window at the dozen police cars in front of the building on the ground. They were crushed into meat paste. The extent of his bad luck was really outrageous. Ding! The host spends 3 billion renminbi, triggering a double rebate, and gets 6 billion renminbi. While feeling the power of the bad luck card, the voice of the system rang in his ears, triggering a double rebate and earning 6 billion renminbi. In other words, the acquisition of Qin Group not only did not cost any money, but also made 3 billion renminbi. This feeling is quite pleasant. Jiang Bai couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. I see. Lu Ruqing nodded, and Xiaoli nodded respectfully to her boss before leaving the office, not forgetting to close the door discreetly. Ha! She was really scared just now. If she saw her boss and the president doing that, she would have to pack up and leave. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, Jiang Bai's cell phone rang and he saw the caller ID. Hello, Sister Ning. An anxious voice came from the other end of the line. Jiang Bai, Ruashu might be in danger. Didn't I say before that someone in the music industry was trying to harm Ruashu? That person was Su Lin. Just today, Su Lin asked Ruashu to go to the Nightingale bar. I'm afraid it will be bad for Ruashu, so please go and take a look. I originally wanted to go, but something happened at the company temporarily. I'm already at the airport. Good. When Jiang Bai heard the anxious voice, he knew that Lin Ruashu might have already met that Su Lin. Ruqing, the acquisition of Qin Group is up to you. I have something to do and I'll leave first. Since it concerns the girl's safety, Jiang Bai naturally won't stay any longer. Master Jiang, walk slowly. Lu Ruqing escorted Jiang Bai to the downstairs of the Imperial Capitol building. At this moment, Zhao Ziqian's flesh-mashed body had been cleaned up, but the smell of blood could still be faintly smelled. In addition, there were still some bloodstains on the ground, indicating that a shocking car accident had just occurred here. Ding dong. As the supercar drove away from the Imperial Capitol building, Zhou Yuning sent the location of the Nightingale bar. Jiang Bai, please hurry up. I couldn't get through to Ruashu's phone. Hearing Zhou Yuning's words, Jiang Bai's face darkened and murderous gleam appeared in his eyes. Su Lin, don't cross my bottom line. Otherwise, even God can't protect you. With his God-level driving skills, Jiang Bai's speed directly exceeded 180, and he turned into a black light and rushed towards the Nightingale bar. The Nightingale bar, a private room. Ruashu, congratulations on the success of your concert. Su Lin narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at the red wine in Lin Ruashu's glass. The two of them clinked their glasses, and then, under her triumphant gaze, Lin Ruashu drank the glass of wine. Good. Watching Li Ruashu drink the drugged red wine, he thought to himself that it was a success. The next step was to wait for the drug to take effect. Then he would send her to Zhao Xiao and then set up a honey trap to capture her. By then, this bitch would be at his mercy. Lin Ruashu, you are too young to fight with me, Su Lin. Soon, Lin Ruashu's vision became a little blurry. Ruashu, are you okay? Su Lin pretended to be concerned as she said this. Lin Ruashu suddenly realized that she was a little uneasy. Although she was not sure whether Su Lin had done anything wrong to her, she knew that she must not faint outside, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. I'm fine. I'll make a phone call. Just after taking out Su Lin's turned-off mobile phone, she fainted on the table. Looking at the beautiful face that was flushed after being drugged, Su Lin felt jealous and her hatred grew stronger. Oof. Tonight I want to see how bold you are. It's really exciting. Su Lin murmured so much as she carried the drugged Lin Ruashu towards the prepared direction. When she thought about being able to take a video of this bitch's handle later, the corners of Su Lin's mouth couldn't help but curl up, but she didn't know what kind of nightmare her current action would bring to her in the future. Chapter 52, Revenge Explodes, Su Lin's nightmare continues. Nightingale Bar, Love Room. Crack. The door was pushed open, and Su Lin put the well-built Lin Ruashu on the bed. At this moment, a handsome young man named Zhao Ziqing was standing in the room. That's right, it's Zhao Ziqian's elder brother. Seeing Lin Ruashu's beautiful face, Zhao Ziqing's eyes lit up and he pinched Su Lin's breasts hard, causing her to wink at him. Mr. Zhao, after filming this bitch video, Lin will definitely repay you well. Su Lin's eyes were charming. Not surprisingly, Zhao Ziqing was one of the financial backers behind her. Otherwise, with her looks and abilities, she wouldn't have become a pop diva so quickly. Ha, it's still our Lin who understands me. Zhao Ziqing tore off Su Lin's clothes to reveal her beautiful back, which made his eyes even more fiery. After we finish filming the video, I want you to. Hee, no problem. Su Lin smiled tenderly. Hey, but for now, Mr. Zhao should try this bitch first. It is said that this bitch is still a virgin, she must be exactly what Zhao Xiao likes. Oh? Su Lin's incitement obviously drew Zhao Ziqing's attention to the beautiful Lin Ruashu standing beside him. Really? Then I will teach you a lesson later. With an evil arc on his lips, Zhao Ziqing had already raised his feet to the bedside. Looking at Lin Ruashu's proud breasts, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Such a lovely beauty, today I am lucky enough to have her. Hee, come on, Mr. Zhao. Seeing that everything was ready except for the action, Su Lin cheered for Zhao Ziqing, because the harder Zhao Ziqing worked, the happier she would be, and the better the result would be. The video has already been recorded, Mr. Zhao, you can start anytime. Su Lin stared at the recorded video without relaxing for a moment, because she wanted to record every moment that made her feel comfortable. Lin Ruashu, you bitch, why don't you die now? Su Lin smiled coldly. I will keep playing with you until you are ruined. Hey, don't worry, this is just the beginning. A strange curve appeared on the cruel corner of her mouth. She must work hard to repay Mr. Zhao later. Su Lin secretly made up her mind that Zhao Ziqing was not only her financial backer, but also helped her a lot at the moment. Then let's get started. Zhao Ziqing didn't waste any time and quickly took off his shirt to reveal his arms. It must be said that a muscular body is very attractive to girls. Then he reached out and unbuttoned a button of Lin Ruashu's clothes. Then, half of her proud chest was revealed, and Zhao Ziqing almost suffocated at that moment. Such a beauty, God has been kind to me, Zhao Ziqing. As he spoke, he was about to tear her clothes violently. Seeing this, Su Lin was even more excited. Boom! At the critical moment, a dull kicking sound was heard, and the locked door was kicked directly to the ground. With a snap, a slap was given, and Zhao Ziqing turned into a stream of light and slammed into the wall, bleeding from all 7 orifices and breaking at least 5 or 6 ribs. Ruashu eh? Jiang Bai looked at the button that had been undone and half of the proud breasts in his eyes were red. Su Lin, you are looking for death. Jiang Bai, why is it you? With a loud slap, Su Lin was knocked to the ground. She didn't even finish her words. Looking at the video, Jiang Bai was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't imagine what would happen here if he came a little later. Su Lin, you are very good. It's really success that irritates me. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes, and at this moment he was more furious than ever before. Since you like to set up honey traps, I'll let you have fun. His eyes were cold, and he then exchanged 2 doses of Liang powder from the system mall and gave them to Su Lin and Zhao Ziqing respectively. However, Zhao Ziqing's dose was 10 times that of Su Lin. However, this Liang powder is more than 10 times stronger than the medicine Su Lin took. One can imagine what will happen to Su Lin next. It's better to share such a wonderful thing with others than to enjoy it alone. Then, Jiang Bai threw his right hand, and the black tech invisible drone started filming. At the same time, the drone automatically connected to Dosha Live with a hacker program. Since Su Lin wanted to be famous, he would fulfill her wish this time. Sizzle. After doing all this, Zhao Ziqing's eyes turned red, and he violently tore Su Lin's clothes to pieces, exposing her nice figure to Jiang Bai's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging and using the sound isolation card, which costs the host 100 renminbi. 8 hours. At this moment, the soundproof card covered the entire room. He didn't want the things happening here to be disturbed by others, so how could Su Lin's chance to become famous in one battle be interrupted? Before leaving the room with the soundproofing card, Jiang Bai's mouth curled up cruelly, because he had already heard the sound of Su Lin tearing under the heavy burden. Lin Ruashu's medicine was obviously taking effect at this time. Jiang Bai, is that you? After seeing Jiang Bai, Lin Ruashu lay on him like a teddy bear, but her condition was obviously becoming increasingly out of control. It seems that we must return to the villa first. Soon, Jiang Bai drove his supercar to Tianyu Mansion No. 1 villa, which was relatively close to the place. However, on the other hand, Dosha Live was in an unprecedented upheaval due to Jiang Bai's operation. Fans flocked into the live broadcast room, staring at the high-definition video with wide eyes. Wow, is Dosha Live giving out benefits? The scale is so big. Ahem, this girl has an amazing body, but why does she look a little familiar? Pfft, this is the little queen of pop music, Goddess Su Lin. Oh my goodness, giving away benefits for free, Goddess Su Lin has made such a huge sacrifice. Hey, I didn't expect Dosha to be so awesome. He finally did something great. Gudu, this cough is not going to be stopped. When did the fighting shark become so easy to talk to? Oh my god, is this a live broadcast? It's even more exciting than the movie. In less than 10 minutes, the number of fans in the live broadcast room exceeded 30 million. It can be seen how explosive Su Lin's real-life welfare is here. I wonder how she would feel if she knew that the fierce battle here was seen by many netizens. On the other side, the waiting room. Ding dong. A push message came, and Zhou Yuning clicked on it with a hint of curiosity. He was stunned by what he saw. Ah, this. Her face flushed red, but she was still a virgin after all, and had never seen such a scene before. Oh my god, what happened? Su Lin is actually doing this with a man, completely ruining her future. Golda swallowed his saliva, looked at the boiling live broadcast room, and couldn't help but glance at the screen. I heard that it felt very wonderful. I don't know if it's true. Chapter 53. Let go of Goddess Su Lin and let me come. Dongjian University, dormitory. Puff. Zhou Hao's eyes widened, staring at the screen without moving away for a moment, and he almost choked to death on his tea. Damn it, second brother, fourth brother, come quickly, the fighting shark is giving out benefits. Su Tiancheng, fuck your welfare, I'm pushing the tower with 5 men. Shit. Lin Xiao was halfway through his words when he was dumbfounded and couldn't take his eyes off. Suddenly, the 5-man team pushing the tower was no longer a good idea. Mad, is live streaming so popular now? Zhou Hao swallowed his saliva. This woman is quite amazing, and seems to be a little queen in the music world. Alas, that bastard got a good deal. I'm so damn envious. I really want to thank the host's 8 generations of ancestors. Su Tiancheng stared at the screen with eyes wide open, and clicked on the screen recording function on his phone. Oh my god, if this were to be banned by the internet cleaner, it would definitely be banned. Wouldn't it be nice to download it and appreciate it carefully? Second brother, you are shameless. Zhou Haolin Xiao looked at Su Tiancheng's fancy operation and despised him, but he immediately turned on the screen recording mode. Such a smooth operation was really insane. The Dongjian University Communication Group was also extremely excited. 66666, Goddess Su Lin, I love you. As expected of Goddess Su Lin, her strength when she's pulled out to work on her own is so terrifying. Hey, Goddess Su Lin is so selfless. She even gave up her future just to give us benefits. Love it, great job, fighting shark dad. Damn, one dares to broadcast it, the other dares to release it, the little cow climbing the tree is awesome. Speaking of which, this couldn't be the live broadcast of Goddess Su Lin herself. If so, she's really good at it. Xiaomi Plus Rifle, let go of Goddess Su Lin and let me take over. Every second, there are no less than 100 messages pushed to the top of the communication group, which shows how boiling the communication group is at the moment, and this is just a drop in the ocean of many hot discussions on the entire network. The Dousha platform is under great pressure at the moment. Asshole. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Dousha Live President Wei Mingyuan's face was livid, and next to him were the directors of various departments. At this moment, no one dared to say a word. Ahem, President Wei. The director of the data department, who was ultimately responsible, wiped off his sweat and said, the server was hacked by a top hacker a quarter of an hour ago, and then this pop-up window popped up. We have tried various methods and contacted hacker masters, but we are unable to remove this live broadcast room. We are powerless. Wei Mingyuan, what do you mean helpless? Even the great hacker can't find the data source? Check. Wei Mingyuan's face was icy. Find out the data source at all costs. This matter has a very bad impact. Dousha may have to make changes or even close down because of this. Yes, President Wei. Several directors swallowed their saliva and responded firmly, but they all knew that the chance of finding the data source was even lower than winning the lottery. At the same time, at the Zhao family villa in Dongjiang. Rebellious son. Zhao Dongfeng almost vomited blood when he saw the live broadcast his subordinates had called up. The Dousha platform is looking for death. Master, I asked someone to check it out. The corner of the mouth of one of Gudu Zhao Dongfeng's confidants twitched. The eldest young master had gone too far this time. The whole network knew about it. Even if the Zhao family had all-powerful abilities, they couldn't calm the matter down. The reason given by Dousha's president is the same. A top hacker has invaded the Dousha platform. Now the Dousha platform is also looking for the data source. It's just. I have no idea where this live broadcast room is. The eldest master's phone is turned off and blocked, so he can't be located. Listening to his men's words, Zhao Dongfeng's expression became increasingly gloomy, but misfortunes never come alone. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the villa. After opening the door, it was revealed that the person who came was none other than Lu Ming and his entourage from the Ministry of Justice. Captain Lu? Suppressing his anger, Zhao Dongfeng looked at Lu Ming with suspicion, who had a serious expression. Mr. Zhao, today we are chasing a murderer. Your second son, Zhao Ziqian, was hit and killed by the murderer's SUV. This is Zhao Ziqian's body. This is the surveillance video. Then, an officer from the criminal division played the surveillance footage in front of the Dihao building. Zhao Dongfeng, who had already been shocked, spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw his second son being crushed into a pulp by an off-road vehicle. The blood rushed up and he fainted on the spot. Master. The sudden scene really scared everyone in the Zhao family. It took a long time for Zhao Dongfeng to wake up. However, the originally high-spirited Zhao Dongfeng seemed to have aged 20 years at this moment. The two sons of the Zhao family, one was crushed into meat paste, and the other brought shame to the Zhao family. Their Zhao family is finished. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Lu Ming bowed slightly to Zhao Dongfeng, then left the villa with his men. Ding dong. At this moment, a female driver behind her received a push message on her phone. She clicked on it and her eyes widened and her face turned round. She just happened to see the scene of the battle in the live broadcast room. Ah! The shrill screams echoed through the night. At this moment, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 100 million, which was completely insane and outrageous. "You're crazy!" Lu Ming glared at his subordinate. This female driver was his new apprentice. "Can you be more calm? Why are you making such a fuss about nothing?" No. The female driver's face turned red to the roots behind her ears. She had never seen such a scene before. "Master, look." Then he showed his phone to the master with all his courage, and the other drivers also looked over out of curiosity. Gulp. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank, and Lu Ming almost choked to death on his own saliva. How brave! Lu Ming was immediately furious. The law is unstoppable. How dare you broadcast live like this? Go to Dosha platform. I want to see who gave them the courage. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Lu Ming received a reminder call from the director. "Hey, Chief." "Yes, I'm here, what?" "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming froze in place, looking towards the Zhao family villa behind him with sympathy. The Zhao family is really in trouble. The mysterious hacker invaded Dosha, but the impact on the Zhao family is too bad. "Master, what are you doing?" Obviously, the female driver was very confused about Lu Ming's attitude. Try your best to find the data source of the live broadcast room. If this continues, the adverse impact will be immeasurable. Lu Ming knew that the director had informed him personally, which meant that the matter was so serious that it was beyond his ability to handle. "Damn hacker, if I find out who you are, I will put you in jail for life." The other drivers listened to the upright captain's words, gulped and looked at the live broadcast room with the afterglow of their eyes. It was worth it for Zhao Ziqing to be a ghost. Why didn't such a good thing happen to them? Alas. Chapter 54, Su Lin, you are really a bad person. Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa. Ding-a-ling. Just as he put Lin Ruashu on the bed, Jiang Bai's cell phone rang and he answered the call. "Hello, Jiang Bai." Zhou Yuning looked at the screen of the live broadcast room with a blushing face, trying to calm down. "Ruashu, how is she?" "Don't worry, just do it." Jiang Bai glanced at the stunning beauty on the bedding, but Lin Ruashu was already naked at this moment. Jiang Bai's eyes widened. It was obvious that the drug Su Lin had given her was very strong. "Ahem, it's okay. I went to the bar and found a reason to take Ruashu away." Jiang Bai, who had already thought of an excuse, said so. Of course, he would not say that the girl had been drugged and almost succeeded, especially since Su Lin's live broadcast room was currently very popular on the internet, and he was the only one who knew about this. Ha! After hearing Jiang Bai's words, Zhou Yuning breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the live broadcast room again. This made Zhou Yuning nervous and excited. He glanced around for fear of being discovered. Really? That's good then. I need to board the plane, I'll hang up first. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuning found that something was wrong with him. His face flushed. How could I be like this? Su Lin, you are really a bad person. Looking at the live broadcast room with hatred, the feeling of being able to watch helplessly was very torturous. Zhou Yuning, who had always been a single person, pursed her red lips and said, "Should I also find a boyfriend? It seems like that feeling is very comfortable." Thinking of this, Zhou Yuning's heart began to beat violently, especially when she saw her best friend's happy face. The desire for that matter became even stronger. But now, should I change into some pants first? Thinking of this, Zhou Yuning's face turned red, and she pushed her suitcase and walked quickly towards the bathroom. Soon, the airport restroom. After changing out of pants, Zhou Yuning did not leave, but put on headphones and watched for a long time. During this time, she used her slender fingers to solve the problem with her pretty face flushed, and her troubled emotions were finally soothed. If this scene was known to the outside world, I wonder how many people would go crazy. It's over. How could this happen? After Zhou Yuning washed her hands, she looked at herself in the mirror. The scenes just now made her feel shy and embarrassed, but that feeling was so wonderful. After struggling for a while, Zhou Yuning took a deep breath and said, "No, I must find a boyfriend when I get back. Otherwise, if we continue like this, there will definitely be problems. By the way, Jiang Bai is handsome, spoiled, and super talented." Thinking of this, Zhou Yuning's eyes were full of envy. He couldn't help but sip his lips and sighed, "It would be great if Jiang Bai was my boyfriend." In the villa, after hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu's drug effect was clearly starting to take effect, and Jiang Bai was pushed down like this, "Nizi, you." Before Jiang Bai could finish his words, Lin Ruashu covered his lips. Unfortunately, Su Lin's carefully planned actions not only ruined her own reputation, but also benefited Jiang Bai. Who knows how he would react if he knew? Soon, bursts of music and singing could be heard in the room. At the same time, in the Qin Group meeting room. "Everyone, what should we do in the current situation?" Kai Jinquan, the second largest director of the Qin Group, was full of worry. All the members of the Qin family had died. According to convention, the shares had to be rearranged, and if nothing unexpected happened, he would be the director with the largest shareholding in the Qin Group. The chairman's wife ran away with the company's money. Everyone is eyeing her covetously. I propose to auction the group. No, the Qin Group is our hard work for many years, how can we just give it to others like this? Then what do you say we should do? There were huge disagreements among the directors and the scene was very chaotic. At this moment, snap! The door of the conference room was pushed open, and then a graceful figure came in from outside, followed by 5 or 6 subordinates, and the woman in the lead was Lu Ruqing. When everyone came back to their senses, Lu Ruqing was already sitting in the chairman's seat. Where did this yellow-haired girl come from? Who are you? The meeting room was in an uproar. This was the Qin Group's board of directors meeting. How could a woman suddenly appear and sit in the chairman's seat? It was obvious that she was up to no good. Everyone, please be patient. I came here for only one purpose, and that is. After a pause, many directors looked at Lu Ruqing and said, "Acquire Qin Group. Here is the acquisition contract, you can take a look." Afterwards, Lu Ruqing's men gave a copy of the contract to each of the directors of Qin Group. When the directors saw this, Kai Jinquan suppressed his anger and looked at the acquisition contract. However, when he saw the conditions, he laughed out of anger. Grand Group, what a big appetite. You want to acquire my Qin Group, which is worth 50 billion, for 3 billion. Director Kai, don't rush to refuse. Lu Ruqing naturally brought a trump card with him, and without further ado, he asked someone to place another document in front of everyone. It's not too late to make a decision after you have a look at the documents in front of you. When Kai Jinquan heard Lu Ruqing's confident words, he couldn't help but look at it curiously. However, he was no longer calm after looking at it. Other directors also had cold sweat on their foreheads. Girl, you threaten us. Kai Jinquan has been in the business world for more than 20 years, and the scene before him is all too familiar. Director Kai, don't say such harsh words. Lu Ruqing naturally took control of the Qin Group's directors. You all now have 2 options. One is for me to have someone send these documents to the criminal division, and the other is for you to take the 3 billion and go home to enjoy your retirement. As soon as these words were spoken, many directors looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Kai Jinquan, who had the most shares. After weighing the pros and cons, Kai Jinquan took a deep breath and said, I agree to the acquisition. Looking at the document in front of him, this was enough to send him to jail for life. He didn't dare to gamble, let alone afford it. I agree. Looking at this scene, Lu Ruqing's lips curled up. The subsequent acquisition of Qin Group went smoothly. Watching Kai Jinquan and his party leave, Lu Ruqing looked at the beautiful scenery of Qin Group in the distance and breathed a sigh of relief. The Qin Group has been taken down, and Jiang Shao's mission has finally been completed. On the other hand, the live broadcast of Su Lin's battle came to an end, which really made countless people enjoy the show. As for Su Lin, she was also successfully ruined. If she knew about this, I wonder if she would go crazy. Chapter 55 Jiang Bai, are you not afraid of being exhausted to death even if you go crazy? Nightingale Bar, in the room. Hiss. The staff came to the room and gasped when they saw the tragic scene. Oh my god, I never thought that the live broadcast was happening right in our bar. Hey, this Su Lin is really amazing. The 2 staff members looked at the scene with emotion, and stared meaningfully at the mentally ill Su Lin, whose eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, Su Lin looked like a walking corpse. Xiaobin, wait here. I'll go get the manager. After that, the old employee left, leaving the new employee Xiaobin to swallow his saliva. Seeing his companion leave, Xiaobin gritted his teeth and said, the brave ones will die of overeating, and the timid ones will die of starvation. Why not? Don't come over here, Before the mentally ill Su Lin could finish her words, Xiaobin comforted her. About 10 minutes later, Xiaobin tidied his clothes contentedly. Mad, it really feels good. The well-behaved Xiaobin raised his uncle's smile, which made Sulin shrink and cover herself with the quilt, but her face was full of fear at this moment. Manager, you are here. When Xiaobin saw the manager coming, he spoke in a very polite manner, saying that if the manager and others knew what Xiaobin had just done, they would not know how envious they would be. Quick, help Xiao Xiao up. The bar manager swallowed his saliva. Even though Zhao Ziqing was in disgrace, he was still the eldest son of the Zhao family. If something happened in the Nightingale bar, he would be responsible for it. Soon, Lu Ming came to the scene with officials from the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Qian, go help Su Lin get dressed. Frowning, Lu Ming gave instructions to his apprentice. Ah, master, okay. The female officer Xiao Qian's face was flushed red. She had returned to the criminal division and watched the live broadcast for quite a while. Although she knew it was not good, she could not resist her curiosity and could not control herself. After a little while, Su Lin put on her clothes. As for Zhao Ziqin, he had already been sent to the hospital because he was unconscious. Master, she seems to have been severely stimulated and has mental problems. Xiao Qian looked at Su Lin in front of her. The fear in her eyes, coupled with the scenes she had seen for nearly 8 hours, had caused her so much psychological and physical damage that it would be strange if nothing went wrong. Take away. Seek counseling from a psychologist. Lu Ming's face was filled with disgust. He always hated people like this. Society is in such a mess because there are too many scum like this. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lu Ming received news from the hospital. What did you say? Zhao Ziqing fell into a coma and became a vegetable due to excessive physical exhaustion? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming's face darkened again. Check for me, who has been in and out of this room. Don't miss any clues. This. When another driver heard this, his brows furrowed. Captain, all the surveillance cameras in the bar are down. The possibility of reconstructing what happened is almost zero. The next day, early morning. Her beautiful face was faintly flushed. When Lin Ruashu opened her sleepy eyes, her heart tightened at first. However, when she saw Jiang Bai sleeping beside her, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that it was her man yesterday. Then, memories came flooding back into my mind like a tiger breaking free from a cage. Ah, myself, actually, oh my god. Thinking about the scenes of last night, Lin Ruashu couldn't believe it. Then her body was covered with cold sweat and she was filled with fear. It's that Su Lin. She remembered it very clearly. She felt dizzy after drinking the glass of red wine at the party with Su Lin. She didn't remember what happened next very clearly. It seemed that she was taken to a room by Su Lin and when she regained consciousness, she was already in the villa. Nizi, did you sleep well last night? Just as she was deep in thought, a sudden word brought Lin Ruashu back to her senses. Then she saw someone staring at her, and her face turned red. He responded softly, Jiang Bai, it was all thanks to you yesterday, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Obviously. She knew very well that if it weren't for Jiang Bai, she would not only be disgraced yesterday, but her life would probably be over. Hey, why are you being so polite to your man? Besides, didn't you repay your man yesterday? Before Jiang Bai could finish his words, Lin Ruashu covered his mouth and said, You, continue talking. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of acquiring the Qin group, and be rewarded with the god-level farming technique. While joking, Jiang Bai heard the voice of the system. Hearing that he had obtained the god-level farming technique, he couldn't help but reveal a playful expression. The farming technique was finally obtained. All of a sudden, I felt warm all over, it was wonderful. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level farming skills. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 sets of Thompson Epine Villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Wealth, 37.935 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Seeing that his wealth had increased further on the attribute panel, especially the physical changes brought about by the farming technique, Jiang Bai's desire to fight soared a lot. After all, the system's products would never disappoint. Jiang Bai, you, Feeling Xiao Jiangbai's actions, Lin Ruashu's face turned red, and before she could react, her mouth was blocked by a mouthful. After struggling for more than half an hour, Lin Ruashu leaned in someone's arms and gave him a coquettish look. Jiangbai, you are crazy. I'm not afraid of tiring you to death. She said so, but there was no trace of blame on her face. Instead, she had a sweet smile on her face. She really liked the taste of love. Hey, this is just the beginning. Your man is very capable. He will definitely make you the happiest woman in the world. With his big hands covering the proud chest, Jiangbai enjoyed this state more and more, or rather, it was something that no boy could refuse. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Who will be your happiest woman? Lin Ruashu's rosy face looked so pretty, and no one knew what she was thinking about. As she was feeling so affectionate, she seemed to like the guy she was holding even more. It turns out that even talking to someone you love is so sweet. It's really enjoyable. Thinking of this, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but hug the guy's arm a little tighter. Chapter 56, 300 million villa, you little loser, stop right there. In the room. Lin Ruashu, who wanted to pick up the phone to check the time, suddenly saw Su Lin's push message and clicked on it with a hint of curiosity. This. Seeing the unblocked video of the fierce battle, Lin Ruashu's eyes widened. That's Su Lin, actually. How is it possible? The video was disgusting to watch. Lin Ruashu's face was as red as the sunset after Lina Danting's. She couldn't help but think of the scene last night. Their fight was no weaker than Su Lin's, but Su Lin's affairs were seen by the whole network. The result is predictable. Su Lin is playing with fire and getting burned. This is Su Lin. Jiangbai, who is a master of acting, glanced at the video and said, Nizi, you are much better than her. Lin Ruashu. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? She glanced at Jiangbai in reproach. Does this guy know how to chat? What does he mean by saying that he is much better than her? Is he praising himself? After caressing the proud peak for a while, Jiangbai reluctantly let go and said, Wait, your husband will make breakfast for you. Oof. You have some conscience. Looking at the back of the guy leaving the room, Lin Ruashu's mouth curled up slightly. Thinking about the physical exertion last night, she must eat more for breakfast to make up for it. Ding-a-ling. Jiangbai came to the kitchen and was about to make breakfast when he received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. As soon as the call was connected, my mother Chen Haisha's voice came from the other end. Smelly boy, where are you now? Send me your location. I'm at Dongjiang Station now. What? Jiangbai was stunned when he heard his mother's words, and then looked upstairs at the villa. Mom, you came to Dongjiang? What nonsense! Hurry up! Beep beep. The mother on the other end said something and hung up the phone, leaving Jiangbai a little confused, but he still sent the location. After washing up, Lin Ruashu walked downstairs on her little feet. She smelled the aroma of breakfast and suddenly felt hungry. She obviously didn't have much resistance to that guy's cooking skills. Jiangbai, are you ready? The coquettish voice came out. If this scene were known to the outside world, I wonder how crazy the fans would be. At this moment, Lin Ruashu's figure had already come to the living room. It's all your fault. Every time you cook, the food is so delicious. Ding dong. Just then, a doorbell rang. Seeing Jiangbai making breakfast, Lin Ruashu was very observant and said, I'll go open the door. Dada walked towards the door, thinking that it was something that the guy bought and wanted to sign for it for him. At this time, Mom should be here. Looking at the time, Jiangbai's lips curled up. Speaking of which, this should be the first time the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law meet, but that girl should have been wearing no underwear just now. Should I have reminded her just now? Click. The door opened, and a woman suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ruashu, which made her stunned. Who are you? Obviously, the Jiang mother in front of him was different from what he thought. Shouldn't she be a courier? Chen Haixia was stunned when she saw the stunning beauty appearing in front of her. Then she looked at the door number and it was indeed Tianyu Mansion Villa number 1. Girl, you are Jiangbai's girlfriend, right? Lin Ruashu. Seeing the other party's surprise, Chen Haixia smiled. That brat is really good, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. I am Jiangbai's mother. Hearing what Zhang's mother said, Lin Ruashu's mind suddenly buzzed, and she immediately looked at her vacuum pajamas. Well, Auntie, I will change my clothes. Dada took her little feet and ran upstairs towards the little wolf. Seeing this, Zhang's mother smiled and said, That girl is good, very nice. You little bastard, you are so rebellious. Zhang's mother then rushed into the villa. Now that you have a beautiful wife, even your mother is too lazy to pick her up, right? Hiss. As she was speaking, Zhang's mother came to the living room and was shocked by the luxury of the living room before she could finish her words. This is how much does it cost to renovate? Zhang Bai came out of the kitchen at this time and took off his gloves. Mom, you're here. How is your son's villa? Is it okay? Seeing his mother's shocked expression, Zhang Bai raised his head. He had expected this scene. It would be strange if his mother didn't act like this. After all, this was something their family couldn't afford in their entire lives even if they didn't eat or drink. What did you say, little brat? Apparently Zhang's mother had grasped the most important information. This villa is yours, not your girlfriend's. Of course not. Then Zhang Bai told the story about Villa number 1 in Tianyu Mansion, but Zhang's mother was furious when she heard it. This villa is worth 300 million. At that moment, Zhang's mother twisted her son's ear with her right hand. You little bastard, you're a loser. Mom. He took advantage of Zhang's mother's inattention and broke free from her clutches, causing her to stagger. You stinky boy, you still dare to hide. Stop right there. He picked up a broom and started chasing around the living room. This? Lin Ruashu changed into decent clothes, a white long-sleeved shirt, a black hip skirt, and black stockings and high heels. Her beauty showed off her goddess temperament. After all, this was the first time she met her future mother-in-law, so she naturally had to show her best side. However, when she arrived at the living room, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Her future mother-in-law was actually chasing that guy and beating him. It was hard to imagine that the person being chased was someone who could even defeat 30 Special Forces soldiers. Zhang Bai, stop right there. Zhang's mother kicked her son in the butt, but he dodged it easily. Lin Ruashu couldn't help but chuckle. This mother and son are quite interesting. Good boy, you're running so fast now. When Zhang's mother saw that she couldn't catch up with her son, she put the broom aside. But when she saw her son's girlfriend, who was so beautiful, she smiled and said, Ahem, don't be offended, little girl. This kid deserves a beating. Just operate normally. After a pause, Zhang's mother looked at Lin Ruashu carefully and said, Girl, I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. You look like a star. When Lin Ruashu heard this, her face turned red. Auntie, my name is Lin Ruashu, the star you mentioned. Zhang Bai watched the first meeting between the mother-in-law and the daughter-in-law, and his mother was afraid that she would be labeled as an evil mother-in-law. Lin Ruashu. Zhang's mother murmured for a moment, then looked at her son's girlfriend in disbelief. Girl, you are the queen of the music world, that, Lin Ruashu. Oh my god. Zhang's mother seemed to be dreaming. You little brat, your girlfriend is a pop diva? Mom, breakfast is cold, talk while you eat. Zhang Bai helped his mother to the dining table. Lin Ruashu gulped down her sweet saliva. She was already starving, so she took a bite of the grilled sausage. It tasted super delicious. The grilled sausage made by that guy was the best she had ever eaten. Chapter 57, 3 babies in 1 pregnancy, Lin Ruashu is pregnant? On the dining table. Wow. After eating a bite of the Wensi tofu soup made by her son, Zhang's mother was stunned. Good boy, you are such a good cook. The soup cooked by the chef in the 5-star hotel was not as good as yours. Zhang's mother attends many parties and has naturally tasted the cooking skills of many 5-star chefs. Her son's cooking skills are only better than those of 5-star chefs. Auntie, you don't know Zhang Bai's cooking skills? When Lin Ruashu heard what Zhang's mother said, her pretty face was full of surprise. Zhang's mother glared at her son and said, Of course I don't know. This brat is so good at cooking. I would never have cooked a single meal if he had such good cooking skills. Ahem, Mom, please pay attention to your image. Seeing his mother's true nature revealed, Zhang Bai kindly reminded her. Your image is bullshit. You are such a loser. I am so sorry for how you cheated me. Thinking about how she had served them all these years, she glared at her son and said, If Ruashu hadn't been here, I would have broken your legs. Zhang Bai. The reason why he didn't want his mother to come was because of this. You know, under his mother's training, even the most rebellious students would be submissive. Ugh. At this moment, Lin Ruashu retched and ran into the bathroom. John's mother was stunned and asked with concern, "Girl, are you okay?" "My son has a girlfriend who is a pop diva, so I have to take good care of her. There are too many wolves and too little meat now, let alone a girl as beautiful and outstanding as Ruashu." "No, it's okay, Auntie." Lin Ruashu felt a little rude, her face slightly dizzy. "I'm sorry, Auntie, I always feel nauseous these days." "These few days? Nausea?" As an experienced person, John's mother looked at her son's girlfriend suspiciously. "Girl, let me ask you a question. Have you been feeling tired, sleepy, bloated, and having acid reflux these days?" Lin Ruashu, Auntie, how did you know that?" Apparently, what John's mother said was right. After listening to her son's girlfriend's words, John's mother became nervous and became more serious. "Ruashu, you and Jiangbai are both adults, so I won't beat around the bush." After a pause, John's mother asked in a shocking tone, "How long has it been since your first time?" "Mom, you." Jiangbai was confused when he heard what his mother said. What was his mother doing? "Shut up." Before Jiangbai could finish his words, his mother glared at him. Although he could beat up a special forces soldier like a piece of cake, he couldn't be tough with his own mother. After all, the trauma left by childhood can be very scary. "It's more than a month." Lin Ruashu listened to her aunt's question and naturally did not dare to hide it. When John's mother heard this, she felt more confident. "Girl, you young people are too careless and have no precautions at all. According to my experience, you are most likely pregnant. That was morning sickness just now." "Ah." Hearing what John's mother said, Lin Ruashu's pretty face turned pale. "Pregnancy, this is impossible." Puff. Jiangbai was also confused when he heard what his mother said. "Mom, please don't scare me." Ding. The host triggers a random task and goes to the hospital to check whether she is pregnant. The reward is the highest level of beauty and 9 billion renminbi. Hospital checkup? What the hell? The system's operation made Jiangbai unsure for a moment. Could it be that she is really pregnant? Never mind. Go to the hospital and check the insurance first. It wouldn't be such a coincidence that time. How about going to the hospital for a checkup? Boy, you are finally reliable for once. When John's mother heard what her son said, she nodded in agreement and said, "Girl, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. That way we can have a better idea." "That's okay." Lin Ruashu's face turned red, and she was really panicking. She was not ready to be a mother yet, but what should she do if she was really pregnant? Should she have an abortion? Dongjian Hospital. The family of 3 came to the gynecology clinic. The patient was an obstetrician and gynecologist who was over 60 years old. Looking at the various indicators, the expert frowned slightly, which made Jiangbai stunned. "What the hell, frowning? Doctor, is my daughter-in-law pregnant?" John's mother's heart was in her throat. How could she not be concerned about her grandchildren? She is indeed pregnant. When the expert's voice came out, John's mother's eyes sparkled, and Lin Ruashu's mind suddenly buzzed. She was really pregnant. This. Jiangbai was also confused. What the hell? He was going to be a father. Ahem, what? Doctor, are you seeing things? Did you see it wrong? Hearing Jiangbai's doubts, the expert seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "If I can even make a mistake in judging whether a woman is pregnant or not, then I really don't deserve the title of expert." You little bastard. John's mother glared at her son, then turned to the expert. "Doctor, this kid is too excited, don't be surprised." No problem. The expert waved his hand and looked at Lin Ruashu, then said, "Don't be too happy too soon. She is pregnant, but she is a little special." When John's mother heard this, she immediately thought something was wrong. What, special? This, doctor, please don't scare me. Ha, it's a good thing, not a bad thing. The expert smiled at John's mother and comforted her. "The reason why it's special is that the ultrasound showed that your daughter-in-law has 3 gestational sacs, which means 3 fetal heartbeats and fetal buds. To put it simply, your daughter-in-law is pregnant with triplets." Ha! Hearing the doctor's words, John's mother's pupils widened, and then she became extremely excited. "Doctor, you said, triplets. Good." The expert nodded. "This probability is extremely low, which means your son has a very good physique." Boy, that's awesome. As he spoke, the expert looked at Zhang Bai and nodded with satisfaction, which made Zhang Bai's face blush. What? Lin Ruashu was stunned. Triplets, I couldn't help but think of the night we first met. It was just that one time, but not only did we hit it off at first sight, but I also got pregnant with triplets. Oh my god. Girl, this is also the reason why you have a stronger reaction during pregnancy. Have you felt like you can eat a lot more recently than before? Lin Ruashu was stunned by the expert's words. After thinking about it carefully, it was indeed true. However, she thought it was because Zhang Bai's cooking was delicious. Who would have thought that part of the reason was that she was pregnant? Young man, although triplets are rare, the suffering of pregnant women is greater than that of ordinary pregnant women. You should take better care of your wife on weekdays, especially in the later stages, and pay attention to nutritional supplements on a daily basis. After all, an adult eats for 4 people. Zhang Bai had no idea what the expert said next. He was really shocked by the sudden news. Damn it, not only was he going to be a father, but he was also going to be the father of 3 babies. Did your father have such awesome genes? Chapter 58, You think your mom is nagging? Believe it or not, I can break your legs in a minute. Outside the clinic. You little bastard. After the examination, Zhang's mother glared at her son. This boy looked exactly like the scumbag she had seen in the news. Look at you, what a good thing you have done. Poof. After saying that, she snorted coldly, Ruashu, if this brat wants to bully you in the future, tell your aunt. I'll break his legs. As someone who has been through it, Zhang's mother knows too well the pain of pregnancy, not to mention having 3 babies in one pregnancy. If you are not careful, there may be sequelae. It's just like when she met Zhang's father through a blind date. At that time, Zhang's father was so impatient that he couldn't help himself and took her to a hotel, and she got pregnant. It turns out that all men are pigs. This brat is even more thorough than his father, like son. In the extended version of the super sports car. Ruashu, you have made great contributions to our Jiang family. Mother Jiang was extremely satisfied when she saw her beautiful daughter-in-law taking off her sunglasses, not to mention that she was pregnant with triplets. However, that boy was quite capable. Auntie, Lin Ruashu's face flushed as she listened to her future mother-in-law's words. She had originally thought of trying to date that guy, but who would have thought that she would get pregnant with his child, and give birth to 3 babies? All right. Zhang's mother interrupted Lin Ruashu and glared at Zhang Bai, why are you still standing there? Go shopping at the mall and buy clothes for my 3 grandchildren. Royal Maternity and Baby Flagship Store. Ruashu, look at this little dress, isn't it cute? After Zhang's mother arrived at the maternity and baby store, she saw international luxury maternity and baby brands coming in and was attracted by the newborn clothes. Lin Ruashu looked at the cute little clothes, and a look of longing appeared on her pretty face. She imagined the cute and adorable expressions of the 3 little ones after putting on the little clothes. She was looking forward to it so much. Auntie, beautiful lady, you have a good eye. This is our latest model this year. It is purely handmade, and the fabric is absolutely natural and pollution-free. It is also our royal maternity and baby flagship style. The price of each piece is 8,888 renminbi. If people outside knew the price, they would be shocked. My god, a piece of clothing for a newborn baby for 8,888 renminbi is simply a ripoff. After all, it's just a small piece of cloth. Although it looks better and has better quality, it is too expensive. Okay, this is it. Mother Jiang waved her hand and thought for a moment, give me 9. Ha! Hearing what Zhang's mother said, the beautiful shopping guide was stunned. Auntie, are you sure you want 9 pieces? Of course. Mother Jiang looked at her own queen daughter-in-law beside her and said, our family is expecting a triplet. 3 pieces for one little guy is not too much, right? Well. Hearing this, the flagship store's shopping guides and customers all looked over, especially a few girls who looked at Zhang Bai with sparkling eyes. 3 treasures in one pregnancy. That handsome guy, so cool, a treasure boy. If I could get his genes, maybe I could have 3 babies. No, it would be even better if I had 5 babies. Oh my god. Ding. The host spent 880,000 renminbi, triggering a 300-fold rebate, earning 264 million renminbi. Ding. The host spent 1.56 million renminbi, triggering a 200 fee rebate, and received 312 million renminbi. Ding! The host spent 960,000 renminbi, triggering a 500-fold rebate, earning 480 million renminbi. After shopping for half a day, the extended version of the supercar was already packed full. As for how much rebate Jiang Bai would get, he didn't know, but it would be at least 10 billion. Mom, are you sure you don't want to stay in Dongjiang for 2 days? Jiang Bai asked his mother. Since she had finally come here, he had originally wanted to take her out for some fun. Never mind. John's mother thought about the problems at Rongqing Primary School and said, "It's not good to have someone substitute all the time, and I'm the head teacher. Besides, don't let your father know about Ruashu's pregnancy yet." He paused and looked at Jiang Bai. "With your father's hot temper, if he knew you were pregnant before marriage and had triplets, he would definitely pull out 7 wolves to chase you around." Jiang Bai, Although he didn't want to admit it, what his mother said was very likely. He had experienced this deeply since he was a child. Oh well. Jiang Bai coughed dryly, his scalp tingling just thinking about that scene. Although he was very skilled, he couldn't fight with his own father. Seeing that her son knew what was going on, Jiang's mother didn't say much, and then reminded him, "Besides, brat. After Ruashua becomes pregnant, her sexual needs will be stronger than before. You should pay attention to me and don't do it too frequently." Jiang's mother glared at her son and said. Lin Ruashua blushed. Could that aspect that auntie was talking about be, oh my god. Back then, when she was pregnant, Jiang's father didn't listen to her advice and she suffered a lot. He couldn't let his daughter-in-law repeat his mistakes. No. Mom, you're so nagging. Jiang Bai said this in a bad mood, and Jiang's mother fainted. You little bastard, you think your mother is nagging, right? Believe it or not, I can break your legs in a minute. He glared at his son, then smiled at Lin Ruashua. Don't be surprised, this brat deserves a beating every day. Fine. The corners of Lin Ruashua's mouth curved slightly, and it was obvious that this was definitely her biological child. That's right. Jiang's mother took off the jade bracelet on her hand and said, "This is a family heirloom that the Jiang family gave to their daughter-in-law. It is said to be very valuable. I will give it to you as well." This. Auntie, it's too expensive. Lin Ruashua was busy trying to refuse, but Jiang's mother had already put the bracelet on her with great skill. Silly girl, you're still calling me auntie, just call me mom instead. The series of operations went smoothly. Jiang's mother held Lin Ruashua's slender hand and talked. If you didn't know, you would think they were best friends. Mom. Seeing her future mother-in-law speak, Lin Ruashua blushed but shouted with gritted teeth, thinking about their previous fake marriage. Now, are they turning their fake into real life? Hey. Listening to her daughter-in-law's sweet voice, Jiang's mother's heart was touched, and her mouth was smiling to her ears. Chapter 59. Wife, do you like your husband more? Okay. When Jiang's mother said this, Jiang Bai rolled his eyes at his mother, but he didn't dare to say anything more due to his mother's female power. Ruashua, you don't know that Jiang Bai's father and I have always wanted a daughter, but who would have thought that we would give birth to a creditor? Mom, you. Jiang Bai's forehead was filled with black lines. Why did his mother tell outsiders all the embarrassing things about the family? How? Don't let me say it anymore. If it weren't for you, your father and I would have gone traveling by now. He glared at his son and said something shocking. Fortunately, Jiang Bai had a strong tolerance and would not have survived until now. Lin Ruashua was stunned by the words of her future mother-in-law. How could this aunt be the same as her mother? Her mother liked sons but gave birth to 2 daughters, while her aunt wanted her daughter to give birth to a son. For a moment, Lin Ruashua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soon, the station was in sight. Goodbye, Mom. Lin Ruashua said goodbye to her future mother-in-law, and Jiang's mother smiled and said, Ruashua, I will come to see you as soon as I have time. You little bastard. His eyes fell on Jiang Bai, his face darkened. Take good care of Ruashua, you hear me, if Ruashua loses a pound. Break my dog legs, huh? Puff. When Lin Ruashua heard her man like this, she couldn't help but laugh. Jiang's mother snorted, You're smart, kid. Ruashua, if there is any dirty work, let this brat do it. He has thick skin and doesn't know how to get tired. Jiang Bai. Well, I am thick-skinned and don't feel tired. This is really my own mother. Don't worry, Mom. If he dares to bully me, I will definitely ask you to take charge. Lin Ruashua looked at Jiang Bai with a backer, which made Jiang Bai stunned. What kind of look is that girl giving her? Has she been led astray by her mother? It's terrifying when you think about it. Thinking about the beautiful wife being turned evil by her mother, that scene, is simply unimaginable. Hey, that's right. John's mother nodded with satisfaction, waved her hand and walked towards the station waiting hall. As for not loving her own son, how could it be possible? It was just that John's mother's assist was a little special. It seemed that it was for her daughter-in-law, but in fact it was all for Jiang Bai. On the way to Tianyu Palace. He's going to be a father already. Jiang Bai is still a little confused. What happened really had a big impact on him. Oof. It's all your fault. Lin Ruashu was annoyed when she saw the guy who was acting like a good boy after getting an advantage. Blame me? Nizi, you may have forgotten that it was you who took the initiative that time. Before he could finish, Lin Ruashu covered his mouth and said, "You keep talking." Of course she would not forget that she was the one who completely dominated that encounter. In other words, Jiang Bai was the victim. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of going to the hospital to check whether she is pregnant. You will be rewarded with the highest level of beauty and 9 billion renminbi. While joking, Jiang Bai heard the voice of the system in his ears, and the full level of appearance was obtained. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone-setting massage, God-level farming skills. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Appearance, 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth, 49.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Jiang Bai's appearance changed subtly. Lin Ruashu, who was blaming someone, looked at Jiang Bai at one point. Eh? Lin Ruashu looked at the guy driving the car suspiciously. "Jiang Bai, you seem to have become more handsome." Oh. Jiang Bai raised his head. "Do you feel like you like your husband more?" Lin Ruashu. Put. How shameless. Lin Ruashu's face flushed slightly and she rolled her eyes at him. This guy is so narcissistic. Gurgle. After a while, Lin Ruashu's lower abdomen began to growl in protest of hunger, causing her face to turn red. "My son is ready to eat, go back and prepare dinner." Oof. Lin Ruashu snorted, her face slightly dizzy. "How do you know it's a son and not a daughter?" As she spoke, her beautiful face was full of sweetness and her slender hands caressed her belly. The feeling of being pregnant was not as terrible as she had imagined. The most important thing was that she could still order someone around openly. After dinner. Hiccup. Lin Ruashu burped happily. It was obvious that the 3 babies had enough energy to grow. Then her face turned red. "Jiang Bai, did I eat too much?" She frowned and saw that her appetite seemed to have increased a little more than before. Her pretty face turned bitter. There is no girl who doesn't care about her figure. No way. Didn't the doctor tell you that you should take 4 supplements at once? Looking at the beauty in front of him, he continued jokingly, "Later, give our baby a good nourishment before going to bed." Ah, you, tut. Hearing someone's indecent words, Lin Ruashu spat at him. "You wish, I don't want it." After spending some time together, they went into the bedroom and prepared to go to bed. Hiss. Lin Ruashu, who was leaning on Jiang Bai's arms and preparing for tenderness, suddenly felt pain in her chest. "It hurts." "What's wrong?" Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruashu's furrowed brows and asked with concern. "That's right, it hurts here." As she spoke, Lin Ruashu looked at her proud breasts. Chapter 60 Ruashu, you are pregnant, and you are carrying 3 babies. Nizi, don't you have a lump there? Jiang Bai asked with a strange look on his face, and Lin Ruashu blushed. "How, did you know?" "Ahem, well, I looked it up online and it said that the lump was caused by congestion in the baby's food. If it's not dissolved, it will get worse and worse." Ah. Lin Ruashu's pretty face turned pale. She was in so much pain now. What would happen if the pain got worse? "How about I give you a massage?" Jiang Bai looked at the beauty's broad mind and swallowed his saliva. When Lin Ruashu heard it, she wanted to refuse, but the pain came again. "Oh well. But be gentle." When he unbuttoned his clothes, he suddenly revealed his huge breasts. Jiang Bai was stunned. They seemed to be even bigger than before. Looking at that big pig's hoof staring at him, Lin Ruashu's cheeks flushed. Hoof. Have you seen enough? Hurry up and get a massage. Giving a glare to a guy, she really wanted to find a quilt to cover her face, she was so embarrassed. Ahem, it's because our baby is so great. You. Hearing what someone said, Lin Ruashu glared at him. It was too big. Could she blame herself for this? She was also very distressed. As Jiang Bai continued his massage technique, Lin Ruashu felt a slightly cool sensation flowing deep into her body, which was magical. The lump quickly melted away with the touch. You still understand this? Feeling the bloating and pain disappear, Lin Ruashu looked at Jiang Bai. Certainly. Jiang Bai looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and asked, "Do you think it's good to have a husband?" Tisk. You can never get enough of taking advantage. Lin Ruashu looked at a certain guy. Why don't you take your hands away? You, actually. After Jiang Bai took his hand away, he sniffed the overflowing juice and then tasted it. This made Lin Ruashu's eyes widen. Is that guy crazy? Hey, better than wasting it. After that, seeing the beauty blushing, he said, "I'm going to take a bath and give the baby a good rest later." This guy. Listening to someone's words, Lin Ruashu's mind flashed with the scenes that happened next. Just as her aunt told her not to do it too often, this guy turned around and wanted to. Then, Lin Ruashu called her best friend. What? Ruashu, you are pregnant, and you're carrying 3 babies. In a high-end apartment room in Shanghai. Zhou Yuning came out of the shower and put the towel on the chair after wiping her body. At this moment, her perfect figure was exposed in front of the full-length mirror, but she was obviously not paying attention to it. After all, she is the only one at home, so there is no need to be shy. Oh my god. Jiang Bai is so amazing, he gave birth to 3 babies in one go. Okay, let's do this for now. After agreeing to visit her bestie after this period of time, Zhou Yuning hung up the phone and couldn't help looking at her perfect figure in the full-length mirror. Oh, what a pity. If I had known my brother had such a powerful boss, I should have taken action first. Maybe, I'm the one who has 3 babies. Zhou Yuning thought so. If Lin Ruashu knew about this, she would probably fight with her best friend for 300 rounds. I treat you as my best friend, and you are actually thinking about your own man. Especially, her bestie even met Jiang Bai's mother and bought a lot of things for her. It was obvious that she liked Ruashu very much. For a moment, Zhou Yuning's face was full of envy. It would be great if I could meet a boyfriend as good as Jiang Bai. The bathroom door opened. Jiang Bai came out wrapped in a bath towel, with his 8-pack abs exposed to the air. The visual impact stunned Lin Ruashu. She had never realized that guy had such a good figure before. Nizi, have you seen enough? Your man has never seen anything before. Listening to someone's words, Lin Ruashu's face turned red. Tisk. Who looked at you, narcissist? Sundara turned her head to the side, but every part of a certain guy appeared in her mind, and her face turned even redder. That abominable guy must have done it on purpose. As the triplets' female hormones surged, Lin Ruashu's needs in that area naturally increased. After teasing her for a while, a tough battle was inevitable using the farming technique. By the way, Jiang Bai. Afterwards, Lin Ruashu leaned in Jiang Bai's arms, raised her swan-like white neck, and looked at her man with rippling eyes. I just called Yuning. She said she wanted to be the godmother of the 3 little ones. What do you think? After all, this is their child, so she would not easily agree to someone else's request, even if it is her best friend. This is a respect for Jiang Bai. This matter. Since she's your best friend, being your godmother won't be a problem. Holding the beauty in his arms, Jiang Bai was quite emotional. Pregnant women are very strong, but it feels pretty good. One more thing. Lin Ruashu hesitated to speak, stole a glance at Jiang Bai and asked tentatively, "It's about the concert tour. I want to wait until it's over before giving birth. Of course, if you don't agree, I won't hold the concert." Obviously, compared to holding a concert, she was more concerned about the rift between her and Jiang Bai. That's okay. After calculating the time, the girl will only be 3 months pregnant after the concert. But, you have to be extremely careful. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Hearing Jiang Bai agree, Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief. Hubby, you were so nice. Ruashu still wants you to make up for it. Yeah. Listening to the words of the beautiful woman in her arms, especially the huge one in her hand, you brought this to my door, so I'll take it. Chapter 61 Brother-in-law, you said, my sister is pregnant with triplets. The next day. Hubby, then. I'm leaving. In front of the villa, Lin Ruashu leaned reluctantly in Jiang Bai's arms, her slender hands tightly hugging his waist, sniffing the scent of that guy, feeling more and more dependent on him. Be good, go ahead. He rubbed Lin Ruashu's head lovingly and sent her to the supercar. Neezy, don't miss your man when you go there. If you really want to, just video chat with your man and solve it yourself. Hearing the words of a certain heartless guy, Lin Ruashu's face turned red and she glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. Tisk. What are you talking about? Don't you have any shame? After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and left the villa with a pretty face burning. What's the point of telling yourself to solve it? Who does he think he is? That guy has a very dirty mind. He. Lin Ruashu thought so, but she didn't know what she thought of. At some point she burst out laughing. She opened the video and solved the problem by herself. That guy, it was a surprise that he could think of that. That Jiang Bai is so bad. I'll leave you alone for a few days. Lin Ruashu was driving as she spoke, but it felt really good to lean on that big pig's arms. Not long after he left, a taxi drove into the villa. Squeak. The taxi stopped in front of Tianyu Mansion No. 1 villa. I pushed the door and got out of the car. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared. This person was Lin Xiaoxi. Oops. I finally got 2 days off, so I came to my brother-in-law's place for a meal. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi took the magnetic card and opened the door of her brother-in-law's villa. This scene made the fans in the live broadcast room's eyes sparkle. Everyone shouted 666, and the number of fans immediately broke the 1,000 mark. I just stared at the live screen. It's still early now, maybe I can see my brother-in-law getting up, Of course, it would be even better if my brother-in-law was not wearing any clothes. Wouldn't it be great to take the opportunity to feast your eyes on him? The door was opened, and Lin Xiaoxi tiptoed to the living room as before, but she saw large and small bags piled next to the sofa. Diapers? Bottles? Milk powder? A possibility emerged in Lin Xiaoxi's mind. Oh my god, no way. Could it be that my sister is pregnant? Pfft, Xiaoxi's wife might have guessed it right. This makes people suspicious. Of course not, it can't be used by Sister Xiaoxi, that would be too exaggerated. Ahem, forget about diapers, but bottles and milk powder are definitely for newborns. Yes, my sister-in-law prepared like this when she gave birth. It's confirmed, Xiaoxi's wife and elder sister are probably really pregnant. Brother-in-law, you are awesome. You have made Xiaoxi's wife's elder sister pregnant. Fans in the live broadcast room were discussing it heatedly. The number of fans soared, and the barrage of comments was like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. Brother-in-law. The sweet voice sounded, and the fans in the live broadcast room were so happy that their bones softened. Oh my god, if they had such a sister-in-law, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. Jiang Bai was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen when he heard a familiar voice coming out of the kitchen. Xiaoxi, why are you here? Listening to the brother-in-law's words, everyone in the live broadcast room smiled meaningfully. Why are you here? Don't you know what's going on? What else could it be other than food? Brother-in-law, Xiaoxi doesn't miss you anymore. Of course, Lin Xiaoxi would not say that she came here for her brother-in-law's food, as that would be so petty. Only by saying this could her brother-in-law appear more important. After all, she was going to eat the delicious food made by her brother-in-law later. Miss me? Seeing the cunning look of his sister-in-law, Jiang Bai rolled his eyes at her and said, wait, breakfast will be ready soon. Hey, my brother-in-law still understands me. Lin Xiaoxi smiled and then said to the kitchen, brother-in-law, I'm going to take a shower first. Ga. After saying that, Lin Xiaoxi walked towards the bathroom. However, before the fans in the live broadcast room could see Lin Xiaoxi coming to the bathroom, Lin Xiaoxi just took off her coat and turned off the live broadcast. Damn it, Xiaoxi's wife doesn't do this. You only care about killing and not burying. Xiaoxi, you have become a bad person. I've taken off my pants, and you show me this. Xiaoxi, my wife, please start the live broadcast quickly. I can hardly control myself. Humph, the baby is angry. Xiaoxi, you will lose all your fans if you do this. Never mind, let's watch the video recorded by Goddess Su Lin first. Tisk tisk. Hey, buddy, I forgot to record it, let's chat privately. It's better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. Count me in. Just like this, when the fans were going crazy, the number of fans dropped sharply. As for where they went, it was obvious that they all went to watch Su Lin's video again. That video is absolutely worth watching. Hiccup. After a while, after finishing the delicious noodle soup, Lin Xiaoxi looked suspiciously at the milk powder and diapers beside her and asked, "Brother-in-law, my sister is not really pregnant, is she?" I just checked it yesterday. Jiang Bai had no intention of hiding it, and he told his sister-in-law directly, "Your sister is pregnant with triplets." Puff. Just as she was about to swallow the soup, her brother-in-law's sudden words caused her to spit out the entire soup. Choking, Lin Xiaoxi hunched over and coughed like a crayfish. What? Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. "Brother-in-law, you said, my sister is pregnant with triplets." Oh my god, this? Obviously, this information had a great impact on Lin Xiaoxi. "Brother-in-law, you and my sister are so amazing." He gave a thumbs up, said a few words, and then found an excuse to go back to the room. "Hey, Mom." Soon, Lin Xiaoxi called her mother. "Mom, didn't you ask me to come to my brother-in-law's villa to get information? Guess what I saw? I entered the villa and saw the living room." Just like this, Lin Xiaoxi decisively betrayed her elder sister. If Lin Ruashu knew about this, she would probably hang her own sister up and beat her. This would be too unfair to her sister. What? Hearing Lin Xiaoxi's words, Lin's mother's excited voice came out. Even through the phone, one could imagine her surprised expression. "Your sister is pregnant. It's still 3 babies in one pregnancy." Ha! After a while, Mother Lin took a deep breath and reminded Lin Xiaoxi, "Xiaoxi, this news is only for you and me, do you hear me? If your father knew about this kid, he would definitely pick a fight with your brother-in-law." Chapter 62, Lao Lin, you don't think there is something going on between Xiao Jiang and me? Meanwhile, on the other side. In Shanghai, backstage after a concert break. Ding-a-ling. Lin Ruashu was about to prepare for a concert when her cell phone rang and she answered it. "Hello, Mom." As soon as the call was connected, Lin's mother's voice came from the other end. "Lin Ruashu, you are too independent. You didn't even tell your mom about something as big as your pregnancy." A piercing sound was heard, and Lin Ruashu moved the phone aside, but her mind suddenly buzzed. "Pregnant? Mom, you know everything." Lin Ruashu blushed, thinking about what Lin Xiaoxi had just said about going to the villa to find her brother-in-law. Could it be that the girl was complaining? Oof. Zhang Yueru snorted, "If your sister hadn't told me, I would still be in the dark." "Why, are you going to wait until the baby is born to tell me?" For a moment, Lin Ruashu didn't know how to respond. Lin's mother couldn't help but give some instructions, saying that triplets were no small matter. "Yeah, I understand, Mom. That's all." After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu looked towards Dong Zhang with vicious eyes. "Lin Xiaoxi, you traitor. Look, I'm going to make things difficult for you when I get back. Even your brother-in-law can't protect you." Undoubtedly, her sister's complaint disrupted all her plans. But what should I do? After hanging up the phone, Lin's mother stood up and looked at the beautiful scenery of Dongjiang River. Xiao Jiang is really awesome. 3 babies in one pregnancy, TSK TSK. Zhang Yueru's face didn't show any blame at all at this moment. She was clearly extremely satisfied. "I was worried that my daughter wouldn't be able to get such an excellent son-in-law. Now it's all right. 3 little guys, and I'm afraid I can't tie down a son-in-law." Thinking of this, the smile on Lin's mother's face deepened. At this moment, a person came in from outside the office and locked the door. "Zhang Yueru, please explain to me who this person is." Lin Yaozong held the phone and stared at Lin's mother with a bad face. The photo on the phone was a photo of Jiang Bai and her. It was obvious that Lin Yaozong thought that Lin's mother was hiding a young hunk. How come you have this photo?" Mother Lin was surprised when she saw the photos in Lin Yaozong's mobile phone. "Good for you, Zhang Yueru. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you are still so calm. I, Lin Yaozong, really underestimated you. Stop talking nonsense and get a divorce." Lin Yaozong gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Bai in the photo, wishing he could grind him to ashes. Divorce. Hearing Lin Yaozong's words, Zhang Yueru was furious. "You are so brave, Lin Yaozong, you have the guts to divorce me." I dare not do anything." Lin Yaozong snorted coldly. This was a matter concerning a man's dignity, and he would not give in an inch on it. You. Jiang Yuaru saw Lin Yaozong's posture, which was obviously like a wounded and anxious kitten. Ahem, old Lin, you don't think there is something going on between Xiao Jiang and me, do you? What else? Lin Yaozong looked at Lin's mother coldly, his heart bleeding. Damn it, at this rate it's not certain whether the two daughters are his biological children. I never thought that after all my life of wisdom, I would end up as a weed on a plane. Puff. Seeing Lin Yaozong's hopeless look, Lin's mother couldn't help but burst out laughing. Fuck you, you big-headed ghost. This is our son-in-law. Hearing Lin's mother's explanation, Lin Yaozong's eyes widened. Is it true, my daughter is pregnant with Sanbao? That bastard has already met his end. On the other side, Jiang Bai sent his sister-in-law back to school. Ding. The host has triggered a random mission. Go to the Magic City to find Lin Ruashu and give her a surprise. You will be rewarded with one mysterious treasure chest and a luxury fleet. Mysterious treasure chest? Luxury car fleet? Although no one knows what is inside the mysterious treasure chest, this luxury fleet is definitely extraordinary. Go to Shanghai? Give him a surprise? The system is really. The tasks are becoming more and more weird, but it's not bad to negotiate the water bill this time. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Dongjiang Airport. Half a day later. Ding dong. At Fengming Villa, Lin Ruashu had just returned to the villa. When she heard the doorbell, she put on her coat and walked towards the door, thinking that the takeaway she had just ordered had arrived. Click. The door opened and a handsome face appeared before my eyes. Ah. Jiang Bai, why, are you here? Lin Ruashu's pretty face was full of surprise. She obviously didn't expect that the delivery man didn't come, but Jiang Bai came instead. Hey. Of course I miss our baby. Jiang Bai looked at the beautiful lady in formal attire, and after entering the villa, he closed the door. Jiang Bai, you. A short absence makes the heart grow fonder. After a while, a game of chess started after the passionate kiss, and the scene was very beautiful. A little. Lin Ruashu leaned in her man's arms, with a happy smile on her lips. It was obvious that she was super happy about this guy's arrival. You. Can't you just cook something yourself instead of eating takeout? Jiang Bai scolded Lin Ruashu, don't you know you're pregnant with 3 little ones? Hearing her man's reproach, Lin Ruashu's face fainted. She had promised Jiang Bai that she would take care of herself, and now that she was caught red-handed, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Honey, I was in a hurry for the concert. Lin Ruashu spoke in a coquettish manner, and Jiang Bai gave her a look. It was obvious that this excuse was not very clever. Hee, since you're here, hubby, can you cook for me? Lin Ruashu's cute voice came out, and Jiang Bai pinched the beauty's face lovingly. There's really nothing I can do about you. Wait. After saying that, Jiang Bai went to the kitchen and started to get busy. Not long. Sweet and sour spare ribs, shredded pork with fish flavor, stir-fried vegetables with mushrooms, braised lion's head. A table full of dishes was skillfully served on the table. Lin Ruashu, smelling the fragrance, came to the table and prepared them. It smells so good, my husband's cooking is still the best. Chapter 63. I didn't want to be in the limelight, but my strength didn't allow it. I took a bite of the braised lion's head, which was delicious and had a great taste. It turned out that my husband's cooking was much better than those takeouts. Moreover, Lin Ruashu was already pregnant with triplets and in urgent need of nutrition, which made her even hungrier. Honey, that's awesome. Moo-ah. There were only 2 people in the villa, so Lin Ruashu was naturally not reserved. She thanked her husband for his efforts with a sweet kiss. It felt super good this way. Moreover, it seems that this feeling is super happy. Eat slowly. Is there anyone trying to snatch it from you? Jiang Bai carefully pushed Lin Ruashu's hair behind her ears and wiped the oil stains from the corners of her mouth. She is the queen of the music industry after all. If outsiders knew about her eating habits, I don't know how many fans she would lose. What's the big deal? There's no one here. She made complaints while eating, and Jiang Bai shook his head slightly. This girl really cares less and less about her image, but this is obviously her nature. If this girl still acted pretentiously in front of him, it would be strange. Hiccup. After a long while, Lin Ruashu finally finished eating. She burped with a satisfied look on her face. I'm full. I feel so good. It's great to have a husband. Looking at the free chef opposite, Lin Ruashu murmured softly, but she didn't know that Jiang Bai heard it all clearly. However, Jiang Bai just smiled and said nothing. That's right. Lin Ruashu then thought of something. Hubby, can you come with me to the concert tonight? You're watching from the backstage lounge. I feel less and less willing to be separated from you. Jiang Bai heard this and smiled slightly. Of course my husband will agree to our baby's request. Hey, really? Lin Ruashu's face was filled with smiles, and her beautiful eyes showed joy without any concealment. After the concert, I will thank you very much. This young man is teachable. Jiang Bai held the beautiful woman in his arms and squeezed her slender waist. Then my husband, just wait for your thanks. Poof. Virtue. Lin Ruashu listened to her man's hidden meaning and her face flushed. She naturally knew what that guy's thanks meant, but she felt that seeing this guy made her even less willing to hold a concert. Woo woo woo, what's going on? Magic City, concert venue. Backstage lounge. My wife, you are so beautiful. Looking at the stunning beauty in the red dress in the lounge, Jiang Bai sighed. Your man must have done a lot of good things in his previous life. Put. What are you talking about? Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at Jiang Bai, her face slightly flushed. Is it possible to praise someone like this? Isn't it? You can have a wife like this only because your husband saved the galaxy in his previous life. As he spoke, a pair of big hands wrapped around her slender waist, 3 babies in one pregnancy. Hey, I didn't expect the accuracy to be so good. Lin Ruashu. You big-headed ghost. He glared at a guy and said, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going to go on stage. Dada took a step forward and walked towards the stage. After this tour, she would be away from the music scene for a long time. Therefore, she wants to do her best and not leave any regrets. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruashu looked towards the backstage lounge. I'm afraid I'll be in this guy's hands in this life. The beautiful lady sang one song after another, shining brightly on the screen. It can be seen that this girl loves the stage. If she were not pregnant, she would probably not allow herself to have any free time. As Jiang Bai sang the new songs he wrote for her, thunderous applause broke out in the audience. The scene was boiling with excitement, and more than an hour passed quietly. Ha! After singing for more than an hour, Lin Ruashu was obviously a little exhausted, not to mention that she was pregnant with her 3rd child, ugh. But at this moment, Lin Ruashu felt a little out of breath and retched. Nizi, are you okay? Seeing Nizi trying so hard, Jiang Bai asked with concern, if you can't do it, don't sing. That won't do. Lin Ruashu held on with all her might, her brows furrowed tightly. Originally, there were only 1 or 2 shows left on the tour, and I only have 1 song left. I don't want to. Ugh. Before she finished, Lin Ruashu started to dry heave again. Seeing this, Jiang Bai sighed, you girl. Forget it, I'll help you sing the last song you have left. He helped Lin Ruashu to sit down. I didn't want to be in the limelight, but my strength doesn't allow it. You. Seeing her man holding his forehead, Lin Ruashu chuckled and smiled, thank you, husband. Although she didn't know what song her husband would sing next, his ability to control the situation and perform was no less than hers. No, he was even better than hers. It's just that this guy didn't want to attract attention. Boom. The spoiled man knocked the beautiful lady on the head and said, if it weren't for the 3 little treasures, I wouldn't want to show up in public. If you have that much time, you might as well spend some time with our baby. Okay. Lin Ruashu naturally saw that her man was reluctant, and shook Jiang Bai's arm like a spoiled child. You know my husband is the best, so I will repay you well when I go back. Listening to his wife's words, Jiang Bai nodded with satisfaction, looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, swallowed his saliva, and imprinted it on the beautiful woman's red lips. Lin Ruashu raised the corner of her mouth and responded tacitly. Everything was self-explanatory. It could be regarded as a reward for this guy's help. If this scene were known to the outside world, who knows how many people would come to Jiang Bai with 30-meter-long machetes to fight him. Chapter 64. What is this guy going to do? Publicly confess his feelings. More than 10 minutes later. The host of the concert, who was fair-skinned and beautiful, was definitely a beauty. Good. Next, let's invite the music genius Jiang Bai to perform a song called Will You Be My Wife? Everyone welcome. Well. After hearing these sudden words, the audience was visibly stunned. Musical prodigy? Jiang Bai? Holy crap! In an instant, the audience went wild. After such a long time, Jiang Bai appeared again, and it was at the concert of Goddess Ruashu, but this time it seemed like he was the finale. But this song, why does it feel weird? Is he trying to confess his love to Goddess Ruashu? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Bai raised his lips and said, "I want to dedicate this song to Goddess Ruashu." Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was filled with thunder. What? For Goddess Ruashu, this? Wow! Lin Ruashu in the backstage lounge was stunned when she heard this. Oh my god, what is this guy going to do? Is he going to make a public confession? Plop. For some reason, Lin Ruashu's heart began to beat violently, as if it was about to jump out of the majesty. My heart is beating so fast, what should I do? All of a sudden, everyone, including Lin Ruashu, looked even more expectant. Their intuition told them that the next song would be absolutely amazing. I have walked many intersections and heard many sighs. I take your confusion seriously. I think everyone has this feeling of confusion. Luckily, I can share your sorrow. Can you come a little closer? Can you come a little closer? Satisfy my little vanity. The soothing song was told slowly, and each note seemed to transform into a naughty elf dancing in everyone's heart, causing everyone's thoughts to fly along with it. However, this was not the most explosive part. At the same time, an MV video suddenly lit up on the big screen in the background. It showed the sweet moments of Lin Ruashu and Jiang Bai. They had a strong sense of couple, and they were definitely a handsome guy and beautiful girl couple. This. Lin Ruashu stood up from her seat in the backstage lounge, her beautiful eyes fixed on the big screen. When did that guy take this video? Why is he so public? Is he crazy? The couple was a perfect match and the scene was bustling. Wow, is this a confession from Jiang Bai? Wow, when was the MV shot? It's so shocking. Of course, it beats the current entertainment industry by a huge margin. Hey, this would be a big hit if it were made into a movie. The audience was amazed, especially the girls, who looked at Jiang Bai on the stage with dazed eyes. Oh my god, Jiang Bai is so awesome. I like it so much, what should I do? Some boys were envious and jealous. Damn it, if they were 1/10 as good as Jiang Bai, their girlfriends would definitely flock to them like moths to a flame. Just thinking about that scene makes my dick go wild. At the same time, at the Lin family villa in Dongjiang. This brat. Lin Yaozong looked at Jiang Bai, the cheap son-in-law whom he had never met, who was stealing the show on the screen, and said, he has a conscience and a sense of responsibility. Tisk. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Yaozong. What do you know? I heard from Xiao Shi that Xiao Jiang didn't want our daughter to continue holding concerts, but your little lover insisted on it. Lin Yaozong, is that so? Lin Yaozong was stunned for a moment. In that case, this brat is quite reliable. It must be said that Lin Yaozong's impression of Jiang Bai improved after hearing what Lin's mother said. More than reliable. Mother Lin thought of something. Oh, right, Xiao Jiang saved Xiao Shi when she ran away from home. Afterwards, I heard Xiao Shi say that there were 3 drunks surrounding her and trying to do something bad to her. If Xiao Jiang hadn't appeared, it would be too late for you to regret now. Lin's mother complained that the culprit was Lin Yaozong, and that the old man was too tough. There's even this. When Lin Yaozong heard this, he couldn't help but feel scared. He looked at Jiang Bai again and his eyes changed slightly. So, this bastard was still the benefactor of their Lin family. If you don't know where to go tomorrow, just stay with me and be my wife, okay? My arms that are not broad enough will also be yours. Warm embrace. If you are tired of the ups and downs outside, just stay with me and be my wife, okay? Lin Yaozong was really stunned by the song's superb singing skills. Although he didn't know much about the music industry, he felt that the song was extremely sweet. You are worthy of being my son-in-law. Mother Lin's eyes sparkled, the corners of her mouth curved, and then she called her daughter. Hey, Ruashu. What, you're having morning sickness again? Xiao Jiang is just a temporary addition. You, okay, I get it. After Lin's mother hung up the phone, her eyes changed when she looked at her son-in-law, Xiao Jiang. This is a temporary rescue. Singing for my daughter's morning sickness, what a guy. Mother Lin narrowed her eyes and looked even more satisfied. Old Lin, it seems that our son-in-law is even better than we thought. Ahem, I'm not deaf. Lin Yaozong coughed dryly. He could perform so well even when he came to the rescue. That little bastard was quite capable. Ah! Without any warning, the audience let out a thunderous roar, and then. Tug! An excited little beauty stood up, followed by 5, 10, 50. More and more audience members stood up, and soon the entire audience left their seats excitedly, staring at the stage with wide eyes. This song is so nice. Too sweet. Is it really okay to show off your love so openly? Woohoo! Chapter 65. I'm thinking about how to reward my husband. This. Lin Ruashu watched as Jiang Bai brought the atmosphere of the entire venue to its climax during the last song. It was obvious that the effect was far beyond her expectations. This song is so sweet. I asked him to help me sing a song, but he confessed his love to me. How abominable. Although Lin Ruashu was being arrogant, she was cheering for Jiang Bai deep down in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. A little. The song ends and everyone is silent. The explosion at the scene became even more intense, and the security staff had twitching mouths and were on high alert. Good job. That Jiang Bai, is it really okay to cause trouble for them like this? The male god is so powerful that the audience's fiery eyes fell on Jiang Bai on the stage, as if they were ready to rush onto the stage and knock Jiang Bai to the ground at any time. My god, I love you. My male god, stop singing and come home with me. I will save you 30 years of hard work. The boys were extremely envious of the confessions that came one after another. They looked at Jiang Bai on the stage and then looked at themselves. It was true that there was no harm without comparison. Backstage lounge. My husband is awesome. As soon as she opened the door, Lin Ruashu threw herself into Jiang Bai's arms, her face full of pride. You sing so well and you don't come to help me. For a moment, Lin Ruashu spoke in a petty temper, and her angry look really made people feel pity for her. Hey, those are just empty names, they are never what your man cares about. Jiang Bai waved her hand, but your husband has helped you so much, don't forget to reward your man when you go back. Hearing what her man said, Lin Ruashu's face flushed. Really, she's pregnant, is it really okay to do it so frequently? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to find Lin Ruashu in the Magic City and giving her a surprise mission. I will reward you with a mysterious treasure chest and a luxury fleet. While he was feeling bored, Jiang Bai heard the system's voice in his ears. Open the treasure chest. Without much thought, he opened the mysterious treasure chest directly. After all, the things that came out every time were of great use to him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the god-level calligraphy ability. Jiang Bai curled his lips, a lot of information came into his mind, and the luxury fleet was successfully obtained. What are you laughing at, so sinister? Seeing her man's raised mouth, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but roll her eyes. He. Jiang Bai was in a good mood and picked up Lin Ruashu like a princess. Of course, I am thinking about how to reward my husband, baby. Yeah. Lin Ruashu's face turned red after hearing the unscrupulous words of that guy, and the redness spread to her neck. You're crazy. Feeling the pain on her waist, her face turned even redder. Put me down, what if someone sees us? Feng Ming Villa. Poof. It's all your fault. Lin Ruashu leaned in someone's arms, pouting coquettishly. Her appearance made Jiang Bai grin. This girl was really too attractive. Blame me? Jiang Bai held her slender waist and continued, how could that be? This is a reward for your man's victory. Besides, you just said you wanted to, Before he could finish, Jiang Bai's lips were covered by a slender hand, and Lin Ruashu's face turned red, and she was extremely shy. You still want to say it? In his spare time, Jiang Bai read the online comments. #shocked, musical talent Jiang Bai publicly confesses to the Queen of Heaven. #Jiang Bai male god, I love you. #. Revealing the secrets of Jiang Bai and the goddess of heaven. #. Goddess Ruashu seems to be in love. #. As expected, Jiang Bai's actions directly occupied the top 10 hot searches. Click on a hot search and you will see comments from netizens below. What? It's impossible that Goddess Ruashu is in love. How could that be? I don't believe it. It must be a rumor. No, that damn Jiang Bai. Damn it, how could this happen, Jiang Bai, I hate you. Looking at the heated discussions online, Jiang Bai raised his lips and said, Wife, I didn't expect you to be so charming. Poof. Lin Ruashu snorted and rolled her eyes at Jiang Bai, just be happy secretly. Of course she knew all the hot reviews online, and when she thought of that guy's public confession at the concert, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. Maybe I should do something too. Lin Ruashu fiddled with her slender fingers, her eyes became determined, and then she sent out a Weibo message. The page refreshed, and Lin Ruashu added a statement under her Weibo: "From today, I will retire from the music industry. For the rest of my life, I just want to be with the person I love until we grow old together. Thank you fans for your continued support." As soon as this Weibo post came out, fans went wild. How could this happen? Goddess Ruashu is going to quit the music industry, oh my god. The person I like, this photo is Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, your uncle, give me back my Goddess Ruashu. Don't stop me. Bring me my 40-meter long sword. I want to fight Jiang Bai to the death. At the same time, best friend Zhou Yuning went to her villa. Puff. Looking at her bestie's Weibo, Zhou Yuning stood up from her seat. What? Is Ruashu crazy? Looking at the official announcement on Weibo, Zhou Yuning's face was full of disbelief. That girl quit the music industry for Jiang Bai. After checking it out, as expected, fans all over the internet were shocked. Quit the music scene. For Lin Ruashu, who was at the peak of her career, this was tantamount to ruining her own career. That Jiang Bai, For some reason, Zhou Yuning couldn't help but sigh when she saw this. She had to admit that she was envious. The dog food of the two running towards each other was too sweet. The next day, early morning. Ding-a-ling. Jiang Bai was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone and answered it. Hello, Mom. What did you say? Ruashu officially announced her retirement from the music industry. Hearing the message, Jiang Bai looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, and at this moment Lin Ruashu's face flushed slightly. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, his eyes fell on the beauty. Wife, you are crazy. You actually quit the music industry? Oh, what's the matter? Lin Ruashu had anticipated this scene and smiled sweetly. Suddenly I feel that I don't like singing so much, because I found something I like more. Compared to singing, I prefer to stay with you and watch 3 little babies grow up together. You girl. Rubbing Lin Ruashu's head lovingly, Jiang Bai sighed and thought about how lucky he was in his previous life to meet such a good girl. Chapter 66. Jiang Bai, you are trying to trick me. I'll go cook. Jiang Bai smiled dotingly and kissed his beautiful wife's red lips. Lin Ruashu looked at the person she loved doting on her and felt more and more that it was wise for her to quit the music industry. Hee, I feel, this is pretty good. Lin Ruashu thought so and murmured, this way, we can be together openly from now on. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lin's mother called. Hello, Mom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ruashu answered the call from her mother. She could guess why her mother called. Ruashu, think it through. As expected, Lin's mother asked rationally, singing is your favorite thing? Mom, I've thought it through. After a pause, Lin Ruashu continued, between singing and Jiang Bai, I prefer Jiang Bai. Besides, if I quit the music industry, it will help you and my dad. That is fine. Mother Lin pondered for a moment and said, in this case, come back and inherit the group. That's right. Bring Xiao Jiang home for dinner tomorrow. It will be a formal meeting. When Lin Ruashu heard this, her face turned red. Mom, isn't this too fast? It's already 3 babies, why hurry up? Mother Lin laughed and scolded, then decided, it's settled. Beep beep. Before Lin Ruashu could say anything, her mother had already hung up the phone, which made Lin Ruashu's heart tense. It's over, I'm going to meet the parents officially. Eating delicious breakfast. Lin Ruashu took a deep breath, her face slightly flushed. Jiang Bai, my parents asked you to go to the family dinner tomorrow. Lin Ruashu said this. Although her mother had met Jiang Bai, her father had not yet met him, and she didn't know whether her father would agree with them. Moreover, I wonder how her father would react if he knew she was pregnant with triplets. Family dinner? Hearing Lin Ruashu's words, Jiang Bai was stunned. Okay. You agree. Jiang Bai's words surprised Lin Ruashu. She obviously didn't expect him to agree without even thinking about it. Certainly. Jiang Bai held Lin Ruashu's slender jade hand and said, your husband is so outstanding, it's not easy to deal with your father-in-law. Hearing this, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but glared at someone. Tisk. Virtue. She naturally had the most say in how outstanding that guy was, But she didn't know what Lin Ruashu was thinking about. Her face became even redder. Well, don't regret it. Magic City Airport. Ready or not? In a business car, a man with a scorpion tattoo spoke to his men behind him. All right, boss. The yellow-haired young man's face was full of excitement as he looked at the Magic City Airport not far away. They were going to make a big move today. Very good. The man with the scorpion tattoo nodded in satisfaction, then looked towards the direction of the airport with a cold look in his eyes. Stop the car at the airport entrance later, load up your magazines, and kill anyone you see. My heavenly organization will definitely become famous among all nations this time. Wait for my command. With a cold smile, as a backbone of a terrorist organization, he was a die-hard fan of the Paradise Organization. This mission was to inflict heavy damage on China at the cost of several lives, so as to further enhance the reputation of their organization. Jiang Bai, are we going back to Dongjiang today? At the same time, Jiang Bai brought Lin Ruashu to the airport entrance. Of course. Jiang Bai held the beauty in his arms and squeezed her slender waist. The hospital called and said that you should go for a prenatal checkup tomorrow. Ah. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruashu was stunned. When she heard about prenatal examination, she couldn't help but think of the scene when the expert gave her an internal examination last time, and her face turned red. Nizi, are you okay? Lin Ruashu came back to her senses when she heard Jiang Bai calling her. Ahem, it's nothing. Yeah? Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruashu suspiciously. This girl must be hiding something from him. Jiang Bai said nonchalantly, then leaned forward and whispered, Nizi, how was the internal examination conducted last time? Internal examination means the doctor uses 2 fingers. Halfway through her words, Lin Ruashu's face turned red. Jiang Bai, you're trying to trick me. Set? Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruashu suspiciously. How can this be possible? You. Hearing what someone said, Lin Ruashu blushed. I won't talk to you anymore, you are so frivolous. Why am I so careless? Jiang Bai was suspicious. Wife, this is too dirty. Put. Who is dirty? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Ruashu glared at Jiang Bai, looking like she was not dirty. If you are not dirty, then you are saying that I am not serious. While the two were arguing, the people from the Heaven Organization had already started to act. Get started. Following the order given by the leader with the scorpion tattoo, 5 or 6 people with guns got out of the car. With scorpion tattoos on both ends, he fired a few shots into the sky, and the corners of his mouth curved. As expected, after the gunshots, many people fled in all directions, obviously frightened. Hey, boss, there seems to be a pretty girl over there. The leader with the scorpion tattoo looked at Lin Ruashu. Even with the sunglasses on, her outstanding looks and proud figure could not be concealed at all. Hey, since I'm not going to survive today, I might as well have some fun. The leader with scorpion tattoo nodded with satisfaction. A happy scene emerged in his mind. As the leader, he was of course the first to go up. Beauty, come and have fun with me later. Bang! Before the man with the scorpion tattoo could finish his words, Jiang Bai slapped him in the face and he flew 7 or 8 meters away. His head tilted and he passed out. Fuck! Boy, you're looking for death. Several men raised their hands and were about to shoot, but a figure appeared beside them like a ghost, and after a few noises, all the men were knocked to the ground. Hiss! This sudden scene really shocked everyone at the airport. That's Jiang Bai. A scream was heard, and then everyone looked over. All they saw was disbelief. Oh my god, Jiang Bai is so good at fighting. Yes, those bandits were subdued in an instant, so impressive. And Goddess Ruashu, they are together as expected. While everyone was discussing, people from the Diwu Criminal Division also arrived. Captain Chen, these people are terrorists from the Paradise Organization. Listening to his subordinate's report, Chen Changhe narrowed his eyes and nodded. Young man, you are quite skilled. Thanks to you just now. Chen Changhe breathed a sigh of relief and rushed into the airport with a gun. If it weren't for Jiang Bai, it would have caused immeasurable bad consequences. It's just a small matter. Jiang Bai waved his hand, and then, under everyone's attention, he took Lin Ruashu's hand and walked into the airport. Chen Changhe sighed, that guy is amazing, he even won over the queen of the music industry. Chapter 67, Your sister eats 1 to make up for 4, it's normal. Half a day later, Dongjiang Airport. Lin Ruashu took a deep breath and sniffed the air around her. She felt that this place was much more comfortable than the Magic City. Perhaps this was the place where she and Jiang Bai met, got to know each other. The Dongjiang environment is still comfortable. Jiang Bai looked at the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan in the distance and said with a smile, after all, there are many unforgettable memories here. Tisk. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone. Obviously she understood what the unforgettable memories this guy was referring to. At the beginning, the two met for the first time in this weather, and it was also that time that made their fate intertwined. Memories, you big head ghost. Hurry back to the villa, it will be dark if you are any later. Lin Ruashu glared at a guy, and the two young lovers walked towards the parking lot while bickering, making countless people envious along the way. Of course, they didn't know Lin Ruashu's identity, otherwise they wouldn't be as calm as they were now. Brother-in-law. As soon as I returned to the villa, a beautiful figure jumped over from not far away. It was none other than my sister-in-law Lin Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi. He was stunned when he saw his sister Lin Ruashu. Why was this girl here? They didn't tell anyone about their return to Dongjiang. Cough. Lin Xiaoxi coughed dryly when she heard her elder sister's words. Well, if I say I was just passing by, would you believe me? Of course, Lin Xiaoxi was not just passing by, but came to her brother-in-law's villa on purpose. The reason was nothing else but that she was greedy. Ever since her brother-in-law went to Shanghai, she comes here every day, and sometimes more than once, just to see if her brother-in-law has returned and have a good meal. Just now, when she was about to leave, she happened to see her brother-in-law's car. The excitement in her heart at that moment was completely indescribable. Brother-in-law, I'm hungry. After entering the villa, Lin Xiaoxi looked at her brother-in-law pitifully. Before Jiang Bai could say anything, Lin Ruashu's belly growled in protest of hunger. Hey, look, my sister is hungry too. Lin Xiaoxi smiled. Her brother-in-law might not cook for her, but he could not cook for her elder sister. After all, her elder sister was pregnant. You. Jiang Bai glanced at Lin Xiaoxi and really didn't know what to say to this sister-in-law. Wait. I'll do it for you. After saying that, Jiang Bai went into the kitchen and started busying himself. He hadn't been in the villa for several days and there were few ingredients in the refrigerator, so he could only make the simplest noodles. Soon, the fragrant noodle soup was served on the table. Lin Xiaoxi sniffed greedily. This is the taste, it's much better than the food at school. Brother-in-law, I won't be polite. Before Lin Xiaoxi finished her words, she took a mouthful of noodles. A look of satisfaction immediately appeared on her little face. Her brother-in-law's cooking skills were as good as ever. Eat it. Jiang Bai looked at Lin Ruashu and smiled slightly. Lin Ruashu's face was slightly dizzy. Of course she knew that her sister could eat it only because she was hungry. To be precise, it was Sanbao who reminded her that it was time to replenish energy. Lin Ruashu nodded modestly, but soon joined the group of people eating, and the two sisters began to eat. Hiccup. After a while, Lin Xiaoxi burped loudly, and the aroma of delicious noodle soup surged up from bottom to top, but she looked at her sister opposite her with envy. Sister, you are such a big eater. I only ate 1.5 bowls, but my sister ate 3 bowls and was still eating. If you didn't know, you would think she hadn't eaten for 3 days. Poof. It's none of your business. Lin Ruashu glared at her sister. She actually didn't want to eat, but what could she do since she felt so hungry? She was so hungry that she couldn't sleep. Fine. Jiang Bai waved his hand. Now your sister eats 1 to replenish 4, it's normal. Don't even think about eating 3 or 4 bowls, even 30 or 40 bowls wouldn't be excessive. Hearing Jiang Bai's words, Lin Ruashu's face turned red. Is it really okay for this guy to speak for her like this? It feels super sweet. Isn't he afraid of being proud? But 30 or 40 bowls is too much. 5 or 6 bowls would be enough for her. Well, probably about 5 or 6 bowls at most. Ugh. Lin Xiaoxi pretended to retch. Is her brother-in-law showing off his love to her sister? It feels so sweet and I want to eat it, but why does it feel sour? I am so envious. Oh, it would be great if my boyfriend in the future was as awesome as my brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoxi imagined that her future boyfriend had the temperament of a handsome Prince Charming and was as powerful as her brother-in-law. She couldn't help but laugh foolishly, and she was laughing so happily. It was the smile that emerged from her beauty that could bring disaster. If her classmates at school knew about it, it would definitely cause a huge sensation. After all, no matter what, our comrade Xiaoxi is definitely the school belle. After dinner, in the room. Jiang Bai, what? Lin Ruashu blushed. I'm going to have a prenatal checkup at the hospital tomorrow. I'm nervous. Nervous? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard Lin Ruashu's words. Why should I be so nervous? Is it because of the internal examination? Lin Ruashu. Put. Can't you be more reserved, really? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at the beautiful girl strangely. How about I give it a try to help you get used to it first? Chapter 68. I'll try it tonight and make sure your sister-in-law knows how powerful I am. That night, at the Lin family villa. Mom, I'm back. When Lin Ruashu entered the villa, she saw Lin's mother preparing a sumptuous dinner. The aroma hit her nose as soon as she entered the door. It was obvious that she attached great importance to Jiang Bai's first visit tonight. Hey, just come if you want to. It's such a waste to bring any gifts. Mother Lin took the gift, said with a smile, and then winked at Father Lin. You are Xiao Jiang. To be honest, Lin Yaozong originally wanted to find someone to teach this guy a lesson, but this bastard actually asked his daughter to quit the music industry for him. Not long after they sat down, Father Lin started to make things difficult for them. Xiao Jiang, I wonder how much you can drink. Good. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. It was no exaggeration to say that with the system, these wines were no different from water. Yeah. Lin Yaozong narrowed his eyes, obviously not expecting Jiang Bai to be so courageous. Here, this is the best Wolianye. Lin Yaozong poured Jiang Bai a glass of his treasured wine, which even he himself usually couldn't bear to drink, but today he had obviously spent a lot of money to deal with this bastard. Dry. After pouring the wine, Lin Yaozong started drinking right away, skipping the side dishes. His intention was quite obvious. Ding! The host successfully redeemed and used the Bacchus card, costing the host 100 renminbi. After taking a sip of wine, Jiang Bai felt the alcoholic effect dissipate instantly, as if what he drank was not wine but water. The 3 rounds of wine competition started quietly like this. Dad, you. Lin Ruashu wanted to say something, but her mother pulled her back and shook her head. Today, let's just go with the father-in-law and son-in-law. Half an hour later. The scene began to change. Lin Yaozong was already drunk and raised his glass. Brother Jiang, let's drink. As the Lin Ruashu sisters looked on in astonishment, their father and future son-in-law were drinking happily together, and Jiang Bai did not hesitate to drink with them. The two of them, one dared to toast and the other dared to drink. Lin's mother held her forehead in her hand and was speechless. That guy will regret it when he wakes up. Lin Yaozong patted his chest and said, then picked up the wineglass. Come on, brother Jiang, keep drinking. I haven't felt so happy in a long time. From now on, I'll leave my daughter to you. He said this with great pride, and if he sobered up, he would slap himself. Then he said something shocking. If Ruashu bullies you in the future, just tell me and I will take care of it for you. Lin Ruashu, Dad, you. Shoo. Mother Lin winked at her daughter and said, your father is drunk, just leave him alone. Hey, Mom, it would be a shame not to record such an interesting scene. Lin Xiaoxi was not afraid of trouble and was taking pictures openly with her mobile phone. Seeing this, Jiang Bai smiled speechlessly. This sister-in-law was really a scumbag. Just like that. The father-in-law and the son-in-law were drinking and chatting happily. People who didn't know would think they were old friends. In fact, the servants in the Lin family villa were dumbfounded. Then, everyone saw the two brothers, oh no, the father-in-law and son-in-law walking towards the balcony. Brother Lin, I wonder if everything is going well for you? The first time Jiang Bai came here, he noticed that his father-in-law had some issues in that aspect, but it was not easy to point it out. Now that he was drunk, he didn't have so many concerns. This was also the reason why he and his father-in-law came to the balcony. After all, this was not a glorious thing, and it was also the most important thing for him to win over his father-in-law. Ahem, brother Jiang, I'm not going to hide the truth. Lin Yaozong glanced at the mother and her 2 daughters who were talking at the dining table in the living room. Your sister-in-law is over 40 years old. They say that men are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Since entering middle age, I, your brother, have become increasingly powerless. Brother, I have a special medicine for treatment. Jiang Bai flipped his right hand and took out a porcelain bottle. There are 10 pills in here. Take one every 3 days. I guarantee that Brother Lin will regain his masculinity. Really? Lin Yaozong's eyes lit up when he heard this. The thing a man fears most is not being able to do that, and he has been troubled by this for a long time. If this medicine can help him change his bad behavior, then he would be a great benefactor. Nature. Jiang Bai smiled meaningfully. This is a special medicine produced by the system. The effect is of course beyond doubt. Jiang Bai is the only one in the world who can make this medicine. Hey, Brother Jiang, thank you. Lin Yaozong put his arm around her shoulder and said to her brotherly ally, I'll give it a try tonight. I'll make sure your sister-in-law knows how powerful I am. As he spoke, Lin Yaozong straightened his back a lot, as if he was ready to fight him for 300 rounds immediately. Brother Jiang, Ruashu will be handed over to you from now on. Lin Yaozong then looked at his daughter and said, I believe in your character. The two talked for a while and then returned. Jiang Bai, what did you tell my dad? After coming back, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. After all, today was too abnormal. Even though her father was drunk, it was obvious that he was really happy. I never knew this guy was that capable. He was able to deal with such a difficult old man. Jiang Bai smiled mysteriously, nothing. Just a gift for your dad. Are you okay? When Lin's mother saw Lin Yaozong coming back and looking at her with a strange look in his eyes, Lin Yaozong showed an intriguing expression. It's okay, what could have happened? I'm telling you, Brother Jiang is awesome. I've identified this brother. Mother Lin couldn't bear to hear the series of lewd words. She coughed dryly and said, Ruashu, you should also take Xiao Jiang back to the room to sleep. Good. Seeing the two drunken men, Lin Ruashu nodded and said that if they continued drinking, they would probably swear an oath of blood to become brothers. It would be laughable if a nice family dinner turned into a scene of sworn brotherhood. After returning to the room and taking a shower, Lin Yaozong sobered up a little, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with the family dinner. It was completely due to the drunkenness. This pill. Lin Yaozong took out the porcelain bottle. Of course, he couldn't let Lin's mother see such an important thing, so he had to do it secretly. Who cares? How could Brother Jiang hurt me? He looked up, took a glass of water and drank it. He immediately felt a warm current flowing through his body. He was full of energy and responded immediately, oh my god, Brother Jiang is a god of medicine. Lin Yaozong was full of admiration for Jiang Bai for a moment, but he didn't know how he would react when he woke up and thought about it. Chapter 69 Aunt Zhao, aren't my parents awake yet? Lin family villa, in the room. Lao Lin, please don't play tricks on me when you wake up after tonight's nonsense. You dare to agree to let my daughter get married after giving birth to the baby. Mother Lin rolled her eyes, but at this moment, under the influence of alcohol and special pills, she was like a fuse that ignited a powder keg. I'm cheating, that's impossible. Lin Yaodong waved his hand and said, but the most important thing now is that I want to regain my status as a husband. Good for you, old Lin, Before Lin's mother could finish her words, her red lips were blocked and she stared at the guy in front of her with wide eyes. What's wrong with this old guy? Is he taking drugs or something? Could it be because he drank with his son-in-law? Thinking of this, Lin's mother became more certain of her guess, otherwise this guy would be too abnormal today. But, come to think of it, this guy hasn't been like this for a long time, it's quite exciting. This night, the father-in-law was destined to regain his glory. The next day, early morning. Golden sunlight poured into the room. Mother Lin opened her sleepy eyes and looked at the guy next to her. Her face flushed slightly and a wave of memories flooded into her mind. This guy, was he crazy yesterday? Especially, feeling that a certain guy still raised the flag, Lin's mother's heart couldn't stop beating. This is a bit too abnormal. Wife, you're awake. Father Lin woke up at this time, holding his baby in his arms. He was very satisfied with his baby's performance yesterday. Oof. Mother Lin snorted and held up the flag. Tell me the truth, have you taken medicine? Impossible. Father Lin blushed. This is the normal fighting power of your man. It is totally impossible to take medicine or something like that. Cut. Don't I know what your combat power is? It's still normal combat power. Mother Lin glanced at Father Lin and said, your fighting power yesterday was at least 3 times that of before. I was almost broken by you. While speaking, it was unknown what Mother Lin was thinking of. Her eyes were charming, and that look made Father Lin's cock excited. Ahem, I said it's not okay. Father Lin coughed dryly. If he didn't tell her, he might have no descendants. It was obvious that this woman was determined to know. That's right. I went to see a miracle doctor. He recommended a special medicine to me based on my condition. Then, Lin's father spoke half-truthfully, and very naturally portrayed his son-in-law as a miracle doctor, as if everything was perfect. I see. After hearing what Lin's father said, Lin's mother let him go. However, after some stimulation, Lin's father's eyes were filled with flames. Then Lao Lin, you. While Lin's mother was astonished, Lin's father came back to restore her husband's status, which made Lin's mother so grateful to the miracle doctor that she almost wanted to thank his ancestors for 8 generations. A little. Mother Lin leaned in the arms of Father Lin. It was already noon. Mother Lin's face turned even redder. Will this guy ever stop? Is the special medicine so effective? But it feels good, Mother Lin thought. At the same time, Lin Ruashu, who had gotten up early and was full of energy, looked at her parents' room and asked, Aunt Zhao, are my parents still not awake? Not yet, miss. Aunt Zhao looked towards the room of the master and the mistress, also slightly puzzled. According to common sense, even if the master had drunk alcohol, the mistress did not. The mistress had the habit of jogging every morning, otherwise she would not have maintained such a good figure. Strangeness. Lin Ruashu frowned, this is unscientific. My mother usually gets up early to run even if the weather is bad. What happened today? Puff. Jiang Bai couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Why are you laughing? Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone. This guy was so weird. Why was he laughing without any warning? Ahem, nothing. Jiang Bai coughed dryly, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, he knew exactly why his mother-in-law didn't get up early. He was afraid that his father-in-law didn't have a good rest yesterday. As for what exactly happened, he had no idea. Nothing? Are you sure? Lin Ruashu looked at her man. She knew this guy too well. He must know something that she didn't know, but she didn't know exactly what it was. Of course, if Lin Ruashu knew that her man had given her father a special medicine for that purpose, I wonder how she would react. I guess she would at least chase someone and beat him up. Mom, are you okay? After a while, Lin Ruashu saw her parents coming out of the room and asked her mother with concern. Upon hearing this, Lin's mother's face flushed for a moment, and then returned to normal. Well, what can I do? Mother Lin coughed dryly, maybe. I was a little tired yesterday. Yeah? Lin Ruashu obviously didn't believe what her mother said. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup? Need not. Mother Lin waved her hand and then looked at the dining table. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. During this time, Father Lin glanced at his son-in-law. His face turned red, but he didn't say anything. As for Aunt Zhao and others, they didn't dare to say a word. After all, it was not glorious for the master and the son-in-law to be together. Dining room. Father Lin coughed and looked at his daughter and son-in-law. Well, I agree to your marriage. Real. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she heard her father's words, and then she was overjoyed. Thank you, Dad. Hiss. Lin Xiaoxi looked at her father's appearance and couldn't help but gasp. Why was the old man so generous? This was not like his style. Ding. The luxury fleet is about to report to the host, please be prepared. Jiang Bai used a luxury fleet of cars. At the same time, in the distance from the Lin family's villa complex, a beast-like roar resounded throughout the area, and all vehicles retreated. What the hell, what's going on? Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, Rolls-Royce, a fleet of luxurious cars. Oh my god, who is so grand? Yes, such a lineup is worth at least hundreds of millions. 10 supercars drove into the villa complex like a royal bomb and arrived in front of the Lin family villa. Oh my god. Everyone in the Lin family villa was stunned. They had never seen or even heard of such a luxurious lineup. Chapter 70, a fleet worth 300 million, Lin Ruashu was stunned. Master, something big has happened. Aunt Zhao hurried to the living room, having just finished her breakfast. Outside, there is a fleet of luxury cars, a total of 10 supercars. Hearing Aunt Zhao's words, Father Lin was stunned. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. He didn't expect the luxury convoy to arrive so quickly. That convoy is mine. Lin Ruashu? Jiang Bai, stop talking nonsense. He glared at Jiang Bai and asked, when will you have a luxury car fleet? Let's go out and take a look. Mother Lin looked at her son-in-law meaningfully. If someone else said that, she would certainly think it was a joke, but it was a different story for her own son-in-law, because she felt that her son-in-law was full of mystery. Soon, everyone arrived outside the villa. At this moment, there were 20 people standing next to the car. When they saw Jiang Bai appear, they bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Lin Ruashu. Aunt Zhao and the maid looked at their son-in-law in surprise. Wow, this luxury car fleet really belongs to the son-in-law. Hiss. Instantly, everyone gasped, and Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened. This, brother-in-law, is the luxury fleet really yours? This kid. When Father Lin saw such a luxurious lineup, he didn't dare to be so extravagant. Judging from the configuration of these people and the luxury cars, it would cost hundreds of millions at least. This son-in-law is really a spendthrift. Uncle, Aunt, Ruashu and I will leave first. Jiang Bai looked at the luxurious convoy and said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxi was eager to try it out. Brother-in-law, you stay at the villa. Mother Lin grabbed Lin Xiaoxi. This girl really wanted to get involved in everything. Mom, Shut up. Lin Xiaoxi wanted to refute unconvinced, but was met with a sharp look from Lin's mother, which frightened her so much that she swallowed her saliva and dared not say another word. Slow down on the road, come and play next time. Mother Lin sent her son-in-law off, whom she liked more and more. It was not until the motorcade disappeared at the end that Mother Lin came back to her senses and looked at Father Lin, who was stunned. You see, Xiao Jiang is much more capable than we thought. This fleet is not something we can easily configure. When Mr. Lin heard this, he wanted to say something but ended up sighing. He had been a little angry about letting them decide the wedding date on their own, but now all his anger turned into helplessness. That brat, what's his origin? Father Lin smiled bitterly. It was not just the luxurious fleet in front of him, but also the pills given to him yesterday. The efficacy of the pills was far beyond his imagination. If the pills could be mass-produced, he would definitely make unimaginable wealth. When did you get such a luxurious fleet? In the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Ruashu looked around at the interior like a dream. How much does this cost? Replying to Madam Captain Zhao Taizhu, who was driving in the front, introduced with great insight, the extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom high-end version we are sitting in is worth 50 million. The cars behind us range from 10 million to 30 million. The total value of the fleet is about 300 million. What? Hearing Zhao Tieju's words, Lin Ruashu's pupils widened. This fleet is worth 300 million. Hiss. Then he took a deep breath and glared at someone. Jiang Bai, are you crazy? A luxury car fleet costs 300 million. Do you have to be so wasteful? 300 million fleet. Lin Ruashu was really shocked. Even though she was a queen of the music industry, it would take her 2 or 3 years to earn that much money, and that was even while she was working so hard to get concerts and invitations. It is conceivable how cruel Jiang Bai's actions were. Certainly. She didn't know that the 300 million luxury fleet was only a part of it. There were also 20 people including Zhao Taizhu. They were once famous mercenaries. Zhao Taizhu, in particular, was extremely skilled. Not to mention 30 special forces soldiers, at least 7 or 8 of them were no match for him. In this way, we arrived at the Tianyu Mansion Villa. Ding dong. As soon as Jiang Bai and the other person got off the car, Zhao Taizhu received a message, and his eyes narrowed after seeing it. Master Jiang. Zhao Taizhu came to Jiang Bai's side and said, I just got the news that another group of assassins are approaching the back hill of Tianyu Mansion Villa, and they are suspected to be targeting you. Oh? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard what Zhao Taizhu said. The killer was targeting him? Ding. The host triggers the mission and personally eliminates the enemy. The reward is the God-level object control skill in 10 billion renminbi. The system voice rang in his ears at this time, and Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. Originally, he wanted to let Zhao Taizhu and his team deal with it to test their abilities. Solve it yourself? That's good too. That God-level object control technique sounds pretty good. Do you want me to have someone take care of it? Zhao Taizhu saw Jiang Bai in deep thought and asked. Need not. Jiang Bai breathed a sigh of relief, then looked towards the mountain behind the Tianyu Mansion Villa. I will handle this matter myself. More than 10 minutes later, we arrived at the back mountain of Tianyu Mansion Villa. Swish! A figure appeared in the field. This person was Jiang Bai, who had rushed over. When he arrived at the field, he clearly felt that there were no less than 10 assassins with well-hidden auras in the dark. It was obvious that all the assassins who came were good. However, that's all Jiang Bai thought, as it still had many loopholes in his opinion. You've been hiding for so long, come out now. Jiang Bai glanced at the darkness, a mocking smile on his face. This was not the first time he had killed someone. It had been a long time since he last killed anyone, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Court death. With a swish sound, a powerful crossbow broke through the air, its speed as fast as thunder. At the same time, the figure rushed towards Jiang Bai with a dagger in his hand. It was obvious that 2 killing moves were coming. The attack is good, but the speed is too slow. Chapter 71. How is it possible that stones can fly? Pa! With a palm strike, the killer was directly knocked away more than 10 meters. Zhao Taizhu and others in the dark swallowed their saliva, wondering how strong young Master Jiang was. Kill him! With a loud bang, the remaining dozen killers rushed forward together, obviously intending to kill Jiang Bai instantly. It was a pity that they overestimated their own strength. Bang 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 bang! With one palm each, more than 10 vicious killers were beaten to death on the spot in an instant, but Jiang Bai's clothes were not even wrinkled at all. Come out! Jiang Bai glanced behind him. How could Zhao Taizhu and his men escape his sight? Deal with these corpses. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Zhao Taizhu said respectfully, then waved his hand and the people behind him went to deal with the body. Then Jiang Bai's eyes fell on Zhao Taizhu. From now on, you help me guard the villa. On the way back to the villa, Zhao Taizhu received another message and couldn't help but pause. Young Master Jiang, the person who hired the murderer has been found. The employer is Zhao Mingcheng, the chairman of the Jiangnan Zhao Group. Zhao Group? Jiang Bai was startled when he heard what Zhao Taizhu said. Of course he was familiar with this name. Before, the 2 brothers Zhao Zicheng died tragically and one became a vegetable because of him. Zhao Mingcheng was their father and the chairman of Zhao Group. You take care of this matter. Jiang Bai would naturally not waste time on meaningless little characters after completing his mission. Zhao Taizhu narrowed his eyes when he heard the order. Yes, Master Jiang. Soon, we return to the villa. Jiang Bai, what are they doing? Lin Ruashu looked at the bodyguards surrounding the villa and asked suspiciously. Oh, they are the convoy bodyguards. He took the beautiful woman's arm and held her slender waist. Let them protect the villa in their spare time. I see. Lin Ruashu nodded silently after hearing this. It was true that having these people around would make the villa much safer, but she just couldn't adapt to it for the time being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of personally eliminating the enemy. You will be rewarded with the God-level object control skill and 10 billion renminbi. The 2 entered the villa, and Jiang Bai heard the system's voice in his ears, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 sets of Thompson Iping villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Appearance, 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth, 59.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Jiang Bai was quite satisfied. If he continued like this, it wouldn't be long before he could become a multi-billionaire. However, I wonder how effective the divine level object control technique is. As he murmured, Jiang Bai fixed his gaze on the pebbles on the lawn not far away with a triad attitude. Then, a magical scene appeared. The stone that was originally lying quietly on the ground slowly left the ground and hovered half a meter high under Jiang Bai's control. Look, that stone is flying. A bodyguard stared at a distance with eyes wide open in disbelief, but after rubbing his eyes, the stone fell to the ground. How could this happen? I just left the ground. This is so strange. The 2 companions beside him were stunned when they heard it, then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. You must be blind. How is it possible that stones can fly? Obviously, they did not believe such absurd words. After all, it was totally unscientific. Interesting. Jiang Bai looked at the stone that fell back to the ground not far away, with an intriguing smile on his face. He naturally knew that what had just happened was true, and the God-level object control technique was indeed powerful. With this means, he can even kill the enemy thousands of miles away, Jiang Bai thought. Of course, as to whether he could kill the enemy thousands of miles away, he had no idea. Lin Ruashu heard her man muttering and looked at him suspiciously. What did you say? Oh, nothing. Jiang Bai waved his hand, then put his arm around the beautiful woman's waist. Come on, honey, let's go in and kiss each other first. You, bah. When Lin Ruashu heard what someone said, her face flushed. Seeing that the bodyguards didn't notice her, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's broad daylight, are you crazy? He glared at someone, but ultimately he was unable to defeat him, so a fierce fight was inevitable. Dongjiang, Zhao family villa. Damn it! Zhao Mingcheng looked at his phone, waiting for the call from the Yanluo organization. Why hasn't there been a call yet? No, the 10 elite assassins of the Yanluo organization should be enough to deal with that young boy. Could it be that? Zhao Mingcheng thought of something, but quickly denied it. No, it's absolutely impossible. How could that kid survive the assassination of 10 elite killers? Yes, something must have happened. Zhao Mingcheng thought so. He investigated a lot on both his eldest son and his second son, and finally found that they were connected with a man named Jiang Bai, so he would rather kill 10,000 people by mistake than let one go. Swish. At this moment, a figure appeared in the room. It was Zhao Taizhu. Who? Zhao Mingcheng, sensing something, turned around and saw a figure that appeared like a ghost. His face changed drastically and an ominous premonition came to his mind. He pretended to be calm and looked at the person who came. Who are you? The one who wants you dead. With a hiss, before Zhao Mingcheng could react, Zhao Taizhu had already appeared 1 meter behind him at an extremely fast speed. Snap! The pistol in Zhao Mingcheng's hand fell to the ground, his eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it before he died. This is impossible. Until his death, he didn't know who wanted to kill him. The Zhao family also withdrew from the Jiangnan business community and went into decline. As for what would happen to the Zhao family next, it was not Jiang Bai's concern. Chapter 72, You only know how to pamper yourself. I'll spend all your money in the future. A little, on the villa dining table. Eat slowly. I didn't see you eating so happily just now. Looking at Lin Ruashu, who was concentrating on eating at the dining table, Jiang Bai couldn't help but tease her. Lin Ruashu. You. The sudden words almost choked Lin Ruashu to death. What was that guy talking about? He was eating so happily just now, was he crazy? He actually said such a conscienceless thing. Damn it, I really want to bite him to death. What should I do? Snort. Faced with the tempting dishes, Lin Ruashu didn't want to waste time on this guy. She glared at him and continued to beat him up. However, for some reason, the scene of what she had just eaten appeared in her mind, which made her want to strangle someone to death. It was all that bastard's fault. If she could stop for a moment, she would beat him to death. Hiccup. After a while, Lin Ruashu burped and stroked her belly. Especially now that her third baby was in a period of rapid growth, she felt even hungrier than before. However, the strange thing was that she didn't gain weight even though she ate so much. Or to be more precise, she gained weight in the right places instead of in the wrong places. Now, her belly was already over D in size before she gave birth to her third baby. What would happen after she gave birth to her third baby? Sure, Nizi, your ability to eat is getting better and better. Tisk. After hearing what someone said, Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at him. Was this a disguised way of saying that she could eat more and more? Damn it. It's your 3 ancestors. Lin Ruashu is not to blame for this. It is clearly the problem of the 3 little guys. How can she be blamed? Yes, that's it. By the way, it seems that today is the Dongjian Lantern Festival. My husband will take you around. He paused and stroked his belly with his big hand. Let Sanbao see the world. Go. It's only been 3 months, what do they know? He rolled his eyes at Jiang Bai, who knew this. This guy just knew how to talk nonsense in a serious manner. At the Dongjian Lantern Festival. Here, the first cup of milk tea for the Lantern Festival. Jiang Bai held 2 large cups of roasted grass jelly in his hands. Lin Ruashu nodded with satisfaction and took the milk tea, looking at someone with a good look on her face. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 30 renminbi, triggering a million times rebate, and getting 30 million renminbi. When he came to the Lantern Festival, Jiang Bai had a good start, which made him in a very good mood. Let's have fun today, my husband will pay. With a wave of his hand, the two of them walked hand in hand in the lantern festival like a young couple, but Lin Ruashu naturally made some disguises, and large sunglasses were indispensable, otherwise they would definitely be watched by others. Real. Lin Ruashu looked at Zhang Bai suspiciously. This guy spent 300 million to equip a luxury fleet. Let's see if he won't bleed a lot today. Zhang Bai, this diamond ring is nice. Looking at the high-end jewelry store nearby, Lin Ruashu was spending money in a retaliatory manner. It was this guy who made fun of her when she was in the villa, and he deserved to be bled by her. This beautiful lady has good eyesight. This is the treasure of our store. This diamond ring was carved by a famous carving master and was completed after a complex process. The price is 880,000 renminbi. Zhang Bai, what do you think? Purchase. Zhang Bai agreed without even thinking twice. The jewelry store salesperson's eyes sparkled with stars. This was the first time they had seen such a generous customer. Beauty, would you like to take a look at the necklace and earrings? Good. Lin Ruashu agreed immediately. After all, she had great ambitions. Zhang Bai, how about this necklace? It's a little expensive, maybe 500,000. Purchase. Half an hour later, Lin Ruashu left the jewelry store in high spirits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1.5 million renminbi, triggering a 40x rebate, and earning 60 million renminbi. Zhang Bai was stunned when he heard the voice ringing in his ears, while Lin Ruashu, who had just bought the product, regretted it a little. How about I not buy it, and save it to buy milk powder for Sanbao? Hey, your husband still has this little money. Let's go and see something else. After saying that, Zhang Bai put his arm around Lin Ruashu and held her slender waist. This made Lin Ruashu's heart tremble. Didn't that guy mind her willfulness at all? Humph, you only know how to pamper yourself. I'll spend all your money in the future. As expected, she bought a few small things after a while and successfully earned hundreds of millions of wealth with her little trial. There is no denying that Zhang Bai was happier watching this girl spend money more and more. After all, the more this girl spends, the more he will get. At the same time, another thing was happening not far away. Who's next? In the arena, the young man from South Korea glanced at everyone with an arrogant look as if his eyes were on his head. He slandered Chinese martial arts more than once in his words, which really angered everyone around him. Damn it, this little bastard, I'm going to go up and meet him. Zhou Hao stepped on the steps and headed for the ring. Su Tancheng and Lin Zhao's faces changed. Damn it, third brother, come back. Oh. Jin Yujie saw the fierce light in Zhou Hao's eyes. He was proficient in Chinese, so he naturally understood the swear words just now. Chinese people are so vulgar. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. With a cold smile, Whispering then dodged and attacked decisively, launching a taekwondo flying kick at a very fast speed. Not good. Su Tiancheng and Lin Zhao's faces changed when they saw this. The third brother was an amateur. How could he possibly be a match for the professional taekwondo genius in front of him? Bang! After a kick, Zhou Hao retreated repeatedly, but was supported by a hand when he was about to leave the ring. Boss! When Su Tiancheng and the other man saw the boss and his sister-in-law, they were delighted and immediately felt relieved. Just kidding, the boss's skills are so good that they can beat 30 special forces soldiers. No matter how talented you are no match for the boss. Back off, you are no match for him. Zhang Bai glanced at Jin Yujie opposite him and said to Zhou Hao. Boss, okay. Feeling the pain in his wrist, Zhou Hao glared at the taekwondo genius Jin Yujie. He knew that there was a big gap between him and that guy. Boy, it looks like you are pretty good. Watch this. Jin Yujie, who was already unhappy about having his sparring interrupted, attacked without warning, obviously intending to kill the person who interrupted his sparring in an instant. Hey, that kid is dead. Yujie is a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Ordinary coaches are no match for him. Humph, the Chinese are really good-looking but useless. Jin Yujie's companions all ridiculed him, but they were not allowed to continue indulging in the sense of superiority of pity. Bang! A crisp slap was heard, and Jin Yujie, who was still in the air, was slapped to the ground with a dull sound. Jin Yujie's companions who were originally waiting to watch Zhang Bai's good show were like dead dogs with their necks strangled. Well done. The pedestrians around were all excited. They had been annoyed with these Korean dogs for a long time. My God, this slap showed their momentum and reached a certain level. Ha, this guy is awesome. Awesome. These little brats should not be spoiled. Wow. I have a friend who is just as amazing as this guy. Whenever I talk to him about his glorious past, he can't help but get so excited that he wants to stand up from his wheelchair. Ahem, my god, he can't be. Jiang Bai, the man who killed the bandit at the Magic City airport. Listening to the excitement around him, Zhou Hao's face was full of admiration. Damn, he is indeed the boss, but what the hell is the point of crippling the murderer? Chapter 73, Boss, he drew the national male god Du Min Jun? This guy. Before Lin Ruashu could come to her senses, he had already knocked the Korean taekwondo genius to the ground. Is this necessary? Is it really a good thing to show off like this? Moreover, these people look like they are not easy to deal with. Asshole. You're so heavy-handed, let's attack together. Crash. Jin Yujie's companions immediately rushed forward, and 7 or 8 of them each displayed their skills, but in Jiang Bai's opinion, they were all just fancy moves and could not withstand a single blow. To be honest, at this level, he doesn't even have the qualifications to take action. Pa pa pa. After a few slaps, Jin Yujie and his companions all fell to the ground. Jin Yujie's face darkened when he saw that he had kicked the hard board. Boy, wait for me. Hey, big brother, I was beaten. About a few minutes later, a car stopped in the middle of the field, and then a group of people got out of the car. They were all wearing Taoist robes with the words Xianwu Dojo embroidered on their chests. Brother Jin Ming, this guy was the one who beat me. Jin Yujie and his companions glared at Jiang Bai with bruised faces and noses. They were also disciples of Xianwu Dojo, but their levels were average and naturally could not be compared with senior brother Jin Ming. Chi Jinming, a top 8 Taekwondo World Championships player from South Korea. Oh my goodness, now things are getting serious. Hey, but that guy is no pushover either. Listening to everyone's discussion, Chi Jinming's eyes fell on Jiang Bai. Boy, you were so bold to touch my Xianwu Dojo. Snap. He exerted force with his feet, and then the ground cracked a little, which made everyone's eyelids twitch. It was such a strong force. Gulp. Su Tianchang and the other 2 all swallowed their saliva. Zhou Hao looked at the scene and coughed dryly. Well, second and fourth brother, did I get into trouble? You just found out. Su Tianchang and Lin Xiao rolled their eyes at Zhou Hao. They had told this guy not to be impulsive, but he just wouldn't listen. If it weren't for the boss today, this guy wouldn't know how he died. Now, kneel down and apologize. Bang! Before Chi Jinming could finish his words, Jiang Bai slapped him on the head, causing him to fall to his knees before he could even finish his words. What did you say? A plain voice exploded, and the pupils of Jin Yujie and others suddenly shrank. What, that kid? How is it possible, he actually killed senior brother Jin Ming in one move? Fuck. Zhou Hao and the other 2 widened their eyes. Oh my god, the boss is so awesome. Although they knew that the boss had beaten 30 Special Forces soldiers, the scene before them was no less shocking. Hey, no matter where he is, this guy will never stay calm. Lin Ruashu sighed. She had originally wanted to spend some time alone together. These people were too abominable. They deserved to be taught a lesson by that guy. Humph. Your uncle. Bang. Chi Jinming was slapped so hard that he was stunned. His head hit the ground hard and he passed out. The people around him felt so happy. Then they looked in the direction of the Koreans and said, damn it, give me another rant. The power of one palm made the whole place silent. Walk. Jin Yujie's face turned pale and he looked at Jiang Bai as if he had seen a ghost. He was driving away in such a miserable state with his tail between his legs. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Ah. There was a wave of applause and cheers in the stadium. They hadn't felt so relieved in a long time. Boss, you're awesome. Zhou Hao gave him a thumbs up, and Jiang Bai rolled his eyes at him. If your sister knew about this, she would break your legs. Ahem, well, wasn't I impulsive? Zhou Hao smiled awkwardly. He knew that if his sister knew it, breaking his legs would be the least of her worries. Boss, you and your sister-in-law should also come to the Lantern Festival to play. Su Tiancheng glanced at Zhou Hao and said, it's all because of this kid that you guys ruined your fun. Zhou Hao glared at Su Tiancheng and his old face turned red. This old man really sees through everything but doesn't say it out loud. Is this really good for him? Hey, isn't it all because of that Korean kid who deserves a beating? Zhou Hao shifted the blame to Jin Yujie. If Jin Yujie knew about this, he might come to kill him. He would not take the blame. Look, Professor Du. Wow, Professor Saidu is so handsome. Professor Du, I love you. The popular first-line star Du Min-jun made a handsome appearance at the Lantern Festival, which immediately attracted many fans to watch. However, Du Min-jun smiled, saying that the Chinese people are really stupid and have a lot of money. In their eyes, these people are not fans, but completely tools to make money. His fame in China had declined before, so he came to China to make money. By starring in several dramas, he gained a lot of fans and became a top star, with various commercial performances being offered to him. Go away and be careful. Several celebrities around him even came from South Korea, especially the female fans, who drank a lot of soup, and those female fans didn't say a word. Little girl, get out of the way. One of the bodyguards saw the little girl not far ahead and raised his hand to push her aside. Xiao won. Before the bodyguard could move, he was pushed by a beggar and staggered. A beggar, how unlucky. Upon seeing this, the bodyguard and several other companions surrounded the beggar and prepared to teach him a lesson. Ding! The host has triggered the mission. Save the beggar father and daughter and cure the beggar man of the poison. You will be rewarded with god-level medical skills and 11 billion renminbi. The beggar man is poisonous? Could it be that this beggar man is not simple? Thinking of this, Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the beggar man's mind. With the system operation, he would definitely not ask himself to save people for no reason. Stop! Before Jiang Bai could say anything, Su Tiancheng's face darkened. A few dogs think they can bully beggars. Wow! Du Min-jun is the most disgusting star to Su Tiancheng, because his first love girlfriend broke up with him because of this stupid guy. He hasn't even fully grown his hair yet, but he wants to be successful like others. I'll ruin him. The bodyguards naturally heard Su Tiancheng scolding them, and their eyes narrowed with fierceness. Du Min-jun glanced at Su Tiancheng and paid no more attention. As for the fans, their attention was all on their Professor Du, so they naturally didn't pay attention to Su Tiancheng. Fuck, the second one is going to suffer. The bodyguard was about to knock Su Tiancheng to pieces with a punch when he was slapped and flew 3 or 4 meters away. Suddenly, Jiang Bai appeared in front of Su Tiancheng, and it was the perfect time for him to attack him. Hiss. Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao took a deep breath and hurried to Su Tiancheng's side. Second brother, are you okay? But, the boss is so ruthless. Phew. The bodyguard who was blown 3 or 4 meters away spat out a mouthful of blood, and his other companions had gloomy looks. Let's go together. Several people attacked Jiang Bai at the same time, and finger knives popped out from their fingertips. It was obvious that they saw that this boy was quite skilled. Bang bang bang. In no time, several bodyguards were killed. Du Min-jun also noticed the situation not far away. How dare you, touch my people. Du Min-jun was not familiar with Chinese, so he spoke in Bangzi, but Jiang Bai slapped him in the face and knocked him out. What nonsense are you speaking? I can't understand a word. Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao. Fuck. Boss, he drew the national male god Du Min-jun? Chapter 74. Damn, I'm going to beat you brainless fans to death. Boss, great job. When Su Tiancheng saw the boss's operation, his eyes sparkled. It was so cool. He had long wanted to beat that guy up. Ah. Asshole, this kid dared to hit Professor Du. Sisters, make him pay the price. With a loud clamor, many female crazy fans rushed forward and vowed to avenge their male idol. Damn it. I'm going to beat you brainless fans to death. Su Tiancheng seemed to see the image of his ex-girlfriend in these female crazy fans. He was immediately furious and went straight to the point with flames in his eyes. Pa 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 pa. He slapped each brainless fan with a slap on his left and right, enjoying it so much that he didn't care about the pain on his hands at all. This cruel scene made Zhou Hao and Lin Xiao stunned. Oh my goodness, is this still Sven's second brother? This guy is so powerful. Just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, Su Tiancheng fought fiercely with his crazy female fans, and he was so powerful that he killed them all. Many years later, when Su Tiancheng recalled this day, he would probably say to his grandson that your grandfather, I, single-handedly slept with dozens of girls. Jiang Bai, that Du Min-jun is the one that SB Entertainment is promoting. Lin Ruashu took a deep breath and looked at Du Min-jun, who was leaving with concern. SB Entertainment is a giant in South Korea. If they target you, rest assured. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. If that idiot dares to stand out, your man will let him know what regret is. You, A little. Jiang Bai and the beggar man walked to a distance. "Thank you, brother." The beggar man thanked and said that if Jiang Bai had not taken action today, the consequences would be unimaginable. "You've been poisoned, it must have been tough these years, right?" Jiang Bai smiled slightly, but this made the beggar man's eyes flash fiercely. "You. Don't worry, I mean no harm to you. How about a business deal?" The beggar's name was Xiao Zhan. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, "I am a useless person. What business can I have with you? I can cure your poison and heal your injuries." "What?" After hearing this, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but be moved. Jiang Bai took out a test tube, which turned out to be the physical enhancement liquid exchanged from the system mall. "If you trust me, you can take this medicine and we will talk again." Medicine. After hearing this, Xiao Zhan's eyes fell on the potion. He could clearly feel its extraordinariness. Gulp. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Zhan drank the potion, and then his face flushed and poison in his body gathered and surged. Puff. At a certain moment, a mouthful of black blood spurted out, and Xiao Zhan clearly felt that his breathing became much smoother, and even his injuries were recovering. How is this possible? Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Zhan's fists were now full of strength, even better than before he was poisoned. Plop. Xiao Zhan naturally knew why this happened, and immediately knelt on the ground. "Sir, from now on Xiao Zhan's life belongs to you. Get up." Jiang Bai smiled slightly. This was exactly what he wanted. "Here's 1 million. Settle down with your daughter first, and we can talk about other things later." "Yes, sir." Xiao Zhan took a deep breath and gratefully took the bank card. Ding. Congratulations to the host for saving the beggar father and daughter and curing the beggar man of his poison. You will be rewarded with god-level medical skills and 11 billion renminbi. Watching Xiao Zhan and his daughter leave, Jiang Bai's lips curled up. At the same time, SB Entertainment Company. Pa. Park Nanfeng, chairman of SB Entertainment, looked at the extremely bad influence on the internet and his eyes fell on a figure. That kid, he is looking for death. You openly beat up someone promoted by my SB Entertainment Company. I will ruin your reputation. Boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Park Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. Chairman, the boy's identity has been found out. One of Park Nanfeng's confidants handed a document to his chairman. This person is called Jiang Bai, a senior student in Huaxia Dongjiang. He is famous for singing a few songs, but he is in a relationship with the queen of the music world, Lin Ruashu, and Lin Ruashu even quit the music industry for him. Oh? Hearing his subordinate's words, Park Nanfeng's eyes flashed fiercely. In other words, this kid is just lucky. Give the order. I want to see this kid ruined within a day. Yes, Chairman. The confidant bowed and left. Before leaving, he knew that the Chinese boy was finished. Half an hour later. Domestic online public opinion swept across major websites with overwhelming force. Hashtag a man who seeks fame and reputation, Jiang Bai's unknown secret hashtag. Hashtag the character collapses, Jiang Bai owes us an apology hashtag. Hashtag who is Jiang Bai? His songs are shit hashtag. Hashtag unveiling the mystery of Jiang Bai, the music industry borer, and his rise hashtag. The news flooded the front pages of the internet, and for a moment Jiang Bai was pushed to the forefront. And in this crisis, if Jiang Bai is not careful, he will fall into the abyss. Return to Tianyu Mansion Villa. Ding-a-ling. Lin Ruashu's cell phone rang, and the caller was her best friend Zhou Yuning. Hey, Yuning. I just got back, what did you say? Jiang Bai was cyberbullied. The first thing Lin Ruashu thought of after hearing this was SB Entertainment, the company behind Du Minjun. She quickly opened her phone and said, "This is such a cruel move. Jiang Bai, SB Entertainment has taken action against you." Looking at Jiang Bai, who was eating calmly, Lin Ruashu was filled with worry. Yeah. Jiang Bai glanced at the comments online and said, "It's okay. Let's think about it for a while." Lin Ruashu, are you crazy? Lin Ruashu really couldn't keep calm anymore. If she thought about it for a while longer, this guy would think that his reputation was falling too slowly. What would happen if the three babies had a father with a bad reputation? Don't worry, these shrimp soldiers and crabs can kill your man in a minute. Half an hour later. Villa, recording studio. Jiang Bai, what is this? Lin Ruashu was really confused and couldn't understand why that guy brought her here. You'll know in a moment. Jiang Bai smiled mysteriously, and then said, help me record a few songs. Well. Seeing the sly smile on a guy's lips, her intuition told her that this guy was about to counterattack. Although she didn't know how he would do it, it would definitely be beyond everyone's imagination. Everything is ready. Jiang Bai sits in front of the camera in the recording studio. Next, I'll give you a song called No Makeup. Lin Ruashu tacitly played the accompaniment that had been prepared long ago, but as Jiang Bai sang, Lin Ruashu was stunned. This song was so nice and soothing. Soon, the recording of No Makeup was completed. A song called Winter's Secret for everyone. He recorded another song Winter's Secret with a melancholy, slightly hoarse and deep voice. Lin Ruashu was moved and seemed to have guessed what Jiang Bai was going to do. Then, Lin Ruashu was shocked by the magical songs such as My Fair Princess, Blue and White Porcelain and Jiangnan. To be honest, if this guy wants to enter the music industry, he can easily win the title of king with these songs. After a little while, Lin Ruashu took a deep breath and looked at the 10 recorded songs. Jiang Bai, you are not going to use these 10 songs to fight back against SB Entertainment, are you? Chapter 75, Parents, Brother-in-law, started to fight back against SB Entertainment. My wife is quite smart. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. Others have come to my doorstep, it would be bad if I don't react. A bunch of rabble, vulnerable to attack. Look at your man pressing them to the ground and rubbing them. After that, Jiang Bai uploaded the recorded video to Dosha Short Video, and the account that uploaded it was the Junlin Tianxia, who won the title of Dosha Emperor by rewarding him. Rule the world. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she saw this Dosha account. Jiang Bai, you are actually the Junlin Tianxia who rewarded Dosha Tianzi in Xiaoxi's live broadcast room. Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this. How could he have forgotten about this? Ahem, what is that? Wife, do you believe me if I say that the one who rules the world is not me? Lin Ruashu blushed and glared at someone fiercely. I believe you, big head ghost. In fact, Lin Ruashu understood something at this moment. Her brother-in-law generously rewarded her sister-in-law. This guy really knows how to have fun. Xiaoxi, she doesn't know either, right? Lin Ruashu knew the character of her man. Jiang Bai shook her head bitterly. If it weren't for my husband's carelessness, you wouldn't have known. Poof. Lin Ruashu snorted softly. Fortunately, she had good attention and didn't think that she would be stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. After the operation, 2 short videos were uploaded. He already had no less than 100,000 fans, and the short videos soon received a response. Fuck, Junlin Boss's account actually posted a short video. Ahem, I'm telling you guys, you might not believe it, but Junlin is probably Xiaoxi's wife's brother-in-law. Oh my, he really is my brother-in-law. It's all going viral on the internet now. Yes, Xiaoxi's wife hit it well enough. Her sister turned out to be the queen of pop, Lin Ruashu. Brother-in-law, I guess he is the ruthless man who made Goddess Ruashu quit the music industry. But this song is amazing. 5 minutes later, Lin Ruashu looked at the status of the short video and couldn't help but be stunned. 150,000 likes, 80,000 comments this. Meanwhile, at the Fighting Shark headquarters, Luo Zai, the operations manager of the Fighting Shark headquarters, looked at the person who rewarded the Fighting Shark Emperor for his achievements. It was Jiang Bai who was being cyberbullied. He stood up from his seat. Then I clicked on a short video and found that guy was a ruthless person. If I look at you again, will there still be feelings? Back then, she was as pure as she could be. Don't wear eyeliner to look mature. No need to blend foundation evenly. Hiss. Looking at the handsome appearance and beautiful singing voice in the video, Luo Zai was filled with astonishment. Popular. Hot topic, is this guy going to use short videos to fight back against online public opinion? Then click on another short video. If I say I really love you, who will repair those broken friendships? If I keep this secret, a warm winter will be far away. You are so kind and you are so beautiful. A few minutes later, Luo Zai listened to the entire song and his scalp went numb. Oh my god, this is going to be a disaster. This popularity requires a 7th level traffic pool. In the first moment, Luo Zai raised the popularity of both videos to level 7 with millions of views. Dosha was going to be a hit. Soon, Luo Zai ran towards Director Chen Tian's office with the data. Bang! A few minutes later, Chen Tian's office was broken into. Director Chen, our fighting shark is about to take off. He came to Chen Tian's office panting and played the 2 videos immediately. A little. The shark fighting emperor is actually the musical prodigy Jiang Bai, and he is currently at the center of public attention. Such a classic divine song. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Tian's eyes sparkled. Both videos are upgraded to level 9 with unlimited traffic. Puff. Luo Zai almost fell to his knees after hearing this. Director Chen, why don't we try a traffic pool worth tens of millions? Need not. Chen Tian took a deep breath and said, Jiang Bai is still a hero in our fight against the sharks, so let's just give him a hand. Ahem, okay. Luo Zai coughed dryly. He knew that this was helping Jiang Bai and also bringing the fighting shark to a whole new level. Under Chen Tian's personal operation, the popularity of the 2 short videos was once again raised to the 9th level traffic pool, which is the largest traffic level of Dosha and has never been used since Dosha was founded. Chen Tian can be said to have set a precedent for Jiang Bai. Immediately afterwards, the extent of the explosion can be imagined. The popularity soared, and 10 minutes later the number of likes exceeded 1 million, and the number of comments reached over 600,000. Ha ha ha, what the hell? Boss Zhu Lin is actually Jiang Bai's man, awesome. Now, the internet trolls are in trouble. Hey, fighting shark is really tough, now we have to fight with the internet trolls. Brother-in-law is invincible, kill those bastards. How dare you slander my male god Jiang Bai? Crazy comments popped up, and the 2 videos became extremely popular. Dongjiang, Lin Ruashu's home. Ah. Lin Xiaoxi, who was in the villa, clicked on the Jun Lin Tianxia account that she particularly followed, and her mind suddenly exploded. Oh my god, Jun Lin boss is actually my brother-in-law. How could this happen? Stinky brother-in-law, you are so mean. Lin Xiaoxi finally understood at this moment. No wonder that Jun Lin boss rewarded her so much. It turned out that he was her brother-in-law. Dad, Mom, come quickly. Something bad happened to my brother-in-law. Screams echoed throughout the villa. Lin Yaozong and his mother hurried over. They had also heard the news that Jiang Bai was being targeted, and even Lin Yaozong was very concerned. After all, this not only concerns Jiang Bai, but also involves his own daughter. What's wrong? Zhang Yueru took a deep breath and asked. Dad, Mom, you may not believe it. After a pause, Lin Xiaoxi said excitedly, brother-in-law has started to fight back against SB Entertainment. What? Lin Yaozong looked at his phone and heard the song Winter's Secret. Suddenly, oh my god, that guy is so cruel. No wonder he didn't say anything, it turns out, he was holding back a big bomb. Ah, okay. Zhang Yueru was excited, great, you are worthy of being my son-in-law. I originally wanted to help him through some means, but I didn't expect. He narrowed his eyes, then looked towards South Korea. This time, SB Entertainment Company may have shot itself in the foot. This kid, although I don't like him. Lin Yaozong took a deep breath and looked at the numerous likes and comments, but I have to say, this is a great job. Chapter 76. This time, I will make SB Entertainment kneel down and sing Conquer for me. Zhou Yuning's villa. Ding-a-ling. As the cell phone rang in her ears, she answered the call while she was worried about Jiang Bai's affairs. Hello. What did you say? Jiang Bai started to fight back. These 2 short videos have made Dosha very popular. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yuning went to Dosha Live immediately, and was directly recommended Jiang Bai's short video by a pop-up window. He clicked on it to take a look. Without makeup? This singing level and skills. Zhou Yuning looked at the novel counterattack, and the corners of his mouth curved up. I have to say, this is the most effective way to fight back against the internet trolls and SB Entertainment. But he was too aggressive before. He slapped Korean star Do Min Jun directly. In less than half an hour, there were tens of millions of likes and over 6 million comments. Looking at the popularity of the short videos, Zhou Yuning's eyelids were twitching. It was hard to imagine to what extent these 2 videos would become popular over time. Rongqing, Junyu Haoting Community. Leisure area. Look, isn't this the kid from the Zheng family? This voice immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, Jiang Bai was the first young man in their community to be admitted to Dongjiang University. Oh. This song is amazing. It seems that Xiao Jiang beat up Do Min Jun from SB Entertainment in South Korea, and now he is being cyberbullied. Hey, Xiao Zhang's counterattack is awesome. Everyone was chattering, and this was Jiang Bailin coming back from buying groceries outside the community. "Old Jiang, come quickly." When many residents saw Jiang Bailin, they hurriedly pulled him over. "Look, your Xiao Jiang is amazing. Yes, I posted 2 short videos and now they have over 20 million likes." Jiang Bailin, what did you say? More than 20 million, that kid. Then Jiang Bailin looked over and heard a beautiful song, "Fuck, is this my son?" After confirming it again and again, Jiang Bailin finally accepted this reality. His singing level is more than 100 times better than those young handsome guys. What happened during the time I was on a business trip? Immediately afterwards, Jiang Bailin began searching on the internet. This search was not a big deal, it really shocked him. What? After searching through the results, Jiang Bailin was shocked. A musical genius? Confessing to the queen of pop, Lin Ruashu? It also caused Lin Ruashu to quit the music industry. That bastard, I've never seen him so outstanding before. Queen of the pop world, what kind of shit luck did that kid have? Jiang Bailin took a sip of his lips. What that kid had experienced during this period was 1,000 times more exciting than his entire life. Okay. As expected of me. Jiang Bailin was pleased. That damn entertainment company bullied my son, now they are stupid, right? FK. What the hell? Jiang Bailin called his son immediately. Tianyu Mansion Villa. Hey, brat. After answering the phone, Jiang Bai heard the old man's voice. Jiang Bai smiled and said, "Dad, you are back from your business trip." "Not really." Jiang's father's voice came from the other side, "But you are good at making trouble. You even took down the queen of the music world. Lin Ruashu." Lin Ruashu's face turned red when she heard her future father-in-law's words. She thought her future father-in-law probably didn't know that she was pregnant yet. "Good job." Father Jiang came straight to the point and said, "You kid, you're making a big fuss. We, the Jiang family, don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid if trouble comes." The powerful voice made Lin Ruashu understand a little, as if she knew why her man had such a fearless temperament. It turns out that the grandfather of the 3 little guys is the root. "Don't worry, old man." Jiang Bai smiled slightly, "Just hold it. This time, I'll make SB Entertainment kneel down and sing Conquer for me." "Haha, I'm hanging up first." The father and son had a conversation, which would definitely cause a huge storm if the outside world knew about it. Damn it. You guys, just a few words determined the fate of the giant entertainment company? Jiang Bai, you already have 1 million fans. Lin Ruashu checked Jiang Bai's fan page at this time. In less than half an hour, the number of fans of that guy increased tenfold. The horror of the 9th level traffic pool can be seen. And this? Just the beginning. At the same time, all the online trolls were confused. I'm Nima. That Jiang Bai doesn't play by the rules. Grass. The explosive spread of short videos is a counterattack. Damn it, why didn't they respond? In an instant, we return to the period before liberation. They have a shitty advantage. On the other side, Dongjiang University School Exchange Group. Fuck, Senior Jiang Bai is awesome. Haha, this is a ruthless move. Damn it, I told you that they would be afraid of a stupid company if it could make Goddess Ruashu quit the music industry. Well done, my Senior Jiang Bai is awesome. I am convinced. This counterattack speed is invincible. I feel like SB has fainted in the toilet. Everyone was discussing it heatedly, and Su Tiancheng and the other 2 were extremely excited. Damn it, their worry about the boss was completely unnecessary. But, on the other side, SB Entertainment Company, headquarters. Asshole. Chairman Park Nam-pong looked gloomy. Online public opinion was calmed down by 2 songs. That Jiang Bai is quite capable. This result was far beyond his expectations. In his opinion, the lucky boy would definitely be ruined by public opinion. In that case, then use all your connections to block Jiang Bai. Yes, Chairman. The trusted subordinate heard the chairman's order and then carried it out, and a bigger conspiracy unfolded. Soon, it was the next day. Get started. With the addition of several more Navy captains, the network situation became increasingly uncertain. Jiang Bai, SB Entertainment has taken action again. Lin Ruashu, who had been paying close attention to the online situation, looked worried. Oh. Really? Looks like it's time to upload a short video. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, raised the corners of his mouth, and clicked to publish another short video. On the Dousha music platform, Luo Chanha looked at the pop-up message. Jiang Bai posted another short video. It looks like we're going to have to confront SB Entertainment head-on. Luo Chanha immediately called Director Chen Tian. Hello, Director Chen. That Jiang Bai has released a new video, and this song is even better than the previous two. I see. After Chen Tian hung up the phone, he clicked on the short video, listening to the affectionate and gentle song of Deep Love in the Rain, and his eyes lit up. This song is amazing. Chen Tian took a deep breath and looked towards Dongjiang with a meaningful look. In that case, let's go directly to the 9th level traffic pool. One man tore SB Entertainment apart. It's really exciting. Chapter 77. Even if he becomes an immortal, he has to recognize me as his father. Lin Family Villa. After Lin Xiaoxi washed up, she returned to her room. Ding dong. The message push sound rang out, and Lin Xiaoxi looked over and saw that the live broadcast had just started at this moment, allowing fans to witness her full of energy at the beginning of the day. Wow, my brother-in-law uploaded a new short video again. The fans in the live broadcast room were filled with love when they saw the beautiful wife Xiaoxi. Good morning, Xiaoxi. My brother-in-law is so awesome. The identity of Junlin Boss has been exposed. Hey, I never thought that Junlin Boss is my brother-in-law. TSK tisk. I wonder who would be so generous. While fans were discussing the matter heatedly, beautiful music suddenly came from the live broadcast room. Deep Love in the Rain. How many towers are in the mist and rain? Remember the love between you and me. Cars flow like water and horses run like dragons. As the pleasant voice sounded, Lin Xiaoxi's pretty face was full of pride, and she naturally would not miss such a good publicity opportunity. Fans, did you hear that? This is Xiaoxi's brother-in-law's song. It's so good. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. I wipe. The male god Jiang Bai has released another short video, and it's a new song, which is also super nice. Soon. Under the account of Junlin Tianxia, the likes, comments and collections of the short video just posted soared at a visible speed. Lin Ruashu's official Weibo, a nice song Deep Love in the Rain, a song by Ruashu's boyfriend. Fans who like it, please support. Thank you everyone. Wow, Goddess Ruashu is amazing. Woo woo woo, is it really okay to openly support Jiang Bai like this? A friend in need is a friend indeed. Moreover, Goddess Ruashu retired from the music industry because of Jiang Bai. Individual versus capital, I wonder what the final outcome will be. Goddess Ruashu, although Jiang Bai has won your heart, I dislike SB Entertainment even more. I support you. If you mess with me, Jiangshan, you will die. Lin Ruashu has such a large number of fans that there was a flood of comments at once, and the Dousha platform server was overwhelmed by so many netizens. Hall of Fame singer Tong Qian, Jiang Bai's new song is good, please support it. Popular singer Lu Yao, Jiang Bai's talent is the best in the world today, and his new song is out and it's really good. Dousha Big V, recommend a song, Deep Love in the Rain by the musical genius Jiang Bai. One after another, singers and big verses spoke out to promote Jiang Bai, especially those stars who were suppressed by SB Entertainment. All of them came out in an instant. How could they miss such a disgusting opportunity to work for SB Entertainment Company? I'm afraid SB Entertainment didn't expect such a development, and they have now incurred the wrath of a lot of people. Rongqing, the Royal Palace. Ha ha ha, okay. John's father was full of excitement as he watched his son become so popular online, and, what a joke. True talent cannot be suppressed by mere traffic. While sipping the fragrant tea, John's father read the comments online and couldn't help but smile. Tisk. It's rare to see you recognize your son so much. John's mother rolled her eyes at John's father. The old man had often belittled his son before. Is there? Father Jiang looked at Mother John suspiciously and took a sip of tea. Isn't that just to spur the brat forward? Otherwise, do you think he would be where he is today? John's mother rolled her eyes. Look at what you can do. That's right. Mother Jiang was thinking of something. Seeing that Father Jiang was in high spirits, the time was almost ripe. Old Jiang, there is something I think I need to tell you. Oh? After taking a sip of the fragrant tea, John's father looked suspiciously at John's mother, who was slightly serious. What's the matter? That's right, our daughter-in-law is pregnant with triplets. Puff. Father Jiang was not paying attention and was caught off guard by the sudden message. Ahem, what did you say? Ruashu is pregnant, and she's pregnant with 3 babies. For a moment, Zhang's father was unable to react. That brat. Father Zhang watched the video in front of him, thinking about his daughter-in-law's decision to quit the music industry. Could it be that she was leaving the music industry to take care of her pregnancy? When did it happen? Father Jiang looked at Mother Jiang and immediately wanted to draw out the 7 wolves, but when he thought of his son's current achievements, he smiled bitterly. You knew it a long time ago. What else? Mother Jiang rolled her eyes at Father Jiang. I don't know your temper yet. If I told you when I knew it, you would come back early and take out 7 wolves to beat your son. Now, I guess you don't have the confidence. Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? Father Jiang looked fierce. I don't have the confidence, are you kidding me? Even if he becomes an immortal, he still has to recognize me as his father. Don't talk about that useless thing. John's mother looked at the screen and said, You know how much pressure your son is under right now. Father John looked at the online comments and sighed. To be honest, he didn't help much when his son got into such a big trouble. It was impossible for him to say that he didn't feel guilty. And this is also the reason why Zhang's mother is showing her hand at this moment. Speaking of which, son, this is not up to you. Zhang's mother then took the initiative and began to expose the past. If you hadn't pestered me back then and taken me to the grove. Ahem, you're crazy. It's a good thing to bring up something that happened hundreds of years ago. It's not like a good man would talk about his past achievements. Zhang's father naturally knew Zhang's mother's intention. The two had been together for decades, so it would be strange if he couldn't guess this. She was simply protecting her precious son. All right. I won't beat that kid. Father Jiang pondered for a moment, then continued, After this matter is settled, let that brat bring our daughter-in-law to our house. Then we can discuss their wedding. Mother Jiang glanced at Father Jiang and said, What you said is quite human. You? Father Jiang was stunned. Oh my god, it turned out that what he just said was not human language. This old woman is becoming more and more disrespectful and challenging her husband's authority. I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Thinking of this, Zhang's father's mouth curled up, which made Zhang's mother have a bad feeling. Old Zhang, what are you thinking about? Father Zhang coughed dryly and waved his hand, saying, Nothing, just get me some wine tonight to cheer me up. Okay. Mother Zhang naturally didn't know what Father Jiang was thinking. She thought for a moment and nodded, I'll have a couple of drinks with you tonight. Real. Hearing that Zhang's mother would accompany him for a couple of drinks, his plan to restore his husband's power in the evening would naturally be implemented more smoothly. Old woman, tonight I will let you know who has the final say in this family. Chapter 78 Tonight, I will let you know the consequences of disrespecting your man. Dongjian University, Dormitory. But. Shit. Su Tanchang looked at the comments on the short video and really cursed SB Entertainment Company like a dog. Ahem, the boss is awesome. My goodness, the giant SB Entertainment Company was vulnerable to the boss's counterattack. Zhou Haolin Xiao was amazed inside, and the pride in his heart was unprecedented. Joke? The official announcement of the eldest brother and his sister-in-law was shocking enough, but compared with what is happening now, the previous operations were just childish. Boss, this move is cruel enough. With the explosive speed at which short videos spread, this slap in the face is absolutely unprecedented. SB Entertainment Company is one of the top companies in the Korean entertainment industry, but they should never, ever offend the boss. The boss didn't even show up, and he already took over SB Entertainment Company. Hitting someone in the face, killing someone and destroying their heart. The boss is really good at playing. Ding dong. At this moment, another push message appeared on the phone. Second brother, fourth brother, hurry, come on. Zhou Hao stared at the screen with his eyes wide open. Oh my god, the boss uploaded another short video. Blue and White Porcelain, the name sounds like a classic. This is going to drive SB Entertainment to death. Oh my god, the boss is invincible. Su Tanchang and Lin Xiao looked at each other and saw the excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. This was indeed something that the boss could do. Third brother, play it quickly and listen to it. Su Tanchang urged, and Zhou Hao nodded and clicked on the short video. The blank outlines the blue and white strokes, which then become lighter and thicker. The peony painted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The sandalwood fragrance diffuses through the window and I understand your thoughts. Put the brush halfway on the rice paper. Listening to the song, Su Tanchang and the other two smiled even brighter. It was true that the boss's songs were more fierce than the last. And this level feels like it's getting higher and higher. Hey, SB Entertainment is going to be dumbfounded now. Just wait for the boss to press this SB to the ground and rub him. The dormitory immediately caused quite a stir, and the news was then announced in the school communication group, causing unprecedented excitement. Damn it! Senior Jiang Bai posted a short video again? Awesome and awesome. The number of fans of the Junlin Tianxia account has skyrocketed as if he was taking drugs. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. As the 4 songs continue to be popular, the number of fans successfully broke through the 1,000 mark half an hour after the release of Blue and White Porcelain. The indiscriminate bombardment of the online troll army not only failed to affect Jiang Bai, but instead caused his popularity to soar, which was a double loss. SB Entertainment Company. How could this happen? Park Nanfong was really confused. He couldn't understand what was happening before him. The methods he was so proud of had no effect at all on the boy named Jiang Bai. That kid actually has so many songs. Park Nam-bong had a gloomy expression. Although he didn't understand Chinese very well, he could tell that every song was very good. It's a pity that he is not SB's artist, otherwise, SB would definitely reach a higher level because of him. Since this boy is not one of their SBs, and now they have become enemies, he must be strangled in the cradle. At all costs. Just when everyone thought it was over, Lin Ruashu in the villa looked at her man in front of her. Jiang Bai, you still want to continue? In fact, the public opinion on the internet is already one-sided. The 4 songs are like 4 powerful bombs that have shattered SB Entertainment's conspiracy. Nature. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. Now we are just trying to get back a city. It would be rude not to reciprocate. Since SB wants to play, I will give them a big gift. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai did not hesitate and released another short video of the dragon scales of heaven and earth. Next, your man will fight back. After a pause, Jiang Bai continued, I just don't know if SB Entertainment can accept this great gift. T-Online Music, Director's Office. This is coming again. Zhou Yuning stared at the screen in confusion. Dragon scales of heaven and earth, this song seems a little different. With a hint of curiosity, I clicked in. I started writing this book. The bloodline of the nation is thousands of miles long. Several centuries and 600 years. Descendants of the dragon have got through ups and downs. This is the central axis of Jiangyi province. Just like a gentleman's integrity is unshakable. As the MV clip played, Zhou Yuning's scalp tingled. The majestic forbidden city made him narrow his eyes with a sense of pride. This Jiang Bai actually has such integrity. This is going to be a big success. The song Dragon Scales of Heaven and Earth was like a powerful bomb that completely blew up the Dosha platform. Wow, this song is awesome. Amazing. My Lord Jiang, tisk tisk. My goodness, I didn't expect that Jiang Shen has such a broad mind. I have no regrets about joining China in this life. Damn, our country is so glorious. Awesome Kozla, sir, take my knees. Less than 10 minutes after the latest short video was released, the number of likes has exceeded 10 million, and the number of comments has reached over 80 million, which shows how explosive it is. You can say that. Although Jiang Bai is not a celebrity in the music industry, his fame is greater than any other music star, including Lin Ruashu. Good boy. In the Lin family villa, Lin Yaozong looked at the scene in shock. This brat is not worthy of my daughter. Ahem. Come on. Mother Lin rolled her eyes at Lin Yaozong and said, he is still worthy of our daughter. Now it seems that our daughter is marrying above her station. This Xiao Jiang has infinite possibilities. After taking a deep breath, Mother Lin continued, more importantly, Xiao Jiang dotes on our daughter in a very special way. I have a feeling that our daughter will become the happiest girl in the world. Ha, of course. Lin Yaozong said this shamelessly, but only earned a roll of the eyes from Lin's mother. If you were 1/10, no, 100th as good as Xiao Jiang, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Lin Yaozong, Jiang Yueru, you are really outrageous. Pa. A crisp slap hit Jiang Yueru on the back, which made her face turn red. Lao Lin, you are crazy. You know, this is a villa. My daughter and the maids are here. It would be terrible if they saw us. He. Lin Yaozong smiled coldly and looked at Lin's mother's figure with a bad face. Tonight, I will let you know the consequences of disrespecting your man. You, tisk. When Mother Lin heard Father Lin's indecent words, her face turned red. How come this indecent old man has become like a different person now? Although he still feels pretty good. Chapter 79. I watched Xiao Zhang grow up, so an autographed photo was not too much. Half a day later. CCTV posted an official Weibo. Congratulations to Jiang Bai for creating such an excellent song as Heaven and Earth Dragon Scales. We will collect this song as a national treasure song with a price of 10 million. In addition, thank you Jiang Bai for your contribution to the music industry. I would like to appeal to all singers to learn from Jiang Bai and create more positive songs. In addition, foreign singers with questionable character like Du Minjun will not be allowed to enter the country in the future. A Weibo post appeared, and the entire internet was in an uproar. What the hell, the central bank has spoken. Oh my god, Zhang Shen's song directly blew up CCTV. The Xinwu Gate of the Forbidden City, where so many vicissitudes have forged the Chinese soul, this song gives me goosebumps all over my body. Awesome, that's awesome. Hey, SB Entertainment is going to be dumbfounded now. They are nothing if the central bank intervenes. Soon, the official Weibo account of the central bank was pushed to the top of the hot searches. Rongqing, the royal palace. Oh my god, the Zhang family's kid is awesome. The central bank actually came out to protect its children, tisk tisk. Many residents in the leisure area sighed with admiration. At this moment, Zhang's father and mother came to the leisure area and were surrounded by many neighbors. Lao Jiang, you are so amazing. Yeah, how do you usually teach your children? No wonder the queen was captured by your boy. Hey, I originally wanted to introduce my overseas returnee daughter to your boy. The chattering of envy made Zhang's father and mother smile so much that their mouths were stretched to their ears. Pride. Pride. Just kidding, it's normal for them to be a little arrogant because their son is so outstanding. Ha, it's nothing, it's all because of that brat. Father Jiang straightened his back a lot. Damn it, he had never been so glorious before. That bad boy did a great job. Not only could he make the queen pregnant with 3 babies, but he could also make her pregnant with 6 or even 10 babies. CCTV collects national treasure level songs, and they cost tens of millions. As far as he knew, no one had ever had such an honor. That brat did a great job. Quite like his father back then. Not to mention Zhang's mother, she never dreamed that the boy was so powerful. After a fierce bombardment and with the help of the internet's troll army, Jiang Bai was directly pushed into the altar. No one expected it. Not long after the goddess retired from the music scene, Jiang Bai proved to everyone with his peerless appearance that he was qualified to be the man of the music queen. Soon after, radio stations from all sides followed suit and sent congratulatory messages. Following the steps of the central bank is their usual style. However, another conspiracy of SB Entertainment Company was born during this period. This is exactly the moment Park Nam-bong has been waiting for, and it is also the most skillful operation these capitalists are doing, flattery to death. That's right. That is, first praise Jiang Bai to the top and then attack him unexpectedly, and this is exactly the hidden trick of SB Entertainment. Soon, the conspiracy began in the traditional writers' circle. To be precise, a die-hard traditional writer. The diehards, led by Jia Chang, vice president of the Writers Association, directly published a 10,000-word review. It is a charade, thinking that because of a little musical talent, it can be high profile. The artistic conception is okay, but the literary attainments are a mess. I can't understand where the meaning lies. Don't be deceived by the surface. Immediately afterwards, Jia Chang's fans all spoke up in agreement. The die-hard members of traditional literature emerged in a frenzy and began to find fault with Jiang Bai's lyrics. Obviously. On the one hand, he is stubborn, and on the other hand, he wants to become famous by stepping on Jiang Bai. Afterwards, with the help of SB Entertainment Company, another conspiracy quietly came online. On the other side, Tianyu Mansion Villa. Ding-a-ling. While the traditional literary diehards were slandering Jiang Bai, he received a call from his mother. Hello, Mom. Jiang Bai answered the phone and greeted him, while Lin Ruashu listened attentively with her heart tense. Brat, come to Rongqing tomorrow. After a pause, Jiang's mother continued, bring Ruashu with you so that she can meet the parents. By the way, let's discuss your marriage. That's okay. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and agreed. After all, Ruashu had never met his old man. Lin Ruashu, After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu blushed. I want to see my uncle. Lin Ruashu couldn't help but become nervous, and Jiang Bai pinched her face. Don't worry. My dad already knows that you're pregnant with triplets, and he's in a good mood. Jiang Bai smiled comfortingly, and Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Really? That's good. Lin Ruashu's face flushed. By the way, what does uncle like? I can't go empty-handed, right? Empty-handed? Jiang Bai smiled slightly. How could that be? Aren't you taking care of the old man's 3 grandchildren? 3 grandchildren? Ah, tut. Something a certain guy said made Lin Ruashu glare at him fiercely. Could this guy be more serious? After all the commotion, Lin Ruashu also found out that Lin's father liked to have a drink on weekdays, which was quite similar to her father. He also liked to play chess and drink tea. The next day, early morning. Junyu Houting community, in front of the gate. Squeak. A supercar stopped at the entrance of the community, immediately attracting a crowd of onlookers. Wow, there are rich second generations coming to our neighborhood. This supercar must be worth a lot of money. I estimate it will cost at least 10 million. Rolling down the car window and looking at the familiar building, Jiang Bai smiled. Nizi, this is my home. Ha! Lin Ruashu took a deep breath. Although she had retired from the music scene, her queen effect would not fade away so quickly. Moreover, that guy had been so popular recently, so a sensation was inevitable. Xiao Jiang, it's you. At this moment, it was obvious that some residents in the community recognized Jiang Bai, and everyone looked over at once. It was true that the kid from the Jiang family had been too popular recently. What? The kid from the Jiang family is here. Fuck, he brought his girlfriend, the pop diva Lin Ruashu. Hiss, cough cough, now things have gotten serious. Hurry up, go get an autograph for your grandson. I watched Xiao Jiang grow up, so an autographed photo shouldn't be too much, right? Soon, Jiang Bai's supercar was surrounded by enthusiastic residents. Jiang Bai couldn't avoid them, so he coughed dryly and got out of the car to greet them. After all, they were all elders who had watched him grow up since childhood, and it would be impolite to sit in the car. After a long while, Lin Ruashu signed dozens of autographed photos before she could hide away. Uncle Wang next door smiled and said, Xiao Jiang, your parents are in the rest area, go find them. Hey, you've made it big, my kid is nothing compared to you. Chapter 80, just a bunch of old Koreans, nothing to worry about. Leisure area. Snap. When I pushed the door and got out of the car, many people were attracted to it. After all, the roar of the engine from a distance was already very eye-catching. Lao Jiang, this is your boy. At this moment, a scream was heard from a distance, and then dozens of people in the leisure area looked over here. It didn't matter what they saw, they all gathered over. Damn, the kid from the Jiang family can be considered to have returned home in glory. Dad, Mom. Jiang Bai suddenly saw his parents in the crowd. The corners of his mouth curved up, and he guessed that the old couple must be very happy. You're back, little bastard. When Jiang's father saw his son, his eyes were filled with pride and excitement. Smoke was coming out of the ancestral grave of their Jiang family. Uncle, aunt, hello. Lin Ruashu's face was slightly red and her sweet voice came out, and her voice attracted everyone's attention. This is the queen of the music world. The kid from the Jiang family is awesome. Ah, okay. Good. When Jiang's father saw his stunningly beautiful daughter-in-law, he couldn't stop smiling, which made Jiang's mother roll her eyes. This made Jiang's father smile awkwardly, obviously knowing that he had overreacted. Yeah. At this moment, a scream rang out, Old Jiang, check the internet. Xiao Jiang has been targeted by many well-known traditional literary writers. When Jiang's father heard this, he immediately opened his cell phone. His face darkened as he saw that those old bastards were really hurting him. As expected, when you are famous, you are prone to gossip. Jiang's mother frowned, but she saw that her son Gubo was not surprised. Did this kid, have he expected this? Ahem, that's not possible. You little bastard. Jiang's mother asked with a hint of worry. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, Mom, they are just a bunch of old Koreans. There is nothing to worry about. So? I don't know, is there any paper and pen here? I'll take a few short videos. Jiang's mother, have. Before Jiang's mother could say anything, a neighbor said, I happened to bring some paper and pen. I was planning to practice calligraphy. As soon as this was said, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Wow! Every short video of the boy from the Jiang family is extremely popular. Now that I can see him shooting the video with my own eyes, I am naturally very much looking forward to it. Ahem, this kid. Jiang's father coughed dryly, his intuition telling him that his brat was probably going to be in the spotlight. But, how will this kid slap the faces of those self-righteous traditional literary writers? Come on, Xiao Jiang. I'll grind ink for you. The old man who had just spoken spoke attentively, as if he was afraid that Jiang Bai would run away. I'll spread the rice paper. I'm tidying up the desk. For a while, the scene became busy. They were naturally looking forward to seeing the traditional writer Lao Bang being slapped in the face with their own eyes. Soon, the skilled Lin Ruashu took close-up photos herself. Surrounded by Jiang Bai, he licked the ink and wrote down the 4 characters Shui Tiao Gu Tu. Great calligraphy. The old man who was grinding ink exclaimed in amazement when he saw Jiang Bai's calligraphy, but he attracted deathly stares from everyone, which made him cough in embarrassment. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the sky. I wonder what year it is in the palace of heaven. I want to ride the wind to go back, but I am afraid that the jade buildings are too cold up there. I stand up to dance with my shadow, but it doesn't seem like I'm in the human world. Oh shit. Everyone looked over and seemed to understand the way the Jiang family kid slapped people in the face. Good job. Directly using poetry to slap someone in the face, this counterattack hit the mark. And this poem seems to be very awesome. Soon, Jiang Bai finished a poem in one go and the short video was also finished. Here, next one. Jiang Bai was not idle. He put the calligraphy aside. The quick-eyed and quick-handed ink grinder collected it and said, "Hey, can I collect this calligraphy by Xiao Jiang?" "Sure." Jiang Bai smiled slightly. After all, his purpose was to shoot a short video, and calligraphy was not important at all. This old man. The people around were extremely envious. Damn it, that old guy was so shameless. However, the next one. Nian Nu Jiao, Reminiscence of the Red Cliff. The name of the tune is vividly displayed on the paper, and the calligraphy is as awesome as ever. The great river flows eastward, the waves wash away all the heroes of the ages. To the west of the old fortress, people say it is the Red Cliff of Zhou Lang in the Three Kingdoms period. The rocks pierce the sky, the waves crash against the shore, and thousands of piles of snow are rolled up. The mountains and rivers are picturesque, and there are so many heroes at that time. Another wave of calligraphy awards appears after the short video is recorded. Then Man Jiang Hong, Jiang Jinjiu, Bodhisattva Man. As the videos were recorded one by one, Jiang's father, Jiang's mother and everyone else present were all dumbfounded. Fuck, this is my son. Jiang's father was completely stunned. Not only was his son a great singer, but his literary talent was at least 100 blocks ahead of those traditional writers. It was a complete slap in the face. Ahem, that's amazing. Xiao Zhang's literary talent, tisk tisk. Hey, those old guys are probably doomed. Everyone in the rest area was amazed and exclaimed in admiration. Many of them looked at the rice paper in their hands and couldn't stop getting excited. Oh my god, I must frame it and keep it well when I go back. Without thinking too much, Jiang Bai directly sent out a short video. Mom and Dad, let's go home. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. He didn't pay much attention to what would happen next, because those old Koreans would definitely blind their eyes if nothing unexpected happened. Jiang Bai had no sympathy for this joke. He knew very well that if he hadn't been so talented in writing, he would have been killed by those old Koreans. Since you have taken action, be prepared for the worst possible outcome. At the same time, Jia Chang Villa. Ding dong. A message sounded, and Jia Chang clicked on it immediately and saw Jiang Baifa's short video. Snort. Let's see how a young boy can turn the tide. With a cold smile, he opened the screen with a joking attitude and looked around. FWH, what? It didn't matter that he saw it, Jia Chang was stunned on the spot. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the blue sky, but I don't know what year it is in the palace in heaven. How come? That boy is just a young boy, how can he write such a poetic poem that will be remembered for ages? He stood up suddenly, a bad feeling coming over him. This operation was too similar to the previous counterattack against the internet trolls. Could it be that he was going to follow in the footsteps of the internet trolls? This is bad. I hope the situation doesn't get any worse. Ding dong made a sound, and before he could think carefully, another voice came over. It was Jiang Bai who released another short video. With trembling fingers, Jia Chang clicked on it. After seeing the calligraphy operation, he vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell to the ground. That little bastard, how is it possible? Another eternal masterpiece. Chapter 81, Lao Jiang, what is that look in your eyes? 10 million. 20 million. 30 million. The number of Jiang Bai's fans skyrocketed at an explosive rate and soon broke the 50 million mark. Such a speed made countless people envious. In Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room, fans were excitedly discussing the topic. Fuck, my brother-in-law is so strong. After just beating up SB Entertainment, now they're targeting the old stubborn traditional literature company. Hey, who else is there? Damn it, if God hadn't given me Jiangshan, the literary world would be in darkness forever. Xiaoxi, my dear wife, does your brother-in-law have any brothers? I want to marry them. By the way, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. You can imagine how crazy the situation is. Ahem, family members. Lin Xiaoxi coughed dryly and reported the results. You may not believe it, but my brother-in-law's number of fans has exceeded 500, 50 million. What? After hearing what Xiaoxi's wife said, many fans in the live broadcast room rushed into the Junlin boss interface, and everyone fell silent in an instant. Damn it! It's probably been less than a week since Xiaoxi's wife started fighting back. Oh my god. Can you believe it? In less than a week, the number of his fans soared from 100,000 to 50 million. Hey! Lin Xiaoxi smiled wickedly and revealed the news. Besides, I just called my sister, guess what she said? My sister said that my brother-in-law has written about 10 of these timeless poems. Boom! After hearing this, millions of netizens were stunned. What the hell? These are 10 of the most famous poems of all time. Is my brother-in-law still a human being? Lin looked at the boiling and exploding live broadcast room and continued, in other words, the 2 songs in front of us are just the beginning. What comes next is the highlight of the counterattack. Let's wait and see. Fans, damn, at some point, they felt sorry for those old stubborn people for a second, but the brother-in-law was a bit too cruel. Hey, but it was well done. Zhou Yuning's villa. Hiss. Watching the 2 short videos that exploded again, Zhou Yuning took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, what kind of monster did my best friend sleep with? With such talent, that guy must be the reincarnation of Wenkuxing. Ruashu, sit down quickly. When Zhang's mother arrived home, she hurriedly asked her daughter-in-law to sit down. After all, her daughter-in-law was pregnant with 3 grandchildren. Yes. Zhang's father was also quite excited. Oh my god, he still felt like he was dreaming. He was going to be a grandfather. He was only 45 years old now, and he still had 5 years to become an old man. However, what can he do to help his son succeed? You little bastard, hurry up and make something delicious for my grandson. Zhang's mother ordered her son around. Lin Ruashu couldn't help laughing, and then she thought of something. Oh, uncle, this is the wine I bought for you, and some tea. Oops. When Father Jiang heard about the wine, he couldn't help but take a sip of his lips. Ruashu, it's so expensive for you to come and buy these things. It should be. Lin Ruashu's face was slightly flushed. Although Jiang Bai's parents were very kind, she still felt a lot of pressure. Not long. A tempting aroma came from the kitchen, and Zhang's father was stunned. Then his stomach growled in protest. That boy, his cooking skills are amazing. Gulp. Swallowing his saliva, Zhang's father suddenly saw the dishes on the table. How's it going? Zhang's mother was not surprised at all by Zhang's father's reaction, because she was also amazed when she first saw her son's cooking skills. After taking a bite of the food, Zhang's father's eyes sparkled. This cooking skill is better than that of a 5-star chef. Father Jiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up and express his gratitude. When did you learn cooking, kid? Father Jiang looked at his son in surprise. His cooking skills were 10,000 times better than his. Come on, Dad. Have 2 drinks. Jiang Bai said with a smile when he saw his father, who was always controlled by his mother. This is good. Zhang's father stole a glance at Zhang's mother, and his eyes lit up when he saw her tacit consent. He thought that the old woman was sensible. Dry. The father and son started drinking like this, and after 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was very pleasant. Lin Ruashu was talking about something with John's mother with great interest. After drinking a little wine, John's father finished 3 big bowls of rice. His son's cooking skills were really great. He had never eaten such delicious food before. You guys chat, I'll go wash the dishes. Auntie, let me help you. The Queen of Pop, at this moment, took steps forward and tried her best to express herself. After all, she is the daughter-in-law here. You can do it, kid. Father Jiang drank some wine and was in a particularly good mood. The queen of the music world, wow, she's even better than I was back then. That is. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, then thought of something. Oh, Dad. I'll give you something good. Then Jiang Bai took out a porcelain bottle and said mysteriously, Dad, this is the special medicine pill I bought from a Chinese doctor through my connections. It will definitely help you become more powerful and make arrangements for your mother clearly. Oh. Hearing his son's words, John's father narrowed his eyes. What he wanted to do most in his life was to conquer Jiang Bai's mother, but John's mother was too strong. Are you sure? His son knew a little about his family affairs. Father John patted his son on the shoulder and said, You have a conscience, boy. If it really works, I will support you in everything you do from now on. The father and son smiled at each other, then looked at John's mother. If John's mother knew the agreement reached between the father and son, she would hang them both up and beat them. After dinner, Jiang Bai gave his father a look and said, Ruashu, go back to your room and sleep. Yeah, okay. Lin Ruashu naturally didn't know about the matter between the father and son. She said a few words to John's mother and went back to her room, leaving the place to John's father to do whatever he wanted. The brat is becoming more and more sensible. Father John thought about the pill he had just taken and it took effect immediately, which made him look forward to tonight's experience. Lao Jiang, what's that look? John's mother's eyelids jumped. This look was so long ago. It seemed that when they first met, that guy was eager to take her down. Hey, let's go. Wife, let's go to bed. Father Jiang carried Mother Jiang back to the room like a princess. Mother Jiang was really shocked by the sudden scene. Lao Jiang, you are crazy. John's mother thought that the old man had drunk some wine today and had become bolder. Tonight I'll let you know how powerful I am. Father Jiang locked the door and then put Mother Jiang on the bed, and a battle quietly broke out. 100,000 words omitted here. Chapter 82 The Central Bank takes action again. Jia Chang is confused. The next day, early morning. Father Jiang opened his eyes and looked at Mother Jiang who was sleeping beautifully in his arms. Memories flooded into his mind like a tiger released from a cage. That brat, the drug is so powerful. Feeling fully refreshed, John's father sighed with emotion. He fought hard all night yesterday, but now he woke up without feeling tired at all. Even Father Jiang felt that fighting for another 300 rounds would not be a problem. Then, John's father took out his cell phone and looked through it. Oh. You little brat, upload the song of the wine as well. Looking at his son who was so powerful in the video, John's father's mouth curved up in pride. It's worth it to have such an outstanding son in this life. Within 1 hour of posting, there were 30 million likes and over 10 million comments. Watching his son's explosive short video, John's father was extremely moved. This seems to be more shocking than mixing in the music scene, and it was only a short video. Wow. Good fellow. Father Jiang then opened his son's personal interface and was stunned. 100 million. That brat, the number of Dosha fans has exceeded 100 million. Seeing this, John's father's eyelids really twitched. Compared with his son's popularity, the old stick of traditional literature was completely mentally retarded. Okay. Well done. Father Jiang chuckled. Although he didn't know who those old-timers in the traditional literary world were, he could already imagine their confused faces. At this time, John's mother changed to a comfortable sleeping position with a faint smile on her lips. It was obvious that she was extremely tired yesterday. Father Jiang looked at his naked wife in his arms, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Now you know how powerful I am. If I don't punish her for 3 days, she will tear down the roof. My life of success begins today. When John's father thought about exchanging identities with John's mother, he couldn't stop looking forward to it. He had been waiting for this day for decades. Day. Lin Ruashu came out of the room, her face slightly flushed as she looked towards the kitchen. The scenes of last night emerged in her mind, making her blood boil. As the sun rose to noon, Lin Ruashu, who was originally a little embarrassed, found that her future parents-in-law were not awake yet, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Jiang Bai, are uncle and aunt out? Seeing Jiang Bai busy at work, Lin Ruashu asked suspiciously. No. Jiang Bai smiled slightly and glanced at the old couple's room meaningfully. Maybe they were happy yesterday. Oh. Lin Ruashu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was good enough. It would be so embarrassing if my parents-in-law are out and I am still asleep. Soon, the noodle soup was cooked. Lin Ruashu walked to the dining table with a clattering step, staring at her husband with expectant eyes. All right. Seeing the beautiful lady, Jiang Bai tapped her head lovingly. It's just cooked, be careful of the heat. Lin Ruashu covered her forehead and glared at her husband. I know. Slurp. Lin Ruashu started eating like this. Originally, she wanted to wait for her parents-in-law to join her, but because her husband's noodle soup was so delicious, she really couldn't resist. Still, eat first as a sign of respect. More than 10 minutes later. When Lin Ruashu was eating her second bowl, Jiang's father and mother came out of the room. Uncle, good morning, auntie. Seeing her parents-in-law coming out, Lin Ruashu hurriedly stood up from her seat. Auntie, you look so good today. When Lin Ruashu saw Jiang's mother, her eyes lit up and she spoke. Yeah. As someone who had experienced this, Jiang's mother knew about the fierce battle last night. It would be strange if she didn't look well. She glared at Jiang's father without leaving a trace, but then she thought of something and her face turned red for a moment. That old Jiang. She didn't know what happened. She got up early this morning and the guy still wanted it. She was really scared. She couldn't understand why he suddenly became so powerful. She had never dared to imagine this before. It is no exaggeration to say that her combat effectiveness has increased by at least 2 or 3 times. Mom and Dad, let's eat while it's hot. Jiang Bai nodded slightly to his father, and his father gave his son a thumbs up implicitly. This brat is really smart, and that pill is super powerful. Lin Ruashu flipped open her phone at this time. This is Jiang Bai, your dosha fans have exceeded 100 million. What? Jiang's mother was stunned when she heard this, then came over to see the data on the screen. Shark fans exceed 100 million, this. Wasn't it only 50 million yesterday? It increased by 50 million overnight. Guru Jiang's mother swallowed her saliva. Jiang's father was not surprised by this because he had known it for a long time. The same was true for Jiang Bai. Although he had a lot of fans, it didn't matter to him. Yeah. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, then turned on his phone. The effect is not bad. Subsequently, another short video was released. Ding dong. Lin Ruashu and Jiang's mother then saw the barrage on their phones. Well. Lin Ruashu clicked on it and was stunned. You little bastard, you posted a short video again? Jiang's mother took a sip and then saw that the calligraphy work her son had sent her was Man Jiang Hong. The number of likes soared like a monkey as the page was refreshed. 100. 1,000. 10,000. In less than half a minute, the number had exceeded 100,000, and the number was still increasing rapidly. Ahem. This is the first time that Jiang's mother has paid so much attention to the rise of her son's short videos. This scene really makes people's eyelids twitch. Powerful. This is not just ordinary strong. On the other side, Jia Chang's villa. Poof. After dinner, Jia Chang, who was about to enjoy his tea, spat out all the tea in one gulp and started coughing violently, almost choking to death. What? Looking at the 2 short videos on the phone, that little bastard has uploaded 2 more of the most epic poems ever written. Asshole. He smashed the phone into pieces. Damn, that guy is shameless. Give them a way out so that they can meet again in the future. That guy is pushing them to death. Hateful. What should they do? In such a situation, numbers are not enough to make up for it. Could it be that even with so many people, they still can't defeat that kid with just a few short videos? Ding-a-ling. At this moment, Jia Chang received a call from the central bank. Vice Chairman Jia, since your Weibo post has caused a bad influence, delete it immediately and apologize to Jiang Bai publicly. Otherwise, you will be banned from the entire network. Beep beep. After answering the phone, Jia Chang slumped down in his seat, completely stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. The central bank actually acted so blatantly. Damn it, how could that kid be so worthy? Chapter 83, Evidence Collection Card Shows Power, Park Nam-bong is doomed. SB Entertainment Company, Headquarters. Fuck. Pu Nanfeng's face was icy cold, and he slapped the table with a slap. His whole face was gloomy and bleeding. That Jiang Bai. How is it possible? Waste. A bunch of gluttons. Obviously, it was SB Entertainment Company that was behind Jia Chang fanning the flames. They originally wanted to find another way to kill Jiang Bai, but they never expected to make that guy popular again. However, he didn't expect that the boy had such high literary talent. The music industry can't kill him, and even the literary industry can't kill him. That guy must be eliminated. Park Nam-bong's face was gloomy. Their SB Entertainment Company had targeted Jiang Bai so blatantly. If they failed in the end, how could their SB Entertainment Company survive in the entertainment industry? Even by then, he will become the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry. Bang! Just then, there was a sound of someone breaking into the door, and Park Nam-bong's trusted subordinate came in with a changed expression. Chairman, something big has happened. The confidant swallowed his saliva and put the phone in front of the chairman. Hua Xiao's Jia Chang publicly issued a 10,000-word apology statement. What? Park Nanfeng's pupils suddenly widened, and when he looked over, he saw Jia Chang's apology statement. I hereby solemnly apologize to Mr. Jiang Bai. I slandered Mr. Jiang Bai for my own selfish interests without knowing the truth. I am willing to bear all the consequences. At the same time, I am very fortunate that the Chinese literary world has a genius like Mr. Jiang Bai. His literary talent is unmatched in the world. This Weibo post shocked Park Nam-bong. Oh my god, is Jia Chang crazy? Such a public statement is tantamount to destroying one's own future and slapping oneself in the face. Huaxia, what exactly happened? Pu Nanfeng is not stupid. Looking at Jia Chang's 10,000 words of sincere apology, it is obvious that he does not dare to offend Jiang Bai in the slightest. Ding dong. At this moment, another phone of Park Nanfeng's confidant rang. He clicked on it and saw it. His heart skipped a beat. What the hell? How is this possible? Indeed, Park Nam-bong's confidants were dumbfounded. Dong. Chairman, all the traditional writers in China who slandered Jiang Bai before have apologized. Boom. Upon hearing this, Park Nanfeng looked solemn and then looked towards China. Could it be that China has taken action? Only. How is it possible that this young boy could scare China into taking action? Rongqing, the royal palace. After breakfast, the family of four came downstairs. Look, Xiao Jiang is here. As soon as I went downstairs, dozens of people surrounded me. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Ahem, what are you doing? Father Jiang coughed dryly. He wasn't this crazy even yesterday. What happened today? Could it be that my son's Dosha fans have exceeded 100 million? But that's not possible. Old Jiang, you don't know. Something big happened on the internet. Lao Wang next door was shocked, and then said, it's hard to explain it in 1 or 2 sentences, just watch it for yourself. Then, Mr. Wang from next door handed the mobile phone to Zhang's father, and Zhang's father and mother looked at it. What? The old couple was stunned, and then their faces were full of disbelief. All traditional writers headed by Jia Chang should apologize to Xiao Jiang. Moreover, that Jia Chang even issued a 10,000-word apology. What's going on? Lin Ruashu listened to what her parents-in-law said and looked over in shock. Her eyelids twitched wildly. What's going on? Things turned out like this. Not only them, but Jiang Bai was also stunned. He really didn't expect that those old scholars in the literary world would apologize to him. It seemed that someone was behind this for him. Otherwise, only a fool would do such a thing that would slap oneself in the face. No wonder. Seeing the excited residents in the community, Jiang Bai could already predict what the internet would be like at the moment. Speaking of which, he still has several short videos to post, but now that the matter is over, it's time to put an end to it. SB Entertainment, Park Nam-bong. While muttering, Jiang Bai exchanged for the evidence collection card, which was soon posted online by the system. The evidence was enough for him to die 10 times. Soon, the evidence spread on the internet. A certain forum. Fuck, the evidence of the SB chairman's crime is damn good. Who did Park Nanfeng offend to be so cruel? Ahem, exchanging Korean state secrets with other countries, are you crazy? Pu Nanfeng is doomed. He has at least a dozen lives on his body. Ahem, people like this shouldn't live in this world. Such heated discussions have emerged in major website forums, with each post attracting thousands of netizens. On the other side, Park Nam-bong has not left the office yet. Squeak. Several Korean army trucks appeared outside SB Entertainment Company and instantly surrounded the entire SB Entertainment building. The leader was an officer from the War Department. Get started. All rebels will be suppressed. The war officer's face was cold. This Park Nam-bong had already seriously violated the national interests, and this person was involved in a huge incident with extremely bad consequences. If we are not careful, it may even cause domestic unrest and must be taken seriously. Soon, the chairman's office. Bang! The door was forcefully broken open, and the combat officer's cold eyes fell on Park Nanfeng. If there had been no order from above, he would have shot him in the head. You are from the War Department. When Park Nanfeng saw the people coming, he frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing such a scene, Park Nam-pung felt extremely uneasy. Even the War Department was alarmed, so you can imagine how serious the matter was. Park Nanfeng, you are suspected of bribing government and military officials, betraying national interests, and killing dozens of people. You are hereby arrested. What? Hearing what the war officer said, Park Nanfeng's face turned pale. Impossible, this must be a misunderstanding. I demand to see my personal lawyer. Lawyer. The war officer smiled coldly and waved for someone to put the computer in front of Park Nanfeng. No matter how good your lawyer is, it will be useless for your crime. This. Seeing the overwhelming evidence online, Park Nam-bong suddenly thought, no, someone is framing me. Poof. Take away. The officer of the War Department smiled coldly, and then ordered a thorough investigation of all employees and artists of SB Entertainment. SB Entertainment will be sealed off until the dust settles. After hearing a series of orders, Park Nanfeng looked ashen. Those things were extremely secretive. Who was it that messed with me? How could this happen? At this moment, Park Nam-bong knew that he was finished. No one could save him from such a terrible situation. The sad thing was that he didn't even know who had fallen into his hands. Chapter 84, Lao Jiang, the Korean champion can only bear this much. Lin Family Villa. Ahem, this. Lin Xiaoxi looked at the exploding internet with disbelief in her eyes. The chairman of SB Entertainment was hacked? There are so many pieces of evidence. Damn it. Who did that guy offend? At the same time, Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room was also a hot topic. Fuck. There's a fire in the backyard of SB chairman Park Nam-bong. Selling out national interests, this guy is so bold. Damn it, I told you to target my brother-in-law, now you're done for. Evil will always be punished. This old bastard got his comeuppance so quickly. Hey, Park Nam-bong must have fainted in the toilet from crying. Fans were discussing it heatedly, and dense barrages of comments emerged at once. The SB chairman had been jumping around for so long, and now he can finally calm down. The War Department personally arrested him, are you kidding? With the War Department dispatched, there is no room for easing the situation for Park Nam-bong. On the other side, Dongjiang University School Exchange Group. Oh, my god. I didn't expect Park Nam-bong to be such a person. Hey, is this retribution for Senior Jiang Bai? Which god has collected so much evidence of Park Nam-bong's crimes? Senior Jiang Bai is safe now. I was scared to death. For a moment, all parties were in turmoil. Ha ha, this old bastard deserves it for falling. In the dormitory, Su Tianchang looked at the exploding school communication group, his mouth grinning to the back of his ears. That SB Entertainment Company, instead of bringing disgrace upon the boss, ended up ruining itself. This dramatic turn of events is hilarious to think about. An hour later, Jiang Bai's family had just left the leisure area. The neighbors were so enthusiastic that they kept chattering. Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had been pardoned. She had no choice but to do so. After all, the most popular topic of conversation was when the wedding would be held and when she had ever experienced such a ceremony. It's unbelievable that the chairman of SB Entertainment has fallen. Lin Ruashu sipped her lips and looked at Jiang Bai suspiciously. You didn't do this, did you? I. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, shrugged and said, if I say it was me, would you believe me? 2. Lin Ruashu saw the look on her man's face and shook her head bitterly. This guy didn't have the time, and it wasn't easy to collect evidence of the crimes of the SB chairman. With that kind of workload, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to complete. Boy! At this moment, a voice came from not far away, and then I looked and saw a young man from South Korea, about 27 or 28 years old, with a sturdy build. This man's name is Kwon Jigwa, this year's Taekwondo champion, the son of the director of Xianwu Dojo, and also Chi Jinming's senior brother. You are Jiang Bai. Kwon Jigwa came to the center of the field and narrowed his eyes in an unfriendly manner. It was you, who beat up my junior brother Jin Ming. Seeing the person coming, Uncle Wang next door was stunned. Could that person be the Taekwondo champion of this year in South Korea? What? As soon as Uncle Wang next door said this, everyone started searching and looked at Kwon Jigwa again. Wow, it was really him. Jiang Bai, you. Hearing the neighbors talking, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but worry. The Taekwondo champion must be very powerful, although she knew that her man was also very skilled. I'll take care of this. Jiang Bai let go of Lin Ruashu's slender waist, and then said to Jiang's father and mother, Mom and Dad, wait for me. You little bastard, you. Before Jiang's mother could finish her words, Jiang's father pulled her back and shook his head at her. He knew his son's character too well. He always wanted others to suffer losses, but he had never seen his son suffer any losses. Boy, come and let me see. How great are you? Kwon Jigwa narrowed his eyes, spun his feet, and kicked towards Jiang Bai at a very fast speed. Bang! Jiang Bai didn't even look at him, he just slapped him with a slap. With a dull bang, the next moment, Kwon Jigwa turned into a black light and flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, and then slammed heavily on the retractable door of the community. Bang! With a dull sound, the sturdy retractable door was smashed and deformed, and Kwon Jigwa was embedded in it. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kwon Jigwa's ribs were broken. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Jiang Bai, who was 7 or 8 meters away, in disbelief. You. How is it possible? Hiss. Everyone in the community gasped, and Jiang's father's pupils shrank. That brat has great strength. Ahem, this. The Jiang family kid defeated the Korean Taekwondo champion with a slap. Good boy, no wonder Xiao Jiang isn't worried at all. He is both literary and martial. He is worthy of being the most promising young man in our community. The residents were chattering about it, and Lin Ruashu was stunned, looking at her man's handiwork. The Taekwondo champion was crippled by just a slap. Isn't this a bit too discouraging? Looking at Kwon Jigwa, who was doubting his life, Jiang Bai smiled. The Korean Taekwondo champion is nothing more than this. You, pfft. Kwon Jigwa, who was already seriously injured, fainted on the spot after hearing such provocative words from someone. This. When Jiang's mother saw this, she frowned and said, Old Jiang, this is the only thing the Korean champion can endure. Neighbors, oh my god. Ahem, Sister Chen, is this all you can bear? Just kidding. Is it because the other person has a weak ability to withstand pressure? It is clearly your Xiao Jiang who has provoked him. Mom and Dad, let's go. Jiang Bai put his big hands around Lin Ruashu's slender waist and walked out of the community, leaving a group of residents in the community disheveled in the wind. That's right. Before leaving, Jiang Bai looked towards the guardroom and said, the cost of the damage to the telescopic door will be charged to my account. Ahem, okay. The old man in the guardroom responded with a dry cough, and the scenes that had just happened appeared in his mind, making sure that he was not dreaming. The kid from the old Jiang family in the community slapped Champion to pieces, and even dented the telescopic door. This operation is amazing. When he came back to his senses, Jiang Bai's family was no longer in sight. Then, is it still Xiao Jian? Uncle Wang next door looked at Kwon Jigwa, who was breathing heavily in astonishment, and then asked his friend beside him, worriedly, I say, should we call an ambulance for humanitarian reasons? Ambulance. Hearing this, the man glanced at Kwon Jigwa and said, this guy won't die. Wait another half an hour. I think so. Other residents echoed their opinions. If Kwon Jigwa knew about the conversation between Lao Wang and others, he would probably stand up and fight them to the death. Damn, it's not right to bully others like this. Chapter 85, the medical skills are shown to save the old man with great military achievements. Emerald Park. Next to Junyu Mansion is one of the best parks in Rongqing, where many people take a walk every day. Looking around, you can see the comfort everywhere. Xiao Jiang, you are quite skilled. Father Jiang was enjoying the scenery of the park, feeling particularly good. It is quite like my father's style back then. Go away. Mother Jiang rolled her eyes at Father Jiang in anger. You are so charming? It's no exaggeration. My son can beat you at least 1,000 times. Father Jiang, cough cough. What nonsense are you talking about? He glared at Jiang's mother. Her daughter-in-law was right in front of her, but this old woman didn't give her any face at all. It seemed, she still hadn't been disciplined enough. Lin Ruashu listened to the bickering between her parents-in-law. The atmosphere was peaceful and beautiful. He left for a while. Mr. Zhao. Are you okay? At this moment, a man with a military look not far away suddenly changed his expression and called immediately, Dr. Du, Mr. Zhao's old illness has relapsed. What? After hearing this, Du Gaoming's face changed drastically. I'll be there right away. Old Jiang, there seems to be an old man over there who seems to be ill. Hearing what Jiang's mother said, Jiang's father and the other two looked over. Ding. The host triggers a random mission. Heal the old man and be rewarded with God-level chess skills and 12 billion renminbi. God-level chess skills? 12 billion? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard the sound of triggering the mission. Looking closely, it was discovered that the old man's hidden illness had relapsed and the situation was quite critical. Lay the man down. Seeing that the man wanted to be helped up by old man Jiang, he stopped him immediately. If the hidden disease was stimulated, even the Daluo immortal would not be able to save him. You. The middle-aged man was stunned. In fact, he was a little panicked at the moment. He could not take responsibility if something happened to Mr. Zhao. If you don't want anything to happen to the old man, just shut up. Seeing that the old man was in danger, Jiang Bai was not in a good mood. The old man's safety was one thing, and the mission was naturally another. This kid. Swish. Without seeing Jiang Bai making any movement, more than 10 golden needles appeared in his hand, and each of the golden needles emitted extraordinary fluctuations. Medical Master. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man felt more serious. At this moment, more than 10 golden needles were inserted into major acupuncture points all over his body. What a precise technique! The middle-aged man was already an expert in medicine. Judging from the exquisite acupuncture technique he had just demonstrated, the young man must be an extremely skilled doctor, which was why he did not stop him. After all, every profession has its specialization. This brat also knows medical skills? Jiang's mother stared at the scene in a daze. Although she didn't understand much, she thought that the move just now must be extremely complicated. At this moment, the unconscious Mr. Zhao woke up slowly and saw Jiang Bai putting away the golden needle. Then his face turned red, and he opened his mouth and a pool of blood spurted out and splashed onto the ground. Breathing is actually a lot smoother. Mr. Zhao realized something at this moment, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. He felt like he had just walked back from the gates of hell, and the situation was several times more critical than before. If the young man in front of him hadn't taken action, he would probably have died soon. No problem. Jiang Baiwo smiled slightly and said nonchalantly, I think anyone else would help me too. That's right. Does the old man have a pen and paper? Jiang Bai frowned and looked at the old man opposite him. Meeting each other was fate, so he might as well help him to the end. Have. The middle-aged man next to him took out a pen and paper from his pocket, just in case. Brush. Jiang Bai then wrote down a prescription and looked at Mr. Zhao meaningfully. Old man, you must have fought in a war when you were young. There are many hidden diseases in the body. Take the medicine according to the prescription and take it once every 2 days. After 10 days of continuous use, the hidden diseases can be eliminated. What? The middle-aged man looked at the prescription in his hand with an expression of disbelief. You know. Even the great Dr. Du Gaoming couldn't cure Mr. Zhao's old illness, but this prescription can cure it. Certainly. If it was before, he would naturally not believe it, but the scene just now was probably, even Du Gaoming couldn't do it. In other words, the medical skills of this young man in front of him are very likely better than Du Gaoming's. Let's go. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, leaving Mr. Zhao and the other man with a free and easy back view, which had a certain aura of a master. Mr. Zhao, luckily you are okay. Thinking about what just happened, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Zhao waved his hand slightly and looked at Jiang Bai meaningfully. That young man is a miracle doctor. This. The middle-aged man wanted to say something, but he frowned and didn't say it. Even the traditional Chinese medical master Du Gaoming didn't dare to call himself a miracle doctor. It is conceivable how highly Mr. Zhao thinks of that young man. Mr. Zhao. At this moment, a figure came hurriedly. It was the traditional Chinese medical master Du Gaoming. This is A. Arriving at the field, Du Gaoming looked at Mr. Zhao in disbelief, as he seemed to be completely fine. Dr. Du, a young man just cured Mr. Zhao. And the middle-aged man thought of something and took out the prescription. Before leaving, the young man said that following this prescription can cure Mr. Zhao's old illness. See if there is anything wrong. Obviously, he wanted to use Du Gaoming to verify it. Oh. Du Gaoming was stunned when he heard the middle-aged man's words, then he took the prescription and started reading it. When Du Gaoming saw the prescription, he couldn't help but get excited. This prescription is amazing. Mr. Zhao, where is that expert now? Swallowing his saliva, Du Gaoming continued, such a prescription can indeed cure the old disease. Moreover, 10 days is a conservative estimate. I don't think that within 5 days, 90% of Mr. Zhao's old illness can be cured. So amazing. The middle-aged man was shocked when he heard this. He naturally knew Du Gaoming's identity. He was a national treasure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. His evaluation is quite valuable. Yeah. When Elder Zhao heard what Du Gaoming said, he narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction where Jiang Bai left. It seems that this old man is not destined to die. Mr. Zhao is joking. Ding dong. At this moment, the middle-aged man received a message from his subordinates. Mr. Zhao, we have found the information of that young man. Clicking on the message, the middle-aged man continued, Jiang Bai, from Rongqing, a junior at Dongjian University, lives in Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa, a musical genius, the author of 10 eternal poems. What? After hearing this, Du Gaoming was incredulous. The person who saved Mr. Zhao was the internet-famous Jiang Bai. Chapter 86. It's confirmed, the Fuso chess boy is going to be abused. The most beautiful poem of all time. When Mr. Zhao heard what the middle-aged man said, he couldn't help but become interested. Mr. Zhao, look. Du Gaoming had already played the short video saved in his phone. These are the lyrics written by Jiang Bai. Every one of them is a classic. Yeah. Mr. Zhao was fond of literature, and he looked at it carefully and said, what great calligraphy. I was amazed at the calligraphy in the video at first sight. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the sky. I don't know what year it is in the palace of heaven. After watching the video, Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes and Jiang Bai's figure just appeared in his mind. After a little while. After coming back to his senses, Mr. Zhao was quite moved. I didn't expect that such an extraordinary young man would appear in such a small Rongqing. In him, I seem to see the future of the country. This boy is a great talent. The middle-aged man next to Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes. He was really shocked by Jiang Bai's talent. His medical skills were also extremely high. It was hard to imagine how he did all this. The young man's achievements in the future will be limitless. No, now he has achieved achievements that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. On the other side, leaving not long ago. Son, when did you learn medicine? Zhang's mother looked at her son in surprise. The more she interacted with him during this period, the more she found that she couldn't understand her son. He suddenly became so rich, and his music, literature, and even medical skills were so extraordinary. You mean medical skills? Jiang Bai had already thought of an excuse, and said with a smile, I followed a hermit divine doctor for a few years, so I have some basic knowledge. Father Jiang was upset when he heard this. If you are just a superficial person, then all the doctors in the hospital are useless. Besides, judging from the temperament of that old man, his identity should be no ordinary person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of healing the old man. You will be rewarded with god-level chess skills and 12 billion renminbi. At this moment, the system voice sounded in his ears, and Jiang Bai couldn't help but grin. This voice made people happy every time they heard it. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control, God-level medicine, God-level chess. Items: Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Zhang Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping villas, bad luck card X1. Appearance: 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth: 82.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill: consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Zhang Bai was quite moved as he watched the changes in skills and wealth. He had never dared to imagine the current scene in his dreams before. Eh? At this moment, Zhang's mother's voice came into his ears. It's so lively over there. Looking around, I suddenly saw a group of people gathered not far away, talking with great interest. Let's go and take a look. Father Jiang vaguely guessed something, because he remembered that the place should be where the chess game took place. As expected. When I got closer, I saw an old man playing chess with a young Japanese boy. The boy was about 14 or 15 years old, but judging from his experienced moves, he was obviously a chess genius. Is this playing chess? Zhang Bai was stunned. Sure enough, the system was causing trouble again. It wouldn't let him abuse this little Fuso kid, would it? That kid. He doesn't look like a good person, at least Zhang Bai looks like he deserves a beating. This boy is really good. Great, I lost all my money. After losing another round, the Japanese boy was not surprised at all. There was a flash of contempt in his eyes. It seems that Chinese chess skills are just so-so. My Japanese chess skills are still better. Young man, that's quite a lot to say. Old Xian on the other side frowned and said, we are just professional chess players. From what I can see from your chess skills, you must have received systematic training since childhood. At least a professional level chess player. There are many talented chess players in China. Yeah. The young Japanese boy Ino Hirakawa glanced at Lao Qian across from him and said, but I didn't see it. At least, all of you put together are no match for me. It's no exaggeration to say that I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength just now. You are too weak. Zhang's father almost lost his temper when he saw the condescending attitude. Playing chess was his only hobby besides drinking. How could he swallow the insult of the Japanese boy slandering Chinese chess? Lousy, go and destroy that kid. As Zhang's father spoke, he was about to step forward. Dad, you are no match for him. Zhang Bai stopped Zhang's father. He knew the old man's chess skills very well. Among amateur chess players, he was hard to beat, but in front of professional chess players, he was probably not even an entry-level player. You little bastard, you. Before Zhang's father could finish, Zhang Bai, who was eager to show off his skills, grinned and said, I'll teach this Japanese kid a lesson. Let me try. The plain voice echoed in the silent place and immediately attracted everyone's attention, including the Japanese boy who was very good at Chinese. Oh. Hearing Zhang Bai's words, the old man's eyes lit up. You. Ino Hirakawa glanced at Zhang Bai and said, follow me, are you sure? These old guys are no match for me. Yeah. Zhang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled, just now I heard you look down on Chinese chess, right? Good. Ino Hirakawa proudly admitted it because he was qualified. Well, how old are you? As he spoke, Zhang Bai sat down opposite Ino Hirakawa. 14. While speaking, Jingye Pingchuan did not hide his arrogance at all. After all, it was extremely remarkable for him to have such chess skills at his age. Oh. After hearing this, Zhang Bai continued, I just happen to be 20 years old, so let's do this. Then, Zhang Bai took out 6 white pieces. I won't take advantage of you. Let your 6 pieces go first. The plain voice startled everyone around him. What? Let the Japanese chess genius play 6 moves, and let him play first with black pieces? It's him. In this room, 3 people looked at Zhang Bai from a distance. Mr. Zhao, that young man from Fusang is not simple. When Du Gaoming saw the young man from Fuso, his face straightened. This man's name is Ino Hirakawa, and he's a well-known genius in the Fuso Chess Association. At only 14 years old, he's already a professional 5th dan. He. When Elder Zhao heard this, he looked at Zhang Bai with deep meaning. If it were someone else, I wouldn't dare to say anything, but if this little guy takes action, I'm afraid that young Fusan will be in trouble. And he's still giving him 6 pieces. Could it be that Zhang Bai's chess skills are comparable to those of a professional 6th dan? Ahem, this is not possible? The middle-aged man coughed dryly. He was so good at music, literature, and medicine. His chess skills were also so good. If that was the case, he was too evil. Good. Seeing Jiang Bai's excitement, Ano Harakawa narrowed his eyes and said, "Let's see if you are really capable or just trying to attract attention." However, he didn't know how badly he would lose afterwards. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 87, Completely Defeating Fuso, Jiang Bai is a professional ninth dan? Let 6 suns go. Ino Harakawa smiled coldly and said, "I can't kill you." Soon. 6 pieces were placed, and then a black piece took the first move, so there were already 7 black pieces on the board. Pa! Jiang Bai picked up a white piece and placed it on the chessboard. An expert can tell the outcome with one move, and the killer move is broken? It must have been a fluke. Ino Harakawa frowned. Obviously he was completely defeated in the first confrontation. Bang! The black piece falls, and Jiang Bai takes the white piece. The speed was very fast, but Ino Harakawa frowned and his expression became increasingly uglier. This young man is amazing. Although they couldn't quite understand the chess game, they could still make out the general trend. Besides, they were not stupid. The look on that Japanese kid's face, as if his parents had died, said it all. Wonderful. Elder Zhao cast a meaningful gaze on Jiang Bai. This little fellow is at least a professional 7th dan in chess. 20-year-old professional 7th dan. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but take a breath. It seems that he is more talented than the Fuso boy. A little. This is impossible. Ino Harakawa looked at the chess game in front of him in disbelief. How could I lose? I'm a genius in the Fuso Chess Association. How could I lose to you? It's unacceptable. Ino Harakawa has always been a smooth chess player. How could he have lost like this? Well done. Seeing how good his son was at chess, Jiang's father praised him in his heart. The old men around him all looked at Ino Harakawa with a sneer on their faces. How dare such a small island country dare to challenge the Chinese chess skills? You are dumbfounded now, right? Try jumping again. Who are you? Ino Harakawa's face was cold. You have to know that he is a professional 5th dan chess player. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. I am just an unknown person in the chess world, not worth mentioning. When the old men around heard this, they secretly gave him a thumbs up. See it? This is China, where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You never know when you might run into a genius. Nobody, that's very well said. Ino. Just then, a group of people came from a distance, and the one who spoke was an old man named Yumeko Asaro. He also has another identity, that is, the vice president of the Fuso Chess Association. Vice president. When Ino Harakawa saw the person coming, his face was filled with frustration. Who asked you to come out alone? Yumeko Asaro snorted coldly, back off. After saying scold, his eyes fell on Jiang Bai. I've heard that there are many hidden talents in the Chinese chess world, and now I see that it's true. After a pause, Yumeko Asaro said, My dear friend, would you mind sparring with me? You. Seeing the old man who stood up for Ino Harakawa, Jiang Bai frowned and said, Not interested. Presumptuous. At this moment, the bodyguards following Yumeko Asaro stepped forward and were about to take action. This is Fusan's bastard. A middle-aged man not far away looked at the Fusan people who were showing off their power and said, Do you really think this is their Fusan? In recent years, Fuso has become increasingly restless. Yeah. Jiang Bai, who originally didn't want to make a big fuss, was shocked when he saw Fuso and his group acting so unscrupulously. Old man, do you really want to play chess with me? Nature. Yumeko Asaro raised his hand to stop his men and smiled slightly. It's not impossible. Jiang Bai glanced at the Fuso people. He felt that he would be sorry for them if he didn't teach them a lesson today. Let's do this. If you lose, you will quit chess from now on. You. After hearing this, Ino Harakawa's face changed drastically. Quitting the chess world would undoubtedly be a self-destructive act. Oh. Yumeko Asaro narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Well, what if you lose? Jiang Bai smiled slightly. I will naturally quit the chess world. Good. Upon hearing this, Yumeko Asaro agreed immediately. If such a chess genius from China grows up, it will pose a great threat to the chess world of Japan. Mr. Meichuan, this. Shut up. Yumeko Asaro glared at his men beside him. These good-for-nothings couldn't see how skilled this guy was at chess. How could they let go of such a good opportunity to kill him? This. Everyone around was also stunned, and soon the old men searched for Yumeko Wasaro's information on the internet. What? This old man is the vice president of the Fuso Chess Association and a professional 8th Dan master. Immediately, the whole audience fell into an uproar. Poof. Ino Harakawa smiled coldly. Now he was scared. That guy was dead. Professional 8th Dan. When Zhang's father heard this, his face turned cold. This is bad. Yumeko Wasaro listened to everyone reveal their identities with a smile on his face. China is a country of etiquette. Your Excellency, please go first. Zhang Bai smiled slightly. After all, he was a bit bullying because he took the initiative. Oh. Yumeko Wasaro heard this and narrowed his eyes. Then I won't be polite. Pa. A chess piece fell and landed at the Tianyuan position, obviously adopting a conservative approach. Bang. Zhang Bai placed a white piece right after that, and the two began a game of chess, with that person's chess career at stake. Good boy. After making more than 20 moves, Yumeko Wasaro narrowed his eyes, because he found that Zhang Bai's chess skills were not inferior to his at all. This. Father Jiang, who was originally worried, was stunned when he saw this smelly boy. His chess skills are so good. You are not inferior to a professional 8th Dan chess player at all. What? Zhang's mother was shocked when she heard this. Is this true? My son's chess skills are comparable to those of a professional 8th Dan player. As time goes by, Yumeko Wasaro became more and more frightened as the game went on, because he was already confused, while the opponent remained as steady as a rock. How so? Could it be that this kid's chess skills are better than mine? At the age of 20, a professional is 8th Dan or even 9th Dan. Bang! At this moment, a white piece fell on the chessboard, and the situation was reversed. A hand of God. When Mr. Zhao saw the chess game, his eyes narrowed. That's amazing. I didn't expect Zhang Bai to have planned this from the beginning. Snap. The black piece in Yumeko Wasaro's hand fell out of his hand and he looked at the chessboard in shock. Impossible, I actually lost. Everyone around was shocked. Ino Harakawa's face turned pale. That guy. Vice President Yumeko is not his opponent. Old man, you lost. Zhang Bai was not surprised by this, but said meaningfully, according to the agreement, you are not allowed to participate in any chess competitions in the future. Of course, you can cheat, after all, not many people know about it. Pfft. Yumeko Wasaro already had blood stasis, and with this stimulation, he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and he instantly looked nearly 10 years older. Professional 9th Dan. Yumeko Wasaro was absolutely certain that the young man was definitely a 9th Dan, but how could it be possible for a 20-year-old to be a professional 9th Dan? Chapter 88, Your father-in-law and mother-in-law gave you a dowry, how could you not go? Walk. Yumeko Wasaro had a solemn expression on his face. He looked in the direction where Zhang Bai and his group left and said in a cold voice. Vice President, are you just going to let that kid leave? Ino Harakawa's face was filled with resentment. He didn't expect that the Chinese boy was not even a match for Vice President Yumeko. It's not appropriate to take action here. Yumeko Wasaro's eyes flashed with sternness. It's no big deal for me to quit the chess world. But if we allow the Chinese kid to continue to grow, I'm afraid that the 100-year advantage of the Japanese chess world will be destroyed in an instant. No matter what, this kid must die. Taking a deep breath, Yumeko Wasaro made a phone call, then looked in the direction of Zhang Bai and his group. Let that kid be proud for a while. The other side. You little brat, your chess skills are so high. Zhang's father looked at his son in disbelief. Even a professional 8th Dan was no match for him. The old man from Fuso just now was the vice president of the Fuso Chess Association. Mother Jiang was also filled with emotion, thinking about the scene just now. How many things are you hiding from us, kid? Just want to be in the spotlight. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes. It had only been a short time, and she had defeated the Korean Taekwondo champion early in the morning, saved an old man who had a sudden illness, and now she was showing off her superb chess skills. Well, what? I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Zhang's father and mother paused and looked at their son strangely. This brat was so shameless now. Young friend Jiang. At this moment, a voice came from not far away, and it was none other than Mr. Zhao and his two companions. Young friend Zhang's chess skills are amazing. Mr. Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Judging from the results just now, Zhang Bai's chess skills are at least 8 Dan higher in professional level. Master, is that you? When Jiang Bai saw the person coming, he was stunned and recognized that it was Mr. Zhao, whom he had not seen for a long time. Plop. Without any warning, Du Gaoming knelt on the ground. Master, please accept my disciple's greetings. This sudden scene, even Mr. Zhao didn't expect that this top-notch Chinese medicine expert in the country would actually take Jiang Bai as his master. If this were to get out, it would turn the entire medical community upside down. Please accept me as your master? Jiang Bai obviously didn't expect Du Gaoming to be like this. Mr. Zhao smiled and said, "My dear Jiang, Dr. Du is a master of traditional Chinese medicine." What? Zhang's father and mother were shocked when they heard this. The 4 words National Medical Master already represent everything. He is a national treasure level figure. However, such a big figure actually wants to worship their son as his teacher. Are you crazy? This guy. Lin Ruashu, who was standing by, was also a little stunned when she heard this. This information was indeed too shocking. Just become my disciple. Jiang Bai waved his hand and continued, "But I can write a few prescriptions for you." Real. Du Gaoming's face was full of joy. The prescription written by such a miracle doctor must be extraordinary. Soon, Jiang Bai handed a few pieces of paper to Du Gaoming. "Thank you, master." After Du Gaoming got the prescription and took a look at it, he caught out several times in excitement. The next day, dawn. Dongjiang Airport. A plane slowly descended from the sky to the ground, and Zhang Balan Ruashue was among them. The fish has appeared. In the darkness at the airport exit, a man reported with a cold look on his face. Very good. Keep monitoring and wait until he leaves the airport to take action. Yes, Captain. After hanging up the phone, the Japanese man had a gloomy face and looked at Jiang Bai as if he was looking at a dead person. That kid is dead, who? Before he could finish his words, a ghostly figure appeared beside him. With a swish sound, a blade flashed and the man turned into a corpse. The person who came was none other than Xiao Zhan, the beggar who was rescued during the Lantern Festival. Xiao Zhan is now even stronger than before. He then disappeared from the spot in a flash. With this little strength, you still want to attack me, my lord? Fuso ninja. With a murmur, Xiao Zhan then flew towards a place not far away. Sniff. Chi. A few minutes later, there were more than a dozen cold corpses around Xiao Zhan, all of them were Fuso ninjas. Ding dong. On the other side, Jiang Bai, who was driving, received a message on his phone: the trash fish have been cleared. After taking a look at the message, Jiang Bai deleted it. After all, some things were better not to be known by Lin Ruashu. Who is it? Lin Ruashu looked over suspiciously and asked curiously. It's okay, it's just spam. He made an evasive remark and put the phone aside. Ding-a-ling. But at this moment, Lin Ruashu's cell phone rang. Seeing that it was her mother calling, she answered the call. Hello, Mom. You and Dad are going to take over the group. Ahem, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu's expression became strange. Jiang Bai, we may have to go to my parents first. What about my father-in-law and mother-in-law? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this, and frowned. What's wrong? Well, what? Lin Ruashu took a deep breath. My mother said that they want to hand over the management of the Lin Group to me. Shall we go? He hesitantly sought Jiang Bai's opinion. After all, if they took over the Lin Group, they would not have much time to spend together. Of course I will. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment and continued, my father-in-law and mother-in-law gave you a dowry, so how can you not go? Well. The words of a certain guy made Lin Ruashu's face turn red. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Bai in annoyance and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Dowry, you big head ghost. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone, saying that he would die if he spoke nicely. Hey, it's not a matter of time. Jiang Bai said indifferently, even if you split it equally with your sister-in-law, you can still get half. Lin Ruashu. Stop being funny and drive well. She rolled her eyes. Although the Lin Group had a lot of assets, she knew that Jiang Bai's net worth was definitely not lower than the group's value. Soon. As we were talking, the father-in-law's villa appeared before our eyes. Squeak. The supercar stopped in front of the villa, and Lin Xiaoxi was the first to come out of the villa. Sister, brother-in-law, you are here. Excited voices came from the villa, and Lin Xiaoxi's face curved into crescents with a smile. After all, her brother-in-law has been in the spotlight too much recently. It can be said that she has completely become his little fangirl. Oof. Soon, during the casual chat, the sister-in-law snorted, "Brother-in-law, you are so mean. So, you are brother Ju Lin, and you gave me so much money as a reward, really?" She pouted, but her face was full of happiness. "Xiao Jiang, you are here." When Mother Lin saw the three people coming in from outside the villa, a smile appeared on her face. At this moment, she looked at her future son-in-law again and liked him even more. "Good job, kid." Father Lin's impression of Jiang Bai has also changed a lot. After all, this kid really made his father-in-law proud. He has been envied a lot during this period. In addition, he helped him regain his masculinity, so it's not bad for his daughter to marry him. Chapter 89, Zayayayu. This, my brother-in-law's poem won't be another one that will be remembered for generations. Wow. Jiang Bai entered the kitchen, knife flashing, and he handled it with ease. Lin Yaozong was stunned when he saw the scene. "Xiao Jiang, is your cooking skill so good?" "Huh, come to think of it, you haven't tasted Xiao Zhan's cooking yet." John's mother smiled slightly. She was deeply impressed by her son-in-law's cooking skills. "Don't be shocked later. I dare you. Xiao Zhang's cooking skills are absolutely the best." Aunt Zhao and the maids in the villa were all talking about the busy figures in the kitchen. "This, my son-in-law can also cook." "Of course not. And judging by his smooth cooking, his cooking skills must be very good. My son-in-law is so awesome, handsome, super doting, and he can cook. I love him so much." The maids were chattering enthusiastically. Soon, the tempting aroma of food filled his nose, and Father Lin was shocked. "Good boy, what cooking skills. The aroma alone is enough to whet your taste buds." Gulp. Half an hour later, the dishes appeared on the table and the maids kept swallowing their delicious saliva. "Oh my god. Son-in-law, his cooking skills are 10 times better than they imagined." "That's right. And it's not an exaggeration at all. Okay, let's eat." After finishing the work, looking at the table full of delicious dishes, sister-in-law Lin Xiaoxi couldn't wait any longer and took a bite of the braised pork. Very delicious. Lin Xiaoxi's face was full of satisfaction. The food cooked by her brother-in-law was delicious. Lin Ruashu and her mother also started eating. "Ahem, I want to try it too." Lin Yaozong coughed dryly, then finally gave in to his appetite and took a bite of food. "This craft is amazing." After taking the first bite, Lin Yaozong gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but sigh. "Xiao Jiang, if I had known that you were such a good cook, I would have agreed to your marriage a long time ago." For a moment, Lin Yaozong regretted it very much. If that were the case, he might have been able to taste his son-in-law's cooking skills a long time ago. That's right. After eating for a while, Lin Yaozong thought of something, looked at Lin's mother, and then took out a document. "Ruashue, this is the equity transfer contract." Lin Yaozong took a deep breath and continued, "Sign it. From now on, you will be the largest shareholder of the Lin Group." "Certainly." After a pause, Lin Yaozong glanced at his youngest daughter and said, "When your sister gets married, just give her 10% as a dowry." "Xiao Jiang, do you have any objections?" Lin Yaozong's attitude towards his son-in-law took a sharp turn at this moment, and he sought his opinion. "Of course not." Jiang Bai waved his hand slightly. "Don't even mention 10%, I wouldn't mind even if you give the Lin Group to Xiaoxi." Tisk. Lin Xiaoxi was unhappy when she heard this. "Who wants the group? I don't want it. My dream is to be a salted fish." Puff. After hearing this, Lin's mother couldn't help but laugh and looked at her little daughter with regret. "You. If you were half as ambitious as your sister, I would wake up laughing in my dreams." After some discussion, Lin Ruashu knew that her parents had long wanted to travel around the world, so she signed the contract without hesitation, and the Lin Group thus became their dowry. Soon, lunch was over. "Lao Lin, didn't you always want Xiao Jiang to help you write the second character?" While chatting, Lin's mother thought of something and looked at Lin Yaozong and said, Cough cough." After hearing this, Lin Yaozong coughed dryly and glared at Lin's mother. How could this old woman be so direct? "Xiao Jiang, your father-in-law has been embarrassed, why not write him a poem?" This. Sure. Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that his father-in-law had this hobby. "Ahem, Xiao Jiang, thank you for your help." Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but curl her lips when she saw the old man's appearance. The maids quickly and skillfully prepared writing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone in the living room. The paper was the best quality, Dongba paper. It's actually Dongba paper, ahem. I'm so embarrassed. Jiang Bai naturally recognized the Dongba paper at a glance, which made Lin's father's eyes light up. He didn't expect that this kid could recognize it at a glance. He licked a mouthful of ink, then moved his brush to the upper right corner of the Dongba paper and wrote the 3 bold characters Xiao Yao Yu. This calligraphy is even better than in the video. After seeing it with his own eyes, Lin's father realized that he had underestimated his son-in-law's attainments in calligraphy. This guy is going to be in the spotlight again. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at Jiang Bai. She knew too well how powerful this guy was. She still remembered his actions at Junyu Mansion in Rongqing vividly. As expected. There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kuan. Kuan is so big, no one knows how many thousand miles it is. It changes into a bird, its name is Peng. Peng's back is so big, no one knows how many thousand miles it is. When it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. This bird, if it travels by sea, will migrate to the South Sea. As he was reading in a low voice, Zhang's father's pupils suddenly shrank. This what a good thing. In fact, he knew this poem, which was amazing, even more so than the others in the short video. Wow! Lin Xiaoxi opened the live broadcast room immediately. After all, the relationship between her brother-in-law and elder sister was already public, so there was nothing wrong with doing the live broadcast. Oh, Xiaoxi's wife is live streaming, Brother-in-law, ahem, this is a live broadcast of a calligraphy masterpiece. Goddess Ruashu is so beautiful, this can't be at Xiaoxi's wife's house. Lin Xiaoxi explained to the live broadcast room, see, my brother-in-law is writing calligraphy for my dad. My brother-in-law just asked me what kind of Dongba paper this is. Does anyone know? When these words were spoken, the fans were stunned. I was shocked after searching. Dongba paper. A type of paper made with an ancient papermaking process, it can be said to be the most luxurious of all papers. There is even a saying that it will not decay for 1,000 years. Moreover, a piece of paper is equivalent to several years' income for an ordinary person. Zayayayu, my brother-in-law, this, isn't it another eternal poem? Everyone in the live broadcast room smacked their lips, after all, the brother-in-law had shocked them so much before. Brother-in-law, this is Kuanpun, right? While netizens were amazed, Jiang Bai continued to write. When Peng migrates to the South Sea, it strikes the water for 3,000 miles, soars up to 90,000 miles, and takes 6 months to rest. Wild horses, dust, and living things blow each other with their breath. The sky is blue, its true color is not. Seeing his brother-in-law's actions, everyone was shocked, including Lin's father. At this moment, he was really impressed by his son-in-law. Sharp. This literary background is amazing. Xiao Jiang, a great talent in this world. Lin's mother nodded in shock. It was so majestic and powerful. There may not be other lyrics like this one in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Okay. Father Lin looked at his son-in-law who was in the spotlight, his mouth grinning to the back of his ears. He could brag about having such a son-in-law for at least 3 years. Chapter 90. The father-in-law actually did this to Xiaoxi's wife. Ha! Jiang Bai was quite satisfied with the poem, and this Xiao Yaoyu was indeed long enough. Brother-in-law, great. Lin Xiaoxi was extremely excited, even though she could only understand a little bit. But even so, she could get a glimpse of the whole picture, and her brother-in-law's work must be extremely amazing. Xiaoxi, get out of the way. At this time, Father Lin pushed away his little daughter who was blocking him, and then carefully put away the lyrics for fear that someone would snatch them away. This old Lin. Mother Lin glared at Lin Yaozong, who had squeezed Xiaoxi so hard that she staggered. It was obvious that he liked the calligraphy very much. Dad, you. Lin Xiaoxi staggered and glared at her old man angrily. When the people in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they burst into laughter. My wife Xiaoxi is suddenly not as sweet as before. That resentful look, the father-in-law is too much. I feel sorry for my wife Xiaoxi for a second, my father-in-law did a great job. Shocked, the father-in-law actually did this to Xiaoxi's wife. The barrage of comments popped up like mushrooms after a rain, and the number of people in the live broadcast room soared. How? Lin Yaozong glared at his little daughter, you have a problem. Hateful. Seeing the old man's expression, Lin Xiaoxi said fiercely, "Believe it or not, I will tear up your words." As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi was about to pounce over. Ahem. Nizi, you're crazy. Lin Yaozong's face changed, and he hurriedly protected the calligraphy. He looked at his little daughter warily. This little girl was really daring. "If you dare to tear my calligraphy, I will beat you." After making a lot of noise for a while, the father and daughter finally stopped. Father-in-law. I have a good thing here. If you use it together with the previous pills, the effect will definitely be even better. After saying that, Jiang Bai took out the physical enhancement liquid and gave a portion to his father-in-law. Oh. Father Lin, who had tasted the sweetness of the past, couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he saw the medicine in his son-in-law's hand. "You kid, are quite smart." Lin Yaozong smiled slightly. He had been enjoying great success during this period, and now that the group had been given to his daughter, he naturally had plenty of time to develop feelings with that old woman. "Ha, then thank you, my good son-in-law." At this moment, Lin Yaozong was more satisfied than ever with his son-in-law. "Brother-in-law, you guys are leaving now." After chatting for a while, Lin Xiaoxi looked at her elder sister and brother-in-law who were getting on the supercar with reluctance. She originally wanted to go with them, but was stopped by her mother. Joke? The young couple finally had some time alone, so how could Lin's mother let her daughter be a third wheel? Super running. You. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone. "Is it really good to be so prominent? It almost caused Xiaoxi to fight with my dad." "Ha, I didn't expect your man's handwriting to be so popular." Jiang Bai smiled slightly, thinking of the scene of his father-in-law protecting his son and laughing. Lin Ruashu, Poof. Rolling her eyes at someone, Lin Ruashu looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. The old man's impression of the sky changed 360 degrees. Ding. The host triggers a random mission, opens a branch of the Dihao hotel chain, and is rewarded with god-level treasure appraisal ability and 13 billion renminbi. Oh. Jiang Bai, who was about to drive to Tianyu Mansion Villa, suddenly heard the sound of triggering a system task. A chain of Dihao hotels? A god-level treasure appraiser? And 13 billion? This mission is interesting. It seems that they are going to expand their business territory. Wife, your husband will take you somewhere. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai looked towards the direction of the Dihao Group building and said meaningfully. Lin Ruashu naturally didn't know what her man was thinking, so she looked at Jiang Bai suspiciously. "Where are you going?" "Ha, you'll know when you get there." After saying this to keep you in suspense, we arrived at the headquarters of Emgrand Group. Squeak. The supercar stopped in front of the Emgrand Group headquarters and he pushed the door open to get out. "This is Emgrand Group." Lin Ruashu looked at the building in front of her. She had naturally seen news about the Dihao Group on the internet. This could be said to be the biggest dark horse in Dongjiang City's business community. Less than half a year after its establishment, its assets have exceeded 100 billion, and it ranks among the top 5 in the entire Dongjiang. What are we doing here? Obviously, Lin Ruashu didn't understand why her man came here. Could it be that he wanted to discuss business? "Hello, Chairman." As soon as I entered the door, 2 rows of beautiful welcoming ladies bowed respectfully, and their attitude was not the slightest bit negligent. What? Hearing the name of the receptionist, Lin Ruashu's gaze quickly fell on her man, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. What did she hear? "Chairman, these people actually called Jiang Bai chairman. Could it be that this Dihao Group belongs to my man?" Thinking of this, Lin Ruashu's face was full of disbelief. "Jiang Bai, this Emgrand Group, is it really yours?" Lin Ruashu obviously realized something, although her heart was extremely shocked. "What do you think?" Jiang Bai smiled slightly and looked around. "How about this gift? From now on, you will be the boss lady of Dihao Group." Lin Ruashu. Dihao Group, the boss lady? Hearing this, Lin Ruashu's mouth twitched. Although the Lin Group was not small in scale, it could only be ranked outside the top 20 in Dongjiang at most. It is totally not on the same level as Dihao Group. Soon, in the office of the president of Emgrand Group. "Boss, you're here." As soon as he arrived at the office, Lu Ruching hurriedly stood up from the president's seat and bowed respectfully. Jiang Bai brought Lin Ruashu to the office and introduced her. "Ruashu, this is Lu Ruching, the president of Dihao Group." "Hello, Madam Boss." Lu Ruching bent down, her graceful figure fully displayed, and naturally she did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Boss lady. This is their boss's woman. Ahem, hello. Lin Ruashu coughed dryly and glared at Jiang Bai fiercely. You actually hid so much from me. It's okay. Jiang Bai waved his hand and said indifferently, then said, firstly, this time I want you to meet each other, and secondly, for a long time to come, I want the Dihao Group to cooperate with the Lin Group. Together, we will open branches of Dihao Hotel in major cities around Dongjiang and across China. Lin Ruashu, two major groups cooperate to open a hotel branch? Obviously, Lin Ruashu was a little confused. Is this guy crazy? He is making such a big fuss just to open a hotel branch. So boss, what is your ultimate goal? Lu Ruching obviously knew something about her boss and asked tentatively. After all, she had to have some idea in her mind. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, looking at the beautiful scenery in the distance of Donglin. Within a year, I want to open Dihao Hotel in every city in China. Puff. Lin Ruashu, who had just taken a sip of water to calm down, was immediately shocked by this crazy idea. It was really bold to open a store in every city in China after the discount. Chapter 91. Come, let my husband check my baby Ruashu's conscience. Leave M Grand Group. Jiang Bai, do you really want to open Dihao hotels all over the country? Lin Ruashu looked at the beautiful scenery outside the car and asked in a somewhat unreal way. After all, this information was too shocking to her. The Imperial Hotel is a 7-star hotel. If it were to be built like that, the financial resources required would be an astronomical figure, conservatively estimated to be upwards of 100 billion. Certainly. Jiang Bai smiled slightly and said, this is the inheritance I left for the 3 little guys. Lin Ruashu, you're thinking about buying them property before they're even born. Is it really good to spoil them like this? In fact, Lin Ruashu envied him at this moment. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at someone. I've never seen him treat me so well before. Ha! Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of opening a chain of Dihao hotel branches. You will be rewarded with the God-level treasure appraisal ability and 13 billion renminbi. Hearing the sound of the reward being credited to his account, Jiang Bai's lips curled up. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jiang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming skills, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control, God-level medical skills, God-level chess skills, God-level treasure appraisal. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Taiyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping villas, Bad Luck Card X1. Appearance, 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth, 95.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. The property panel shows that your wealth is only one step away from 100 billion, and it won't take long before you become a 100 billionaire. As they were talking, the supercar had already arrived at Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa. Squeak! As the supercar stopped in front of the villa, a beautiful girl and her maid had been waiting there for a long time. Hello, master. Hello, madam. A sweet voice was heard, and 8 maids stood on both sides and bowed. Well. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she saw the maid with fair skin, beautiful face, and excellent temperament. Master, I am the housekeeper hired by Mr. Lu, Ning Mengyan. You and madam can call me Mengyan or Xiaoning. After the introduction, Lin Ruashu understood that these were the people hired by Lu Ruching, the president of Dihao Group whom she had just met. Wow. So the employers are God Jiang and Goddess Ruashu. Yeah, I'm a fan of Goddess Ruashu. So excited, my employer is actually Jiang Bai. Listening to the maids chattering, Lin Ruashu pulled Jiang Bai into the room. Why did you hire so many people? Lin Ruashu was obviously not used to it. Jiang Bai knocked her head and said, it's all because of the 3 little guys. Once they are born, it will be much easier for the servants to take care of you. You. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she heard this, and her face immediately turned red. You have a conscience. Ha, of course. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, then looked towards the mountain where Lin Ruashu was. Come, let your husband check the conscience of my baby Ruashu. Jiang Bai, you. He. In this way, the room was noisy for a long time, and the two of them looked at each other openly and hugged each other. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun shines on her beautiful face, making her already incredibly beautiful features even more charming. The beautiful girl struggled to wake up, and what she saw was a handsome boy staring at her lovingly. What are you looking at? Lin Ruashu's face flushed. Was it polite for that guy to stare at her like that? Nothing. I was thinking, how much good I have done to deserve such a beautiful wife from God. Jiang Bai sighed. It was a great blessing to have such a confidant, and they were about to have 3 little ones. Suddenly, Jiang Bai had a new understanding of the peak of life. Put. Lin Ruashu listened to what someone said and spat softly. This guy's words were becoming sweeter and sweeter. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lin's mother called. Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the person next to her who was doing bad things, and answered the call. Hello, Mom. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Ruashu's pretty face changed. What did you say? My grandpa is in a coma. Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu's face was full of worry. Her grandfather had always been the one who cared the most about her since she was a child. That's right. Lin Ruashu thought of the scene in Roncheng Park while she was worried. Jiang Bai, you can definitely cure my grandpa. Would you please come with me to my grandfather's house? Lin Ruashu told Jiang Bai about her grandfather's coma, and Jiang Bai was stunned. Okay then. Dongjiang, Jiang family villa. Xiao Jiang, you are here too. When Lin's mother saw Jiang Bai, she nodded to him, but her mother-in-law's face was obviously full of worry. After all, her father was in a coma and his condition was unknown, so it would be strange for her to be happy. Mom, Jiang Bai's medical skills are very good, why not let him take a look? Oh? After hearing her daughter's words, Lin's mother looked at her future son-in-law and nodded. Soon, the group arrived at a room deep inside the villa. Xiao Jiang, this is Dr. Li who treated Ruashu's grandpa in recent days. Lin Ruashu's uncle Jiang Bancheng took a deep breath and spoke, his face also full of worry. Oh? Jiang Bai looked in the direction of Lin Ruashu's grandfather. There was black air lingering, which was obviously a sign of poisoning. Uncle Jiang, you said that this divine Dr. Li has been treating Elder Jiang recently? Obviously, Jiang Bai looked at the man named Dr. Li. Yes, Dr. Li is a very skilled doctor. He treated Ruashu's grandfather and he woke him up, but he fell into a coma again the next day. Yeah. When Dr. Li saw the stranger coming, he frowned and said, Didn't I tell you not to disturb me during the treatment? Divine Dr. Li. Jiang Bancheng bowed slightly. This is my niece's fiancé, I want to show him to the old man. Dr. Li narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Bai, you are just a young boy. What? If you don't trust me, you can leave. He snorted coldly, which made Jiang Bancheng feel a little nervous. Divine Dr. Li, please don't. Dr. Li, right? Before Jiang Bancheng finished speaking, Jiang Bai interrupted him and said, I wonder what disease Ruashu's grandfather has. I noticed that his forehead was black, and there was a faint black gas lingering around. This is a sign of poisoning. What? Jiang Bancheng's face changed when he heard this. Dr. Li secretly thought, nonsense. Boy, don't make up stories here. How could Elder Jiang be poisoned? Are you doubting me? Good. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, if my guess is correct, you should have learned from the Miaojam Gudu. I didn't expect that someone would inherit this kind of medical skill that shouldn't exist. I have never heard of the Miaojam poison. Sniff. Without any warning, the Dr. Li suddenly attacked and stabbed Jiang Bai with a dagger. Bang! Before he could get close to him, Jiang Bai slapped him and knocked him out, causing Dr. Li to lose his fighting ability on the spot. Dr. Li, you. When Jiang Bancheng saw Dr. Li suddenly take action, his face turned gloomy. He was not stupid. Wouldn't it be self-incrimination if he did this? Could it be that his father was really poisoned? Glancing at divine Dr. Li, Jiang Bai's eyes fell on Ruashu's grandfather, Uncle Jiang. It looks like someone wants to kill old Jiang. Chapter 92 How can I become a disciple of a master when I am so stupid? After hearing this, Jiang Bancheng looked serious. Could it be that? Jiang Bancheng narrowed his eyes as he thought of something, then he took a deep breath. Xiao Jiang, do you have a way to wake up Grandpa Ruashu? Jiang Bancheng looked at Jiang Bai expectantly. After all, he had seen what happened just now. Although I don't know how good his medical skills are, the fact that he can tell my father's symptoms at a glance is enough to explain a lot. Can. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. It would be strange if he couldn't cure it. Arriving beside old Jiang, Jiang Bai took out a dozen golden needles without saying a word, and with a unique technique, instantly inserted them into old Jiang's major acupuncture points. This is 13 ghost needles. A surprised voice was heard, and the person who came was none other than Du Gaoming, the master of traditional Chinese medicine who had not been seen for long. Dr. Du. Seeing the person coming, Jiang Banchang bowed slightly. After all, Du Gaoming is the country's leading expert in traditional Chinese medicine. Master, this. Du Gaoming looked at the figure performing the acupuncture technique in shock, his eyes trembling. I was wondering, how could there be someone in this world whose medical skills are better than Master's? Mother Lin, Master? Ruashu, this. Indeed, the scene before her stunned Lin's mother. Lin Ruashu coughed dryly and glanced at her man who was performing acupuncture. Mom, Dr. Du and Rongchen wanted to become Jiang Bai's disciple before, but he refused. What Master's wife said is absolutely right. Du Gaoming bowed to Lin Ruashu and said respectfully, how can I, who is so stupid, become a disciple of the Master? I will have no regrets in this life if I can become Master's registered disciple. When Lin Ruashu heard this, her face turned red. Du Gaoming was older than her father, yet he actually called her Master's wife. Ahem, this. Jiang Banchang was really shocked. Dr. Du actually called Ruashu Master's wife and even wanted to take Xiao Jiang as his master. Oh my god. In fact, this information had a huge impact on him. No wonder he could see through the conspiracy of the Miaojianggu master at a glance. If it weren't for Xiao Jiang this time, I'm afraid my father would be in great danger. Although he invited Du Gaoming, he may not be able to see through the conspiracy. At this moment, the unconscious Mr. Jiang slowly opened his eyes under the dual effects of Jiang Bai's infusion of physical strengthening fluid and acupuncture. Then his face turned red and a mouthful of blood spurted out. A pool of blood fell on the ground, and there was a bug in the blood. Sniff. The insect was so fast and attacked Lin Ruashu ferociously, but it was hit by a golden needle that cut an arc and nailed it directly to the wall. It twisted its body in pain for several times before dying. This. Master, could it be the legendary Miaojianggu worm? Du Gaoming looked at the insect with sharp teeth and felt a chill on his back. The person who poisoned it was too cruel. Good. Jiang Bai was also stunned when he saw Du Gaoming. He didn't expect to meet him here. It seems that the two of them have a deep connection. Plop. Du Gaoming immediately knelt on his knees and said, Master, could you please teach me the acupuncture technique I just used? His face was full of sincerity and his attitude was very respectful. This scene stunned Jiang Banchang and everyone in the Jiang family. Old Jiang, who woke up slowly, was also stunned. This is. Dad, are you okay? Mother Lin hurried forward to support Elder Jiang, took a deep breath and said, Dad, it was Xiao Jiang who saved you. That Dr. Li was here to harm you. If it weren't for Xiao Jiang, the consequences would be disastrous. What? After hearing the whole story, Zhang Lao's face was gloomy. It must be that guy from Fuso. If we were to say who is Mr. Jiang's biggest rival, it would be Beigong Dashi, the famous treasure appraiser from Fusong. Oh. Jiang Bai saw Du Gaoming, who had a bruise on his forehead despite his status, and said, Do you really want to learn? Thinking about the acupuncture method of 13 ghost gate needles, it would be a pity if it was not passed down. Master, are you really willing to teach me? Du Gaoming was so smart that he knocked his head to the ground again. Thank you, Master. Since you are sincere in becoming my disciple, you will be my disciple from now on. Boom. As soon as these words came out, he was flattered by the sudden good news. Ah, this is true. Du Gaoming swallowed his saliva, as if in a dream. Disciple Du Gaoming, greetings to the Master. With a thump, Du Gaoming knelt on the ground with great excitement. Ahem, this. Old Jiang couldn't help but cough a few times when he saw this scene. The traditional Chinese medical master Du Gaoming worshipped his grandson-in-law as his teacher. Are you sure I'm not dreaming? This kid. Lin Yaozong took a sip of his lips. Wow. His son-in-law's disciple was the traditional Chinese medical expert Du Gaoming. This was truly an honor. That's right. Du Gaoming then took out a black gold card. Master, this is the highest level card in Switzerland, worth nearly $1 billion. Just consider it as a disciple's greeting to his master. Hiss. Lin's mother took a deep breath. $1 billion? A gift for apprenticeship? Oh my goodness, he is worthy of being my son-in-law. In other words, this card alone is worth more than 7 billion renminbi. Ha, you are quite generous. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, naturally knowing his intention. He thought that he wanted to make him feel good and then teach him a few tricks. Hey. Seeing his master accept it, Du Gaoming scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Zhang Bancheng's mouth twitched when he saw this scene. Is this still the legendary master of traditional Chinese medicine? Xiao Jiang, this time it's all thanks to you. Mr. Jiang took a deep breath and spoke with gratitude. Mr. Jiang, you're welcome. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. You are Ruashu's grandfather, and we will all be family in the future. Ha, I am the one being polite. A smile appeared on old Jiang's lips, and he was obviously quite satisfied with his grandson-in-law. We talked for a long time. Old Jiang thought of something and looked at Jiang Bai. By the way, Xiao Jiang, I wonder if you have time tomorrow. Why not? We can attend the Dongjiang Gambling Stone Conference together. There will also be a grand auction at that time. Oh? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard what Mr. Jiang said, but at this moment, the system voice came to his ears. Ding! The host triggers a random task and participates in the Gambling Stone Conference. The reward is a mysterious treasure chest X1, with 14 billion renminbi as a bonus. The voice that came from his ear made Jiang Bai's eyes light up. 14 billion? This task is not bad, so I will reluctantly agree to it. Okay. He nodded slightly, then his eyes fell on Lin Ruashu. It's a good opportunity to let the three little guys see the world. Ahem. Hearing someone's words, Lin Ruashu coughed and her face flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Is this guy crazy? What has he seen in the world? Really, I really want to beat him to death. Chapter 93, The Gambling Stone Incident, $1 billion gambling. The next day, the Dongjiang Stone Gambling Conference was held. Xiao Jiang, this is the venue for the conference. Old Jiang came to the gambling venue and looked around with emotion. In recent years, the Chinese gambling industry has been in a period of transition, and only I and some old men are holding the scene. I'm afraid those people in Fuso want to take advantage of this opportunity to knock me unconscious so as to suppress my country. After hearing what Mr. Jiang said, it was obvious that he knew who had made the move. After all, the biggest beneficiary of his coma was Fuso, which had always been hostile to China. Is that so? Jiang Bai was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that things here were so complicated. At the same time, not far away on the Fuso side. When Beigong Dashi saw Jiang Lao, he looked at him in astonishment. How is this possible? That old guy was poisoned, but he's still alive. Knowing that Mr. Jiang was fine, this was undoubtedly the worst thing that could not be worse for him. It would not be so easy for them to suppress China. Beigong Dashi, long time no see. Old Jiang also noticed Beigong Dashi with a gloomy face. It was obvious that his previous coma caused by the poison was related to him. Mr. Jiang, you seem to be in good health. Beigong Dashi said this vaguely, but in his heart he had already cursed the ancestors of the Miaojianggu masters for 18 generations. A bunch of rubbish with such little ability wanted to cooperate with Fuso. What a pipe dream. Ha, thanks to you. Jiang Lao smiled and said, Xiao Jiang, go over there and take a look. After glancing at Beigong Dashi, Jiang Laobai took Jiang Bai and the other man to the raw stone stall nearby. Oh. At a certain moment, Jiang Bai came to a stall and his eyes fell on a stone that was as tall as a person. This stone is good. Xiao Jiang also knows how to gamble on stones? Old Jiang asked curiously. After all, he was well aware of Jiang Bai's medical skills, and after getting to know him better, he also had a new respect for his grandson-in-law. I know a little bit. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. This was a great opportunity to make money and he certainly couldn't miss it. Yeah. But at this moment, a young man from Fuso came over. This person was none other than Beigong Daishi's disciple Kido Kyusuk. Sir, how about gambling with me on stones? Kido Kyusuk came to the center and continued provocatively, since you can accompany Elder Jiang, you must be good at gambling on stones. Seeing the person coming, old Jiang's face darkened. Obviously, he didn't expect Beigong Dashi to be so anxious to take action. Xiao Jiang, ignore him. Ha, Mr. Jiang. Kido Kyusuk naturally would not miss such a good opportunity, and continued, why, is Mr. Jiang afraid that this person will lose? You. Obviously, Kido Kyusuk's voice was very loud, and it attracted a lot of people to watch. Ha! Soon after, many people recognized Jiang Bai. Isn't that Zhang Bai? Yes, I heard that he has great achievements in the music and literature world. Not only that, even the pop diva Lin Ruashu quit the music industry because of him. However, after hearing what the people around him said, Kido Kyusuk became even more interested. He didn't expect that this kid was so famous, which was exactly what he wanted. However, what Kido Kyusuk didn't know was that he was already heading further and further down the path to his own death. Gambling on stones? Zhang Bai's lips curved up as he smiled at Kido Kyusuk, who was looking for death. He originally wanted to transfer money. Since he is so eager to be tortured, wouldn't it be unfair to his enthusiasm if we don't fulfill his wish? Okay, I also want to see the gambling skills of the younger generation in Fusong. This. Old Jiang wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Ruashu, who was standing beside him. Grandpa, with Zhang Bai's temper, who knows who will be unlucky? I've never seen him suffer a loss. When Mr. Jiang heard this, he was stunned. Thinking about the recent uproar on the internet, he hesitated and said, "Not good." Fine. Lin Ruashu looked at the scene, with a cunning look in her eyes. To be honest, it would be nice to record this guy's embarrassment. Well. When Elder Jiang heard what his granddaughter said, his forehead was filled with black lines. How can you talk like that, kid? Not only did you not help Xiao Jiang, you even wanted him to be embarrassed. While the grandfather and grandson were talking, Kido Kyusuk narrowed his eyes in joy. Originally, he just wanted to give it a try to vent his master's anger, but he never thought that the boy would actually agree. Really? Nature. Zhang Bai smiled slightly. We Chinese are not like you Fusong, who only do things that are not presentable. After a few words, he saw Beigong Dashi's cold expression not far away and naturally knew that he was talking about him. Yeah. Kido Kyusuk's eyes flashed with a fierce light, obviously knowing that they, Fuso, were not in the right in this matter. Then let's get started. Can. Zhang Bai nodded slightly, and then said, but before we start, how about adding some stakes? Bet? When Kido Kyusuk heard Zhang Bai's words, his eyes narrowed. Doesn't this kid think he's embarrassed enough later? Good. Now that this guy has fallen into the trap, it would be a shame if he didn't make some money. Let's do this. Zhang Bai smiled slightly, then took out the black gold card given by Du Gaoming. Here is 1 billion, how about using it as a bet? What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. 1 billion. Are you kidding me? You. When Kido Kyusuk heard this number, the corner of his mouth twitched, and even Beigong Daisher behind him narrowed his eyes. It was obvious that this amount was not small for him. Why, you have the confidence to jump out, but you don't have the courage to take it. Fusong treasure appraiser is just like this. Killing people and destroying their hearts. This sentence directly angered Beigong Dashi. That's right. Glancing at Beigong Dashi's livid face, Zhang Bai continued, the 1 billion in this card is not Chinese currency, but US dollars. What? Following Zhang Bai's words, representatives from surrounding countries were all shocked. What the hell? What did they hear? A gamble of 1 billion US dollars, equivalent to more than 7 billion Chinese yuan. Are they crazy? Good. There was a murderous gleam in Beigong Dashi's eyes. This kid definitely did it on purpose. Now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Joke? If they don't agree now, wouldn't that make Fuso weaker than China? Master, this. Kido Kyusuk was shocked. He might never have the chance to gamble 1 billion US dollars in his lifetime. I bet. Beigong Dashi snorted in his heart. Kido Kyusuk was his most proud disciple. How could he be worse than a young boy? At that moment, he took out a gold card from his pocket. Just from its appearance, it was already extraordinary, and it was also a considerable fortune for him. Now, with representatives from various countries present, he naturally doesn't worry about that Chinese boy cheating. After all, if he cheats, he still has old Zhang to help him. What's worse, this gamble involves the reputation of the country and cannot be taken lightly. In that case, let's limit it to 1 hour. Beigong Dashi narrowed his eyes and said, in an hour, we will compete in stone cutting. Can. Zhang Bai smiled slightly. The gamble was settled. Beigong Dashi narrowed his eyes and left with Kido Kyusuk, because he had taken a fancy to a piece of raw stone before, and since the boy wanted to gamble, he would make him convinced this time. Chapter 94. This color, can't it be imperial green? Everyone dispersed and looked at Zhang Bai in shock. Xiao Jiang, are you sure? Old Zhang took a deep breath. Fuso was coming with great force this time. It would not be a good thing if he let it take the initiative. It's okay. Jiang Bai looked at the stone beside him and said, "This is it." Jiang Bai took a picture of the stone and made a decision. This one. Mr. Jiang was stunned when he heard this, but the raw stone boss was delighted. Judging from the conversation just now, this guy must not be short of money. Brother, good eyesight. The owner of the raw stone touched the stone and boasted, "This is the best quality piece in my batch of stones. It's no exaggeration to say that if you buy it, you'll earn it. That Fuso dwarf definitely can't win this one." After boasting for a while, the stall owner said, "Well, brother, we are destined to be together. I'll give you a 20% discount. How about 1 million? Good." Jiang Bai smiled slightly, "I want it." Mr. Jiang, In fact, the scene before him made him a little confused. This stone was worth at most 3 or 500,000. Drop. After the payment and goods were settled, a cunning look appeared in the stall owner's eyes, which made old Jiang feel depressed. He thought to himself, this gambling on stones is worrying. "Hey, bro, I'll get you to the stone cutting area for free." The stall owner was very attentive and made a phone call. Soon, several strong men carrying stones drove to the site. I hope Xiao Jiang can learn from his mistakes. Sighing, Mr. Jiang shook his head. Seeing her grandfather sigh, Lin Ruashu looked at the stall owner meaningfully. "Grandpa, this is not necessarily true. Look at Jiang Bai. There's no sign of panic on his face. With his personality, who knows what bad things he might be up to. Although I'm not sure what's inside this stone, its value is definitely far more than 1 million. Hearing this, Zhang Lao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head bitterly. "Far more than 1 million, 10 times, or 20 times. Then, old Jian looked towards Fu Song, who was selecting stones in the distance. Given Beigong Dashi's personality, if he dares to accept this round of gambling, the raw stones he will get will be worth at least tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. He can become Fu Song's leading treasure appraiser, and his ability in gambling on gems is quite high." While talking, on the other side. As expected. Beigong Dashi was so excited that he chose a huge rough stone worth 30 million for Kido Kyusuk. Lin Ruashu looked at the raw stone that was moving like a hill in the distance and couldn't help feeling a little unsure. Compared to this, Jiang Bai's raw stone was completely scraps, and its price alone was 30 times that of his. First come, first served. Beigong Dashi narrowed his eyes and said, "Then let us throw out some ideas to stimulate discussion." Cut. He looked at Mr. Jiang provocatively, then started cutting along the drawn route. Squeak. Under the sharp blade of the cutting machine, the giant raw stone was cut into 2 halves like paper, revealing a touch of icy jadeite. Wow! Everyone was shocked when they saw the jadeite coming out. After all, ice jadeite is the best choice among all jadeites. This color, it must be quite big. Soon, a piece of icy jade the size of a millstone appeared in front of everyone. Such a large piece of ice glutinous jadeite, it must be worth at least 80 or 90 million, right? Of course, and if it's big enough, it's not impossible to sell it for hundreds of millions. Seeing this, Kido Kyusuk curled his lips and said, "It's your turn." For a moment, Kido Kyusuk had an extraordinary respect for his master. It was bought for 30 million. The cut jadeite raw stone alone is worth over 100 million. If it is processed into a finished product, its value will surely increase several times. Let's get started. Jiang Bai drew the cutting route, but everyone was stunned. Because, in the end, only the size of a wash basin was cut out, and it was surrounded by gray stones. Shoo! For a moment, sneering sounds came from Fuso, and Lin Ruashu was a little confused. Judging from the beginning, my man's jade is not as big as others. The difference is obvious? But, this is unscientific. Why doesn't that guy look panicked at all? No way. This basin-sized stone has a secret inside. Continue. Jiang Bai instructed the stonecutter, "Be careful next time. I'll pay more for the good stuff." Good. The stonecutter nodded naively, then began to cut carefully. See how long this kid can keep his mouth shut. Before Kido Kyusuk could finish his words, a scream rang out from the crowd. It's green. A dazzling green light instantly attracted everyone's attention, and old Jiang was shocked when he saw it. This color, isn't it imperial green? Gulp. He swallowed, and the people around him could no longer look away. Even hold your breath. Stone chips fell to the ground, and then a fist-sized emerald suddenly came into view, causing a loud bang in the scene. Puff! When the stall owner saw this, he almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. Fist-sized emeralds, oh my god! This is worth at least hundreds of millions. Impossible. Kido Kyusuk's face was full of disbelief. Imperial green, that is the king of jade, how could that boy cut it out? Asshole. Who is that kid? Hiss. Old Jiang sucked in a breath of cold air, and his eyes changed when he looked at his grandson-in-law again. This little guy actually cut out the imperial green, and his ability in gambling on stones can be imagined. 100 million. At this moment, the representative of the Eagle Sauce directly bid and announced a sky-high price. 200 million. At this time, the representative of the exporting country could no longer remain calm and immediately raised the export price. 300 million. The representative of the United States, a core member of a chaebol, spoke in a domineering voice. Although it was a sky-high price, if it was managed well, it could make a lot of money. After all, the imperial green was much more precious than the ice glutinous variety. Pretty. Looking at the scene of the Jedi counterattack, old Jiang showed a happy smile on his face, but Xiao Zhang's posture of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger was really refreshing. It turns out that Xiao Zhang's ability in gambling on stones is as amazing as his medical skills. 300 million? The stall owner, who thought he had made a lot of money, looked at the scene in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? I missed something. 300 million imperial green jadites just slipped away like that, and they were rough stones, rough stones. If it is a finished product, it is no problem to triple or quintuple its value. What a sin! The stall owner slapped himself hard on the face. As for Master Beigong Dashi and his disciple, they felt like they were slapped hard on the face. Even the other members of the Fuso side felt a burning pain on their faces. Damn, this is too embarrassing, and it's the kind that is pressed on the ground and rubbed. Chapter 95, $1 billion gamble, and he actually won? I'm willing to accept the loss. Looking at the fist-sized imperial green in front of him, Jiang Bai looked at Beigong Dashi and his group with interest. You don't want Fusong to lose face, do you? You, hum. Beigong Dashi snorted coldly, transferred $1 billion to Jiang Bai, and then left angrily. Hateful. This time, I suffered a big loss. The Fuso group left in disgrace, and the eyes of the representatives of various countries changed completely when they looked at Jiang Bai. They originally wanted to laugh at the joke of China's treasure appraisal world, but who would have thought that such an extraordinary Chang Yao Jin would appear halfway? A $10 billion gamble, and he actually won? Fusong is in big trouble now. After today, Fuso will surely become the topic of conversation among treasure appraisers in various countries. Ha, Xiao Zhang is awesome. When everyone dispersed, Zhang Lao was shocked and said, I didn't expect you to be so good at gambling on stones. It's okay. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, and then handed over the imperial greenstone in his hand. Mr. Zhang, I'll give you this imperial greenstone. What? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The imperial greenstone was given to someone. Are you crazy? Lin Ruashu's eyelids twitched wildly when she saw this scene. Does this guy know what he is doing? Puff. Beigong Dashi, who had not left far away, felt blood rushing up his head and almost vomited. Bastard. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Old Jiang glanced in the direction of Beigong Dashi, who was walking even faster, and smiled. Ahem, I'll take it then. When you and Ruashue get married, I'll have someone make it for you as a gift. When Lin Ruashue heard what her grandfather said, her face turned red. Grandpa, what are you talking about? To be honest, I felt a little embarrassed when my grandfather exposed the truth. Haha, okay. Seeing his granddaughter's embarrassed look, Elder Jiang smiled and said, I won't say it. That's all. That's right. Seeing the auction coming to an end, Zhang Lao continued, the auction is about to start, let's go and take a look. Poof. Lin Ruashue looked at her grandfather resentfully. What? Not long after, 3 people entered the auction venue. Those who can enter the venue are all representatives from various countries. Old Jiang sighed, Xiao Zhang, everyone here has a very impressive status. They are just masters of treasure appraisal in various countries, or they have powerful families behind them. Moreover, today's auction is, in a sense, a grand event in the Dongjiang treasure appraisal world. Mr. Jiang introduced the auction, and in this room, A beautiful woman appeared on the stage. I am glad that you all took the time to attend this Dongjiang auction. I am the auctioneer for this auction. There are 105 items in total, and each one is worth the money. From Mr. Zhang's explanation, Jiang Bai knew that the imperial capital Li family was behind the Dongjiang auction, and the imperial capital Li family was one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Okay, next is the first item. Pre-chine colored glaze cup. An item suddenly appeared on the auction table. Although this item could not be considered a national treasure, it was still a top-notch one. The reserve price for this item is $1 million, and each bid increase must be no less than $100,000. As the auctioneer's voice fell, there was an uproar at the scene. At the same time, in a box on the second floor. Mr. Zhao, it's that Jiang Bai. The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Bai in surprise. He didn't expect to meet the young man again at his first stop in Dongjiang. Oh. Mr. Zhao's eyes fell on Jiang Bai. It seemed that they had a deep connection. Ding dong. Just then, the middle-aged man received a message on his mobile phone and clicked on it to take a look. What? The middle-aged man was shocked, and then looked at Jiang Bai in surprise. What's wrong? Mr. Zhao frowned slightly and asked suspiciously. Ahem, Mr. Zhao, you may not believe it if I tell you. This Jiang Bai just gambled with Fusang Beigong Dashi and his group on jadeite. He got an imperial green jadeite worth 300 million yuan from a raw stone worth 1 million yuan. At this point, the middle-aged man looked at Jiang Bai with a complicated expression. That kid, is he still a human being? Surprisingly, even gambling on stones is so powerful. Yeah. Elder Zhao narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, it seems, this little guy is even better than we thought. It's getting more and more interesting. Time passed quickly, and a piece of golden nanmood over 1 meter long and thousands of years old appeared on the auction table. Okay, this golden nanmo carving of Jianggong fishing is priced at $3 million, and each bid must be no less than $100,000. Jiang Bai was stunned when he saw it. 3 million. Without even thinking twice, he bid directly, and this scene immediately caught the attention of Beigong Dashi from Fuso. 5 million. Beigong Dashi immediately made a bid. His murderous eyes fell on Jiang Bai. It was obvious that he still remembered the scene just now. 10 million. Jiang Bai's expression did not change at all and he continued bidding. 20 million. Beigong Dashi then raised the price, which made other people in the room gasp in amazement, even though the price here was already far higher than the price of the wood carving. 50 million. Jiang Bai didn't think much about it, because he would only earn more. He. Beigong Dashi smiled coldly. Spending 50 million to buy a piece of wood carving could be considered as some revenge. Only. Little did they know that their nightmare had just begun. This. Old Jiang was stunned, because it didn't seem worth it no matter how he looked at it. Jiang Bai, is this wood carving not simple? Lin Ruashu didn't believe that this guy would spend so much money to buy a wood sculpture, and asked doubtfully. The one who understands me best is my wife. He scratched Lin Ruaxu's nose lovingly, which made her face turn red. Her grandfather was still by her side, and that guy actually dared to scratch her nose. Hateful. He. Old Jiang looked at the 2 young men who knew how to play and said with a smile, Xiao Jiang, you mean there is something else about this wood carving? Good. Jiang Bai then looked towards Fusang and said, Mr. Jiang, I will help you vent your anger again. After saying that, Jiang Bai stood up and walked towards the auction stage. He would be embarrassed unless 10 suns appeared in the sky. To vent your anger? Mr. Jiang seemed to be thinking, could it be that Xiao Jiang is not going to unravel the wood carving on the spot? As expected. Next, Jiang Bai's actions confirmed his guess, and Fuso's nightmare also began. Only. At this moment, Dashi and others from Beijing University of Technology had no idea what kind of doomsday was waiting for them, and what they experienced today would become a pain that they would never forget in their lifetime. The one who caused this scene was none other than the young Chinese boy Jiang Bai. Of course, this is a story for later. Chapter 96, You are so bold in your life, do you really think that there is no one in China? That kid. Kido Kyusuk was surprised when he saw Jiang Bai. What are you going to do? Beigong Dashi looked over and saw Jiang Bai appear on the auction stage. Oh. In the private room on the second floor, Mr. Rao narrowed his eyes and said, could it be that wood carving is not that simple? This, Mr. Zhao, this is very likely the case. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man spoke in a serious tone. Although they had not had much contact, from the information he had, it was clear that Zhang Bai was not someone who would suffer any loss. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 50 million renminbi, triggering a 100-fold consumption rebate, and gaining 5 billion renminbi. The system voice rang in his ears, and Zhang Bai narrowed his eyes. Today he really gained a lot. But the wooden sculpture of the world in front of you is the highlight, so let us start from now on. Sir? When the auctioneer saw Zhang Bai coming up to the stage, he asked with a suspicious look on his face. After all, this was a piece of golden nanmu that was auctioned for 50 million yuan. I want to borrow your precious place to take a picture of something. Zhang Bai looked at Fuso meaningfully, hoping that they would like this great gift. Oh, I don't know, sir. Before the auctioneer finished speaking, Zhang Bai had already arrived in front of the wood carving. After searching for a moment, he pressed the fish basket next to the wood carving of Zhang Gong Fishing. Click! As he pressed the button, a brocade box suddenly rose above the golden nanmu wood. What? The sudden scene shocked everyone present. What a good guy. When Elder Zhang saw this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seems that there is something extraordinary inside this wood carving. Ahem, Grandpa, I'm afraid he's going to show off again. Lin Ruashu coughed dryly and rolled her eyes at her man. It was obvious that there would never be peace where he was. I can see that. Old Zhang was astonished. He had just cut out an imperial green jadeite worth 300 million yuan from gambling on stones, and now he had bought a wood carving that contained a mystical secret. The red brocade box packaging makes it look extremely high-end, and the contents must be priceless. Zhang Bai then handed the brocade box to the auctioneer. The items inside are being auctioned without a reserve price. Upon hearing this, the auctioneer frowned and opened the brocade box in front of everyone, and then a long sword appeared inside. This is... The auctioneer was well informed, and after a moment of contemplation, an incredible voice came out of his mouth. Heavenly Cloud Sword. This is one of the 3 great artifacts that Fusang has lost for hundreds of years, the Heavenly Cloud Sword. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Dao Dao's eyes fell on the long sword inside the brocade box. What? Bei Gongdashi's expression changed drastically, and he stood up from his seat. How is this possible? How could the Tianzinian sword, which our country has lost for hundreds of years, appear here? Hundreds of years ago, during the Warring States period in Fuso, daimyos rose up one after another and fought fiercely for the 3 sacred artifacts to become famous throughout the world. After many twists and turns, the Tianzinian sword, which symbolized the imperial power, disappeared. Even after hundreds of years, the Fuso royal family has never given up searching for the whereabouts of the Tianzinian sword. After all, it is of great significance to the imperial power. Ahem. When the auctioneer saw the sudden reversal, he mourned for Fuso for a second. It seems the guy in front of me is a ruthless guy. With such a sharp eye, he must have known the contents of the bag a long time ago. This way of slapping someone in the face is quite novel. The Fusang divine weapon, the Tianzinian sword, is now being auctioned without a reserve price. The auctioneer naturally would not miss such a good opportunity and immediately looked at the parties with burning gazes. This lot. I'm afraid this is the most sought-after item in this auction. After all, this artifact is related to the Fuso royal family and the reputation of Fuso. Damn it! Bei Gongdashi narrowed his eyes and felt something was wrong. He naturally also realized that all parties were watching closely. 10 million. 30 million. 50 million. Soon, the bidding price soared to over 100 million US dollars. Upon hearing this, Bei Gongdashi's face became gloomy. Because he knows. This is just the beginning. 200 million. Finally, Bei Gongdashi couldn't hold back any longer and quoted a price with gritted teeth. He had no choice but to take action. After all, this matter concerned the reputation of Fuso. If he fails to take down the Tianzinian sword, his life will be over. However, he knew very well that this Tianzinian sword was just a pile of scrap metal to him, but it was indispensable to Fuso. 500 million. Old Zhang's calm voice came out, but as soon as these words came out, Bei Gongdashi immediately glared at him with a clenched teeth. Hateful. That old Zhang is looking for death. 600 million. Taking a deep breath, Bei Gongdashi was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If he had known that the Tianzonian sword would appear at the auction today, he would not have come at all. The Fuso Tianzong Cloud Sword is quite interesting. 700 million. A calm voice then sounded from the side. It was the representative of chaebols from various countries. This made Baigong Dashi feel even more depressed. More than 10 minutes later. 2 billion. Baigong Dashi almost bit his teeth off. Damn it. These people deserve to die. Fuso became the laughingstock of everyone for a while. He never expected that Fuso was not able to make other countries feel fearful at all. If possible. He wanted to kill everyone in the field, but his remaining rationality told him that doing so would only make him more of a laughingstock. 2 billion US dollars. The auctioneer took a deep breath, his heart filled with shock. 2 billion US dollars, is there any higher price? 2 billion US dollars for the first time. 2 billion US dollars for the second time. 2 billion US dollars for the third time. With a thud, the deal was sealed with one hammer blow, and the auctioneer's voice was heard again. Congratulations to Fuso for winning the national treasure, the Tianzinian sword, for 2 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, representatives from various countries showed meaningful expressions on their faces. A national treasure? Bullshit. After all, they all knew clearly that the so-called Fuso Tianzinian sword was actually a long sword of good quality, but it was a bit old. Crunch. Baigong Dashi's teeth clenched tightly and he looked at Jiang Bai with murderous eyes. Bastard. That kid, it's always that kid. First he cheated him out of 1 billion US dollars, and now he has caused him to lose 2 billion. Never mind all that. After today, he will become the laughingstock of all countries. Such hatred is irreconcilable. This boy must die. Baigong Dashi looked at Jiang Bai and said to his men beside him, gather everyone and wait for my order. I'm going to kill that kid, and old Jiang too. They all have to die. Baigong Dashi's eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. He would return to his country immediately after killing them. By then, even if China launched an attack, it would be too late. Yes, sir. Baigong Dashi's men bowed respectfully, and then a message was sent out. Soon, the Fuso killers hiding in the dark all rushed here. An assassination quietly occurred. In the box on the second floor. Mr. Zhao, many ninja killers from Fuso were rushing over here. The middle-aged man received a call and reported on Fuso's movements. After hearing this, Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes and said, these little bastards are really bold. Do you really think that China is their own territory? He smiled coldly and continued, tell Jinbei that it's time for the Dongjiang War Department to take action. I haven't shown my sword for a long time. Does this shorty Gongsang really think that there is no one in China? Chapter 97. The parents of both parties are about to meet. Dongjiang, War Department. Hey, Brother Zhan. In the office of the chief of the War Department, Zhao Jinbei answered the call as soon as he saw it. What? How dare Fusang Xiaozi attack the person who saved my father? Hearing Zhang Pingtian's words, Zhao Jinbei's face turned cold. Okay, I'll take care of this. Hang up the phone. Zhao Jinbei's eyes flashed with sternness. Fusang, you little bastards, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. It just so happens that there is a military exercise this time. Why not take this opportunity to destroy these little guys? Someone come. Thinking of this, Zhao Jinbei narrowed his eyes. Notify everyone, the Dongjiang War Department will enter combat readiness immediately, and the exercise will begin ahead of schedule. Yes, Lord. For a time, the Dongjiang War Department began to operate at high speed. Zhao Jinbei personally led the elites towards the auction. Damn, no one in Fuso can escape this time. After the auction, various countries looked at Fuso meaningfully. Poof. Baigong Dashi snorted coldly, go. I was secretly gritting my teeth. Damn, I suffered a huge loss this time. If I had known this would be the outcome, I would have rather killed him than represent Fuso to participate in this gambling stone conference. So infuriating. Boy, I'll let you live a little longer. Baigong Dashi looked towards Jiang Bai and said, later, I will let you know how painful it is to offend Fusang. On the other side, Jiang Bai received the money from the auction. Mr. Jiang, this is the 2 billion US dollars you deserve from the auction. After the payment was completed, the auctioneer who was in charge of the handover was very respectful. After all, he had witnessed Jiang Bai's abilities with his own eyes. Well. Old Jian listened to the words of the person in charge of the auction. Wow, this time not only the commission was waived, but even the 50 million US dollars for the auction of the golden Nanmu was waived. This operation really requires a lot of investment. Mr. Jiang, if you have time, please visit our auction house more often. Lin Ruashu was also a little confused after hearing this. Is this auction house crazy? They just say they don't want 50 million US dollars. Thank you. Jiang Bai didn't expect the auction house to be so generous, so he readily accepted the olive branch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of participating in the Gambling Stone Conference, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious treasure chest X1 and 14 billion renminbi. At this moment, the sound of system rewards arriving rang in my ears. Detection: the host has a mysterious treasure chest X1. Would you like to open it? Open. Jiang Bai didn't think much about it and just made up his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of the shares of Tomahawk Security Company. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 10 billion renminbi. Jiang Bai was stunned by the two consecutive voices. He knew Tomahawk Security. It was one of the few security companies in China, with branches in many cities and its headquarters in the imperial capital. It is said that the market value of Tomahawk Security is conservatively estimated to be over 100 billion, which is quite strong. Bring up the properties panel. Name: Jiang Bai. Age: 20. Skills: God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control, God-level medicine, God-level chess, God-level treasure appraisal. Items: Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Tomahawk Security. Appearance: 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth: 148.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill: consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at his skyrocketing wealth, Jiang Bai couldn't help but sip his lips. Let's go. The three of them then left the auction, but stayed around the auction area. Go ahead, kill them all. When the Fuso killers gathered, Zhao Zhenbei issued an order, and then the elite of the combat department launched an overwhelming siege on the secret Fuso killers. Who is this, bad? The War Department, the Chinese War Department's people. Many Fuso killers had cold expressions on their faces and wanted to leave immediately. Joke? They wanted to make a great contribution by killing those people, but they also wanted to enjoy the fruits of their labor. After all, now the Chinese War Department has been alarmed. Once the matter gets out of hand, it won't be a matter of just 10 or 8 people. It will be a siege of hundreds of thousands of people. Not to mention them, even a fly won't be able to fly away by then. Puff. However, they obviously underestimated the speed of the War Department. Less than 10 minutes. The more than 300 people who came from Fuso were all killed in a crushing manner. At the same time, Bei Gongdashi was currently surrounded by Zhao Zhenbei and his men. General Zhao, what do you mean? Looking at the at least thousands of combat elites around him, Bei Gongdashi's face was gloomy. Haha, what do you mean? Zhao Zhenbei smiled coldly. Bei Gongdashi, you gathered ninjas to assassinate my Chinese people. Do you want me to chop off the heads of those assassins you gathered and give them to you? You? Bei Gongdashi's face changed. No wonder he suddenly couldn't contact those ninjas. It seemed that they were all dead. Zhao Zhenbei, I am a well-known treasure appraiser in Fusan. If you dare to touch me, aren't you afraid of the public opinion in China? Public opinion? Zhao Zhenbei glanced at Bei Gongdashi. Do you think anyone will know that you are dead? Oh no, they blocked the signal here. Break through. Bei Gongdashi's face turned cold. Zhao Zhenbei waved his hand and the elites of the combat department took action, killing everyone including Bei Gongdashi in an instant. Withdraw. After dealing with Bei Gongdashi and his group, Zhao Zhenbei ordered them to evacuate. Although it was a bit of a waste of their talents to let the elites of the combat department take action, it was not bad to be able to collect some interest. As for Zhao Zhenbei and his group, they will be treated as missing. Ding-a-ling. As soon as Jiang Bai returned to the Jiang family villa, his cell phone rang. Hello, Mom. What did you say? You and my dad came to Dongjiang. I want the parents of both sides to meet. Lin Yaozong and his mother looked at each other. Their in-laws had arrived. Oh well. It just so happens that Ruashu's parents have time, so let's go to the Dihao Hotel. Yeah, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Jiangbai looked at his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Then let's go too. Naturally, Lin's mother didn't want to arrive first. After all, this was considered coming to their side. Okay. Lin Yaozong nodded, and Lin Ruashu was a little confused. Well, uncle and aunt, they came to Dongjian. Nizi, you won't be nervous, will you? Jiangbai asked Lin Ruashu while looking at her in the passenger seat, which made Lin Ruashu blush. Who is nervous? I didn't. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lin Ruashu encouraged herself secretly. Isn't it just the parents of both sides meeting to discuss the wedding date? There's no need to be nervous. But why, my heart is beating so fast. Chapter 98. I am a full-time dad at home taking care of my baby. Dongjiang, Dihao Hotel. Luxury box. When I opened the door, I saw that Mr. and Mrs. Jiang had already arrived for a long time. My dear relatives, I've been waiting for a long time. Lin's mother came to the box and apologized. There was a traffic jam on the road. Fine. Mother Jiang smiled slightly. We just arrived too. After starting to talk, Jiang's mother and mother-in-law chatted enthusiastically. If you didn't know, you would think they were best friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Brother Lin, come and do it. Father Jiang finally got the chance to have a sip, so naturally he wanted to enjoy it with his in-laws. Lin Yaozong was the same. Seeing his wife so happy, he probably didn't care about him. This kind of atmosphere is exactly what they want. Dry. The two looked at each other and felt a sense of mutual sympathy for a moment. This. Lin Ruashu looked at the scene while the two of them were left aside. This script is not right. Shouldn't they talk about the wedding arrangements after the greetings, such as the hotel, the dishes, and the procedures, but now? Come on, my wife must be hungry. Eat more food. Jiangbai was picking up some food for Lin Ruashu, and soon the bowl was full. You, don't take so much. You're going to die of stuffing. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at Jiangbai, but Jiangbai didn't care and just tapped his head lightly. Nizi, what nonsense are you talking about? If you eat one now, you will get 4 more. Besides, your man is not short of money. During the conversation, Jiang's mother and Lin's mother both looked over, which made Lin Ruashu blush. I can't tell. The couple has a good relationship. The two mothers nodded with satisfaction. This is what a loving young couple should look like. Look at you. Lin Ruashu pinched someone under the table. It was all his fault. How can you blame me for this? I am doing this for the 3 little guys. The two of them were bickering and talking, and from time to time the parents of both sides cast happy glances at them. It was the most gratifying thing for them to see their children like this. After chatting for a while, the parents on both sides finally got to the point. Mother-in-law, Ruashu is pregnant now. I think it's better to hurry up sooner rather than later. Mother Lin looked at her daughter and son-in-law with a smile on her face. Good. That's what I thought. Jiang's mother pondered for a moment, then continued, before coming here, I asked someone to calculate the 8th of next month, and it happens to be an auspicious day. Lin Ruashu blushed when she heard this. Next month on the 8th, Auntie, isn't this too fast? How fast is it? Mother Lin glared at her daughter and said, You've been pregnant for more than 2 months now, and your belly is growing very fast with triplets. If you wait too long, your wedding dress won't look good on you. That's what I thought too. The two mothers-in-law sang the same tune, and the two fathers on the side nodded in agreement. After all, what they cared about was not the time of the wedding banquet, but whether there was still wine in their glasses. I think so. Jiangbai nodded and immediately decided, that's settled. Lin Ruashu, In the box, she insisted on her own opinion and obviously had to obey the majority. Jiangbai continued, Mom, Dad, Aunt, why don't we hold the wedding banquet at this Dihao Hotel? Here. The parents of both sides looked at each other and nodded. This was one of the few 7-star hotels in Dongjiang, and its quality was just right. Uncle, Aunt. Lin Ruo glanced at a certain guy and said with a sly arc in his eyes, You don't know yet, this Dihao Hotel belongs to Jiangbai. Cough, what? When John's father heard what his daughter-in-law said, he was stunned, and so was John's mother. Emperor Hotel, Ruashu, don't talk nonsense. At this time, Lin's mother glared at her daughter. The Dihao Hotel was not simple. She heard that they were planning to open branches in various places recently. Who said that, Mom? Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at Zhang Bai, then revealed the truth. I just found out about this not long ago, too. This guy is not only the owner of the Dihao Hotel, but also the owner of the Dongjiang Dihao Group. After a pause, Lin Ruashu continued, it was this guy's idea to develop the Dihao Hotel chain in cooperation with our Lin Group. When Lin Yaozong heard his daughter's words, his eyes changed as he looked at his son-in-law in front of him. Xiao Jiang, are you really the chairman of Dihao Group? Before, he was also surprised that the president of Dihao Group was so polite to him that it was a bit abnormal. Logically speaking, the cooperation between the two parties would be a great benefit to their Lin Group, and what his daughter said was most likely true. Good. Zhang Bai boldly put his arms around Lin Ruashu's slender waist, which made her face flush like a rosy cloud. Are they hurting each other? But this girl is getting bolder and bolder. Good fellow. After hearing this, John's father couldn't help but sigh that this brat was indeed much stronger than he was back then. Xiao Jiang, what are your plans for the future? Lin's mother curiously asked about her son-in-law whom she was not satisfied with, and the other three parents did the same. This one? Zhang Bai thought for a moment, and then said, after the Dihao Hotel is on track, I want to merge the Lin Group into the Dihao Group and let Ruashu take care of it. As for me, I stay at home and take care of the kids as a full-time dad. Puff. After hearing this, Lin Ruashu looked at a certain guy in disbelief. You, on what grounds? I was out managing the company for this guy, and he was at home playing with the three little ones. I have money. Zhang Bai spread his hands slightly. Besides, didn't you tell me before that you wanted to build a business empire? Am I not giving you the opportunity to realize your dream? Lin Ruashu was somewhat moved upon hearing this, but she felt something was not right. Let Rua manage the Dihao Group, this. Mother Lin glanced at her daughter and said, can this girl do it? If it's Xiao Jiang, I think you can do it. Mom. Lin Ruashu was unhappy when she heard this. Who are you looking down on? Why can't I do it? Lin Ruashu hummed and took on the responsibility. Okay, then I will manage the Dihao Group from now on. This girl. Mother Lin shook her head slightly and said apologetically, don't be offended, mother-in-law. Ruashu, you will be the mother of Sanbao soon, so don't get angry all the time. When Lin Ruashu heard this, she stopped talking and started eating. Suddenly, she realized that the big bowl of vegetables that Zhang Bai had picked up had been eaten up, along with a bowl of rice. Stop eating, you little bastard. When Zhang's mother saw that her daughter-in-law's bowl was empty, she hurriedly said, give your rice to Ruashu. Don't let my 3 grandchildren starve. Oh, okay. Zhang Bai was not hungry to begin with, so he gave the whole bowl of rice to Lin Ruashu, which made Lin Ruashu want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ahem, auntie, this. No need. This shouldn't be the case. So many dishes have been eaten up just now. Wouldn't it look ugly if I eat more? But, I'm still a little hungry, what should I do? Chapter 99, Billion Red Packets officially announced, shark fighting in progress. Depart from the Imperial Hotel. Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief. The meeting between the parents of both parties was finally over. However, they were going to get married in a month. Think of this. Lin Ruashu couldn't help but blush. She had never thought that something as far-fetched as marriage would happen so soon. What are you thinking about? Seeing the curve on Lin Ruashu's lips, Zhang Bai smiled. No, nothing. She said so, but the happiness in her heart couldn't help but show on her beautiful face, which looked particularly charming under the light of the street lamp. Looking at the person next to her, Lin Ruashu's lips curved up. He fiddled with his phone, posted a Weibo, and then uploaded 2 photos. Thank you all for your continued support. I will be getting married in a month. Please bless us. Love.jpg. As soon as the Weibo post was released, it sparked heated discussion among netizens. What, Goddess Ruashu is getting married? This? No, how could this happen? I've got the certificate, it really is that Zhang Bai, woo. But they seem to be a good match? Zhang Bai, you can't do this. Give me back my Goddess Ruashu at. Comments emerged like snowflakes, and soon the news spread. Dongjiang University, dormitory. Fuck this. Su Tiancheng's eyes widened as he looked at the trending searches online. Sister-in-law, it's officially announced that she's going to marry the boss. 1 month later, Tisk TSK. Zhou Haolin Zhao's eyes widened and he stared at the official announcement with disbelief. At the same time, the school communication group was also boiling with excitement. This senior Jiang Bai is getting married. Oh my god, Goddess Ruashu and senior Jiang Bai are getting married. I'm so envious, but it's a pity that senior Jiang Bai will be married soon. A talented man and a beautiful woman, I really want to have a boyfriend like senior Jiang Bai, what should I do? In the communication group, hundreds of messages are posted every second. This news is really shocking. At this time, the official announcement of their marriage also dominated the hot searches. Hashtag musical talent Jiang Bai will be getting married soon. Hashtag the wedding is coming. Goddess Ruashu makes a domineering official announcement. Hashtag unveiling the mystery of how Jiang Bai and Lin Ruashu met. Hashtag grand wedding, waiting for good news. Hashtag CCB congratulates the talented man and beautiful woman on their happy marriage. Hashtag there is no doubt that the news of Jiang Bai and Lin Ruashu's wedding swept across the entire internet like a hurricane. You can say that. It directly occupied the top 10 hot searches, and for a time, the news of their marriage was known to countless people. Zhou Yuning's villa. What is this? Zhou Yuning came out of the shower, revealing her proud figure wrapped in a bath towel, but unfortunately no one saw it. Officially announcing the wedding. In fact, Zhou Yuning was stunned. Her bestie actually announced, "We are getting married in a month. I am so envious." This period of time. Of course, she knew how outstanding this man who was her best friend's and her brother's eldest brother was. One man defeated the capitalists with his own strength, which is an eternal masterpiece that appears frequently. It really blew up the Douxia platform. Hey! Zhou Yuning thought about the moments when she met Jiang Bai. Ruashu is about to get married, but she doesn't even know where her boyfriend is. The damage is not great, but it is extremely insulting. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Lin Xiaoxi called. At this moment, Lin Ruashu was taking a shower in the bathroom and answering the phone. "Hey, brother-in-law. My sister is so awesome. She just announced the news of your marriage. The internet is going crazy now." Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard his sister-in-law's words, then he clicked on the internet. As expected, the official announcement of their marriage was probably known to the whole network. I couldn't help but look towards the bathroom. That girl, she's really... Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bai thought for a moment and opened the Jun Linxiangxia account on the Douxia platform. Ding! The host spends 1 billion renminbi, triggering a 5-fold reward and receiving 5 billion renminbi. At this moment, Jiang Bai directly recharged 1 billion and posted a short video at the same time. I'm sure you all know about the wedding news. This small red envelope is a celebration. I hope you can find your soulmate for the rest of your life. After a short video is released, people can then click on it to receive a red envelope. However, this operation really shocked the top management of Douxia. Fighting Shark, Director's Office. What did you say? Fighting Shark Director Chen Tian looked at Luo Changhe in disbelief. Jiang Bai, he posted a short video and directly recharged 1 billion in red envelopes. After clicking on the video, Chen Tian was really shocked. I'm going crazy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Tian saw the huge popularity of it, put it directly into the 9th level traffic pool and promoted across the entire network. This time, our Douxia will definitely surpass all other platforms. Thinking of this, Chen Tian no longer hesitated and made the decision to give out 1 billion red envelopes as benefits to netizens. Even Douxia didn't dare to do this. Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room. Xiaoxi, your sister and brother-in-law are really getting married in a month. Yeah, it's incredible, woo-woo. I'm so envious. It will definitely be a grand wedding in a month. I suddenly feel so envious of Goddess Ruashu. Fans were talking about it, and at this moment, a red bullet screen appeared in the live broadcast room, which read, "The King of the World brings 1 billion red envelopes to celebrate the official announcement of his wedding with netizens." This. The sudden scene really shocked everyone. 1 billion red envelopes? Celebrating with netizens. Oh my god, hurry up and watch Julin Boss' latest short video. Oh my god, I got a red envelope of 1,888 renminbi. As a barrage of comments appeared, everyone was shocked and seemed to realize something. Soon. God Zhang is awesome, I got 888. Hey, I'm 3666, that's a month's salary. Fuck, how did you do that? I only received 999. Lin Xiaoxi was stunned, and the public opinion in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. How come? Looking at the still eye-catching cover recommendation, Lin Xiaoxi's eyelids twitched wildly, and she entered her brother-in-law's short video with a hint of curiosity. Open the red envelope. Suddenly, a big red envelope with the amount of 8,888 appeared on the screen. This is more than 8,000. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxi was stunned when she saw her brother-in-law's soaring fan value. Brother-in-law, could it be that he really gave out 1 billion red envelopes to netizens? What a move! Gudu swallowed his saliva, and at this time, Lin's mother came in from outside, supporting Lin's father. Come on, brother Jiang, keep drinking. Looking at the drunken father, Lin Xiaoxi looked at her mother. Mom, what's wrong with my dad? Leave him alone. Mother Lin glared at Lin Yaozong. This old guy was really going against the will of heaven. Ahem, Mom, this is not important. Lin Xiaoxi, whose little cotton-padded jacket was leaking, said this, and then handed the phone to her mother. Mom, you may not believe it, but my brother-in-law sent 1 billion red envelopes to the entire internet to celebrate the official announcement of his marriage. Chapter 100, Master, I hope I didn't disturb you and your wife's rest. 1 billion red envelopes? Mother Lin was stunned when she heard this. What did you say? Obviously, she felt that she had heard it wrong at first. It's true. Afterwards, Lin's mother watched the short video of her son-in-law ruling the world. If she hadn't seen it, she wouldn't have known how upset she was. This is... Ruashu officially announced her wedding, and her son-in-law directly gave her 10 billion red envelopes to celebrate. Can't these two people be more low-key? Really? But... young people nowadays really know how to have fun. Never mind. Mother Lin waved her hands, feeling quite troubled. Let them be. Crash. In the room, Lin Ruashu came out of the shower and saw someone staring at her. Her face turned red. But, soon. When he logged into Weibo, his eyes were stunned. Zhang Bai, are you crazy? 1 billion red envelopes. Obviously, Lin Ruashu knew about her man's trick, 1 billion red envelope to celebrate the wedding news. This trick. It's just a small amount of money. Zhang Bai waved his hand slightly and continued, it took a lot of effort for my wife Ruashu to officially announce the marriage. As a man, I have to respond, right? Lin Ruashu, that's 1 billion. You're such a spendthrift. Although she knew Zhang Bai was rich, 10 billion was not a small sum after all, and she couldn't help but feel distressed. After all, after they got married, the money would be hers. You must be exhausted today, come. Husband, let me give you a massage. His skillful technique caused Lin Ruashu to roll her eyes. This guy was just taking advantage of her under the guise of a massage. I don't know how much time passed. After a hard fight, Lin Ruashu fell asleep beautifully in her man's arms. Ding-a-ling. A cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was none other than Du Gaoming, the master of traditional Chinese medicine who had recently been accepted as his apprentice. Master, I hope I didn't disturb you and your wife's rest. Du Gaoming's respectful voice came from the other side. It was so late, Du Gaoming said nervously and apologetically. What's up? Zhang Bai frowned slightly and asked. Ahem, that's it, master. Du Gaoming coughed dryly and continued, tomorrow is the Dongjiang Couplets Conference. People from the Imperial Capital Writers Association will be there. I wonder if master would like to attend. After all, tomorrow will be a literary feast. Oh? After hearing Du Gaoming's words, Zhang Bai was about to speak when he heard the system's voice. Ding! The host triggers a random task. Participate in the Dongjiang Couplet Conference and make a big splash. You will be rewarded with God-level hacker abilities in 15 billion renminbi. God-level hacker? 15 billion? Thinking about the 3 little ones who are about to be born, I think I can set more examples for them before they are born. By then. Let them know how great their dad used to be. Good. Thinking of this, Zhang Bai agreed without hesitation. Real. Du Gaoming on the opposite side was delighted when he heard this. Tomorrow, the master will become famous again, hee. Yes, master. Du Gaoming then thought of something. I haven't congratulated you and master on your official wedding announcement yet. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bai embraced his beauty and fell asleep. The next day, early morning. It was not until noon that Lin Ruashu woke up leisurely, but she realized that someone was staring at her quietly and lovingly, and her face turned red. What are you looking at? Lin Ruashu glared at someone, thinking that the guy wouldn't have been staring at her for a long time. Of course I'm looking at my wife. You're so beautiful. Tisk. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at Zhang Bai, her pretty face blushing. Do I need you to tell me that? It's already so late, why don't you wake me up? After checking the time, Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief, and her beautiful back and breasts appeared in front of Zhang Bai. To this, Lin Ruashu had long been accustomed to it. After all, there was no need to be shy in their relationship. For a moment, Zhang Bai was quite emotional. After breakfast, Zhang Bai drove with Lin Ruashu to the venue of the Dongjiang Couplet Conference. Where are we going? Lin Ruashu looked into the distance suspiciously. After all, this guy didn't tell him. Dongjiang Couplets Conference. Zhang Bai smiled and said that it was agreed upon when the parents of both sides met yesterday that the Lin group would be looked after by his father-in-law and mother-in-law during this period of time, and the young couple would have a lot of rare time alone. Couplet Conference? Lin Ruashu frowned. She didn't know why she always had a bad feeling. You are not going to show off again. Indeed. It's not that she wants to think so, but this guy will cause trouble wherever he goes. To be in the spotlight? Am I that kind of person? I've always been very low-key. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes and said, be low-key. No one would believe this. Soon, the couplet conference was just around the corner. Squeak. Du Gaoming had been waiting for a long time as the supercar stopped in front of the venue. Master, you are here. Du Gaoming hurried forward to greet him, and Zhang Bai nodded slightly. Master, this is the president of the Dongjiang Writers Association, Yao Zhong. Master? Hearing Du Gaoming's words, Yao Zhong, the president of the Dongjiang Writers Association, was incredulous. Old Du, you actually became Mr. Zhang Bai's disciple. In fact, Yao Zhong was a little confused. After all, who is Du Gaoming? He is a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Although Zhang Bai has high attainments in literature, his medical skills are not that great. Certainly. Du Gaoming said proudly, it is my greatest fortune to be able to become a disciple of the master. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. After looking at Yao Zhong, Du Gaoming was too lazy to explain. After all, the master didn't want to be high profile. Yeah. Yao Zhong looked at Zhang Bai meaningfully. After all, it was the first time he saw him speak so highly of someone. I heard that. At this moment, a young man appeared on the stage with high spirits, and he was none other than a rising star in the imperial capital's literary world. You can say that. Before Zhang Bai appeared, he was the biggest dark horse in the literary world, but now all his limelight has been taken away by Zhang Bai. Only a fool would believe that he has no hatred. Look, trouble is coming. A literary genius has emerged in Dongjiang. Zhao Zhang narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Bai provocatively. He was not only a dark horse in the imperial capital's literary world, but also the son of the Zhao family, a first-class family in the imperial capital. He has had a smooth journey and has never suffered such a blow. Brother Zhang, I wonder if you can show me your skills. He paused and said provocatively, let us admire the style of the man who wrote the most outstanding poem in history. Everyone, what do you say? As soon as the voice fell, many people began to make a fuss, and for a moment Zhang Bai was pushed directly to the forefront. This Zhao Zhang. Du Gaoming narrowed his eyes. The Zhao family had asked him to treat the patient, but fortunately he didn't agree. Seeing the clown shouting, Zhang Bai glanced at Lin Ruashu beside him. Nizi, someone is trying to stop me from keeping a low profile. Chapter 101 Go and ask my master, he will definitely be able to cure your president. Swish. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Zhang Bai. They have heard a lot about his deeds on the internet during this period. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone. Okay. After looking at Zhao Zhang, Zhang Bai stood up. The next moment, reporters from all media outlets set up their cameras and took pictures. This is huge news. Coming onto the stage, Zhang Bai swept the entire audience. Next, I will share this 1,000-character classic with you all. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Bai chanted. The sky and earth are dark and yellow, and the universe is vast and wild. The sun and the moon wax and wane, and the stars are spread out. Winter comes and summer goes, autumn brings harvest, winter stores. The leap year is completed, and the rhythm of the yang is adjusted. Puff. Zhao Zhang, who wanted to watch the show, spat out all the tea when he heard Jiang Bai reciting, and looked at the stage in disbelief. That kid, how is this possible? Indeed, he was shocked by this 1,000-character classic. Originally, he thought that a sudden attack would catch Jiang Bai off guard, but he never expected that he would be the one to steal the show. Wonderful! At this time, Mr. Zhao was surprised to hear Jiang Bai display his literary talent and was amazed. This is what young Chinese people should be like. Quick! Take photos, don't miss any moment. Media from all sides began taking photos and recording videos, trying their best to record this precious first-hand information. After today, they believe it. This poem, 1,000-character classic, will definitely become a hot search. This is poetry, it looks awesome. Yes, did you notice that every word seems to be different? I don't know what it means exactly, but it feels so cool. God Jiang is awesome, he is 100 times stronger than that Zhao Zhang just now. Everyone at the scene was complaining, and Du Gaoming grinned when he saw this. He was indeed a master, with great literary talent. As good as medical skills. The more Du Gaoming came into contact with his master, the more he discovered the mystery of his master. He originally thought that he had overestimated his master's medical skills, but he didn't expect that just a few simple moves would benefit him for the rest of his life. Hateful. As Jiang Bai recited the poem, Zhao Zhang's expression became more and more unsightly, and his face felt hot and painful, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. Compared to his actions just now, he looked more like a clown. Envy. Unprecedented jealousy made Zhao Zhang resentful. If it weren't for Jiang Bai, all the honors in front of him would have belonged to him. Master. Beside Zhao Zhang, a Zhao family expert said with a gloomy expression, why not find someone to kill him after the meeting is over? So what if he's a genius? He's no longer a threat if he dies. Kill that kid? Zhao Zhang frowned and thought. Originally, he wanted to compete with him in literary attainments, but now it seems that this approach is not feasible. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Zhang came up with a plan. What he said was right. No matter how talented a person was, he would not pose a threat to him if he died. Go contact some people. I want to see this kid die with my own eyes. Yes, master. The master from the Zhao family had a fierce look on his face. How could a young boy dare to show off so unscrupulously? Could it be that he hadn't heard the saying that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind? Go ahead. After the Zhao family's expert left, Zhao Zhang once again looked at Jiang Bai, who was the center of attention on the stage, with a fierce gleam in his eyes. If you fight with me, I will kill you. With a cold smile, Zhao Zhang naturally had no intention of participating in the so-called couplet conference. What? Du Gaoming's face changed when he heard what a staff member of the Dongjiang Writers Association said. Old Yao suddenly fell into a coma. Come on, take me to see it. As he spoke, Du Gaoming followed the staff member towards the lounge. Soon, his good friend Yao Chong was seen in the lounge with a look of pain on his face. This is a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. How could this happen? Du Gaoming's face was solemn. He could not move at all in this kind of acute cerebral hemorrhage, otherwise his life might be in danger at any time. Although he was able to suppress his condition, that was all he could do, even though his medical skills had improved a lot now. That's right. Du Gaoming took out the silver needle and said to the man beside him, go and ask my master, he will definitely be able to cure your president. Dr. Du, you, master? I know. At this time, a staff member who had been introduced by Du Gaoming ran out of the lounge. Not long after, Jiang Bai appeared in the break. Master, you are here. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Du Gaoming's forehead, because Yao Zhang's situation was more complicated than he thought. Let me do it. Jiang Bai took a look at Yao Zhang's critical condition, then took out a golden needle with his right hand, and inserted it into Yao Zhang's Baihui acupoint, while at the same time transferring the physical strengthening fluid into it. Although his needle could save Yao Zhang's life, his physical condition was too poor. This. In the lounge, many staff members stared with their eyes wide open, gulped their saliva, and watched a 10-centimeter gold needle enter the Baihui acupoint, their eyelids twitching wildly. However, Du Gaoming gave him a fierce look right after that, and he trembled all over with fear. Phew! A stream of blood spurted out from Yao Zhang's Baihui acupoint. Yao Zhang's face, which had originally flushed, now looked relaxed. At a certain moment, Yao Zhang opened his eyes and looked at the field suspiciously. What's wrong with me? Lao Yao, how do you feel? When Du Gaoming saw Yao Chong waking up, he breathed a sigh of relief and asked, he had never seen or even heard of such a method before. I feel pretty good, Yao Zhong said as he stretched his wrist. Well. Everyone in the lounge was stunned. They felt pretty good. They were almost scared to death just now. Joke. A column of blood spurted out from above the head. Who wouldn't be scared? Ahem, old Yao. You just had an acute cerebral hemorrhage. If it weren't for Master's help, I'm afraid you would have died. Du Gaoming coughed dryly. The scene just now was really dangerous. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage. This is what the doctor had told him before, telling him not to get too emotional, and then he looked at everyone in the lounge. Seeing them pecking at rice and nodding their heads like chicks, Yao Zhong realized the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Jiang, I just offended you. Yao Zhong took a deep breath and bowed down. It was obvious that he was a little unconvinced. No problem. Jiang Bai waved his hand and said, it's just a small thing, not worth mentioning. Ahem, Mr. Jiang is joking. Yao Zhong coughed dryly. It was just a small thing for him, but for her, it was a life-saving favor. Mr. Jiang, this is a huge favor. Taking a deep breath, Yao Zhong continued, from now on, my life belongs to you. You don't have to do this to your own people. Jiang Bai naturally didn't take this matter to heart. It was normal for him to save the life of his apprentice and longtime friend. However, on the other side, Zhao Zhang had already reunited with the Zhao family's men. A good show is also quietly staged. Chapter 102, Lao Yao, I think you should be worried about the Zhao family in the imperial capital instead of my master. Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. After a while, Yao Zhong personally saw Jiang Bai off. If it weren't for him, Jiang Bai might have died. Ha! Only after watching the supercar drive away did Yao Zhong breathe a sigh of relief. He had just had a close call with death. Old Du, this time it's all thanks to you. Yao Zhong smiled bitterly and looked into the distance. They say you can't judge a person by his appearance. It seems that I can't avoid being vulgar. All right. Du Gaoming glanced at the direction the supercar left and said, Master is not someone who cares about trivial matters. Maybe Master will be able to use your Dongjiang Yao family in the future. Will it? Yao Zhong shook his head slightly when he heard his friend's words. Although their Yao family was one of the 4 major families in Dongjiang, it was still insignificant compared to Jiang Bai. I think so. Du Gaoming said with a smile, thinking of his master's wife's reminder, by the way, if possible, you can take care of the Lin family. After all, that is the family my master's wife belongs to. Ha, Lao Du, thank you for the reminder. Yao nodded and smiled, then looked into the distance. The Zhao Zhang is not simple. With the Zhao family in the imperial capital as a backer, it might be disadvantageous to Mr. Jiang. Yeah. Du Gaoming looked around but didn't see Zhao Zhang. He gave a meaningful look and said, Old Yao, I think you should be worried about the Zhao family in the imperial capital instead of my master. Zhao family. Hearing Du Gaoming's words, Yao Zhong narrowed his eyes, but to deal with it, since his benefactor was so outstanding, he naturally had many ways to deal with it. Certainly. He didn't know that what Du Gaoming meant was that Jiang Bai had saved old Zhao before, so with old Zhao's identity, it would naturally not be a problem for him to save someone. Not to mention, the Zhao family in the imperial capital where Zhao Zhang belongs is just a first-rate family. If it were one of the 4 major families, that would be a different story. But, on the other side, Zhao Zhang was leading the Zhao family's masters on the road to death. Master, don't worry. I have brought more than 10 family masters with me this time. Jiang Bai will definitely die. Beside Zhao Zhang, a master of the Zhao family smiled coldly. If you go against the Zhao family in the imperial capital, you will only end up dead. Very good. Zhao Zhang narrowed his eyes and looked at the road he had to pass. Later, I will break that boy's bones one by one. I want to see how he can dare to offend me. Hey, master, just hold it well. Sniff. At this moment, golden rays of light came from afar without warning, and in an instant, everyone including Zhao Zhang was pierced through the forehead. What? The pupils of the family master who was speaking to Zhao Zhang suddenly shrank. How is it possible to kill someone from a distance? Before he died, Zhao Zhang realized something extremely terrifying. That is, Jiang Bai was probably not a simple person, but unfortunately, he could not spread the news because he had already become a corpse. Plop. The body fell to the ground and the scene fell into deathly silence. Shockingly, the dozens of golden needles were the result of Jiang Bai's divine object controlling technique. Zhao Zhang and the others deserve to die in this way. What are you laughing at? When Lin Ruashu saw someone driving, the corners of her mouth curved up, and she suddenly realized that the man she had just seen had killed the young master of the Zhao family in the imperial capital and dozens of people. Nothing. Zhang Bai smiled slightly and said meaningfully, I just killed a few ants. Lin Ruashu, ants? Just now? I glanced at someone suspiciously. What nonsense is that guy talking about? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of participating in the Dongjiang Couplet Conference and making a big splash. You will be rewarded with god-level hacker abilities in 15 billion renminbi. Suddenly, the system voice came to his ears, and Zhang Bai's mouth curved up. This feeling was obviously very good. The lawn outside Tianyu Mansion Villa. Looking at Lin Ruashu, who was talking on the phone with her best friend Zhou Yuning in the villa, Zhang Bai took a deep breath of the pleasant air in the villa. Master Jiang, you are looking for me. At this moment, a figure appeared in the scene. This person was none other than Xiaozhan. You're here. Seeing Xiaozhan, Zhang Bai went straight to the point and handed him a document. This is a 100% stake in Imperial Capital Battle Axe Security. Go to the Imperial Capital and help me take care of it. Tomahawk Security. Looking at the contract, Xiaozhan was filled with disbelief. This. Master Jiang, you actually acquired Tomahawk Security. Indeed, Xiaozhan took a breath of cold air. He had never expected this operation. You know, Tomahawk Security is in existence that even the first-class families in the imperial capital are extremely jealous of. However, none of the forces have succeeded. Good. Zhang Bai nodded slightly and looked at Xiaozhan in front of him. I know something about your relationship with the Wang family, one of the 4 great families in the imperial capital. Let's settle it this time. Mr. Jiang, thank you. With a thud, Xiaozhan knelt on the ground. He was not surprised at all that the other party knew his identity. After all, with Zhang Bai's ability, it would be strange if he didn't know that. Go ahead. Zhang Bai nodded slightly, and Xiaozhan then left with a heart full of gratitude. On this trip to the imperial capital, none of those who had persecuted and slandered their family in the past would be able to escape. Back then, he was alone, but now it's different. With young Master Jiang in charge, he is not afraid at all, let alone the Wang family. Even if the 4 major families are enemies at the same time. Ding-a-ling. Not long after Xiaozhan left, Lu Ruqing called. Hello, boss. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Ruqing's ominous voice came from the other end. Something happened to the company. A lot of company data was stolen by hackers. If it can't be repaired in time, I'm afraid the consequences will be disastrous. Zhang Bai was stunned when he heard Lu Ruqing's words. Hacker? Stealing company secrets? This suicide came just in time. Right now, it's been less than half a day since he got the god-level hacker status. As expected, every time he gains a capability, the system can't wait to let him show off. Only. The hackers dared to steal the secrets of the Dihao group, they are really seeking death. In this case, let's help them. I see. I will handle this matter, you just need to calm people's hearts. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Bai looked at Lin Ruashu, who was still talking on the phone with her best friend, and then walked towards the study. Come to the computer in the study. The keyboard was clacking away, and in less than 3 seconds the computer was turned on, and then he skillfully entered the dark web. During the whole process, you can just move your fingers without looking at the keyboard. Duong. After entering the dark web, all invading hackers were quickly expelled and then traced back to the source. This is the Fuso Hacker Alliance. After learning the other party's identity, Zhang Bai was stunned. He obviously didn't expect it to be the Fuso Hacker Alliance, and the person who hired the Hacker Alliance was none other than the Fuso Ino Zaibatsu. After calling up the information of the Ino group, Zhang Bai was stunned for a moment, because he saw a familiar name. It was the Fuso chess genius Ino Harakawa whom he met in Jiangcheng, and he was the young master of the Ino group. Chapter 103 Zhang Bai Strikes Back, the skeleton virus ravages Fuso. Revenge for personal gain? Upon learning of the Japanese boy's behavior, Zhang Bai smiled speechlessly, but it was not surprising that the Ino Zaibatsu could find out that the Dihao group was his property. It seems that the Ino Zaibatsu, on the one hand, wanted to vent its anger for Ino Harakawa, and on the other hand, it probably wanted to take over the Dihao group. After all, it would be a waste if you don't eat such a big piece of fat meat. What a pity. They met Jiang Bai. M Grand Group. Swish. The computers that had been hacked all lit up one by one. This is. The director of the data department was shocked when he saw this. The hacker has been expelled. Very good. Everyone in the data department breathed a sigh of relief, now that their jobs were saved. Joke? They knew very well that if they were allowed to invade, not only them but everyone in the entire Dihao group would be unemployed. The director of the data department called Lu Ruching immediately. Hackers were expelled? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ruching looked into the distance and said, "The boss is amazing. It seems like it's been less than 10 minutes since I made the call. Thinking about the report I just made to my boss, I couldn't help but feel lucky that I made the call, otherwise the group would suffer immeasurable losses at this moment." On the other side, the Fuso Hacker Alliance. Deported? This is impossible. At the Fuso Hacker Alliance headquarters, dozens of people were all stunned at the moment. They had to know that the reason they made such a big fuss this time was because they had a deal with the Ino Zaibatsu. But now that they haven't accomplished their task, it's hard to explain. Bang! At this moment, the computer screen went black and a scarlet skull pattern appeared in front of the reporter. Not good. The computer was hacked. Crackling, everyone immediately began to lock onto the dark web, but to no avail. Bang bang bang. In less than 3 seconds, all the computers in the field were occupied by scarlet skull patterns, and below the skull patterns, the word death appeared. How is this possible? Many members of the Fuso Hacker Alliance stared at the skull pattern in disbelief. Skull virus. Damn it, it must have been done by the Chinese. Fight back. That Dihao group must be protected by a top hacker god. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, the head of the Fuso Hacker Alliance answered the phone and his face changed drastically. What did you say? At the headquarters of the Hacker Alliance, all computers are paralyzed. Loud roar. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The person in charge immediately called the Fuso War Department because this scene was far beyond their scope of response. If this skeleton virus spreads, their Hacker Alliance will become sinners for all eternity. Ino family, Vila. What? When Ino Harakawa heard what the Ino family's men said, he stood up from his seat. Jiang Bai's Dihao group actually failed in its invasion. Has this matter alerted the Fuso War Department? Hearing this, Ino Harakawa sneered. It's really surprising. Ino Harakawa originally wanted to use the advantage of the Chable to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on Jiang Bai's industry, but he never expected that it would bring disaster to the Hacker Alliance. But it's fine this way. The War Department will intervene and will naturally not allow China to have such powerful hackers. How could the hackers behind Amir Group be a match for their Fuso War Department? As expected. Fuso, the Imperial Palace. Big Eater. The Fuso Emperor's face was icy. The entire Hacker Alliance can't even handle a hacker from China. Why does the country support them? Pass the order down. Find out all the information about the death god that Fuso attacked this time at all costs. The Fuso Emperor's expression was icy. Such threats must not be allowed to exist. Once we find out the identity of that Grim Reaper, we will kill him at all costs. Yes, Your Majesty the Emperor. Orders were issued one after another from the Imperial Palace, and soon the Fuso War Department began to operate at high speed. However, what happened next became their entire Fuso nightmare. Bang! Bang bang bang. Fuso military headquarters, somewhere. What? The defense system was breached in an instant. This is impossible. Counterattack, quickly organize a counterattack. The Fuso military, who were both skilled and bold, had never expected that the skull virus was so powerful that it directly invaded their computers, and skull patterns suddenly appeared on the computers. Not good. Damn it, Death God, this is bad. In an instant, all computers in the Fuso military were paralyzed. With a bang, the door of the Fuso Emperor's palace was pushed open, and a disheveled figure came into the palace panting. He fell to his knees with a thud, his face full of panic. Your Majesty, no. This is not good. Swallowing his saliva, the man said in horror, all the military units involved are paralyzed. Bang. At this moment, the projection screen in the hall went black, and then a scarlet skull pattern appeared on the screen. Baka. The Fuso Emperor was completely furious this time, and slammed the table hard. That Grim Reaper, he is courting death. Burning with rage. The Emperor of Fuso never expected that the Grim Reaper would allow the skull virus to invade the Fuso palace. A few minutes later, when Emperor Fuso learned that the entire palace had fallen, his face turned gloomy and bleeding. Waste. A bunch of gluttons. The furious Emperor Fuso now realized the horror of the Grim Reaper. If such a horrible virus were to spread, it would undoubtedly be a devastating disaster for Fuso. Quietly, with the Fuso Imperial Palace as the center, a skeleton virus hurricane spread throughout Tokyo, Fuso. Chapter 104 Jiangbai, you are crazy. Things are brewing. An office building in Tokyo, Fuso. Baka. Impossible. A man stood up from his seat. No, my marketing plan. Skull pattern, damn hacker. Bang bang bang. As soon as the man finished speaking, the computers around him collapsed one after another, and the office area was suddenly in chaos. What's going on with my computer? I got a virus. How can I work? Damn it. I was just trying to save it. Death God, is that the name of the Chinese hacker, bastard? Chaos like this occurs in major office buildings. For a time, the whole of Tokyo was shrouded in the nightmare of the skull virus. Streets, libraries, banks, securities companies, without exception, pressed the pause button. Indeed, Fuso was badly harmed by the skeleton virus. There are complaints from all walks of life, and the people of Tokyo are even more frightened. Joke? If this skull virus is not conquered, it will be the end of the world for them. No. It is more terrifying than the end of the world, because once all computers crash, the losses will be immeasurable. Crack. Inside the palace, the Fuso Emperor had a cold expression on his face, and the goblet in his hand was crushed. Death. You are seeking death. I, Fuson, will never coexist with you. Now, the Emperor of Fuso was completely upset. What would happen if this continued? Someone come. With a gloomy face, the Fuso Emperor called his men and said, "Go, call the Chinese side for me. This is too much." Obviously. The Fuso Emperor had no choice but to put pressure on the Chinese top leaders, but this was the only solution. On the other side, the Imperial Capital War Department. Ding-a-ling. At this moment, a subordinate came hurriedly. "General, the Emperor of Fuso is calling." Oh. Hearing his subordinate's words, Long Shanha, the commander of the Imperial Capital War Department, frowned and said, "Turn off the phone." Well. The words of their own army leader made the corners of their mouths twitch. This is not good. Long Shanha looked at him with a sharp look, and the subordinate coughed dryly and turned off his phone. He felt a pang in his heart, thinking that it didn't matter if the phone was turned off, but something big might happen. As expected. When the Emperor of Fuso heard about this, his face turned cold. What a great China! Keep fighting. He wanted to see what China meant. After about 5 or 6 hits. Your Majesty, the phone is connected. The Emperor of Fuso picked up the phone, and Long Shanha's voice suddenly came from the other side. "Hello, His Majesty the Emperor, is there something wrong?" You. The Emperor of Fuso is so angry that his lungs are about to explode. What's the matter? What a joke. Their Tokyo is in chaos, and he doesn't believe that Long Shanha, who controls all the military forces in China, doesn't know about it. Lord Long, this is meaningless. The Fuso Emperor had a gloomy face, wishing he could tear Long Shanha to pieces. Your Chinese god of death is too much. It's too much to let him do whatever he wants. Grim Reaper? After hearing this, Long Shanha smiled slightly and pretended to understand. Oh, Your Excellency, the Emperor is talking about the creator of the skull virus. I've heard of that guy, but I didn't expect your country's hackers to be so weak. Emperor Fuso. Weak. Hearing the intentional or unintentional ridicule, the Emperor of Fuso was speechless for a moment. Joke. Facts speak louder than words. The reality is that even if they mobilized the entire country, it would be difficult to solve the skull virus. Or in other words, they are Fuso and do not have the ability to conquer it in a short period of time. But before that, the losses caused by Fuso will be unprecedentedly great. And you must know. Now, it's just Tokyo. If the situation continues to develop in this way, it will definitely affect cities around Tokyo. By then, the skull virus here will become a national disaster. But Long Shanha narrowed his eyes and assured, "I deeply apologize here. After all, this matter was caused by hackers from our country. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely help Fuso capture that god of death and give Your Majesty an explanation. Okay, I believe in Lord Dragon. After a brief conversation, Long Shanha hung up the phone. Well. A confidant beside Long Shanha coughed dryly and said, "So, Army Master, do we really want to arrest that Grim Reaper?" Fart. Long Shanha glared at his subordinate and said, "If anyone dares to touch this hero of China, I will be the first to destroy him." What do we say about Fuso? The subordinate was a little confused. After all, his own military leader had boasted. It's not that simple. Long Shanha smiled and said nonchalantly, "Let all departments get moving and make a gesture of investigating the god of death as much as possible. Of course, with the abilities of those people, there is a high probability that there will be no hope. But secretly, no one should investigate the god of death. Not only that, but they must also protect him." After a pause, Long Shanha looked towards Fusang. "I want to see how powerful this skull virus is this time." Ahem, the Lord Military Commander is wise. The subordinate understood what was happening after hearing this, and decided to be gentle with Fuso, so that he could better protect the god of death. What a great idea. The next day, early morning. In the villa, Lin Ruashu opened her sleepy eyes and saw the handsome profile, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Ding dong. Just then, a push message sounded, and I looked over. This is. Looking at the push message, Lin Ruashu's face was full of disbelief, and the only trace of sleepiness disappeared. What? Fuso and Tokyo have all been taken over by the skull virus. Hiss. Seeing the explosive news on the internet, Lin Ruashu took a breath and said, "How is it possible? Who on earth is that god of death? He actually created a virus that left Fuso powerless to resist. Too cruel." Although Lin Ruashu didn't know how big the impact of Fuso Tokyo would be, it would be terrifying to put the entire Fuso Tokyo on pause. But, it seems that it has not spread to other cities in Fuso? How strange. Before Lin Ruashu could think carefully, the two bears were covered by someone's big hand, interrupting her train of thought. Ah! Lin Ruashu looked at a certain guy and glared at him fiercely. "Zhang Bai, you are crazy." In fact, the guy's brutal behavior made her want to bite him to death. It was so abominable. "Hey! Nizi, what are you thinking about so intently?" Zhang Bai glanced at his woman and continued, "I called you several times but you didn't respond. This trick really works. Put. You big head ghost, come here and I promise I won't destroy you." Lin Ruashu bared her teeth and claws, and directly used the move of cutting off her offspring, which shocked Zhang Bai. Is this girl crazy? This will not benefit her in the slightest. Chapter 105 Fuso offers a sky-high bounty for the god of death $1 billion. Snort. Lin Ruashu snorted softly, but instead of feeling embarrassed, she looked at someone with a sly and triumphant look. It looks like he's saying, "Try to be awesome." The vital point was locked, and that girl was really willing to use her strength. Hee, Nizi, you are so bold now. The corners of his mouth curled up meaningfully. If he didn't teach this girl a lesson today, who knows what outrageous things she might do in the future. If he turned her into a eunuch, he would regret it too late. Afterwards, he used the same method to retaliate against the enemy, using the same trick of cutting off the family line and grandchildren. Ah! Lin Ruashu felt the shameless behavior of a certain guy and her face turned red. "Zhang Bai, you, how can you? I kill you." Then Lin Ruashu increased the strength in her hands, and her face turned red, spreading to the back of her ears. That bastard. Actually, using the same method on myself, but girls and boys are different. They hurt each other, and it was obvious that she suffered a lot. A little. You, won't you let go? Lin Ruashu glared at someone. If that guy gave way to her, he would die. Damn it. Then wife, you loosen up first. Zhang Bai didn't care and said shamelessly, "There are some things a man can't do, but there are some things you have to be tough about." You, Lin Ruashu glared at a certain guy fiercely, but finally gave in and let go of the guy's hand that was about to cut off his offspring. Seeing his wife loosen her grip on him, Zhang Bai smiled slightly. "You little girl, your man can even take care of Japan and Tokyo, but he can't take care of a woman like you. I'm ignoring you." Lin Ruashu left with a red face, looking a little embarrassed. That guy was so mean. He walked into the bathroom with a tap, leaving Zhang Bai with a meaningful smile. At the same time, in Fuso. Enter the Fuso train. Bang! Bang bang! As soon as they entered Fuso, all computers were hacked, even the computers controlling the train were hacked, and they were forced to stop in Tokyo. No! Hey, what happened? How could this happen? It's that skull virus. Without exception, all computer screens were invaded by the skull virus. This scene caused the entire train to fall into panic. Damn it, God of Death, I've been tricked. No, I have a friend who lives in the Tokyo border area whose computer is not infected. How many of them are like this? What? Could it be that this skull virus is only in Tokyo? For a moment, everyone was uneasy. Most of them came to Tokyo to discuss business. Now, not only did they fail to make the business, but they were hit by the skeleton virus. This was undoubtedly more painful than stepping on shit. This is not just the case with this train, but with all other means of transportation entering Tokyo. Soon, everyone knew the scope of the skull virus spread. Shockingly, I came here completely for Tokyo. As long as I haven't entered Tokyo, or to be more precise, as long as my computer has never entered Tokyo, nothing will go wrong. The residence of Emperor Fuso. Bakayalu. Upon learning of the complaints from all walks of life entering Tokyo, the Emperor of Fuso immediately used a samurai sword to cut the coffee table in front of him into 2 pieces. The cross-section was smooth and neat, and it was obvious that the samurai sword was extremely sharp. Hateful. Obviously, the Emperor of Fuso already knew that the skull virus would directly block Tokyo, and any computer entering Tokyo would be invaded by the skull virus the first time. This will only make the situation here worse. Grim Reaper. The Fuso Emperor narrowed his eyes, full of hatred. If I don't grind you to dust, I'll tear my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Baka. Baka. Then, the sound of ping-pong was heard in the room. About a quarter of an hour later, the outburst ended and the whole room was devastated and littered with debris. Someone come. Putting away the samurai sword, the Emperor of Fuso said with a sullen face, issue a wanted order for hackers. Anyone who provides information about the God of Death will be rewarded 300 million, no, $1 billion once confirmed. What? As soon as these words came out, the Fuso Emperor's subordinate's expression changed drastically. Your Majesty, please think twice. In fact, the subordinate was shocked by the order. $10 billion is more than 7 billion Chinese yuan. What virtue does that God of Death have? And if this news gets out, wouldn't it be equivalent to saying that the Japanese hackers are incompetent? I have made up my mind. The Emperor of Fuso took a deep breath. Although he was angry, it didn't mean he was stupid. Face was not important. What was important was that they, Fuso, could not afford to delay. If they don't find the Grim Reaper, their losses will be incalculable, 10 billion, 100 billion, or even 1 trillion or more. Otherwise, do you have a better idea? This. After hearing this, the subordinate coughed and said, no. He smiled bitterly, then bowed and retreated, conveying the message. At the same time, Dark Web Bounty List. At some point, the page refreshes. First place, Chinese hacker Death God. Bounty amount, $1 billion. Second place, Steve Jobs of the United States. Reward amount, $300 million. Third place, killing the legendary killer Leon. Reward amount, $200 million. Fourth place. As the bounty list was updated, many hackers were shocked. What? Steve Jobs' assets in the United States have been pushed down. $1 billion, it seems. Fuso is really desperate. Hey, now it's time to watch something interesting. There is no denying that a bounty list has directly pushed China's mysterious hacker death to the forefront. But the Fuso are really tough. They are confronting the God of Death head-on, as if they are determined to fight to the death. But they are too arrogant. Can they succeed this time? If not, they, Fuson, will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Overwhelming numbers of hackers poured into China. Under this turbulent wave, even if the Chinese War Department intended to provide secret assistance, it could only delay time. This is. In the Chinese War Department, Long Shanha looked at the hacker attacks from various countries displayed on the big screen. As expected, all of them rushed towards Dongjiang City in China. Dongjiang. My lord, that Grim Reaper is from Dongjiang. One of Long Shanha's confidants frowned, but these hackers could only trace back to this point and could not break through any further. Ha, this operation is more like a provocation to hackers from various countries. Long Shanha laughed and said with interest, however, I am very curious about where this death god got the confidence to compete with hackers from various countries. If the god of death wins this battle, China will also be honored. Then, Lord Military Commander, should we continue to rush to help? Long Shanha pondered for a moment, looked at the screen and shook his head. Forget it, this kind of dimensionality reduction attack cannot be compensated by quantity. Next, let's just wait and see what happens and watch a good show. Chapter 106, the Korean country took action and was slapped in the face in seconds. Oh. In his spare time, Jiang Bai checked the dark web and was interested to find that he was actually ranked first in the hacker bounty ranking list with a bounty of $1 billion. Interesting. Jiang Bai obviously didn't expect Fuso to be so tough, but since he had made a move, he naturally had to teach him a lesson. It seems that Tokyo and Fuso don't learn their lessons. With this in mind, I went to the dark web and optimized the code. Quietly, the Fuson nightmare spreads again. At the same time, domestic netizens also learned about the Tokyo incident soon. After all, it was such a big sensation that it was hard for them not to know about it. Tianya, a forum. 66666, my death god boss is awesome. Awesome, the skull virus has taken over the entire Tokyo. Hey, this is a truly ruthless person. This is more ruthless than killing hundreds of thousands of them. Of course, the whole of Tokyo is paralyzed now, who knows what will happen next. Baidu, a certain forum. I am so strong, I love you, sir. Hehe, Fuso is done for now, damn it, show off to me again. Just ask, who else? Death God, the masters are lonely. There is not a single capable fighter in the small country of Fusong. If the god of death doesn't exist, the hacker world will be dark forever. For a time, more and more people knew about the glorious deeds of the Grim Reaper who swept through Fuso and Tokyo alone, and Fuso unsurprisingly became the laughingstock of various countries, and the wave of comments in China naturally reached an unprecedented high. Joke? Over the years, they have been unhappy with their lives. You know. In the founding war, China's biggest opponent was Fuso. If it weren't for the unity of all Chinese people, who knows how Fuso would have ravaged China? As time goes by, things start to develop. The news of Tokyo's fall spread quickly among the nations. However, Emperor Fuso's heart became increasingly gloomy. Because the hackers in the country, which they had previously been proud of, seemed more powerless than ever before in the face of the skull virus code. Let alone conquering it, they didn't even have a clue at the moment. Hateful. The Emperor of Fuso vented his anger again, his eyes full of murderous intent. A mere skull virus has put Fuso in such a passive position. That death god, is his hacking skills that high? Bang. Just at this moment, a disheveled figure rushed in from outside and fell to the ground with a thud. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Gula got up, and the figure looked panicked. Just now, the skeleton virus has spread to major cities in Osaka and Kobe. And at this point, the man looked at his emperor nervously. The speed of transmission is extremely fast. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Data, the other 10 cities in our country will fall in half a day at most. Half a day. At this moment, Emperor Fuso had vaguely realized the seriousness of the problem. If the skeleton virus is not eliminated, there will never be peace in Fusang. Baka. The Emperor of Fuso was furious. What did 10 cities mean? And each of them was a high-tier city second only to the super city Tokyo. You know, these 11 cities account for half of their country's income. Moreover, business covers their entire country. If the pause button were pressed on the 11 cities, it would be as simple as half crippling for Fuso. Last for a long time. I am afraid that even Fuso will be destroyed. After all, there are many countries around them who are eyeing them covetously. No. We must not remain passive against the skeleton virus. Otherwise, for Fusang, if things are settled, there will be endless troubles. Someone come. Send a telegram to the world's hacker organizations, seeking their assistance. After a pause, the Fuso Emperor narrowed his eyes and said, I just don't believe it. How can a mere Chinese death god fight against hackers all over the world on his own? Yes, Your Majesty the Emperor. One of the subordinates bowed respectfully and then conveyed the Emperor's intention. Immediately afterwards, the World Hacker Organization sent a response. As expected, between a hacker and Fuso, they chose Fuso. After all, the two are on completely different levels. Your Excellency the Emperor of Fuso, I, Konesada, will lend you my full support. The Korean commander-in-chief personally called and said that if they could seize this good opportunity to make friends with Japan, their country's international status would surely rise. Thank you, Commander Park. The two sides had a cordial phone call. In the past, the two sides had been in cahoots with each other. Whenever there was an opportunity to suppress China, they would instigate and attack China. Now that it can kill two birds with one stone, there is no reason for South Korea not to do it. Certainly. South Korea also has its own confidence. After all, their domestic hackers are among the best in the world. Although their national strength is slightly insufficient, their hacker level is definitely world-class. Korean Country Hacker Alliance. What? Commander Park has personally issued an order to invade and find information about the God of Death. The head of the Hacker Alliance nodded solemnly. Commander-in-Chief, please rest assured. I will definitely live up to your expectations. Half an hour later. Bang bang bang. As one computer after another fell, they were all invaded by the skull virus. An extremely familiar scene appeared, and the proud Korean experts were all stunned. What? How is this possible? Indeed, when all the computers of the Hacker Alliance were compromised, they were filled with despair. Because, they seemed to see the end of their own country, and Fuso was the best example. Quick! Report to Commander Park immediately. Gulp swallowed his saliva, and the hacker experts were in a mess. The skull virus is so terrible, it is totally beyond our ability to conquer it. How could it be possible? How could a person's hacking skills be so high? Soon, Commander Park learned about this. What did you say? The Hacker Alliance has fallen, and the skull virus is spreading in Seoul. Commander Park spurted out all the tea in his mouth. He couldn't remain calm at this moment. Damn it, this is bad. Obviously. He never expected that the skeleton virus would be more difficult to deal with than he imagined. What should I do? Bang! At this moment, there was a sound of someone breaking into the door, followed by a subordinate who said, Commander-in-Chief, something big has happened. 1 in 10 computers in Seoul has been hacked by the skull virus. What? Commander Park was struck by lightning by the sudden information. His legs went weak and he fell into his seat. He no longer had the fighting spirit he had just had. Ding-a-ling. At this time, the subordinate received a phone call and his face changed drastically after learning the information. Commander, the invasion has now increased to 2/10. If we don't come up with a countermeasure, I'm afraid. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate looked towards Fuso, his face full of worry. We will follow in the footsteps of Fuso Tokyo. Chapter 107. That's not the God of Death, it's clearly the King of Hell. Damn it! Commander Park of South Korea was in disbelief. He never expected that the skeleton virus was so terrifying. He originally thought that with the level of hackers in his country, it would not be a problem to take down a Chinese hacker, but he never expected what happened before his eyes. Hateful. How so? Commander Park was completely stunned and called the Emperor of Fuso immediately. He could somewhat understand the Emperor of Fuso's feelings at the time. Nanny! When the Emperor of Fuso received a call from Commander Park, he was stunned. Seoul, Fuso, was also falling. That Grim Reaper was so bold that after completely offending Fuso, he actually dared to offend South Korea like this. Are you looking for death? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, the Fuso Emperor took a deep breath and looked at Dongjiang City on the map of China in front of him. Huaxia, Dongjiang. I'm going to see how you die. Thinking of the God of Death that made him grit his teeth, he really wanted to wipe out the entire Dongjiang River if possible. Someone come. Raise the price. Increase the reward for the Chinese death god to 2 billion. This. Hearing the words of his own emperor, the corner of the subordinate's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, you must not do this. If it works, that's fine. If it doesn't, I'm afraid that all the first-class cities in our country will suffer. By then. Although this person did not speak, the Emperor of Fuso knew very well that by that time, the only remaining face of their Fuso would be gone. Your Majesty, please think twice. Many Fuso leaders in the hall spoke out to dissuade them, as they really could not afford to take the risk now. Asshole. The Fuso Emperor clenched his fists so tightly that his joints creaked. As the high and mighty Emperor of Fuso, he had never suffered such evil before. Only. He understood even more clearly that what these people said was right. If they lost the bet, Fuso would once again fall into the abyss. Soon, half a day passed. As expected, South Korea's Seoul has become the second Tokyo, which has once again sparked heated discussions across the internet. The Chinese people, as expected, the information is even worse. Dongjiang, a villa. Ah, okay. When Mr. Yao learned about the Korean country's achievements, the corners of his mouth curved up. What a good way to hit the bird that sticks out. Seoul fell, just as Fuso in Tokyo fell before. This god of death did a great job. It really is as his name suggests. Anyone who offends him is like the god of death. This was the case with Japan before, and it is also the case with South Korea now. Ding dong. At this moment, a string of text messages appeared on countless computers, and it was sent by the god of death. If you want to remove the skull virus, you need to pay $10 billion. Good boy. When Mr. Zhao saw the conditions proposed by the Grim Reaper, he almost spit out all his tea. $10 billion is equivalent to more than 70 billion renminbi. The appetite is really huge. Only. After a pause, Mr. Zhao murmured, will the two countries agree? With the sudden fall of South Korea, hackers from various countries who were originally planning to take action suddenly stopped their moves. Dark web hacker communication groups from various countries are hotly discussing this. What? The Korean city of Seoul has fallen. How is that possible? You can't kill a pig that fast. Look, the skull virus has changed. Unlocking the skull virus with $10 billion, what a big deal. Knowing that the Grim Reaper had forcibly extorted tens of billions of US dollars was like a bolt from the blue in everyone's ears. $10 billion. What kind of concept is that? The word insane cannot even describe their behavior. The first to go crazy was Fuso. How brave! The Emperor of Fuso had a cold face. That god of death actually dared to openly blackmail their country. If they let him succeed, how could Fuso survive among the other countries? However, a confidant in the hall frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, if we waste time like this, it will only do harm to Fuso and no good. Why not give it a try? Although tens of billions of US dollars is a lot of money, it would be a good thing if it could resolve this crisis. Impossible. The Emperor of Fuso turned pale with anger and directly rejected the suggestion. Are you kidding? He didn't want to lose the last bit of his dignity, but he didn't know that if he did so, the entire Fuso would have to pay the price. Hearing the Emperor's determination, no one knew what to say. After all, the Emperor had absolute say in Fuso. However, on the other hand, South Korea presents a completely different picture. Commander Park, are we sure we can transfer 10 billion to that hacker in China? Everyone looked at their commander and asked for confirmation. Transfer the money. Commander Park sighed and looked towards China. This time let's take it as a lesson learned. I originally thought that Chinese hackers were no match for us. Apparently we overestimated ourselves. Yes, Commander. Compared to Japan, South Korea is obviously much more obedient. After all. Firstly, they do not have the national strength of Fuso, and secondly, they are very close to China. If the situation becomes too tense, it will not be of much benefit to them. They have the courage to make small moves to discuss China, but they will have to think twice before really breaking up with China. Ding dong. After the transfer was completed, a computer was triggered. At this moment, everyone, including Commander Park, looked at the computer after the transfer. Buzz. At this moment, the computer with a black screen began to start up normally at a visible speed and finally resumed operation. Not only that, the surrounding computers also gradually returned to normal with this computer as the center. Soon, the skull virus disappeared like ice and snow in various places in Seoul, South Korea, with the government buildings as the center. It's really back to normal. Everyone was delighted, and Commander Park also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Damn it, if he had known that the skeleton virus was so terrible, he would not have dared to provoke the god of death even if he had 10 times the courage. That's not the god of death, it's clearly the king of hell. Taking a deep breath, Commander Park looked at the crowd and said, Give the order. From now on, no one is allowed to provoke the Chinese death god again. If discovered, life imprisonment. Gulp. After hearing Commander Park's words, everyone swallowed their saliva and dared not refute at all. After all, they knew that the matter was of great importance. If any mistakes were made because of them, the consequences would be something they could not bear. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. Everyone responded respectfully, and then issued the order. The false alarm was avoided quietly, but Fuso was not so lucky. Their Fuso Emperor was too self-willed and arrogant. And in the end, you will pay a heavy price for your recklessness and stubbornness, but that is a story for the future. Chapter 108, A Blind Guess, Fusang has fainted in the toilet. Imperial Capital, Office of the Chief of the War Department. Ah, okay. Upon learning that South Korea had wisely withdrawn from the battle, Long Shanha's face was filled with joy. It had been a long time since the Chinese had felt so proud. Fuso. Then Long Shanha looked towards Fuso through the glass and said, I want to see how long your tiny island nation can hold out. With a cold smile, the Korean country, which ranks among the top 3 in the hacker world, has surrendered. If Fuso continues to be tough, it will only make the joke worse. At the same time, the news that billions of South Koreans had surrendered was raging on the internet like a hurricane. Hwaxia, Hacker Alliance Communication Group. Pfft, what? Korean country transferred $10 billion to the god of death, no more games. Good boy, it seems that the Koreans are quite smart. If you can't win, just surrender. This is how the Koreans always do it. But that god of death is really awesome. He can defeat 2 countries by himself. 66666, let's see how Fuso dies next. Discussions like these appeared on major website forums and bulletin boards, and soon became a hot topic. Hashtag shocked, my country's mysterious hacker, the god of death, caused heavy losses to Fuso. Hashtag Korea has returned to normal, paying the price of $10 billion to the god of death to learn a lesson. Hashtag death, the grandmaster of the hacker world. Hashtag I love you death, well done. Hashtag blind guess, Fusang has fainted in the toilet. Hashtag. There are millions of comments and likes under each hot search, which can be said to have spread the story of the Grim Reaper's battle against the Japanese-Korean country to every corner of China. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. For a time, not only the god of death, but also South Korea and Fuso were pushed to the forefront. Certainly. There are also differences between the two. After all, South Korea has withdrawn from the game after spending hundreds of billions of dollars, while Japan has become a veritable negative example. However, as the situation escalated, the people of Fuso began to complain. At one point there were tens of thousands of people demonstrating, and this was not just in Tokyo, but also in cities like Osaka and Kobe. Indeed, the incompetent behavior of the top leaders of the Fuso royal family has aroused public anger. But it is obvious that the top leaders of the Fuso royal family have a very one-sided understanding of the principle that water can carry a boat but can also capsize it. After all, their tiny country has only existed for a few hundred years. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. In the main hall of the Fuso Imperial Palace, an officer came into the hall with a solemn expression. 100,000 people are marching and demonstrating, and now they have surrounded the Imperial Palace. What? When Emperor Fuso heard this, he stood up from his seat and said, Damn it, are those lowly people crazy? Indeed, this news angered the Emperor of Fuso, and the demonstrations had an extremely bad impact. Your Majesty, this is not only true in Tokyo, but also in Osaka and Kobe. Gudu swallowed his saliva. In some cities, the people have even injured many officials. In addition, there are many dark forces fanning the flames, including some chaebol. If the skeleton virus is not resolved, there may be chaos in the country. The Emperor of Fuso was completely confused. He knew that there was chaos in the country, but he was unwilling to accept it. How can a great empire like ours bow down to a hacker? Your Majesty, please think twice. Now that riots are happening everywhere, they are really panicking. If this matter is not handled properly, something big will definitely happen, and their respective interests will be seriously threatened. In that case, then, it's up to you. The Emperor of Fuso gritted his teeth. He could not accept that as the head of a country, he could be so troubled by a hacker. Your Majesty, the Emperor is wise. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they watched Emperor Fuso leave. Go, transfer $10 billion to that god of death immediately. He paused and continued, we must make sure that the skull virus disappears from Fuso in the shortest possible time. At the same time, Dongjiang Tianyu Mansion Villa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving $10 billion. Please check it carefully. When Jiangbai woke up, he suddenly heard a voice in his ears. It was the money from Fuso. Together with the 10 billion US dollars from South Korea, the total amount was more than 100 billion renminbi. Making money is not something to be unhappy about, and even Zhang Bai's impression of Fuso has improved a little. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Zhang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control, God-level medicine, God-level chess, God-level treasure appraisal, God-level hacking. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyufu No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Tomahawk Security. Appearance, 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth, 318.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Bai's mouth curled up. Perhaps it won't be long before he can become the richest man in the world. Fuso is holding a demonstration, so that's what it is. After searching the information online, Zhang Bai understood the reason why Fuso did this. He was afraid that if it were not for these lovely people of Fuso, he would not have been able to extort tens of billions of US dollars so quickly. All in all, it helped him a lot. Buzz. As the tens of billions of dollars arrived, the Fuso Tokyo skull virus dissipated like melting snow, and everything eventually returned to normal. Only. On the surface, Fuso won, but in fact they lost miserably. Hateful. Asshole. The Emperor of Fuso locked himself in the room and swung his samurai sword wildly, chopping off various decorations. Anger. Humiliation. Hatred. All kinds of negative emotions surged into his mind. He was really embarrassed this time. He could never have imagined that the situation would turn out like this. Huaxia, the god of death. After venting for a long time, the Fuso emperor was in a state of uncertainty, staring fiercely in the direction of China. Just wait for me, one day I will find you and make you regret coming to this world. Someone come. When I opened the door, I saw the emperor of Fuso with a gloomy face, as ugly as if his parents had died. Your Majesty the Emperor. Naturally, this subordinate did not dare to be careless at all. Are you kidding? The emperor was angry, and if he accidentally offended him, his life would be in danger. Raise my price. That damn Chinese death god, give me a reward of 2 billion on the dark web. No, increase it to 3 billion. The emperor of Fuso was really furious. Because of his decision, not only did Fuso become an object of ridicule, but it also caused Fuso to lose at least trillions during this period. This feud is irreconcilable. Once he finds the Grim Reaper, he will grind him to ashes at all costs to avenge today's humiliation. Only. What Emperor Fuso didn't know was that he would never know the identity of the god of death. Of course, he didn't know this at the moment, and this incident would become a lifelong shame for him. If he knew that the mastermind behind this was Zhang Bai, I wonder if he would lead the Fuso army to Dongzhong to kill him and chop him into pieces. Chapter 109 Zhang Bai, is it really okay for you to abuse others like this? Fuso, Tokyo. Ino family, manor. What? Looking at the online comments, Ino Hirakawa's face was icy. How is it possible that Dihao Group is fine? Obviously, Ino Hirakawa only knew that the Hacker Alliance's invasion of the Dihao Group had failed, and he did not know that this had brought a huge disaster to Fuso. That is to say. To put it bluntly, Ino Hirakawa was the trigger of the skull virus disaster. If he hadn't been so eager to kill himself and deal with Zhang Bai, this wouldn't have happened. Damn it! Ino Hirakawa narrowed his eyes. There was no news of the assassins sent by Vice President Yumeko Asaro, and now the hacker's attempt to break into the Dihao Group under his name also ended in failure. That Zhang Bai seems not as simple as he thought. Hello, Mr. Yumeko. In the manner, Yumeko Asaro came to the villa and the maids in the villa saluted him one after another. After all, Yumeko Asaro is not only the vice president of the Fuso Chess Association, but also the person who controls the Yumekowa family of the Yumekowa Group. Otherwise, he would not have dared to treat Ino Hirakawa like that. Yumeko Asaro nodded and then entered the villa. Vice President, you are here. When Ino Hirakawa saw the vice president coming, he quickly stood up to show respect. Sit down. Yumeko Asaro took a deep breath and continued, you've seen what happened on the internet. The emperor is very angry and upset. At this point, he continued, it just so happens that the World Chess Association is organizing a chess competition recently. the winner will be given the title of chess god. And the emperor's intention is to completely suppress the Chinese chess world this time. Chess competition, title of chess god? Hearing this, Ino Hirakawa narrowed his eyes, because that title was the achievement he had always dreamed of achieving. It's a pity that he is only at the 5th professional level now, and is still far from that level. In this case, the matter of Jiangbai will probably have to be put aside for a while. Ino Hirakawa frowned, obviously unwilling, as if something stuck in his throat when the name was mentioned. No problem. Yumeko Asaro smiled slightly. This chess competition is a grand event in the chess world. There will surely be a clash of chess geniuses and masters from various countries. It is a great opportunity to improve your strength. If you gain something from this, you can be promoted to the 6th level of professionalism within a year at most. Good. After hearing this, Ino Hirakawa took a deep breath and said, I will concentrate on studying chess during this period. Yumeko Asaro nodded with satisfaction. This was the most important purpose of his coming here. Ino Hirakawa has a very high talent in chess. At most in 5 or 6 years, even the position of the Fuso Chess Association president could be handed over to him. And he will also make the Fuso Chess Association famous all over the world. 2 days later, early morning. The online turmoil calmed down. Lin Ruashu opened her beautiful eyes, looked at the guy holding her, and a happy arc appeared at the corners of her mouth. Ding dong. A message was pushed, and I clicked on it and saw, the World Chess Association invites chess geniuses from all countries to participate in the chess conference. The champion will be given the title of chess god. Chess god. Jiangbai also woke up during the murmur, and greedily sniffed the scent of Nizi. What are you looking at? You are so fascinated. Nothing much, it's just that the World Chess Association is going to hold a chess competition, and the champion will be given the title of chess god. Oh? Jiangbai was stunned when he heard this. It was a chess tournament, but this shouldn't have much to do with him. Ding! The host triggers a random task, participates in the chess tournament and wins the championship, and dominates the Fuso chess world. The reward is the ownership of Tianlang Island, and 16 billion renminbi. Jiangbai was stunned by the voice ringing in his ears. Sirius Island? He had heard people mention this place before. It was said that many wealthy tycoons wanted to buy it at the auction, but unfortunately they had no way to do so. It was said that the market value was over 100 billion. Although it is just an island, every inch of land is valuable. There are rich natural minerals and oil underneath, and it has always been ownerless. Interesting. Jiangbai thought of Tianlang Island and then looked forward to the future. It would be a good choice to retire there in the future. Ding! Checking the host's willingness, a chess network account by an Wakai is created for the host. Note, this account is kept secret, even the chess network administrator has no right to view it. Ding! The host has automatically been invited to play against a Fuso player. Would the host like to play now? 2 voices came out in succession, and Jiangbai was stunned. Is this system crazy? Is it really okay for it to let itself show off? Ahem, let's get started. With nothing to do, Jiangbai opened his mobile phone and downloaded the Chiwang app, then entered his account and password to log in. His original status was surprisingly that of an amateur first dan chess player. Jiangbai, what are you doing? Looking at her man's operation, Lin Ruashu was a little confused. Are you going to participate in the chess tournament? Ahem, you shouldn't be the kind of person who is greedy for fame. Of course, Lin Ruashu didn't believe that this guy was going for the title of chess god. She was still confident about this. Of course not. Jiangbai smiled slightly, but since I have nothing to do, playing chess might be a good idea. When you open the app, you will automatically enter a game of chess. Opposite him was a Fuso amateur second dan rookie named Hatoyama Nomura. In less than 10 minutes, Hatoyama and Nomura gave up and admitted defeat. Jiangbai was really too ruthless and did not give the opponent any chance at all, which made him give up the game in frustration. Ahem. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone. Jiangbai, is it really okay for you to abuse others like this? Although I don't know how good this guy's chess skills are, but judging from his last performance in Jiangcheng Emerald Park, he is definitely very good at chess. What's wrong with that? As they were talking, the second game had already begun, and the opponent was also an amateur second dan player, Gyuku Aoi. It took another 10 minutes to defeat him, and he even pinned Aoi Gyoku to the ground and tortured her so hard that she no longer doubted her life. Just like that. the third game, the fourth game, the fifth game. Half a day later, Zhang Bai defeated hundreds of amateur Fuso chess players in succession, and his rank was also raised to the amateur 6th Dan level. Ino Hirakawa invites you to a fight. Do you agree? At this moment, a barrage appeared on the screen. It was none other than the Fuso chess genius Ino Hirakawa, but he was only a professional 5th Dan. The reason for this is obviously that he did something secretive. After all, the difference in the levels between the two is too big. Certainly. Ino Hirakawa didn't know that Higan Banakai was Zhang Bai, because what he noticed was that this Higan Banakai had defeated hundreds of amateur-level chess players in Fuso one after another, which was tantamount to a provocation. So, he challenged him to a fight just to teach him a lesson and let him know how ridiculous he was. However, what happened next made him and the Fuso chess world experience the nightmare of chess again. Of course, this is all later. Chapter 110, The Red Spider Lily blooms and sweeps the chess world in Fusang. Ino Hirakawa? Seeing this name and rank, Lin Ruashu was surprised and suspicious. Isn't this the Fusang chess genius in Zhongcheng? What happened was a big deal, so she remembers it very clearly. Yes. Zhang Bai was also quite surprised. I didn't expect that I had such a good relationship with that Japanese boy. He looked at Ino Hirakawa opposite him meaningfully. You know, the recent skull virus incident in the Japanese country was caused by him. If it were known in Fuso, I wonder if the Ino group would suffer a devastating blow. But that is obviously not important. What is important is that he is facing Ino Hirakawa again, even though the other party does not know him. Bang! The opponent quickly started playing chess, playing with black pieces. The ending is predictable. Originally, his 6 pieces were no match for his opponent, not to mention that the chess game is now fair on the internet. After 5 or 6 minutes, Ino Hirakawa was defeated. What? In the villa, Ino Hirakawa looked at the scene in disbelief. This is impossible. That Higan Bana is no more than an amateur 6th Dan. How could he possibly beat me? Asshole. In fact, Ino Hirakawa didn't expect that he would have a bad start. I don't believe it. Come again. Afterwards, he initiated another invitation application, but this time it would not be counted in the chess tournament and could only be considered a normal competition. 2 consecutive defeats. 3 defeats in a row. 4 defeats in a row. I don't know how long it took, but Ino Hirakawa was beaten to his knees 20 times in a row, which made Ino Hirakawa doubt his life. That red spider lily is blooming, damn it. Ino Hirakawa was emotionally unbalanced. He deserves to die just like that Chinese Zhang Bai. You. On the other side, Lin Ruashu watched Ino Hirakawa being abused for 20 rounds, and couldn't help but sympathize with him for a second. Zhang Bai, is this really okay for you? After all, he is still a child. Child? Have you ever seen such a rebellious child? Such a brat deserves a beating. Lin Ruashu didn't know, but he certainly knew how vicious that kid was as the young master of the Ino group. Puff. Hearing what someone said, Lin Ruashu glared at him. Is this guy really that serious? But this Ino Hirakawa is quite persistent, but losing 20 games in a row must have been a big blow to him. At the same time, the Fuso Chess Exchange group exploded. What? Junior brother Ino lost 20 games in a row. What's the origin of that red spider lily? Isn't it? Even now, he is only an amateur 7th Dan. Damn it! They all challenged my Fuso chess player to a duel. This is a blatant provocation. Mad, I'll meet him. Just as the Fuso chess world was shaken, Zhang Bai won several games in a row again, and there was no doubt that several Fuso chess players were defeated by him. Sasaki invites you to a fight. Do you agree? Miyamoto Hitoshi has challenged you to a fight. Do you agree? Miyazaki Yamamoto invites you to a fight. Do you agree? Lin Ruashu was stunned when she saw the challenge that appeared on the screen. This is Zhang Bai, you have offended the Fuso chess community. Obviously, this scene has explained everything, but it's no wonder. This guy is really shameless. It's just that the Japanese company makes it, so why don't you change to another one? Who wouldn't be angry with you if you do this? And this guy has played not just 10 or 8 games, but almost 200 games now. Public outrage? Zhang Bai didn't care about it. Compared with the mission, this bit of public anger was nothing. Besides, who knew that the flower blooming on the other shore was him? Look at your man killing everyone today. Afterwards, Jiang Bai accepted everyone's invitation to play, and for a moment many people's eyes fell on the chess game room where the red spider lily was blooming. Fuck, is this Jiang Bai battle record crazy? Nearly 200 consecutive wins, and all of them are Japanese chess players. Hey, did you see that the Japanese chess genius Ino Hirakawa actually lost 20 games in a row? Ahem, who is this red spider lily blooming for? That's awesome. Ino Hirakawa has hit a wall this time. Could it be some chess master? Everyone was discussing it heatedly, especially the Chinese chess players, who were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This scene really excited them too much. Ino Hira Villa. Crack. Ino Hirakawa slammed the table with his hand, his eyes full of anger. Asshole. Baka. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was ferocious, and his hatred for this Higinbana was even greater than that for Jiang Bai. Because before, only a few people knew that he was abused, but now it is different. It is equivalent to being made public on the entire internet. The situation is completely different. Hateful. Ino Hirakawa originally wanted to put an end to that guy's arrogance, but he never expected that the guy's strength was far above his. What? Soon, Ino Hirakawa received the news that they were unable to find out the identity of Higinbana, just like the Grim Reaper before. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Yumekawa Saro called. I'm sorry, Vice President Yumekawa. No problem. Across from him, Yumekawa Saro was also paying attention to the blooming of the red spider lily. He continued, this matter has now angered our country's chess association. The only way out for this red spider lily to bloom is death. This time, it is imperative for Fusang to suppress the Chinese chess world. Whoever stands in our way will die. Real. Hearing what Yumekawa Saro said, Ino Hirakawa was delighted. After hanging up the phone, he looked towards Higinbana Kai's chess room and smiled coldly. You have offended the Fuso chess world. I don't think you will die this time. Half an hour later. The winning streak of the red spider lily reached 200 games, and then 210 innings. 230 games. 250 rounds. They crushed the enemy with ease all the way, and no god or Buddha could stop them. Among them, there were many professional chess masters who played with their aliases at the 6th or 7th Dan level, but they were all defeated without exception. And at this time, only then did they realize the horror of the blooming of the red spider lily. A professional 7th Dan player can't last more than 10 minutes in his hands, so his chess ability must be that of a professional 8th Dan player, or even higher. Fuso Chess Association, Conference Hall. What do you think? The president of the Fuso Chess Association, Tokugawa Daisher, narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the big screen was showing the match between Higinbana Kai and a professional 8th Dan player from Fuso. As expected, he was defeated in the end. Even a professional 8th Dan was defeated. Could this person be of high 8th or even 9th Dan? In an instant, the whole place was in an uproar, and most of the people in the place were below the professional 9th Dan, and the only one who was the professional 9th Dan was Tokugawa Daisher. Of course, Fuso naturally has more than one professional 9th Dan, but they are not present at the moment. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This player's chess skills were obviously better than theirs, and the atmosphere in the arena became more solemn than ever before. In that case, Tokugawa Daisher took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Prepare an account for me, I will come to meet this Higinbana of Fusang. Chapter 111. The situation escalates, and even the chairman of the Professional 9 Dan Chess Association loses. What? Everyone in the conference hall was shocked. The president took action personally. Although they were happy, they were still a little worried. Because President Tokugawa is their last line of defense. If even he is defeated, then they will have no chance. Even if other 9th Dan masters with the same chess skills as President Tokugawa take action, I'm afraid they won't be much better. Damn it! How come this Higinbana's chess skills are so high? President Tokugawa will definitely knock him down if he takes action. As everyone was discussing it with great anticipation, the scene of Tokugawa Oishi playing chess with Higinbana Kai appeared on the screen. Bang! Higinbana Kai played the first move with black pieces. Tokugawa Daisher thought for a moment and also placed a white piece. Then Higinbana Kai placed another piece. Tokugawa Daisher smiled coldly and sped up the pace. The two of them played chess back and forth like this, and soon 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The two are still at a stalemate. Tianyu Mansion Villa, in the room. Oh. Looking at the opponent's chess path, Zhang Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. This person is quite interesting. What's wrong? Lin Ruashu obviously didn't see anything wrong, she just knew that this Japanese chess player persisted longer than the other players and still seemed to be at ease. This person's chess skills are better than those of the previous ones. If my estimate is correct, he should be a professional 9th Dan. What? Lin Ruashu was stunned when she heard this, a professional 9th Dan has taken action. No wonder it's so powerful. But soon, Lin Ruashu saw that her man was still not at a disadvantage, and then she realized something. Zhang Bai, you can't even beat a professional 9th Dan. It should be possible. As they were talking, the game time reached 15 minutes. With Zhang Bai's amazing move, Tokugawa Oishi's trumpet was destroyed. Well. Lin Ruashu stared at the screen in confusion. You won? This Japanese chess player is pretty good, worthy of being a professional 9th Dan, but it's a pity that he's still a little green. Lin Ruashu. If this word gets out, he will probably be beaten to death. He is a professional 9 Dan Go master, and this guy actually said that he is young. Fuck. The secondary account of that high-ranking Fuso chess player also lost. Yes, considering he can hold on for 15 minutes, he must be at least an 8th level professional. Is this blooming of the red spider lily going to overturn the Fusang chess world on its own? Before, there was the Grim Reaper who turned the hacker world upside down, and now there's the Bianhua. China is really full of talented people. The chess players in the game room were discussing the matter heatedly, while the Fuso players were so angry that they were about to explode. Fuso Chess Association, Conference Hall. This is impossible. Everyone was stunned by the outcome. Their president Tokugawa, a professional 9th Dan, was defeated by the opponent's magical move in just 15 minutes. Who is that person whose flower blooms on the other shore? Could it be possible that his chess skills have already reached the 9th level? This is bad. I'm afraid the task given by the emperor will be difficult to complete. If this boy wins the title of chess god, it will be the greatest shame in the history of the chess world in Fuso. But now we don't even know who the other party is. The scene was in an uproar, and Tokugawa Daisher was devastated. He couldn't believe that his opponent's chess skills were so strong that even a professional 9th Dan player like him was no match for him. Invincible in the world. During the game, he felt that the guy's chess skills were unfathomable, a level he would never be able to reach in his entire life. That's all. Tokugawa Daisher shook his head bitterly and left dejectedly. Before leaving, he said, "Tell the emperor on the phone that this Higanbana exists. I, Fuso, will never let China embarrass myself." This. When everyone came to their senses, Tokugawa Oishi was no longer in the conference hall. This. Yumekawa Saro was stunned when he saw the scene. How is this possible? This guy's chess skills are so strong that even President Tokugawa can't match him. This is bad. For a moment, Yumekawa Saro's expression became extremely gloomy. On the other side, the Fuso Palace. Cough cough. The Emperor of Fuso was sipping red wine and waiting for news of the triumphant return. When he heard the news from the Chess Association, he almost choked to death on the wine. What? Tokugawa Daisher, unexpectedly, was defeated by a little-known Chinese called Higanbana. Damn it! Looking at the battle record of Higanbana sent by his subordinates, his face was gloomy and bleeding. Recently, their Fuso had been defeated everywhere in the confrontation with China. The skull virus is shown, and now the flowers of the other shore are blooming. Asshole. Issue a hacker bounty order for this emperor. The bounty for that Higanbana is $1 billion. No matter who he is, he must be killed. The emperor of Fuso looked as pale as if his parents had died. In the end, Zhang Bai made it to the top 100 finals, having won more than 300 games in a row. It can be said that this achievement was achieved entirely by stepping on Fuso's corpse. Chinese Chess Association, Conference Room. Ahem, this is the top 100. The flowers on the other shore are blooming so beautifully. Unbeatable. This chess skill is probably at the level of a professional 9th Dan. I didn't expect that Fuso was going to attack our chess association, but was disrupted by the sudden appearance of Higanbana. This operation is so fun. For a moment, everyone in the Chinese Chess Association was amazed and looked at Higanbana with admiration, fearing that this chess skill was enough to rival that of their president. In any case, the blooming of the red spider lily has undoubtedly become a great contributor to the Chinese nation. Imperial Capital War Department, Army Chief's Office. Oh. Listening to his subordinate's report, Long Shanha narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Higanbana blossoms swept across the Fuso chess world, and it seems that Tokugawa Daisher was defeated. Good. Well done. He had already received news that the Emperor of Fuso wanted to avenge the shame of the skull virus and wanted to defeat the Chinese in the chess world, but he did not expect that a flower from the other shore would suddenly appear. That's right, Lord Military Commander. After a pause, the subordinate continued, it seems that the Emperor of Fuso has offered a reward of $1 billion to find the identity of Higanbana. Now hackers from various countries have frequently invaded China. Yeah. Long Shanha frowned when he heard this. Forget about the last time's death god, but this time's Higanbana is a great hero in our Chinese chess world, we must not let him down. Well, contact the Hacker Alliance. Tell them to stop hackers from all countries at all costs, no matter what means they use, and not let hackers find the red shoreflower. Yes, Lord. This subordinate immediately ordered the War Department and the Hacker Alliance to work together to stop hackers from various countries from invading China. This time, the Chinese hackers will completely draw the sword against hackers from various countries. An unprecedented hacker war has also quietly started. Chapter 112, The Capital Changes, Xiao cuts off past hatred. Dongjiang, Mr. Zhao's villa. Ha, the Long family kid is quite capable this time. Old Zhao was looking at the information coming from the imperial capital, and standing beside him was Zhang Pengtian who was protecting him. Mr. Zhao, this red spider lily is really blooming. Zhang Pengtian watched the chess games online and specifically picked Japanese chess players to play against. How big a prejudice must this be against the Japanese chess world? Happy. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Elder Zhao chuckled and continued, first, the skull virus ravaged the Fusong border, and now the red spider lily is blooming and sweeping across the Fusong chess world. I never thought that Fuso would have this day. It can be seen that Mr. Zhao is in a very good mood, and Zhang Pengtian is also quite emotional, but he vaguely feels that the two seem to have some connection, but he can't tell what it is for the time being. On the other side, the Imperial Capital Hotel. Squeak. Several cars stopped in front of the hotel, and leading them was a gloomy-looking man who exuded a strong murderous aura. This man's name is Wang Tianhu, the second master of the Wang family, one of the four major families in the imperial capital. His strength is at the peak of external strength. Second master, the head of Tomahawk Security, is in the hotel box. Wang Tianhu's face turned cold. What a Tomahawk Security guard, he actually dared to target my imperial capital Wang family like this. Watch my gestures later. If the Tomahawk Security chief doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him. At this point, Wang Tianhu's face was grim. In the imperial capital, if you dare to offend my Wang family, you will only die. Yes, second master. All the masters of the Wang family in the imperial capital looked solemn. Axe Security was the fat piece of meat in the mouths of various forces in the imperial capital, and now they just took the opportunity to take it into their pocket, which was also of great significance to the Wang family. If they could take over Tomahawk Security, then their Wang family would soon become the leader of the four major families in the imperial capital. Walk. Wang Tianhu narrowed his eyes and stepped into the hotel where the two sides had their first direct confrontation. Follow me to meet this Tomahawk Security guard. I want to see who gave him the confidence. Soon, one of Wang's men kicked open the door of the box room, and Wang Tianhu came to the scene with more than 30 people, full of momentum. Wang Tianhu, long time no see. At this moment, a dull voice came from the box, and when Wang Tianhu heard the voice, his eyes fell on the man as if he had seen a ghost. You. Xiao Zhan. Seeing the person coming, Wang Tianhu was full of disbelief. Why is it you? Weren't you seriously injured and fell off the cliff that year? You're not dead. Surprised. Surprise. Shocked. All kinds of emotions surged in Wang Tianhu's heart. Back then, Xiao Zhan of the Xiao family in the imperial capital was the leader of the younger generation. He had already achieved external strength at a young age. Now, 8 years have passed, and his strength has changed. And what Wang Tianhu found most unbelievable was that despite being poisoned to death and falling off a 1,000-foot cliff, Xiao Zhan was still alive. Wang Tianhu, your Wang family destroyed my Xiao family for selfish reasons. I have only one purpose for coming here today, and that is revenge. Arrogant. When enemies meet, Wang Tianhu is naturally in a bad mood. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Go ahead, destroy him for me. Yes, second master. All the masters of the Wang family attacked together, but two figures beside Xiaozhan turned into black light and instantly killed all the masters of the Wang family. You, two external force masters. Wang Tianhu looked solemn as he looked at Xiaozhan's subordinate who was faintly emitting the aura of an external force master. I haven't seen you for 8 years. I really underestimated you. In that case, I will destroy you myself. With a hiss, Wang Tianhu, as a master of the pinnacle of external strength, was so fast that the two external strength masters raised their hands to resist, but were easily repelled by Wang Tianhu. Die. Then, he quickly punched Xiaozhan on the forehead. If this punch landed, he would definitely die. Bang! However, Wang Tianhu's powerful and domineering punch was easily taken by Xiaozhan, and a strange aura spread to the four poles with Xiaozhan as the center. What? Feeling the strange breath, Wang Tianhu's face changed and his pupils shrank suddenly. Internal energy. Impossible, you actually stepped into the inner energy. Shock. Wang Tianhu looked at Xiaozhan in disbelief, and Xiaozhan smiled coldly. Now you know, when I come this time, the Wang family in the imperial capital will be wiped out. You, bastard. I'm going to fight you. Wang Tianhu punched with all his strength regardless of his injuries, but Xiaozhan slapped him away like a fly, and he became a corpse in the air. After using the physical enhancement fluid, Xiaozhan has reached the realm of internal strength. Now his strength is far beyond the ability of external strength masters to deal with. Although there is only a fine line between external strength and internal strength, the gap is like heaven and earth. Then, the entire Xiao family was wiped out by the Wang family. He was poisoned and broke out of the siege with his daughter, but even so he was still chased to the cliff by Wang Tianhu. Perhaps it was not his destiny, as he landed on a ledge under the cliff and was lucky enough to survive with his daughter. After surviving, Xiaozhan thought about revenge all the time. It was not until he met Jiang Bai that he saw hope for revenge. Fortunately, he made the right bet. Internal strength. Feeling the power surging in his body, Xiaozhan could not forget how he felt after his strength increased, because those with strong internal strength were the top ones even in the imperial capital. It can be said that masters of internal strength can walk sideways in the imperial capital. However, he didn't care about these. What he cared about was making the people who wiped out his family pay the price. Wang Tianhu is just the beginning, and the Wang family is the one he really wants to deal with next. Not long after, the Wang family in the imperial capital. Snap. Wang Luotian, the head of the Wang family, who was sipping tea, was shocked when he heard his subordinates report. What did you say? The second master entered the King's Landing Hotel and never came out again. Wang Luotian stood up from his seat. Others might not know his second brother's strength, but he knew it very well. The peak of external strength. It is not far from the internal strength. Such existence is the top existence in the imperial capital. Now that everyone has lost contact, the consequences will be quite serious. According to his intuition, there is a high probability that his second brother was murdered. Asshole. With a bang, Wang Luotian's eyes were full of murderous intent. Tomahawk security, you were so bold. If you dare to touch my brother Wang Luotian so recklessly, I will make sure all of you are buried with me. Master, something bad has happened. At this moment, another confidant came to the scene in a panic. Master, there is news from the King's Landing Hotel that the person in charge of Tomahawk security is most likely Xiaozhan, the evildoer of the Xiao family who was supposed to have died 8 years ago. Boom. What did you say? Wang Luotian was incredulous when he heard his confidant's words. Xiaozhan of the Xiao family, this. Afterwards, Wang Luotian looked at the surveillance video, and his eyes fell on a certain figure. Damn, it's actually that little bastard from 8 years ago. Chapter 113 Water Bill, you big head ghost, 3 or 2 words are not serious. Xiaozhan. That's right, this was a big thing that their Wang family did 8 years ago. In order to secure their position as one of the 4 major families, their Wang family wiped out the first-rate family, the Xiao family, overnight. It was that battle too. This made the other 3 major families look at their Wang family with new eyes. At the same time, their Wang family has been at its peak for the past 8 years. This was all the result of the extermination that night. But now, he didn't expect that Xiaozhan had managed to escape back then, and now he has returned to the imperial capital. Is he seeking revenge? Xiaozhan, I will tear you into pieces. He clenched his fists tightly, and it turned out that he had already reached half a step of internal strength, and his strength was even stronger than Wang Tianhu. As the imperial capital was in turmoil, the chess online conference also entered the top 100 finals. Crash. Tianyu Mansion, in the bedroom. After taking a shower, Lin Ruashu leaned in her man's arms. Now, it was only half a month away from their wedding. Hubby, time flies by so fast. Leaning in her man's arms, smelling the comfortable and reassuring scent on his body, Lin Ruashu couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. Yeah. Holding the beauty in his arms, this girl has been naked for a long time every night in order to feed the baby, but it has benefited someone. We're getting married in half a month. Are you nervous? Oof. What do you think? Lin Ruashu snorted delicately. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. After all, she had no experience before, and this guy was getting more and more outstanding. Who knew how much of an impact it would have? Ding dong. While the two were chatting, Jiang Bai received a message on his phone, and Lin Ruashu looked over. Is this, the chess tournament top 100 finals starting? Looking at the push message, Lin Ruashu asked suspiciously, Husband, are you still going to play? The chess tournament finals? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this, and then said, Of course I have to. Joke? Naturally, he would not interrupt. After all, the task was only half completed. Although he had dominated the Japanese chess world, he had not won the championship after all. Look at your man beating these chess masters into dust. Holding the beauty in his arms, Jiang Bai opened the chess network software and entered the top 100 finals. Look! That Chinese flower on the other side of the river is online. Yes, I heard that he is the favorite to win the chess competition this time. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder who will end his winning streak. Come on, big guy from the other side, you are the best. The top 100 finals have not yet begun, but many online chess players are already discussing it in public comments. Soon, the showdown begins. The opponent that Higan Bana is facing is a professional Korean chess player who is at the 7th level. As expected, 10 minutes later, the red spider lily blooms and enters the top 50. Half an hour later, the top 25. 1 hour later, top 10. Finally, about 2 hours later, under everyone's attention, Higan Banakai entered the final. As for the opponent, it was none other than the professional 9th dan chess player of Fuso, Masao Koji. As the honorary president of the Fuso Chess Association, his chess skills are even stronger than Tokugawa Oishi. The final battle, China's Higan Bana versus Fuso's Kojiro Masao. Start as scheduled. At this moment, the number of people in the game room skyrocketed. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. As soon as the two entered the room, the number of viewers exceeded 10 million, and the speed was still soaring at a visible speed. This is, the number of viewers has exceeded 10 million right after the first viewing? Lin Ruashu stared at the phone screen in a daze, then looked at her man. Husband, you don't really want to win the title of chess god, do you? Certainly. Since you are participating, you should give it your all. Jiang Bai said this. Of course he would not say that there would be no reward if he did not win the championship. Tisk. You don't care so much about other things. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes, feeling that this guy was more interested in playing chess than planning their wedding. She wondered if it was her illusion. Bang! As they were talking, the opponent, Kojiro Masao, had already taken the lead with black pieces. Apparently, the system randomly selected Fuso to take the lead. 20 minutes later. Pa! As Jiang Bai dropped a white piece, Kojima Masao was defeated. Even Kojima Masao himself was unable to react to the sudden scene. What? The Japanese chess player exploded on the spot. How could it be? Chairman Koji Masao also lost? Is that so? Tokugawa Oishi looked at this scene with a bitter smile on his face. In the end, even Kojima Masao could not hold his last position. On the other side, the Chinese Chess Association. We won. Q Masao lost. The boss on the other side is awesome. A professional 9th dan, even someone like that lost. Tisk tisk. Hey, chess god of the other shore, please accept my knees. Cool, the red spider lily blooming is awesome. 66666, awesome. Great job, big boss from the other side. Looking at the final chess game, it seems that Higan Bana is still able to handle it with ease. It seems that even Fuso's Kojo Mahio was unable to force out the full strength of the boss from the other side. TSK. Invincible. Everyone looked at the blooming flowers of the other shore with full envy and admiration, and a feeling of pride welled up from the bottom of their hearts. Grandmas. You dwarfs in the Japanese chess world, you want to suppress the Chinese chess world, now come out and show me your skills. You really won. Lin Ruashu watched her man win the last game, and it was really incredible. Fuso professional 9th Dan Kuemaso was easily defeated by you. You can't really be a master of chess, can you? Others may not know, but Lin Ruashu knows that this guy was talking to her while playing chess with Zhou Jingzhenshon, and he was completely trying to do two things at once. If Kojima Masao knew about this, he would be so shocked that he would vomit blood and die. Oh my god. He racked his brains to win, but seeing that others were able to crush him even without trying their best, the gap between them said it all. Of course. Zhang Bai glanced at the account of the chess god named Bianhua, and turned off the phone. Your man is very powerful. Of course, compared to some chess god, I prefer to discuss the issue of water bills with my wife Ruashue. Lin Ruashue, Put. You're such a big shot in the water bill, and you're so rude. Lin Ruashue glared at a certain guy. She used to admire this guy, but as soon as he spoke, his shameless side was exposed. This guy really made people love and hate him. Hubby, can you be normal, Before Lin Ruashue could finish her words, her red lips were blocked. She stared at the guy's demands with wide eyes. That bastard was coming again. That's it. A great battle quietly started, and soon the room was filled with beautiful music. 80,000 words are omitted here. Chapter 114, Conflicts at the Martial Arts Exchange Conference. After a long fight, the situation finally calmed down. Lin Ruashue leaned in someone's arms, a smile on her lips, and fell asleep beautifully. I feel very good smelling the pleasant scent of the beauty in my arms. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of participating in the chess tournament and winning the championship, and sweeping the Fuso chess world. The reward is the ownership of Tianlang Island, and 16 billion renminbi. In the quiet and beautiful atmosphere, Zhang Bai heard the sound of system task rewards, and the ownership of Sirius Island was already obtained. Raise the corners of your mouth and bring up the properties panel. Name, Zhang Bai. Age, 20. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control, God-level medicine, God-level chess, God-level treasure appraisal, God-level hacking. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 sets of Thomson Iping Villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Tomahawk Security, ownership of Tianlang Island. Appearance, 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth, 334.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Bai was quite moved. He would definitely go to Tianlang Island when he had time to see if it was as beautiful as the legend said. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang in my ears and I saw the caller ID. Hey, brother-in-law. As soon as I answered the phone, my sister-in-law's voice came from the other end. Hey, I hope I didn't disturb you and my sister's rest. Lin Xiaoxi's chuckled voice was heard, but it caused Zhang Bai to roll his eyes. He indeed didn't disturb her now, but if he had called a few minutes earlier, he might have really disturbed her. Even. It would make him unhappy. After all, he was doing something big just now. What's up? Holding the slender waist of the beauty in his arms, Zhang Bai said. He wondered how Lin Xiaoxi would feel if she knew that her brother-in-law was taking advantage of her sister. Oh. That's the kind of brother-in-law. Lin Xiaoxi then returned to the topic. Brother-in-law, our school's martial arts team is organizing a viewing of the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference tomorrow. Brother-in-law, do you want to go with us? Thinking of her brother-in-law's amazing skills, Lin Xiaoxi asked expectantly. Martial Arts Exchange Conference? Zhang Bai was stunned when he heard this, but just as he was about to speak, the system's voice came into his ears. Ding! The host has triggered the mission to participate in the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference, and will be rewarded with 30 blood-killing guards and 20 billion renminbi. Blood-killing guard? Zhang Bai, who originally wanted to refuse, couldn't help but be tempted when he heard about the system reward. This seemed to be what he needed most right now. Compared to this, the huge sum of 20 billion yuan seemed not that important. Of course. When Lin Xiaoxi heard her brother-in-law mention the conference, she chirped, and many national representatives will be there. Brother-in-law, why don't you go too? Xiao, she knows you're the best. Then, Lin Xiaoxi started to act coquettishly and cutely. After all, the fans in the live broadcast room loved this. Oh well. Thinking about the system task, Jiang Bai agreed reluctantly, and the matter of Sirius Island had to be postponed. Real. When Lin Xiaoxi heard her brother-in-law agree, the voice on the other side was delighted. Great. Brother-in-law, I know you are the best. Hee, it's settled then. Remember to come tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Bai fell asleep with the beauty in his arms. The next day, early morning. What did you say? After Lin Ruashu woke up, she heard a certain guy's plan for today: go to the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference. What are you going to do? Making trouble? Jiang Bai rolled his eyes at Lin Ruashu. What do you mean I want to cause trouble, but my sister-in-law invited me to go? Lin Ruashu, if you really want to go, I'll go with you. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ruashu weighed the pros and cons and said, after all, her presence could make this guy less in the spotlight. He is about to get married, so he should keep a low profile. After breakfast, Jiang Bai drove Lin Ruashu to the venue of the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference. After all, it's a mission-related matter, so I naturally have to pay some attention to it. Brother-in-law, sister. As soon as I arrived at the venue, Lin Xiaoxi's voice came over, and at that moment Lin Xiaoxi happened to be broadcasting live. Fuck, my brother-in-law is here. And Goddess Ruashu, logically speaking, shouldn't they be getting married soon? Yeah, I envy them so much, they look like a perfect couple. Zhangshan is so handsome, I really want a husband like him, what should I do? Goddess Ruashu, I love you. Can you come home with me? Fans in the live broadcast room were chattering about the event, and the number of fans exceeded 10,000, with the popularity skyrocketing. What are you talking about? At this moment, an angry voice came from Lin Xiaoxi's mouth, obviously a conflict with the representatives of the Korean country. How? The Korean boy's mouth curled up in a mocking arc, am I wrong? Chinese martial arts are vulnerable to a single blow. It's no exaggeration to say that our Korean martial arts can beat all of you Chinese people down with one hand. As he spoke, the Korean boy tried to push Jiang Bai, get out of my way. Bang! Before the Korean boy could succeed, Jiang Bai slapped him in the face. The Korean boy was slapped and flew out, and several people behind him were knocked down. Well done. When Lin Xiaoxi and her classmates saw the scene, they felt so relieved that the live broadcast room was filled with 6,666 barrages. This guy. Lin Ruashu had a frown on her face. The Japanese boy just wanted to push her and it would have been fine if he had just given way, but this guy insisted on hitting her. This time, something bad is probably going to happen. Lin Ruashu thought so, and in fact it was true. Boy, you are so brave. The Korean team leader saw this and his face darkened, apologized to our players immediately, otherwise I will definitely knock you down on the spot. Click. The Korean leader held his fist as big as a clay pot, looking very imposing. Jiang Bai didn't even look at him. Who do you think you are? Court death. The Korean leader narrowed his eyes and was about to punch the boy to teach him a lesson. Bang! Jiang Bai also slapped the Korean leader, who was knocked aside. His hand broke and he grimaced in pain, but he did not shout anymore. That guy is so strong. The Korean leader had a serious look on his face, but he certainly couldn't show his broken hand bone, otherwise he would become a laughingstock. However, the look in their eyes towards Jiang Bai was filled with murderous intent, wishing to tear this guy to pieces alive. However, this was just the beginning of their nightmare. Chapter 115, Sweeping the Field, All Countries Are Furious. It's that kid. The person in charge from the Korean country darkened when he saw Jiang Bai, because he recognized that this man was the Chinese boy who beat his apprentice Quan Jigui in Jiangcheng. And he is the vice president of the Korean Wushu Association and a person at the top of external strength. This kid can't stay. Shi Mingtai narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Bai. If we let him grow, he will become a serious threat. You know. The team leader's strength just now was already one step away from external strength, but even so, he was still defeated in seconds, which means that this Chinese kid possesses external strength. Boy, don't be so arrogant. The leader of the Fuso team, who was also one step away from the outer force, snorted coldly, I'll meet you. This time, all of them had agreed to strike a blow against Chinese martial arts, but now the Chinese have already taken the lead before they even started planning. How can they remain calm? Jiang Bai's eyes narrowed when he saw the people coming. Lin Xiaoxi's pretty face turned cold. These people are so hateful. Obviously. Although my brother-in-law used some heavy hands just now, it was the Koreans who were unreasonable first. It's pretty abominable. Jiang Bai nodded slightly, but since you've come to my door, I won't be polite. Xiaoxi, take your sister to the side, brother-in-law and I will warm up. Lin Ruashu, Jiang Bai, you. Oh, sister, leave it to your brother-in-law from now on. Before Lin Ruashu could finish her words, she was pulled aside by Lin Xiaoxi. Hey, how could she miss the opportunity to have such a good brother-in-law to shine? Lin Xiaoxi, you. Seeing her sister enjoying the fun, Lin Ruashu knocked her on the head. She was the only one who had to worry about her own man. Hey, it's okay sis. My brother-in-law was able to defeat more than 30 special forces soldiers. This number of people is not even enough to fill his teeth. Lin Xiaoxi waved her hand indifferently. In her opinion, her brother-in-law was invincible. Bang! While the two sisters were talking, the Fuso representative leader was slapped and thrown several meters away. The leader spit out blood on the spot with a poo sound, his face pale. You. How is it possible? He had clearly tried his best just now, but the opponent still defeated him so easily in a second. External Force Master. How is it possible that this kid is only in his early 20s and has already reached the state of external strength? Obviously. Apart from this, he couldn't think of anything else that could cause such a huge gap between the two of them. Look. Lin Xiaoxi said to her elder sister, I said these people are no match for my brother-in-law. Lin Ruashu, This girl thinks her brother-in-law doesn't get enough attention, right? Fans in the live broadcast room were discussing the topic enthusiastically for a while. Fuck, is my brother-in-law going to start cleaning up the martial arts world again? He killed his way through the music world and the literary world before, and now he wants to kill his way through the martial arts world. Awesome, my brother-in-law is invincible, I love you. Grandma, I want a bunch of such handsome and powerful brothers-in-law. I feel like Goddess Ruashu is so happy, boo-hoo. In a short period of time, the number of fans in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 100,000, and the number is still increasing at a visible speed. Baka. Chinese boy, here I come. Then another person from Fuso came up, but was still knocked down by Jiang Bai with one palm. Seeing this scene, all the countries looked solemn. Indeed. They didn't expect that a young Chinese man with such powerful strength would suddenly appear. For a while, everyone looked towards the direction of South Korea with resentment. Damn it, those Korean bastards could pick on anyone else, but they had to pick on such an evil star. That's good. Instead of embarrassing China, it made them famous. Who's next? Jiang Bai was eager to show off his skills. He was getting into the groove and couldn't let it in like this. Who else wants to see my Chinese martial arts? Representatives of various countries. Fart. Chinese martial arts is bullshit. Are you sure that what you are doing is Chinese martial arts, not beating people? Damn it. Who can they turn to for justice? They have never heard of this move in Chinese martial arts? Hateful. Asshole. Fuck. Countries all complained and criticized, but no one dared to take action. Just kidding, didn't you see that the leaders of South Korea and Japan were defeated in seconds? They were just asking for trouble if they went up there. Crunch. The leaders of various countries narrowed their eyes, wishing they could take direct action, but the last bit of rationality told them that they absolutely could not do that. If they win, they will bully the weak. If they lose, it will be even more embarrassing. Although they are very confident in their own strength, but that kid is too weird. For such a young external force master, they don't know if he has other means. The Chinese Wushu Association was also stunned. They were a little confused by the sudden scene. Oh shit. Jiang Bai, alone, actually suppressed the martial arts associations of various countries that were originally planning to attack China. This operation is awesome. Hey, but I didn't expect that Jiang Bai is so good at martial arts. If possible, it would be better to let him serve as the president of the Chinese Martial Arts Association. There is leadership. In the future, the Chinese Martial Arts Association will surely suppress all countries for decades, no, at least 100 years. Peng Tian, what do you think? But on the other side, Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at the field. Mr. Zhao, Jiang Bai's strength is unfathomable. It is very likely that he has already surpassed the external strength. Zhang Pengtian looked towards the field seriously, because even he couldn't match the strength control displayed by Jiang Bai, and he already had internal strength. Oh. So, how do I compare to you? Old Zhao asked. Zhang Pengtian was the god of war of the Chinese War Department more than 10 years ago, and now he has retreated to the second line and is responsible for protecting his safety. 50-50. You won't know the exact details until you try it yourself. Zhang Pengtian nodded heavily and continued, within 3 years, I'm afraid I won't last more than 10 moves in his hands. Yeah. Old Zhao looked at the field with his eyes narrowed even more. Jiang Bai was the first person to be evaluated like this by the god of war Pengtian from the northern border of China more than 10 years ago. By the way, have you found any information about this little guy? Indeed, Jiang Bai was too amazing in every aspect, and it was impossible for Mr. Zhao not to pay attention to him. This. Zhang Pengtian shook his head bitterly. Jiang Bai's identity is very ordinary, and there is no way to find where he learned all these skills. In short, this Jiang Bai is much more mysterious than I imagined. I can guess. Elder Zhao nodded slightly. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. He took a deep breath and said, since even you can't find it, it means that Jiang Bai has an extremely extraordinary background. If this little guy can serve the country, it will be a blessing for China in the future. Chapter 116, 200 million wedding dress. The live broadcast room was stunned. Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room was filled with laughter. This is... Waji, do you have to be so dramatic? Ahem, it seems like my brother-in-law has overwhelmed the martial arts associations of various countries with this operation. That's not bad. Didn't you see that no one dared to take action? TSK, my brother-in-law created a new realm and a new world with 2 slaps. Brother-in-law is awesome, he's so awesome. The number of fans exploded instantly, 100,000, 150,000, 200,000. Lin Ruashu glanced at her sister's live broadcast room. This girl still has the leisure to do a live broadcast. Is she crazy? Don't you feel guilty about using your brother-in-law as a gimmick? She didn't know what Jiang Bai was thinking, but she felt a little uncomfortable. After all, he was her man, but this girl was her own sister, so she couldn't say anything. Otherwise, if this girl says that she doesn't love me anymore now that she has a brother-in-law, she won't be able to explain herself then. You're participating in a martial arts tournament with this level of ability. I don't want to watch it. Mission accomplished. Jiang Bai naturally wouldn't waste time on these rubbish. He took Lin Ruashu's hand and left. Brother-in-law, sister, wait for me. When Lin Xiaoxi saw her brother-in-law and elder sister leaving, she quickly followed them, making all her classmates extremely envious. Such a brother-in-law. Why, it's not mine, woo-woo. I really want a brother-in-law like this. Hateful. The Korean team leader slapped the table, and Xi Mingtai narrowed his eyes slightly. Let's go. President Mingtai, let's talk about this after we leave here. Xi Mingtai stopped the leader from speaking, because he also sensed a faint murderous aura from other countries, and obviously also sensed the potential threat from Jiang Bai. No surprise. That Chinese kid is going to be in big trouble. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of participating in the Dongjiang Martial Arts Exchange Conference. You will be rewarded with 30 blood-killing guards and 20 billion renminbi. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Jiang Bai raised his head, and the blood-killing guard was obtained just like that. Hey, brother-in-law, where are we going now? When they got into the car, Lin Xiaoxi came up to him and chuckled. Bridal shop. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, not paying attention to the live broadcast started by his sister-in-law, and continued, go choose a wedding dress. Real. Lin Xiaoxi immediately perked up when she heard this, while Lin Ruashu's face turned red. She naturally knew that her sister was doing a live broadcast. After this guy said this, I'm afraid the whole internet will know about it. As expected, fans started to complain. I knock, bridal shop. I almost forgot that my brother-in-law and Goddess Ruashu are getting married in more than 10 days. For a moment, fans looked at Goddess Ruashu with smiles in their eyes. Goddess Ruashu must be super beautiful in her wedding dress. Needless to say, it is quite exciting. Soon, the bridal shop was in sight. Welcome to Mazian Bridal Shop. Several beautiful welcoming ladies bowed and spoke in pleasant voices. They were very good-looking. After all, Mazian is an international luxury brand. It can be said that most of the wedding dresses here start at 100,000. Wow. After entering the store, Lin Xiaoxi was attracted by the dazzling array of wedding dresses, most of which were white, which instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the live broadcast room. Just one glance and you can tell its high-end specifications are evident. Sister, look at this set, it's so beautiful. And this set. Lin Xiaoxi was consulting excitedly, and those who didn't know would think that the person wearing the wedding dress was not her sister, but herself. Soon, the three of them came to a display cabinet. This wedding dress? Looking at the diamond wedding dress in front of him, Jiang Bai was quite moved, and Lin Ruashu beside him also stopped to look. Sir, this wedding dress is the latest model in our store. It is designed by the world-renowned wedding dress designer Master Lan. It is the only one in the world. In addition, it is inlaid with 108 diamonds, showing its luxury. Puff. Lin Xiaoxi's eyes widened as she looked at the wedding dress in disbelief. 108 diamonds, how much did it cost to design this? Price. Soon, Lin Xiaoxi found the price tag and couldn't help but twitch her lips. 30 million, or in US dollars. Miss, this wedding dress has been sold at a price of US dollars. I hope you can forgive me. Hiss. Lin Xiaoxi took a deep breath. She certainly didn't care about the sale price in US dollars, but the price was so expensive that it was scary. A wedding dress worth more than 200 million yuan, this is too expensive. Although Lin Ruashu was tempted, this wedding dress was indeed too luxurious. I bought it. Before Lin Ruashu could think about it, a voice came from the side, and several beautiful shopping guides all looked at Jiang Bai in disbelief. What did I hear? A wedding dress worth more than 200 million yuan was actually bought. Brother-in-law, you are so nice to my sister. Lin Xiaoxi gulped down her saliva, and Lin Ruashu's mouth twitched. Is this guy crazy? Do you know what he is talking about? A wedding dress worth more than 200 million. Although it looks good, it is not very practical. Ahem, sir, are you sure you want to buy it? The beautiful shopping guide coughed dryly. This was a huge order worth 200 million yuan. The commission alone was equivalent to her salary for 10 years. Swipe the card. Jiang Bai took out a bank card, which really shocked the live broadcast room. Oh my god, what did I see? Brother-in-law actually bought a 200 million wedding dress for Goddess Ruashu. That's crazy. That's 200 million, not $2. It's too hasty. Yeah, at least consider such a huge sum of money. Brother-in-law, this has refreshed my understanding of brilliance. In an instant, the number of fans in the live broadcast room soared to over 300,000. And various comments emerged like mushrooms after rain. Joke? This scene was so shocking. They spent 200 million to buy a wedding dress. From then on, they could already imagine the grand wedding in the near future. That day, Goddess Ruashu will definitely become the happiest woman in the world. Beep. After swiping the card, Lin Ruashu came back to her senses, her eyes rippled for a moment. Although money cannot represent everything, it can represent a lot of things. That guy bought me a wedding dress worth 200 million without blinking an eye. This feeling of being spoiled is so happy. Lin Ruashu couldn't help but curl her lips. Such an expensive wedding dress is too wasteful. No problem. Jiang Bai waved his hands and said nonchalantly, that's nothing. Forget about 200 million. As long as my wife is happy, your man won't even blink an eye at 20 billion. Hee, my brother-in-law is so domineering. Lin Xiaoxi ate dog food while smiling, and her look perfectly interpreted the meaning of being heartless. Chapter 117 Look, Xiao Jiang bought Ruashu a wedding dress worth 200 million. 200 million wedding dress. In fact, this news had a great impact on them. Ding. The host spent 210 million renminbi, triggering a 40-fold rebate, and received 8.4 billion renminbi. As expected, Jiang Bai also made some money, with a 40-fold rebate, making a small profit of more than 8 billion yuan, which was well worth the trip to the bridal shop. Certainly. If outsiders knew about Jiang Bai's harvest, there was no telling how they would react. At the same time, Mizian bridal shop is not far away. It's right here. Many figures appeared in the field, and they were from various countries. The purpose of their trip was Jiang Bai, because his martial arts talent was too high. In time, the martial arts associations of their countries would be overwhelmed. So, it is better to strike first and to gain the advantage. As long as this uncertainty factor is nipped in the bud, all potential threats will no longer exist. And The lineup this time is quite powerful, with nearly 8 countries participating. Each country has an external force master, totaling 8 external forces, and no less than 100 masters who are not far from the external force level. Obviously, they also knew that Zhang Bai was an extraordinary person, otherwise so many people would not have come. 8 external forces, plus 100 masters who are not far from the external forces. I am afraid. Even the 4 major families in the imperial capital are enough to drink a pot. Although the 4 major families in the imperial capital have internal strength masters, don't forget that there is only one internal strength master after all, and with such a large number of families, the number of external strength masters will not exceed 5 at most. Get started. The 8 external force masters narrowed their eyes and were about to raise the Mazian bridal shop to the ground. It's so lively, everyone. But at this moment, more than 10 figures appeared in the field, and the leader among them made the 8 external force masters look serious, because they felt an extremely strong sense of danger from him. An internal force master. The pupils of the 8 people suddenly shrank, and not only that, more than 10 people around them were at the peak of external strength. How is it possible, more than 10 people at the peak of external strength, damn it? How could there be so many top external strength masters gathered in China? At this moment, the faces of the 8 external force masters were extremely gloomy, because in their opinion there were only these few masters in the entire Chinese imperial capital, but right now there were more than a dozen of them who were targeting them alone. The shock of this can be imagined. Who are you? The Korean foreign strength masters all had solemn expressions on their faces. Even though they had hundreds of people, they were no match for these top external strength or even internal strength masters. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. The leader, Shuaishiba, had a stern expression on his face. He glanced at the field and gave orders. Yes. More than a dozen blood-killing guards turned into streams of light and attacked. In an instant, hundreds of people who came to assassinate them, including 8 external force masters, were all killed. Obviously. The people who made the move were none other than the blood-killing guard that Zhang Bai had just obtained. More than a dozen people at the peak of external strength were all members of the blood-killing guard. As for the leader, it was none other than the 18th ranked blood-killing guard, and his realm was that of internal strength. That is to say, the blood-killing guard has a total of 18 internal strength masters, and the rest are all at the peak of external strength. Hey, success! While Blood Killer Wei was trying out his skills in secret, Lin Xiaoxi posted a short video of the video she had taken. In the video, her elder sister was wearing a beautiful wedding dress worth 200 million yuan, and she was stunningly beautiful. Xiaoxi, my wife, 66666, I love you. Goddess Ruashu looks so beautiful in her wedding dress, I love it. Yeah, it would be great if my future girlfriend could be like Goddess Ruashu. God Jiang is so arrogant. He bought a 200 million wedding dress just like that. TSK. Brother-in-law, come home with me, please. I only need $2 for the wedding dress. Fans were discussing and complaining about it, and in less than 10 minutes, the number of likes exceeded 100,000, and the number of comments reached 50,000 to 60,000. Indeed, this picture and information are too shocking. As the situation developed, more and more people knew about Zhang Bai and Lin Ruashu trying on wedding dresses. Dongjiang, Lin family villa. Ding dong. In the living room, Lin's mother was reading a book in the sunshine. The phone next to her coffee rang with a push message. She looked over and opened the phone with a hint of curiosity. What is this? After seeing the short video sent by her youngest daughter, Lin's mother was stunned. Old Lin, come quickly. What's wrong? Lin Yaozong, who had just finished practicing calligraphy in the study, came out of the study after tidying up his clothes. Looking at his mother, whose skin was becoming more and more rosy, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he felt quite a sense of accomplishment. Because he made great contributions in this regard. Look, Xiao Jiang bought Ruashu a 200 million wedding dress. Well. After hearing this, Lin Yaozong was stunned for a moment and then looked over, and suddenly he saw his daughter's beautiful wedding video. Is this wedding dress the one that went viral online and was worth $30 million? Obviously. He knew about this wedding dress, but he never thought that his cheap son-in-law would be so generous to buy it for his daughter. But, it looks pretty good on my daughter. This kid is such a loser. I thought so in my heart, but muttered to myself. Tisk. After hearing this, Lin's mother rolled her eyes at Lin Yaozong. What do you know? Do you know that marriage is the most important ceremony for a woman? This shows that her daughter holds a very important position in Xia Zhang's heart. Unlike you, your wedding dress cost less than 100,000 yuan. Lin Yaozong, ahem. Well, we didn't have any money at that time. After a pause, Lin Yaozong thought to himself, it's no exaggeration to say that I will buy it for you even if it's 2 billion, not to mention 200 million. Go away. What nonsense. I'm already old, why would I wear a wedding dress? Although she knew that Father Lin was joking, Mother Lin was still quite comforted. After all, that guy had the intention, and it was better to say it than not to say it. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang, and then a maid came over. Master, madam, someone is looking for you. They said it was the son-in-law who came to deliver the wedding dress. Well. Lin's father and mother looked at each other, and then their eyes fell on the phone. Wedding dress? Soon, a group of people came to the living room. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin. The person in the lead was a beautiful girl, and judging from her temperament, she was not simple. This is the wedding dress that Mr. Jiangbai asked us to prepare for you. Mrs. Lin's dress is made of pure handmade high-end fabrics and designed by a famous designer. It's worth nearly 30 million renminbi. And this dress of Mr. Lin is also of high quality. Although it is not as good as Mrs. Lin's dress, it is also worth tens of millions. Boom! When these words were spoken, the maids around were all stunned. What? I'm sure they're not dreaming. The son-in-law actually prepared such a nice dress for the master and his wife. Are you sure this is clothing and not gold? Ahem, my son-in-law is a little too arrogant, my lady is so happy. Listening to the chatter of the maids, Lin's mother smiled till her ears were covered with laughter. Ha, this little Jiang is too expensive. Although she blamed him for spending too much, she showed satisfaction on her face and it was obvious that she was very satisfied with her son-in-law's performance. Chapter 118. What? The central bank sent a message to bless this treatment. Dongjiang, Dihao Hotel. As time goes by, the extravagant and luxurious decoration outside the Imperial Hotel has attracted heated discussions. What are you doing? Of course, with such a big show, is it to welcome an important guest? Hey, what do you know? It is said that the wedding of Lord Jiang and Goddess Ruashu will be held here. What, is this true? Of course it's true. My cousin works there. They started preparing 10 days ago. The crowd watching in front of the hotel were discussing and complaining. At the same time, Dihao Group released an official Weibo. In view of the speculation of netizens, this group hereby officially announces that Mr. Jiang Bai and Ms. Lin Ruashu will hold their wedding at Dongjiang Dihao Hotel in 3 days. Special announcement. As soon as this Weibo post came out, netizens were completely excited. What? 3 days later, time has passed so quickly? Moreover, the Imperial Hotel is indeed. Is there something important going on? A wedding is being held at the Dongjiang Imperial Hotel. TSK. By then, the Imperial Hotel will become the focus of the entire network. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. Soon, the number of views on Weibo exceeded 10 million and then soared even higher. As expected, the news of Jiang Bai and Lin Ruashu's upcoming wedding became a hot topic. Hashtag the wedding of Jiang Shen, a versatile talent, is imminent. Hashtag the national queen's wedding will be held in 3 days. Hashtag unveiling the mystery of Jiang Bai and Lin Ruashu's encounter. Hashtag showdown, national queen Lin Ruashu is suspected to be pregnant. Hashtag goddess Ruashu, I love you. Hashtag CP combination Jiang Shen got married, Lin Ruashu is so happy. Hashtag various eye-catching headlines dominated the top 10 hot searches. No, to be precise, even the top 20 were talking about the wedding in 3 days. Rongqing, Junyu Mansion Rest Area. Old Jiang, look, your kid is trending again. Yes, the top 20 trending searches are all about your son's wedding. The chatter of the crowd attracted the attention of Jiang's father and mother, who then looked at the trending searches and clicked on one at random. Fuck, God, Jiang and the national queen are getting married. 3 days. Time flies so fast. The last time I remember it was more than a month. Hey, that's right. Jiang Shen has been in the limelight recently. Goddess Ruashu is so happy. What should I do if I like God Jiang Bai so much? If my future husband is half as good as Jiang Shen, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Looking at the hot search with tens of millions of comments, Jiang's father and mother were stunned. Good job. The official announcement of the wedding can make it to the hot searches, so if it happens 3 days later it will be even hotter. But at this moment, CCTV directly pinned a blessing. Congratulations to Mr. Zhang Bai and Ms. Lin Ruashu on their happy marriage in 3 days. This blessing was like a bolt from the blue that exploded on the internet. Tianya, a forum. What? The central bank sent a message to congratulate this treatment. Ahem, awesome, my god Zhang. It is such an honor to have received a blessing from the central bank. It is unique to Scorpio. I feel like in 3 days, something big is going to happen. 66666, this operation is beautifully done. Hot discussions on forums such as Tianya, which took place on various major platforms and forums, really pushed the news of the wedding in 3 days to a new height. At the same time, at Tanyu Mansion Villa. This. Lin Ruashu was stunned when she saw the explosive comments online. The Dihao group made an official announcement and the central bank sent its blessings. This treatment. Oh my god. Everyone knew that they were getting married in 3 days, and Lin Ruashu's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Look at you? Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone and said, "It's all your fault. Now everyone on the internet knows that we are married." Humph. Zhang Bai, blame me? It's not me who asked Ruching to make the official announcement, but it's just not right. Zhang Bai waved his hand indifferently. It's just right for a wedding to be more lively. Put. You big-headed ghost, you're so lively, will you die if you keep a low profile? Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes, and Zhang Bai smiled slightly and said, "Keep a low profile? But your man's strength doesn't allow it. But honey, you're super nervous. After all, she is a national queen who has seen the world." Lin Ruashu ignored the guy and turned her head away from Zhang Bai because she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and bite the guy to death. The maids chattered and looked at their young mistress with envy. The young lady is so happy. 3 days later, the young lady will definitely become the happiest woman in the world. I'm really looking forward to it. But, how nice it would be if I were the one marrying the young master. If that happens, they will definitely be so excited that they won't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room. I believe everyone has seen it. My sister and brother-in-law are getting married in 3 days. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoxi's face was filled with a happy smile, and she was not at all surprised by the skyrocketing speed of the live broadcast room. After all, the internet is going crazy now. We're getting married. It feels like only 2 or 3 days have passed. Whoa. Goddess Ruashu was successfully captured by God Zhang in this way. The wedding is in 3 days, I'm really looking forward to it. I feel like I can go to the Dongjiang Imperial Hotel to watch the ceremony and witness the exciting moment. Yeah, let's go together. Count me in. Fans were discussing it enthusiastically, and the number of people in the live broadcast room soared to over 1 million, and was still increasing at a visible speed. Of course, Lin Xiaoxi did not pay attention to it. Okay, I'm going to take a shower first. I love you guys, mwah. Lin Xiaoxi threw a wink, smiled slyly and closed the live broadcast room, but it blew up the millions of fans online. What? Oh shit. Xiaoxi, my wife, you can't do this. It's so abominable. Bring me my 40-meter long machete, I want to fight with my wife Xiaoxi for 300 rounds. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt absolutely cannot. At this moment, countless people wanted to rush to Xiaoxi's wife's house, take a nice bath with her, and let her know that there would be a price to pay for doing so. What a pity. They don't know where Xiaoxi's wife lives, otherwise some bold fans might come to her house. If that's the case, it is estimated that Lin's father and mother will break Lin Xiaoxi's legs. Of course, it is also possible that Lin's father and mother cannot take care of her now. But, on the other side, in a villa in the suburbs of Dongjiang. Oh. Looking at the boiling news on the internet, Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes. In 3 days, Zhang Bai will get married? It seems that something big is going to happen in Dongjiang again. While mumbling, Mr. Zhao thought of something. Peng Tian, tell Jinbei to pay attention to domestic and foreign forces in the next few days, and don't let anyone take advantage of this opportunity to disrupt Zhang Bai's wedding. Once discovered, kill without mercy. Chapter 119. The wedding of the century shocked the whole city. 3 days later, dawn broke. Dongjiang, everything is ready in front of the Dihao Hotel. Rose petals covered the ground, and the wedding scene combining Chinese and Western elements was like a fairy tale world, magnificent and beautiful. Hey, look! At this moment, the reporters who had already set up their cameras saw a petal falling from the sky. 3 pieces. 5 pieces. 10 pieces. In an instant, a rain of rose petals floated between the sky and the earth, forming a rain curtain of rose petals. The scene is even shocking. Oh my god, look far away. A scream was heard from somewhere, and then everyone looked and saw an endless rain of rose petals spreading out. All the reporters were shocked. Oh my god, Zhang Bai's wedding won't spill petals all over the city, right? Although the reporters around did not say anything, their shocked expressions said it all. At the same time, Lin Xiaoxi got up early and came to the outside of the restaurant. Wow! The endless rain of rose petals made Lin Xiaoxi feel as if she was in a romantic fairy tale world. Could it be my brother-in-law who did this? Lin Xiaoxi couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the fans in the live broadcast room all exploded. Pfft, holy shit, this is such a big deal. Awesome Kozla, awesome Jiangshan. Ahem, gossip has it that Zhang Bai's wedding is going to be a rain of petals all over Dongjiang. Damn, I'm just curious about how Jiangshan did it. The wedding of the century. It's definitely the wedding of the century now. Goddess Ruashu is probably the happiest woman in the world. Barrages of comments appeared on the screen like a rain of rose petals, and even the entire Dosha platform was celebrating. Joke. How could they miss such a good opportunity to attract traffic? Even though Dosha has already occupied nearly 90% of the domestic market, who doesn't want better? In Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room, the number of fans exceeded 1 million within less than 10 minutes after the broadcast started. It can be seen how crazy the situation is. After all, Lin Xiaoxi is the sister-in-law of today's protagonist. Certainly. The live broadcasts by other major media outlets also received quite a bit of response. Even the one with the smallest number of viewers exceeded 100,000. A grand wedding was quietly broadcast online. 1,000 people. 2,000 people. 3,000 people. Soon, no less than thousands of people gathered in front of the Dihao Hotel. They smelled the refreshing rose fragrance and were shocked beyond words. It's confirmed. They have now confirmed that the whole city is raining rose petals. How much money would such a large sum cost? Hundreds of millions, or billions? On the other side, the Lin family villa. This is Lin Ruashu, who had woken up beautifully, was awakened by a message pushed to her mobile phone. She clicked on it and saw her sister's live broadcast room. She stood up from the bed with her beautiful eyes wide open. What? Looking at the fairy tale-like Imperial Hotel on the screen, I opened the curtains and saw an endless rain of rose petals floating outside the window. At this moment, the visual impact was unprecedentedly strong, and Lin Ruashu's eyes were filled with ripples, and she was moved. It was hard to express how touched she was. That guy actually gave her such a grand gift. This will surely become the most beautiful memory of her life. However, at this moment, the maids in the Lin family villa were extremely envious. Oh my god, my son-in-law is too doting. Such a grand wedding, my god. This will cost at least tens of billions, tisk tisk. Today, Miss is destined to be the happiest woman in the world. I'm so envious. It would be great if my husband could treat me this well in the future. Lin Ruashu had already come to the living room at this moment. Lin's father and mother stared out the window in a daze, and the sky was full of rose petals raining down. That kid. Lin Yaozong stared at the endless rain of rose petals in amazement, feeling as if he were dreaming and unreal. What a grand gesture. Yes. Mother Lin was shocked and said with emotion, I didn't expect that Xiao Zheng's grand wedding for Ruashu would be more shocking than we imagined. Squeak. At this moment, a fleet of pure Rolls-Royce cars drove over from a distance and finally stopped in front of the Lin family villa. Leading the way was the latest model of Rolls-Royce, the Silver Ghost. Its cool design dazzled countless eyes, especially the flying figurines, which sparkled in the golden sunlight and bathed in a rain of rose petals. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, oh my god. This is too luxurious. It is said that this car is worth at least 300 million, and it is still out of stock. Not only that, look at the Rolls-Royce following behind, it's either a Radiance or a Phantom, so luxurious. At least 30 million is enough for this lineup. Along the way, passers-by were all dumbfounded. Damn, why make such a big fuss? Not only was there a shower of rose petals, but there was also a fleet of Rolls-Royces worth nearly $1 billion. The Lin family villa was soon affected by this scene. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? The corner of Lin Yaozong's mouth twitched. Even he couldn't even imagine having such a car, but that brat actually used it as a wedding car. Ha, Lao Lin is now impressive now. Mother Lin smiled with satisfaction and said, "This scene alone is enough for me to brag about for a year. Ahem, I have to say, that boy is quite capable." However, this is not the end. At a certain moment, a billboard outside a building not far from the Lin family villa lit up, and the huge screen immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Ah, look, that's my uncle." A maid screamed in disbelief. She really felt like something terrible was about to happen. "What?" Looking around, everyone saw the handsome face on the big screen. It was Jiang Bai. "That kid, what is he doing again?" Lin Yaozong obviously also saw his uneasy son-in-law, and Lin's mother was quite curious. Not only here, but all the billboards in Dongjiang were playing this scene. "Next, I want to dedicate this song to my Princess Ruashu on our wedding day. I hope she will always be beautiful and happy. The name of this song is The Rest of My Life." Phew. After hearing the voice on the big screen, Lin Yaozong was stunned. That kid wants to sing, and he's not going to buy billboards all over the city. "Xiao Jiang, our daughter is going to be so happy now." Mother Lin looked at her son-in-law on the big screen with a smile on her face. This was not a grand wedding at all. It was clearly the wedding of the century, something that might not happen once in a decade, or even 100 years. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she sang passionately on the big screen. "Look for the sun in a windless place. Be the warm sun in your cold place. Human resources are in flux. You are always too naive. The rest of my life. I only want you." The unique voice seems to have some kind of magic that attracts everyone's attention. The sky is filled with rain of rose petals, and the magnificent fleet of Rolls Royces is now filled with confessions all over the city. Ah. Lin Ruashu, who came to the outside of the villa, was completely moved. 2 lines of tears could not stop flowing. That guy actually gave her such a shocking wedding. What should I do if I like that guy so much? Chapter 120, French Kiss During the Wedding. This is... Outside the villa, Lin Ruashu stared at her own man on the big screen, the rose petals raining down on her side, the luxurious convoy in front of her, all the scenes intertwined in her heart. Is he trying to spoil himself to the sky? Lin Ruashu couldn't imagine how much time and energy it would take to accomplish all this, not to mention the money. "Ruashu, how is it?" Mother Lin looked at this scene, especially her daughter in a 200 million wedding dress. Xiao Jiang confessed, "Are you satisfied?" "Aha!" Lin Ruashu burst into laughter, her face full of happiness, and she pecked at the rice and nodded her head. Satisfy. She was so satisfied. She even wanted to marry that guy right away and hug him tenderly. "I want to take you to see the clear sky. I want to tell you loudly that I am obsessed with you. The past is fleeting. You will always be touched. Oh my god, the brother-in-law's dog food is so sweet." The eyes of the maids in the Lin family villa were shining. "Oh my god. Sounds good. It sounds so good. I'm so envious of you." When Lin's father and mother heard this, they were deeply moved. They thought that their Lin family must have accumulated blessings for many lifetimes to have met such an outstanding and capable son-in-law. They have no doubt that their son-in-law is definitely the most promising young man at the moment. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. The fan value skyrocketed like a drug, and Lin Xiaoxi was stunned. Wow. Brother-in-law, so sweet. They were really shocked, and the reporters from all major media outlets even broke the shutters of their cameras. Ahem, this is definitely a wedding, not a concert. This song is so touching. I seem to clearly feel Jiang Bai's love for Goddess Ruashu. Yeah, me too. Jiang Shen is so majestic and domineering. He is worthy of being my idol. I'm a fan, this is the idol I want to chase. Thousands of people gathered at the scene, staring at the scene in amazement, while at this moment, rose petals rained down from the sky. It seems that there is no end. Also here, Dongjiang Airport. This was done by my son. Jiang's mother arrived at the airport, staring in a daze at the rain of rose petals and her son's true confession on the big screen. Ahem, that kid is really capable of causing trouble. Father Jiang coughed dryly, truly shocked by the scene before him. He dared not even think about seeing such a thing, let alone seeing it. Let's go. It's not good to be late for the wedding. Zhang's mother muttered something, and just as she got out of the airport, she saw Zhao Taizhu, who had been waiting for her in his supercar for a long time. Sir, madam. Master Jiang asked me to pick you up at the Dihao Hotel. Zhao Taizhu was respectful and did not dare to be careless at all, because the people in front of him were young Master Zhang's parents and he could not afford to be negligent. Ahem, thank you. Zhang's father and mother looked at each other, then got in the car and drove towards the Dihao Hotel. Time flies and the wedding is approaching. In front of the Imperial Hotel. As the host, Zhou Yuning took a deep breath and looked at the rain of rose petals in the sky. The envy in his heart was unprecedented. My bestie is so happy. Ha! After taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuning gathered his thoughts and said, next, please invite the bride and groom to enter. Swish! As Zhou Yuning's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on the red carpet entrance, and at this moment people from all walks of life came to congratulate, and representatives from all major Dongjiang families were present. Ahem, the boss is getting married soon. Su Tiancheng coughed dryly, while Zhou Haolin Xiao on the side stared at him with envy. Look, boss, my sister-in-law is here. At a certain moment, Lin Xiao looked towards the entrance, his pupils suddenly paused. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Gulp. Gulp. Su Tiancheng and Zhou Hao looked over and both swallowed their saliva. Bathed in the rain of rose petals, sister-in-law Lin Ruashu was extremely beautiful at this moment. Quick, take a picture. Don't miss any moment. At this time, reporters from major media outlets were as busy as ants on the hot sun, constantly pressing the shutter buttons to record every wonderful moment. You can say that. Every photo they took was a beautiful picture. Master and his wife are finally getting married. When the traditional Chinese medical expert Du Gaoming saw this, his face was filled with joy, and Yao Chong, the president of the Dongjiang Writers Association, was also filled with emotion. Such a grand wedding is something I have never seen or heard of before. I'm afraid that in the near future, the Lin family will become an existence superior to Dongjiang. Yao Zhong was shocked. With Jiang Bai's ability, it would only take a flick of his finger for a family to dominate Dongjiang. This kid is capable of causing trouble. At the same time, in a corner of the wedding venue, Mr. Zhao was looking at the scene with a smile on his face. Yes. The middle-aged man Zhan Pengtian beside her was stunned. With such a large sum of money, I'm afraid the cost of this wedding will be sky high. I'm really curious about who this guy is. After a pause, Zhan Pengtian continued, even the wealthy young men in the imperial capital are probably not even 1/10 as good as Jiang Bai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Bai walked on the red carpet holding Lin Ruashu's slender hand, while Lin Xiaoxi was busy broadcasting the live show. Wow, my sister is so happy. Looking at the scene, Lin Xiaoxi's eyes were full of little stars. How great it would be if she could have such a grand wedding in the future. 66666, Goddess Ruashu is so beautiful. Jiang Bai is so handsome, I am so happy. It feels so sweet, super sweet. A grand wedding, a shower of rose petals, a fleet of Rolls Royces, and confessions all over the city. This treatment is a memory that will be remembered for a lifetime. I really want to have a grand wedding like this, boo-hoo. The screens of fans in the live broadcast room exploded, and the visual impact was even stronger at close range. By this time, the number of fans in Lin Xiaoxi's live broadcast room had quietly exceeded 100 million. Moreover, the speed is still increasing. At this time, Jiang Bai and Lin Ruashu came to the podium bathed in a rain of rose petals. Mr. Jiang Bai, are you willing to marry the bride next to you? No matter whether she is rich or poor in the future, or whether she is healthy or unwell in the future, you are willing to be with her forever. I do. Jiang Bai's lips curled up, this day had finally come. Zhou Yuning then looked at her best friend, Ms. Lin Ruashu, are you willing to marry the groom? No matter whether he is rich or poor, healthy or unwell in the future, you are willing to be with him forever. Yes, I do. Lin Ruashu's face was filled with a happy smile. At this moment, she felt that her whole body was wrapped in Wang Yang's sweet dog food. Good. Zhou Yuning heard this and then looked at the audience. Next, let's have the bride and groom have a French kiss. What do you say? Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was moved. French kissing was so exciting. Lin Ruashu blushed and glared at her best friend. Is that Yuning crazy? She actually let them kiss passionately in front of so many people. Chapter 121, Husband, are we getting married now? Ah. When Su Tiancheng and the other two heard Zhou Yuning's words, they howled at the top of their lungs, and then the whole audience resonated with them. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. In an instant, everyone in the audience started to cheer, and the grand wedding reached its climax from that moment on. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, their eyes met. Lin Ruashu closed her eyes, Jiang Bai put his big hand around her slender waist tacitly, and held her beautiful face with the other hand, and a French kiss began quietly. The super sweet dog food is centered around these two people, blending into the rain of rose petals. Everything is quiet and beautiful. I don't know how much time had passed, but Lin Ruashu opened the guy's arms with a flushed face. It was crazy, they just French kissed in front of so many people. This. Lin Ruashu is really still you? Okay, next. Zhou Yuning looked at the venue, feeling happy for her bestie from the bottom of her heart, and then looked at the packed venue. The wedding banquet begins. Dear friends, eat well and drink well. As the voice fell, thunderous applause broke out in the audience, and a grand wedding came to an end. Certainly. The rose petals that bathe the heaven and earth are still raining. As if there is no end. Time passed quickly and night fell. Royal suite at the Dorset Hotel. On the balcony, a loving couple snuggled up to each other and looked at the rain of rose petals that were still falling. Honey, how much did you spend on this rain of rose petals? It's been raining all day. Lin Ruashu asked with a face full of emotion. The whole day of rose petals raining all over the city still felt like a dream to her. Rose petal rain? Jiang Bai looked at the rain of petals between heaven and earth, not much, maybe 1.5 or 1.6 billion. Lin Ruashu 1.5 billion or 600 million, that's too much of a waste. Lin Ruashu took a sip of her lips. She didn't expect that there was much more than she thought. Hey, what's that? Jiang Bai held the beauty in his arms and looked into the distance. The fireworks should be starting at this time. Fireworks? Lin Ruashu had a bad feeling for some reason. Sure enough, a brilliant firework rose into the sky before 9 o'clock in the Dihao Palace, illuminating the surrounding area for several kilometers as if it were daytime. Then, hundreds of fireworks rose into the sky and then bloomed, accompanied by a rain of rose petals, shocking the entire Dongjiang population. Oh shit! After the city was covered with rose petals, as night fell, there were fireworks all over the city. This kind of deal would not be possible without several 100 million. Joke? Didn't you see that the entire Dongjiang city was illuminated by the gorgeous fireworks as if it were daytime? This. Lin Ruashu looked at the fireworks all over the city, feeling inexplicably moved. She didn't expect that today's surprise was not over yet. Honey, how do you like it? Aha! Lin Ruashu looked at the grand fireworks prepared for her by her man, nodded her head constantly, and leaned tightly in someone's arms. Like. Of course I like it. I guess there is no woman who doesn't like it. Hubby, I love you. Lin Ruashu took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling as she said, thank you for giving me an unforgettable wedding. Meeting you is my greatest blessing. Me too. He embraces his beloved with a slight smile and looks tenderly at the magnificent fireworks in the distance. At this moment, time and space belong only to the two of them. I don't know how long it took. Wife, it's been a long night, isn't it time to go to bed? Jiang Bai smiled as he looked down at the particularly charming face against the backdrop of the blooming fireworks. Lin Ruashu lowered her head with a slightly red face. She knew what that guy meant by sleeping. It was impossible for him to just sleep. After all, it was inevitable for a business worth hundreds of millions. 80,000 words omitted here. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxi broadcast live for a day. Brother-in-law, what a magnificent fireworks display. Lin Xiaoxi was broadcasting live the fireworks. At this moment, the number of fans in the live broadcast room had exceeded 200 million, which really shocked the Douxia platform. My God, God Jiang is so mighty and domineering. The entire Dongjiang River seemed as bright as day, it was crazy. A grand wedding, this is a day I will never forget. Grandma, if I were a woman, I would also want to marry Jiangshan. Too much doting, even a doting maniac is nothing but scum in front of Jiangshan. No wonder Goddess Ruashu even quit the music industry for Jiangshan, I'm so envious. Lively discussions emerged from the live broadcast room, and at the same time, similar scenes appeared in various places in Dongjiang. Lin family villa. This operation is good. Okay. Mother Lin looked at the Dongjiang city, which seemed as bright as day, with deep emotion. Lin Yaozong was dumbfounded. That kid has never had enough of showing off, right? Seeing this scene, he asked himself honestly that he was more than 1,000 times more capable than he was back then. I'm afraid. Even so, he couldn't do this. This night was destined to keep countless people in Dongjiang awake. The next day, early morning. After the grand wedding, golden sunlight poured down on the bedding of the royal suite of Dihao Hotel, and a beautiful person woke up with sleepy eyes. What came into view was a handsome profile, which made her face flush, and the scenes of last night replayed in her mind. Wife, you're awake. At this time, the person in his arms took a deep breath, and both bears could sense the scent. My wife's arms are still fragrant, and I will never get tired of them. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Why don't you open the door? Lin Ruashu's face turned red. That guy was so mean. Hey, let your husband stay a little longer. Just like that, Lin Ruashu glared at a certain guy, but did not struggle anymore. After all, she already belonged to someone, and it was not excessive to hug him for a while. Honey, are we getting married now? Holding her man's head, Lin Ruashu was in a daze. She didn't even know how she had gotten through the wedding yesterday. Yes. Jiang Bai smiled slightly and said, now, everyone knows that you are my wife. He. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes at someone, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but smile. She felt super sweet when she heard that guy say that she was his wife. That's right. After a little bit of tenderness, Jiang Bai took out a document from the bedside. Here, honey, this is a wedding gift from your husband. Wedding gift? After hearing this, Lin Ruashu's heart tightened. That guy actually had a gift. However, she still looked at it with a hint of curiosity. When she opened the document, Lin Ruashu's beautiful eyes were stunned. Husband, you actually gave me the serious island worth hundreds of billions, are you crazy? Hey, the best gift should of course be given to my wife Ruashu. Jiang Bai waved his hand nonchalantly, and continued, in the next period of time, your husband will take you to Tianlang Island for your honeymoon. Oof. Hubby, you spoil me like this, aren't you afraid that I'll become proud? Lin Ruashu's face was full of sweetness and happiness, and she said in a delicate voice, what should I do if I like this bad guy so much? Chapter 122. A husband who doesn't pamper his wife is not a good husband. Then be proud. Jiang Bai embraced the beauty in his arms. A husband who doesn't pamper his wife is not a good husband. My husband is so nice. Lin Ruashu smiled happily, feeling extremely sweet in her heart. She felt that she could no longer live without this guy, but she didn't know what to do. Of course. He pinched Lin Ruashu's face lovingly, and then said, don't you care whose man I am? If outsiders knew about the sweet words between the two, they would probably be extremely envious. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang, and Jiang Bai was startled when he saw the caller ID. Lu Ruqing. That's right, he is the president who manages the Emgrand Group for him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. As soon as the call was connected, Lu Ruqing's pleasant voice came from the other end. I hope I didn't disturb your rest. Lu Ruqing naturally knew that yesterday was the day of her own Master Zhang's wedding, and asked nervously. Without. Holding his wife Ruashu in his arms, Jiang Bai smiled slightly, but this earned him a roll of the eyes from Lin Ruashu. This guy was not honest while making a phone call, how hateful. That's good. Lu Ruqing on the other side breathed a sigh of relief and continued, it's like this, young Master Jiang. There's a charity banquet at the Dihao Group today, I wonder if you want to show your private parts. Charity banquet? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard it. Before he could think about it, the system voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! The host has triggered the mission and is going to attend the charity banquet. The reward is 100,000 black armored soldiers, and 30 billion renminbi. 100,000 black armored army? Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes. What was Tonzi trying to do? Was he trying to let him rule the world? But if these 100,000 black armored army were placed on Tianlang Island, they would definitely be safe. Good. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Bai agreed. After all, just by attending the charity banquet, he could get 100,000 black armored soldiers, which was a profit no matter how he looked at it. Real. Lu Ruqing breathed a sigh of relief. Great, I'll arrange it right away. In fact, this charity banquet is quite special. Many important people will be present. Lu Ruqing felt that she could not control the situation, so she had to call Jiang Bai. Fortunately, young Master Jiang agreed to go, and I felt a lot more at ease. What's wrong? After hanging up the phone, Lin Ruashu asked suspiciously. Nothing. The Dihao group is going to hold a charity banquet, and Ruching wants me to attend. After a pause, Jiang Bai lifted the beautiful woman's smooth white chin and said, Wife Ruashu, accompany your husband to attend the charity banquet. We will start our honeymoon tomorrow. After hearing this, Lin Ruashu nodded obediently. It's a honeymoon. I'm really looking forward to it. Charity banquet, venue. Boss. Meet the boss lady. When they arrived at the venue, Lu Ruching bowed and greeted everyone, especially towards Lin Ruashu. Her attitude was completely different from before. After all, she and the boss now had a truly established relationship. Let's go. Jiang Bai waved his hand, and the three of them entered the charity banquet. Young Master Jiang, many important people came to the charity banquet today, even several of the aristocratic families in the imperial capital came. Lu Ruching explained patiently, obviously trying to remind her boss. Soon, a group of 3 people came to the box. Okay, now I declare the auction open. The auctioneer smiled faintly at this time. This is the first lot of today's auction. It is called Crystal Love and is designed by an internationally renowned master. This pendant exudes nobility. Wearing it will definitely enhance your temperament. The auction reserve price is 10 million, and each bid increase must be no less than 1 million. This pendant is nice. Jiang Bai nodded slightly when he saw the pendant for the first time. Good. Lin Ruashu nodded in agreement, and Lu Ruching smiled. Ruashu, do you like it? Your husband will take a picture for you. Lin Ruashu, 10 million. At this moment, a voice came from another box, and the owner of the voice was a girl. Jiang Bai frowned slightly, then looked towards the box, 20 million. A calm voice sounded, but it caused Lu Ruching to frown. Master Jiang, the person in that box is Miss Zhao Meier from the Zhao family in the imperial capital. That's right. Lu Ruching thought of something and frowned slightly. During this period of time, Zhao Meier from the Zhao family seems to have been investigating you. The imperial capital? Hearing Lu Ruching's words, Lin Ruashu's heart tightened. She naturally knew that the water in the imperial capital was very deep. Yeah. Jiang Bai didn't care about it, but in another box. Miss, that person is Jiang Bai. There was a man next to Zhao Meier. This man was very strong and had external strength. Oh. Zhao Meier's eyes fell on the box where Jiang Bai was. It was him. He had a conflict with my brother at the couplet conference. After that, there was no news from my brother. Good. Master suspects that the young master's disappearance is most likely related to this boy. Hearing this, Zhao Meier's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's true that you can't find it even after searching everywhere. In that case, let's catch this kid and ask him. At this point, Zhao Meier continued, it is said that the boy just got married yesterday. What a pity. Miss, you'd better be careful. This guy must be extraordinary to have held a wedding of the century like yesterday. No problem. Zhao Meier waved her hands when she heard it, not taking it seriously at all. In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. I want to see how this kid can make my brother disappear quietly. Notify everyone in the Zhao family to prepare for this trip. Yes, miss. The Zhao family's external force expert bowed solemnly, and Zhao Meier then raised the corner of her mouth and looked towards the box where Jiang Bai was. I will play with you. 30 million. As a voice was heard, Lu Ruching frowned. Jiang Bai, let's forget it. Lin Ruashu was slightly worried. After all, the other party was from the imperial capital. It's okay. Your husband doesn't need this little money. Jiang Bai waved his hand and said, how could he miss such a good opportunity to make money? 50 million. A calm voice sounded, and then everyone's eyes were strangely cast towards the box where Jiang Bai and Zhao Meier were. It seemed that the two parties had just gotten up. However, who is that person who dares to bid so highly with the imperial capital family? 60 million. Zhao Meier called out a price, and the smile in her eyes deepened. 100 million. Finally, the crystal love pendant was bought by Jiang Bai for 100 million yuan. Zhao Meier was even more sarcastic about him, saying that he could succeed with just a little provocation. She really didn't know how her brother Zhao Zhang, that waste, could disappear in her hands. My brother has brought shame to the Zhao family. Zhao Meier's face was full of sarcasm. She continued, let this kid be proud for a while. He will die when the charity banquet is over. However, Zhao Meier didn't know that her action would directly drag the Zhao family and the imperial capital into the abyss. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 123, Husband, why are you laughing so sinisterly? Ding! The host spends 100 million renminbi, triggering a 20-fold rebate, and gets 2 billion renminbi. As expected, the sound of reward being credited to his account rang in his ears, allowing Zhang Bai to make a small profit. Soon, they attacked one after another. After the rebate amounted to about 10 billion, the charity banquet ended. Let's go! Glancing at the box where Zhao Meier was, Zhang Bai naturally sensed the murderous intent emanating from it, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an intriguing arc. There are always some flies rushing to seek death. Lin Ruashu nodded slightly. Compared to attending the auction here, she was more looking forward to going on a honeymoon trip to Tianlang Island with Zhang Bai. Just thinking about that scene made her look forward to it. Boss lady, take care. Lu Ruching saw the two off and then heaved a sigh of relief. Miss, that boy left. Not far away from the charity banquet, a master of external force from the Zhao family narrowed his eyes and spoke. Zhao Meier looked at the direction the supercar left, her eyes gleaming fiercely. Let someone do it. Be more careful, after all, they are both quite famous. Yes, ma'am. The Zhao family's external force master from the imperial capital responded, then flashed and flew in the direction of Zhang Bai. More than 10 minutes later. How dare a young boy like you touch anyone from the Zhao family in the imperial capital? The Zhao family's external force master smiled coldly, then looked at the dozen or so men behind him and said, later, the men will hold their breath, and the women will be rewarded to you. Hey, thanks sir. All the experts of the Zhao family were moved to tears of gratitude. They naturally knew that Lin Ruashu must feel very good to sleep with a beauty like the gorgeous queen. Come on, listen to my orders, who? Just as the Zhao family's external force master was about to give an order, a figure appeared behind him like a ghost, and everyone in the Zhao family looked over. All of them were filled with the fear of the dead, because they didn't know when a figure appeared not far away from them. This person was none other than Blood 17. Sniff. The blade flashed, and the next moment, all the members of the Zhao family except the external force master were killed and fell to the ground as corpses. What? The Zhao family's external force master's expression changed drastically, and he looked at the other side in horror. You, an internal force master? Impossible, who are you? With a puff, blood splattered, and the Zhao family's external force master was killed in one blow. It was true that the two were not on the same level at all. Not to mention that it was Blood 17 who attacked. Even if it was Blood 36, I'm afraid that Zhao family's external force master wouldn't be able to withstand one move. Ding dong. At this time, Zhang Bai, who was driving a supercar, received a message, Master, all the Zhao family assassins have been annihilated. Zhang Bai glanced at the message and deleted it. But the curve of his mouth made Lin Ruashu stunned, her face flushed to the back of her ears. Husband, why are you laughing so sinisterly? Hey, nothing. Zhang Bai smiled slightly and continued, my husband is thinking about what action to use to negotiate a business worth several hundred million tonight. Put. Husband, what are you talking about? Lin Ruashu glared at a certain guy. That guy deserved to die for actually thinking about that kind of thing. Humph, so bad. But, why is my heart beating so fast? Humph, you just know how to bully me. Lin Ruashu said with a delicate snort, that guy really wanted to beat him to death, but he couldn't bear to do it. What should he do? Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission to attend the charity banquet. You will be rewarded with 100,000 black armored soldiers and 30 billion renminbi. While teasing his beautiful wife, Zhang Bai heard the system's voice and his smile deepened. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Zhang Bai. Age, 21. Skills, God-level music, God-level cooking, God-level driving skills, God-level martial arts, God-level bone massage, God-level farming, God-level calligraphy, God-level object control, God-level medicine, God-level chess, God-level treasure appraisal, God-level hacking. Items, Bugatti Veyron X1, Tianyu Mansion No. 1 Villa X1, 100% shares of Dihao Group, 20 sets of Thompson first-class villas, Bad Luck Card X1, 100% shares of Tomahawk Security, ownership of Tianlang Island, 100,000 black armored army. Appearance, 100, of course, the average appearance of the readers here is plus. Wealth, 384.035 billion renminbi. Passive skill, consumption double aura, less than 100 million times. Looking at the attribute panel, Zhang Bai was filled with emotion. In less than a year, he had accomplished something that ordinary people could not achieve in their entire lives. 100,000 black armored army, I wonder how strong they are. On the other side, a villa in Dongjiang. Eh? Zhao Meyer waited for a long time but didn't see a reply from her subordinates. She couldn't help but frown. Why haven't you succeeded yet? It stands to reason that a dozen top-notch masters with external strength can easily deal with this kid. With a hint of doubt, Zhao Meyer dialed the phone number of the external force master. This beating made him even more worried, because no one answered the phone. Not only that external force master, but all the other Zhao family masters who went with her were like this. The strange scene was exactly the same as when her brother Zhao Zheng disappeared. Could it be that it's impossible? Zhao Meyer's face turned cold as she thought of something. How could that young boy possibly be a match for an external force master? Sniff. The blade came at her rapidly, and the next moment, before Zhao Meyer could come to her senses, her heart had been pierced, and blood was dripping onto the ground along the blade. Puff. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Meyer's pupils widened in disbelief. She turned her head stiffly. When? Plop. Until the moment of her death, Zhao Meyer did not see the person who killed her, because the person acted too quickly, and it was Blood 16. I wanted to let your Zhao family from the imperial capital go, but since that's the case, then let's destroy them. Shueisherlu smiled coldly, then made a phone call. Zhao Meyer is dead, the Zhao family in the imperial capital can be destroyed. Good. A voice came from the other side, and that person was, as expected, the Blood Killing Guard. The end of the Zhao family in the imperial capital also quietly came online from this moment on. However, at the same time as the tragedy of family annihilation occurred in the imperial capital, another major event was happening far away on Sirius Island. Sirius Island, Sirius Castle. Swish. Figures appeared in the distance of Sirius Castle. There was no telling how many people there were. They were all wearing black armor and had extremely strong defense. Moreover, each aura is extremely powerful and they are all at least first-rate masters, especially the dozen or so people in the lead who have sufficient external strength. Commander-in-Chief. With a thud, a confidant of an external force master knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "The castle ahead is the core of Tianlang Island. According to intelligence, it is now occupied by Miaojiangu masters." Hearing his men's words, the commander of the Black Armor Army, Jun Wuhui, narrowed his eyes and said, "Attack, but if anyone resists, kill them." "Yes, Commander." In an instant, a massacre took place in the Sirius Castle deep in Sirius Island, and all this was unknown to the outside world. Chapter 124, 100,000 black armored soldiers show their power, Tianlang Island is impregnable. Sirius Castle. Leader. The trip to China failed. Should we continue to train endorsements? Deep inside the castle, more than a dozen people were discussing in the meeting room. Each of them had external strength, and there were no less than 100 first-rate masters in various places in the castle. As for the remaining Miaojiangu master members, there were no less than 1,000 of them. There is no rush for this matter. Fuso has not replied yet. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and then the bodies of several top Miaogu masters fell into the conference hall, interrupting the emergency meeting. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Jun Wuhui looked at the Miaojiangu master leaders in the room with a cold expression. He did not expect that such a force would be entrenched in his master's territory. Before the master comes to Tianlang Island, this place must be cleaned up. Presumptuous. At this moment, an angry voice was heard. This person was none other than the leader of the Miaojiangu master. He was extremely powerful and had already entered the realm of internal strength, and was at the peak of internal strength. Sniff. The Miaojiangu master leader sneered and attacked the Black Armor Army commander Jun Wuhui with a terrifying attack. Jun Wuhui saw the person coming and then patted him. Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the next moment the Miaojiangu master leader was slapped and flew more than 10 meters away, smashed hard against the castle wall, and then knelt on one knee on the ground with a thud. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the Miaojiangu master leader was full of disbelief. "You are a Huajin master." The Miaojiangu master's pupils suddenly shrank. He couldn't believe that the man in golden armor was so powerful. "You must know. He is already in the late stage of internal strength, so one can imagine how powerful he is to be able to severely injure him in an instant. After today, there will be no more Miaogu masters in the world." Lang vaguely said oh ah, Jun Wuhui's figure flashed, and the next moment more than a dozen external force masters in the conference room, including 2 internal force masters, were all killed. Unprecedented strength. Clean up the battlefield. There must not be any blood in Sirius Castle. Jun Wuhui gave an order, and the backbones of the surrounding Xuanjia army all bowed. Yes, Commander. For a time, 100,000 black-armored soldiers were stationed at the Sirius Castle. At the same time, Jun Wuhui sent his men to patrol the entire Sirius Island, and once any threat was discovered, it would be nipped in the bud. The radius of Tianlang Island is only a few hundred miles, and not even a mosquito can escape under the sweep of 100,000 black-armored army. All of this is to welcome the honeymoon trip of the master and his woman. A massive clearing operation is staged in every part of Tianlang Island. The next day, Sirius Castle was in the distant sky. A special plane slowly descended from a distance and finally stopped on the ground of Sirius Castle. The gangway dropped down, and then 2 figures appeared on the field. The girl with a beautiful face took a deep breath, feeling the refreshing fresh air. What a fresh air! The sky is blue, the sea is blue, and the clouds are curling. It is worthy of being the fairyland in the legend. After Lin Ruashu arrived at the surface of Sirius Island, she couldn't help but sigh. Meet the island owner. At this time, Jun Wuhui, wearing golden armor, led hundreds of black armor soldiers to kneel on one knee to show respect. Well, Lin Ruashu was really shocked when she saw this scene. Who are these people? Jiang Bai smiled slightly. Get up. I hired them to help me manage and protect Tianlang Island. Jiang Bai waved his hand slightly and said, after all, the existence of Tianlang Island will attract many people's covetousness. Oh. Lin Ruashu nodded as if she understood. Not quite. In her opinion, these people should be a team hired by someone. No wonder they looked so formal, it must have cost a lot of money. Gurgle. At this moment, Lin Ruashu wanted to say something, but her lower abdomen started to protest. After all, I don't eat much in the morning, and it's not surprising that I get hungry easily when I'm pregnant with triplets. Are you hungry? Jiang Bai put his arm around Lin Ruashu's shoulders and spoke softly and lovingly. Lin Ruashu's face was slightly flushed. Jiang Bai smiled and said, I'll grill some fish for you. Soon, Jun Wuhui personally caught a few big and fat fish, and his men set up the barbecue grill with great insight, and everything went smoothly. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish wafted everywhere. Hey! Looking at the greedy Lin Ruashu, Jiang Bai cut the grilled fish into pieces and handed them to her. Eat it. Recover some strength and let's go to Sirius Castle. Good. Lin Ruashu nodded, but had already eaten a piece of fish. It tasted delicious and left a long aftertaste. That guy's cooking is as good as always. Thinking back, I had put in a lot of effort to help that guy learn his cooking skills. Nizi, you eat here and I'll go around the side. Jiang Bai said this and walked towards the distant lawn. Jun Wuhui understood and waved his hand to let several confidants protect the master's woman. Each of these confidants was at the peak of external strength. If outsiders knew about this, it would cause a huge sensation. Owner. Not far from the fish grilling area, Jun Wuhui knelt on one knee with a thud. Get up. Jiang Bai also had some understanding of the previous situation on Sirius Island. Now that Jun Wuhui was able to clear it out in such a short time, it was clear that he was quite capable. The strength of Hua Jin is not bad. Jiang Bai pondered for a moment, then flipped his right hand and a physical strengthening liquid appeared. Drink this liquid, it will help improve your strength. Yes, master. Jun Wuhui drank the medicine without thinking. After all, the 100% loyalty rewarded by the system was not just talk. As the medicine entered the mouth, a powerful energy exploded instantly. Buzz. An extremely strong aura spread out with Jun Wuhui as the center, and his strength directly reached the half-step innate level. External strength, internal strength, transformation strength, and above that is the innate realm. Thank you for the gift, master. With a thud, Jun Wuhui knelt down again to express his gratitude. Then Jiang Bai looked towards the direction of the special plane and said, in the special plane, there are 100,000 doses of physical fitness enhancement liquid that I prepared. They will be used by the Xuanjia army. Yes, master. Jun Wuhui bowed in response, his heart was extremely shocked. 100,000 doses of the physical medicine just now, the master was so generous. Back off. Jiang Bai waved his hand and continued, help me protect Tianlang Island from now on. Whoever dares to covet Tianlang Island will be killed without mercy. Yes, sir. Jun Wuhui's eyes flashed with fierceness, and he felt the strength that was several times stronger than before, and he was respectful. Soon, Jiang Bai returned to the barbecue area. At this moment, Lin Ruashu had already finished eating the two big, plump fishes, and it was evident that her appetite had increased significantly. Naturally, this was all thanks to Jiang Bai's cooking skills. Hiccup. Lin Ruashu burped beautifully, her face flushed, and she couldn't help but glared at Jiang Bai. It's all your fault. You made the grilled fish so delicious, hee hee. Chapter 125. The Seraph Princess is in danger, and a palm kills the late stage of the inner strength. Blame me? Seeing his wife's feminine attitude, Jiang Bai knocked his head and said, then blame your husband. I'll make it taste worse next time. You dare. When Lin Ruashu heard that guy say that he would deliberately make the food unpalatable next time, she glared at that guy fiercely. So angry. I was just talking, but I hope that guy won't really make the food taste bad next time. If that happens, I will starve his three little ancestors. As I was thinking about it, I suddenly felt my lower abdomen move slightly. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Ruashu's strange look, Jiang Bai asked with concern. That, your three little ancestors seem to be kicking me. Lin Ruashu thought to herself, could it be that the three little guys heard that she was going to starve them? Real. Seeing this, Jiang Bai stared at Lin Ruashu's belly curiously and said, three little brats, I'm warning you not to kick my wife, you hear me? Otherwise, if you make a sound, Dad will beat you up. Puff. I couldn't help but laugh out loud when I saw some bag talking to an unborn baby. What nonsense are you talking about? It would be strange if they could hear it. Lin Ruashu rolled her eyes and smiled as they both soon arrived in front of Sirius Castle. Island Master, this is Sirius Castle. Jun Wuwei bowed and said this. Jiang Bai nodded, took Lin Ruashu's slender hand and entered the Sirius Castle. This is the castle. It feels so mysterious. Looking at the surrounding buildings, it was somewhat different from the castle she had in mind. This Sirius Castle felt more ancient. Jiang Bai, I want to walk around the castle. Lin Ruashu looked around curiously. Jun Wuwei winked and two women from the Black Armor Army stepped forward. Madam Island Master, we will accompany you. Thanks. Lin Ruashu's face turned red when she heard the name. After all, they had just gotten married, and this kind of a dress was really hard for her to get used to. Go ahead. Jiang Bai smiled slightly. These two women from the Black Armor Army were even stronger and were both masters of internal strength. With them guarding his safety, there would naturally be no problem. Master, let me take you for a walk as well. Jun Wuhui looked around and took a deep breath. I always feel that this castle is not as simple as it seems. Yeah. Jiang Bai naturally had the same feeling, but given the nature of the system, it would not be disadvantageous to him, so he was not that worried. Before, this place was occupied by the Miaozhong Poison Master. Ding-a-ling. Jun Wuhui wanted to say something but was interrupted by a cell phone ringing. Hey, what did you say? Someone broke into Tianlang Island, and his strength is at least external strength? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Jun Wuhui frowned and said respectfully, Master, someone broke into Tianlang Island, I'll go take a look. Oh. Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard Jun Wuhui's words, but at this moment, the sound of system task came to his ears. Ding. The host has triggered the mission and has personally saved the daughter of the Angel Queen who was being hunted. The reward is a god-level beast tamer, and 40 billion renminbi. Daughter of the Angel Queen? Jiang Bai was stunned when he heard this. He had used his hacking skills to check before. He found out that the Western forces had an organization called Seraph, which claimed to have 3,000 beautiful angels under its command, and the leader was the Queen of Angels. It's quite interesting. The daughter of the Angel Queen is being hunted. Tongzi is looking for trouble. But if there are 100,000 Black Armored Army and 3,000 Seraphim, the security of Sirius Island will have another line of defense. Thinking of this, Jiang Bai had already made up his mind. Need not. I'll come in person this time. As the voice fell, before Jun Wuhui could react, Jiang Bai had already disappeared from the scene. This is... Master, what a fast speed. Jun Wuhui was half a step slower and then chased after the director, his heart greatly shaken. You know, he is already half a step into the innate realm. The master is so powerful, I'm afraid he must be at least in the innate realm. It's rare to see the master take action personally. On the other side, the entrance to Tenru Island.
Puff. Two beautiful female seraphim in armor were spitting blood.
Even though they were both masters of internal strength, the opponent was too strong and there were too many of them.
Give up, you can't escape.
With a cold smile, no less than 10 internal force masters surrounded a girl and 2 seraphim in the field, and there were no less than 100 external force masters outside.
Obviously.
If nothing unexpected happens, this will definitely be a fatal situation.
Dark Church, you are so bold.
One of the 2 seraphim held a long sword, with a strong aura surging around him. If the queen knew, I would raise your Dark Church to the ground.
Hee, Angel Queen? Others are afraid of your seraph organization. Do you think my Dark Church is just like those rubbish?
The leader of the Dark Church, a man with peak internal strength, smiled coldly.
Kill them.
In order to avoid any more nightmares, the Dark Church's leading expert narrowed his eyes and said, "This place has beautiful scenery.
It's a good place to bury the bones. Goodbye, little Princess Kesha, the next Queen of Seraph."
Asshole. The seraphim at the peak of his inner strength had a cold expression on his face, and said to the person beside him, "Take the little princess away. Even if I die, I will make your Dark Church pay the price."
Yeah. The Dark Church's peak inner strength expert sneered, "As expected of you, you are one of the Angel Queen's most powerful confidants.
But I'll see if you still have such a fierce temper later." It has to be said that each of the 3,000 beautiful angels is a stunning beauty. If he could get close to one of them, he would naturally be very happy.
Destroy her.
More than a dozen powerful internal force masters attacked together.
Even though the seraphim leader had amazing combat power, he was severely injured and vomited blood. Sister Yen.
Kesha's face changed because she saw that Sister Yen was seriously injured.
Go to hell.
At this moment, a Dark Church master in the late stage of internal strength smiled coldly and rushed straight towards Kesha.
No. Your Highness. Angel Yen's face was cold.
Unfortunately, her combat power was only 1/10 of what it was now.
She couldn't even protect herself, let alone save Kesha. Bang.
At the critical moment, a figure caught Kesha, and then slapped the Dark Church's late-stage internal energy master away more than 10 meters. He hit the ground hard and became a corpse.
The sudden change shocked everyone in the audience.
Swish. Then, no less than tens of thousands of black armored soldiers appeared in the surroundings, blocking all retreat routes, and when looking at the field, everyone's eyes were filled with burning heat.
Oh my god. The master is so strong.
He killed a late-stage internal strength expert with just one move.
This.
Jun Wuhui arrived later and looked at the corpse of the late internal strength master. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "As expected of the master, you are amazing." With the breeze blowing on his face, Jiang Bai looked at the unbelievably small fellow in his arms, and then looked towards the Dark Church with a cold light in his eyes. These bastards almost made him fail in his mission, they really deserved to die. Chapter 126. I want to reject, but the taste is too tempting.
What?
The Dark Church's most powerful inner force master had a cold expression on his face, looking at the man who appeared in the field in disbelief. Killing a person in the late stage of internal strength with one palm strike also means that his strength is far beyond his, at least surpassing the internal strength and transformation strength masters.
Who are you?
The Dark Church's peak inner strength expert said coldly, "This is a personal grudge between the Dark Church and the Seraphim.
You should think carefully before intervening. Let's stop here.
I'll pretend that what just happened never happened." Obviously, this person wanted to intimidate with the reputation of the Dark Church.
Only. Obviously, he used the wrong object.
This island master has a connection with this little girl.
I'll give you a chance to attack together. If you can take my attack, you can survive. You are looking for death.
The Dark Church's top internal force master had a cold expression on his face, he was so arrogant.
Kill him.
At a command, hundreds of powerful Dark Church warriors rushed forward. Looking at the hundreds of people rushing over from the opposite side, Jiang Bai smiled and snapped his fingers. The next moment, a wisp of energy turned into hundreds of rays that pierced through the brows of the powerful men of the Dark Church, including the master of peak internal strength. Plop. Hundreds of corpses just stayed in the air like this, and then fell to the ground like dumplings.
The power of a finger snap is so terrifying.
Gulp. Gulp gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came from the throats of the Black Armor army led by Jun Wuhui.
Oh my god, the master is too strong. Master Yen, this.
The beautiful seraph with inner strength looked at the scene in confusion and shock. My God, the strong man of the dark church who had saved them from a narrow escape was actually killed by that guy with just a flick of his finger.
Is this still a human being? Your Majesty, I don't think even you can do this. Ahem. Angel Yen bowed respectfully while coughing violently.
Her beautiful face made people daydream, especially with a trace of sick blood on the corner of her mouth.
Thank you for saving my life.
Angel Yen coughed violently, causing his injury to cause him to spit out blood again.
Sister Yen.
Princess Kesha's pretty face was full of worry.
She nervously held Angel Yen's slender hand.
The inner strength seraphim next to her also had a sad face. Take this. Jiang Bai flipped his right hand, and physical enhancement liquid suddenly appeared and fell into Angel Yen's hands.
Thank you, sir.
Angel Yen hesitated for a moment and then swallowed the medicine because she sensed a strong vitality in it, although she didn't know what it was. Moreover, if the person in front of them wanted to do something bad to them, there was no need to do this. Buzz. As Angel Yen swallowed the medicine, the injuries in her body worsened at a visible speed, and at a certain moment her body trembled.
Is this Hua Jin?
Angel Yen felt the surging energy in her body incredulously, and all her injuries were healed during this time. Your Excellency's grace, Angel Yen will never forget it.
This.
The Seraph's internal strength master was stunned.
That kind of medicine actually allowed Lord Yen to enter the stage of transformation. You know.
Hua Jin, that is the strength that only the queen has, although Lord Yen is still not as strong as the queen.
Thank you, big brother.
Kaisha's beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. Jiang Bai rubbed Kaisha's little head.
The three little ones should be like this when they grow up. It's okay, big brother, and you are destined to be together. Gurgle. At this moment, Kaisha's lower abdomen growled in protest, and so did Angel Yen and the seraphim beside her.
They were really starving after running all the way.
Little girl, are you hungry? Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious.
As they were talking, the group walked towards the castle.
Soon, the aroma of roasted wild boar filled the air in front of the castle.
Kesha stared at the roasted wild boar and swallowed her saliva.
Smells so good. Even Angel Yan's eyes were shining.
At this time, the barbecue was over, and Lin Ruashu came out of the castle following the smell of meat.
This is...
Seeing the sudden appearance of three people, who were all very good-looking, made Lin Ruashu quite shocked. Ma'am, 3 people were in danger and were rescued by us. Jun Wuhui pondered for a moment and explained aloud. After all, his wife didn't know the master's strength.
Yeah.
What a beautiful sister. Kesha's eyes moved away from the roasted wild boar and fell on Lin Ruashu, with little stars in her eyes. Angel Yan's heart was also moved, because Lin Ruashu's appearance was no less than that of the queen. It can be said that she is the most beautiful girl besides the queen.
You can eat now. Jiang Bai cut the roasted wild boar meat into small pieces and placed them on a plate.
Then he brought a small plate to Lin Ruashu and said, Nizi, do you want to eat some more? Lin Ruashu wanted to refuse, but after touring the castle for a while, she felt she could still eat a little more. She took the plate with a slightly dizzy face, thinking to herself, that guy grilled such delicious barbecue again. I wanted to refuse, but the smell was too tempting.
Hateful. I am getting fat again, what should I do? Hiccup. After a while, Kesha burped beautifully, Big brother, the barbecue you made is so delicious. Yeah. It's delicious, just eat more.
Jiang Bai said with a smile, and Angel Yen and the Seraphim's faces turned red.
They both ate a lot. Sister Yen, I want to be with my big brother and don't want to go back.
After eating the roasted wild boar, Kesha was completely captivated by Jiang Bai's cooking skills, and said to the beautiful and lovely Angel Yen, is it good?
While speaking, she did not forget to pull Tianchi Yan's slender hand coquettishly, which made Tianchi Yan's mouth twitch.
However, thinking about the possibility of a surprise attack and assassination by the Dark Church during this trip, perhaps, it would be safer to stay with this adult than with them.
Think of this. Ahem, well, you can't cause trouble with your benefactor, you hear me?
Keisha nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Got it, long live Sister Yen.
Excited Kesha held Angel Yen's fair hands.
If the outside world knew about this, it would definitely cause a big uproar.
Some people even shouted, let go of that girl, let me do it. My benefactor, I am sorry to trouble you again. No problem. Jiang Bai waved his hand and said that they originally came to Tianlang Island for tourism, and now there is a quirky little guy, which is not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of rescuing the daughter of the Angel Queen who was being hunted. You will be rewarded with a god-level beast in 40 billion renminbi. As expected, at this moment, the sound of mission reward rang in Jiang Bai's ears. God-level beast tamer? This ability, could it be able to control wild beasts? Thinking of this, Jiang Bai was looking forward to the ability to taming beasts. If he could control the wild beasts and train them a little, Tianlang Island would have an extra layer of protection. An invisible aura centered on Jiang Bai instantly spread to the entire Tianlang Island. The next moment, all the birds, beasts, insects, and fish on the entire Tianlang Island began to boil like ants on a hot pot. Chapter 127 How dare you, little reptile, offend your Lord Wolf? An invisible aura spread out, overwhelming the entire Sirius Island. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The numerous birds, beasts, insects, and fish on Sirius Island were all prostrating themselves on the ground and kneeling towards the direction of Sirius Castle. Various birds and beasts swarmed from all directions, surrounding Sirius Island, or to be more precise, circling over Jiang Bai. Ah! Seeing the birds coming from all directions, Kesha's eyes sparkled. Big brother, look, there are so many beautiful birds. As if sensing something, everyone looked up into the sky and saw suddenly that there were tens of thousands of birds circling around, covering the sky and the ground with a huge black shadow. Hiss! Everyone in the black armor army gasped. There were quite a few birds of prey among them, but they couldn't understand why the birds suddenly rioted. Greetings, Your Majesty! Countless birds sang together, and it seemed as if thousands of birds were paying homage to them, which was quite exciting. This is... Jiang Bai himself was stunned by the scene. He really didn't expect that it would cause thousands of birds to worship him, and he was afraid that all kinds of ferocious beasts from Tianlang Island were also rushing here. Back off! A thought was transmitted, and the next moment thousands of birds circled and paid homage to it for a while, then scattered away. Soon, the sky was clear again. In the distance at Sirius Castle, many ferocious beasts stopped and then ran behind them because they received orders from the king to retreat. Naturally, they dared not resist the king's orders in the slightest. Just like this, a beast tide subsided quietly. If all these ferocious beasts were to erupt, even 100,000 black armored army might not be enough. And the most important thing is that the beast taming ability only affects Sirius Island, but not the surrounding sea areas. If the aura of the beast taming ability spreads, the sea areas around Sirius Island will be caused by huge waves. Eh? Kesha looked at the disappeared bird curiously. Why did the beautiful bird leave again? Could it be that Big Brother's roasted wild boar is so delicious? With her head tilted, Kesha looked at the sky seriously. When Angel Yen and others heard this, their eyes fell on the roasted wild boar grill. Is this true? No way. Although this is delicious, it is not enough to attract all kinds of birds to come and pay tribute. Only. If it wasn't for the aroma of roasted wild boar, then why did it attract birds to come? Sister Yen, goodbye. After lunch, Keisha waved her little hand and said goodbye to the beautiful Sister Yen. She was so excited at the thought of going on an adventure with her big brother. Hey! Angel Yen took the seraph away and smiled bitterly. Forget it, let's report this matter to the queen first. Feeling the current strength of Hua Jin, Angel Yen is filled with emotion. Until now, she feels like she is dreaming. Hiss. That afternoon, not far from the castle, we saw several pythons 5 or 6 meters long running out of the water, surrounding a gray wolf. However, this gray wolf is nearly 1 meter tall and is quite large, obviously the wolf king, especially the tuft of golden hair between its eyebrows, which makes it look quite noble. Sniff. At a certain moment, a python opened its fangs and bit towards the gray wolf. If it was bitten, it would definitely be poisoned to death. Bang! But before the python could succeed, the gray wolf slapped the snake's head with its claws, turning it into a paste. How dare you, little reptile, offend your wolf master? With Jiang Bai's ability to taming beasts, he learned of the gray wolf's idea, and then with a few moves he destroyed the python in a clean and neat manner. This gray wolf is so smart. Lin Ruashu looked at the gray wolf curiously. She was originally worried about the gray wolf, but she didn't expect that guy to knock down the python in just a few moves. Woo woo woo. As if aware of Jiang Bai's ability to tame animals, the gray wolf rubbed Jiang Bai's trouser legs like a cute puppy, trying to please him. This gray wolf. Jun Wohue looked at the Grey Wolf King in front of him. Could it be that this guy also knew that his master was not a simple person? Follow me from now on. Jiang Bai smiled as he touched the Grey Wolf King's head. Woohoo! Indeed, my lord. The Grey Wolf King wagged his tail, his eyes full of excitement, and then he circled around Jiang Bai happily. This wolf has become a spirit. Lin Ruashu was stunned. Could it be possible that the Grey Wolf King could understand human language? Afterwards, Jiang Bai stroked the Grey Wolf King's head with his right hand, and at the same time injected a portion of physical enhancement liquid into his body through the acupuncture points. The Grey Wolf King's body shook, and the ground was cracked without leaving any trace. His hair and claws were much sharper than before. It was obvious that the Grey Wolf King's fighting power had been unprecedentedly improved. It is no exaggeration to say that now it is as easy as pie for the Grey Wolf King to kill an external force master with a single slap. After all, the Grey Wolf King's original combat power was quite astonishing. Just like that, Jiang Bai's team had one more Grey Wolf. Ouch! Half a day later, the Grey Wolf King brought a fat rabbit and drooled as he wagged his tail. After returning several times, 5 or 6 fat rabbits appeared in the field. The followers of the Black Armor Army were even more alert. They lit a fire, set up a stand, and quietly began the rabbit roasting operation. Wow! Kaisha sniffed the tempting aroma of roasted rabbit meat and swallowed her saliva. Big brother, are you ready? Obviously, Kesha couldn't wait any longer. Woo woo! At one side, the Grey Wolf King whimpered, his wolf eyes fixed on the roasted rabbit that the king was preparing. The aroma of rabbit meat filled the air, and we soon started eating the roasted rabbit. Then, Jiang Bai gave 2 to the Xuanjia army to share. After tasting them, Jun Wuhui and others were shocked. The master's cooking skills were better than they thought. Time just passes by quietly like this. Everything is back to calm. Until this day, the castle was dark. What? Big brother, are we leaving Tianlang Island? Keisha asked curiously, she still hadn't had enough fun. Yes. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, your sister Ruashu still needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Oh. Kaisha nodded as if she understood, and then said, Big brother, when will sister Ruashu's 3 babies be born? It must be fun to play with them. As she spoke, Keisha was looking forward to it, and the scene of playing with her big brother, sister Ruashu and 3 babies had already appeared in her mind. Puff. Lin Ruashu couldn't help but smile when she saw Kesha's appearance, and they played together. Even if the baby was born, it would only lie in the crib. Thinking of this, Lin Ruashu stroked her lower abdomen, feeling the 3 little fish swimming. It was so wonderful that she couldn't help but smile like an ant. But at the same time, the Wang family in the imperial capital. Cough cough. At this moment, the entire Wang family was surrounded, and the leader was none other than Xiao Zhan, who came with the revenge of annihilating the family. After 8 years, this day has finally arrived. Xiao Zhan. I really regret not killing you, the remnant, with my own hands. As he spoke, Wang Luotian, the head of the Wang family, spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the ground was littered with corpses of family members, including the family's internal energy masters. Xiao Zhan smiled coldly, looking at the Wang family manner with an icy expression. Wang Luotian, after today, there will no longer be a Wang family in the imperial capital. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Chapter 128 The Birth of Triplets, The Surrender of the Angel Queen. Chapter 128 The Birth of Triplets, The Surrender of the Angel Queen. Time flies and months pass in the blink of an eye. Dongjiang Hospital. Wow. 3 babies' cries were heard from the delivery room. At this moment, the whole family outside the delivery room breathed a sigh of relief. The door opened and the surgeon and 3 nurses holding babies came out. Mr. Jiang, mother and child are safe. Congratulations on the birth of 2 daughters and a big fat boy. The doctor breathed a sigh of relief, for she knew that Jiang Bai was of extraordinary status, and now that she could give birth safely, she felt less stressed. After all. Before this, many important figures called to give instructions personally, including the head of the Dongjiang War Department. Although we don't know who Jiang Bai is, he is definitely someone that Dongjiang Hospital cannot afford to offend. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Bai didn't even look at the 3 little ones. He went straight to Lin Ruashu in the stroller and gave her a loving kiss. Seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Lin were delighted. I'm fine.
Although she was very weak, Lin Ruashu forced herself to smile as she didn't want to make anyone worry. Mr. Jiang, the mother needs to rest quietly, so try to have as few people as possible accompany her.
Thank you, doctor.
Jiang Bai smiled slightly, which made the surgeon flattered. He thought to himself that Mr. Jiang was not that difficult to get along with.
Wow.
At this time, a curious voice came, "Big brother, are these the 3 little brothers and sisters?"
So cute. Keisha looked at the 3 little ones in the stroller with great interest. It is not far from Dongjiang Hospital.
Swish. Figures appeared in the field one after another. These people seemed to be bathed in darkness, and each of them was extremely strong, reaching the peak of external strength, and the leader was even half a step into the realm of transformation.
Lord Bacon. One of the internal strength masters said respectfully, "The Dongjiang Hospital is in front. The man who killed my dark church master on Tianlang Island was Jiang Bai. His wife is giving birth right now."
Oh. The corners of Bacon's mouth curved up as he reached the half-step transformation stage. It seems that we came at the right time.
What a pity, he has to die just after being born.
There was a fierce light in his eyes, and then his face turned cold. "If that's the case, kill everyone in Dongjiang Hospital. This is to accompany the burial of my companions who died in the dark church."
"Yes, Master Bacon."
More than 100 assassins from the dark church had cruel smiles on their faces.
"Yeah."
At this moment, a woman in white gauze appeared on the scene. She was completely white and the light around her was illuminated a little brighter. Bacon, who was at the half-step transformation stage, saw the person coming and his expression changed drastically. "What, the Queen of Angels?
It's you!"
As the Grand Master of the Dark Church, Bacon had naturally met the Queen of Angels. "Ha, Grand Master Bacon of the Dark Church is really willing to invest."
The Angel Queen sneered, "If that's the case, then I will accept this great gift. Kill them all."
A calm voice was heard, and the next moment figures surrounded Bacon and his entourage from the Dark Church.
It was roughly estimated that there were at least 300 seraphim.
"Yes, Your Majesty."
Then, 300 seraphim led by Angel Yen turned into gods of death and began to reap Bacon and his party. "Angel Yen, you are arrogant."
Bacon smiled coldly. The two had just fought half a year ago, and he almost got this beautiful seraph leader that time.
Sniff.
Before Bacon could think about it, the sword flashed and blood spurted from Bacon's neck. The sword was extremely fast.
"What?" Bacon's eyes widened in disbelief. "You have entered the state of transformation." Plop. Bacon's body fell to the ground.
Before he died, he couldn't believe that Angel Yen, who was only at the peak of internal strength half a year ago, had actually reached the level of transformation strength now.
With a strong sense of reluctance, Bacon died, and was killed instantly by Angel Yen.
Kill. Angel Yen naturally had no good temper towards the Dark Church, and directly ordered his men to start killing.
In an instant,
the Dark Church was defeated, with hundreds of corpses lying on the ground.
"Angel Queen, I didn't expect you to come in person."
At this moment, a voice came from not far away, and the person who came was Jiang Bai, and there was another person following him, and this person was Shuesher,
an expert in Hua Jin.
The Angel Queen narrowed her eyes and looked at Shuesher, who was standing beside Jiang Bai. Her aura was even stronger than that of Angel Yen, and it was obvious that her strength was even higher than that of Angel Yen.
Even she felt a sense of crisis. "Master Jiang, I'm very familiar with your name."
The Angel Queen smiled slightly and continued, "Thank you for saving my daughter and my men a few months ago." Facing this young man with unfathomable strength, it was obvious that the Angel Queen did not call herself the Queen, but
I wonder why the Queen is here." Jiang Bai smiled slightly. He didn't believe that the Angel Queen came here to meet him.
The Angel Queen did not say anything when she heard this, but raised her jade hand. The next moment, except for Angel Yen, all the other seraphim left the scene.
Obviously, the conversation that follows is too important to be present even for them as seraph guards.
Over the past few months, I have observed that young Master Jiang and my daughter get along very well.
Good. Jiang Bai smiled and said, "I like that girl Kesha very much." "Yeah."
When the Angel Queen heard this, she smiled charmingly. "Mr. Jiang, I want to ask if any of your 3 children are boys."
Jiang Bai, there was a boy.
That's just right. When the Angel Queen heard this, her eyes were determined. "How about letting Kesha be your son's future daughter-in-law?" Child marriage. Jiang Bai looked strange when listening to the words of the Angel Queen.
Obviously, he did not expect the Angel Queen to make such a decision. The Angel Queen nodded slightly, and then said meaningfully, also, as Kaisha's dowry, I plan to give 3,000 seraphim to Master Jiang. Blood Tan was stunned when he heard this. 3,000 seraphim served their master. Was this Angel Queen crazy? Are you sure? Obviously, Jiang Bai was a little confused. The Angel Queen was now extremely powerful and was estimated to have reached the peak of her energy transformation. Nature. The Angel Queen then continued, of course, I am doing this to protect myself. Oh. Jiang Bai narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Self-protection? Angel Yen sighed and continued, young Master Jiang, you don't know that our Seraphim and the Dark Church have been enemies for generations, and the Dark Church has been growing stronger over the years. Even the previous Dark Church Pope is now half a step into the innate realm. I see. Jiang Bai also understood it at this moment. No wonder the Angel Queen came here in person with such a large force. It seemed that she was forced by the Dark Church. Angel Queen, do you want me to help you destroy the Dark Church? Jiang Bai looked at the stunningly beautiful Angel Queen in front of him. He had to admit that this woman was very wise, but he then asked curiously, aren't you afraid that I will sell you to the Dark Church? Young Master Jiang is joking. With your methods, I'm afraid you still don't think highly of the Dark Church. The Angel Queen smiled slightly, which made Jiang Bai smile knowingly. It was easy to talk to smart people. In that case, I will accept the 3,000 seraphim. Then, Jiang Bai looked towards the direction of Dongjiang Hospital. From now on, you and I are relatives, and Princess Kesha is my future daughter-in-law. Chapter 129, Lump, let the brat help you press it open. From now on, Seraphim will serve Master Jiang. The Queen of Angels bowed slightly, and Angel Yen knelt on one knee. Angel Yen, greetings to Master Jiang. Get up. Jiang Bai smiled slightly, then took out 10 bottles of physical enhancement liquid with his right hand. Take this medicine and you can destroy the Dark Church on your own. The Queen of Angels took 10 doses of medicine. She naturally knew about this from Angel Yen. It was because of this that Angel Yen, despite being seriously injured, directly entered the state of transformation. And she has already reached the peak of her power and used this thing, maybe. Thinking of this, the Angel Queen narrowed her eyes and then drank the medicine. I don't know how long it took. Buzz. The Angel Queen's body trembled, and then an aura far beyond the power of transformation surged out, forcing Angel Yen and Shuesher to turn pale. This is half a step to the innate. Angel Yen's pretty face was full of joy, but she felt a strong sense of oppression. No, this is stronger than half a step into the innate realm. Could it be that the Queen has entered the innate realm? This is the innate realm. The Angel Queen opened her eyes, and at this moment she felt like she was dreaming. In the intensive care unit. Squeak. The door opened, and Jiang Bai came in just in time to see his wife's best friend Zhou Yuning. 3 little guys, so cute. Coming to the room, Zhou Yuning looked at the 3 cute little ones sleeping and said, that's right. Zhou Yuning thought of something and asked, Jiang Bai, do these 3 little guys have names? It's already been decided. The 2 sisters are named Nuonyuo and Miao Miao, and the brother is named Lin Lin. Oh. No, Miao Miao, and Lin Lin, tisk tisk. Zhou Yuning was extremely envious for a moment. It's a nice name. Sister Yuning, please move aside for a moment. I'm going to take a video. Lin Xiaoxi came over at this time and took pictures of the triplets with her mobile phone. All right. After taking the photo, Lin Xiaoxi clicked upload and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, a short video appeared on Lin Xiaoxi's account on the Douxia platform. It was a short video of her 3 nephews. As expected, it attracted onlookers immediately. Wow, Goddess Ruashu gave birth. What cute 3 babies, woo-woo. No, God Jiang is a daddy now. I'm so envious. Time flies so fast. In less than 10 minutes, the number of views exceeded 1 million, and the number of likes reached 500,000 or 600,000. You can imagine how shocking this scene was. Boss. At this moment, 3 figures hurriedly came to the intensive care unit. They were none other than Su Tiancheng and the other 2. Although several months had passed, they still remembered the scene of the grand wedding a few months ago. For a moment, several people sighed. They don't even have a girlfriend, and their eldest brother is already a father. There is no harm without comparison. Ouch. My 3 great nephews. Before Zhou Hao could finish his words, he was hit on the head by his elder sister Zhou Yuning. What? 3 nephews, 2 sisters, and 1 brother. Ha! Zhou Hao covered his forehead with his hands, his eyes wide open, 2 little cotton-padded jackets, 1 son. Fuck! Boss, you are so lucky. At this moment, Zhou Hao really wanted to run to the side and draw circles, and then take out 3 red envelopes from his pocket. Hey, Uncle Joe just started working, so don't be surprised if the gift is not much. Go, get out of here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Hao was pushed aside by Su Tianchang, who then also gave him 3 big red envelopes. After all, he couldn't let the 3rd brother steal the limelight. What are you doing? Let me see my niece and nephew. Lin Xiao came up to him, smiling like an old father, which made him want to have one right away. When Lin Ruashu saw this scene, the corners of her mouth curved up with happiness. She was now a mother. She heaved a sigh of relief and posted a microblog with a smile on her face. 3 little ones are born, so cute, I am promoted to be a mother now. Happy.jpg. Below, there are a few cute photos of the 3 little ones. Netizens and fans were instantly blown away. Ah, this goddess Ruashu has given birth to a baby. So fast? It's only been a few months. Wow, Sanbao is so cute, Zhongshan is awesome. It's over. Even though we're on a screen, why am I still smiling like an idiot? Jealousy is tearing me apart, Zhongshan, you are going too far. As time went by, the news of Sanbao's birth flooded the internet like a hurricane, and as expected, it directly became a hot search. Hashtag Zhongbai's triplets were born, both mother and children are safe. Hashtag Ruashu goddess, promoted to a mother. Hashtag Zhongshan is so mighty, so envious. Hashtag we owe God Zhong a blessing. Hashtag love it, the 3 cute babies of goddess Ruashu are so cute. Hashtag. As expected, the top 10 hot searches were all about the news about the birth of the 3 babies. The internet, which had been silent for several months, became abuzz with excitement again because of the 3 adorable babies. On the other side, the imperial villa. Ding-a-ling. Du Gaoming was studying acupuncture when his cell phone rang. Hello. What did you say? The master has given birth to a child. Okay, I'll go to Dongjiang right away. After hanging up the phone, Du Gaoming took a deep breath, then looked through the internet and was stunned. Wow, master's 3 children have been in the top 10 hot searches since they were born. TSK, no one can get such treatment. Du Gaoming immediately booked a flight to Dongjiang. While the outside world was in shock, Zhang Bai brought his family back to the Tianyu mansion villa. Hurry, the master is back. At this moment, Ning Mengyan, the housekeeper of Tianyu mansion villa, and 8 beautiful maids had been waiting for a long time. After all, this was the first time they met the young lady and the young master. The car door opened, and then Zhang's mother and Lin's mother got out with Sanbao. It was a powerful lineup. The 2 mothers cooperated very well. After all, they were both experienced people, so taking care of the 3 little ones was naturally effortless for them. Ma'am, hello, auntie. Seeing the 2 mothers, Ning Mengyan's pleasant voice rang out, which surprised Zhang's mother and her husband. This girl is so beautiful. Soon, Lin Ruashu came into the room. At a certain moment, Lin Ruashu covered her heart and said, "It hurts." This. Zhang's mother and Lin's mother looked at each other and obviously realized something. Ruashu, you haven't started breastfeeding yet, right? Mother Lin said thoughtfully, and Lin Ruashu was stunned when she heard it. Open the milk? Yes, only after we start breastfeeding, the baby's food supply will be sufficient. This is how mom went through when she was young. Zhang's mother nodded after hearing this and continued, yes, it's just that you have a lump there. I'll let the brat massage it for you later. Ah. Hearing what her mother-in-law said, Lin Ruashu's face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. Of course she knew where the lump was, but what she said was too weird. I'm sorry. Mother Lin looked at her daughter with a smile on her face. Silly girl, you and Xiao Jiang are already an old married couple, and you are still shy about this. Mom, what are you talking about? Lin Ruashu listened to her mother's jokes and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She really was her own child. Humph. Chapter 130. Husband, are you okay? Mom, you won't stay for 2 days? Lin Ruashu looked at her mother and mother-in-law and asked, and the 2 mothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. No. Mother Lin smiled slightly and continued, I have made an appointment with your mother-in-law. Our two families will travel for a while. There are so many people in the villa, we are not needed. Lin Ruashu, This is really her biological mother. John's mother glanced at her son and said, "You little bastard, take care of Ruashu, you hear me?" After talking for a while, the two left. As for the reason, it is obvious that they are somewhat inconvenient here. Giving the young couple more private space may help them better adapt to the roles of new parents. That's it, let's go. Lin Ruashu looked at the suddenly empty villa, not knowing whether to be happy or sad, but she felt secretly relieved in her heart. "Master, do you want to eat?" The pleasant voice of Ning Mengyan, the villa housekeeper, rang out. "We specially made papaya, jujube and pig's trotter soup for the young lady." During this period, Jiang Bai gave Ning Mengyan and the maids a lot of guidance. Although he failed to become a master, Jiang Bai still learned 20% to 30% of the cooking skills. Even so, the craftsmanship is enough to amaze 5-star chefs. "Let's eat." Jiang Bai smiled slightly, then carried Lin Ruashu to the dining table in a princess hug. That guy. Lin Ruashu came back to her senses and her face turned red to her ears. It was not a good idea to carry herself like a princess while the maids were watching. But it feels pretty good this way. Come, drink some pig's trotter soup to replenish yourself. Jiang Bai served a large bowl of pig's trotter soup and looked at Lin Ruashu lovingly. "Do you want your husband to feed you?" Ahem, oops. Lin Ruashu was really spoiled by a certain guy. I'll do it myself. If this happened in private, she would naturally be happy to do so, but how could she do it with so many people watching her? "Madam, it tastes okay, right?" Ning Mengyan asked nervously. After all, this was her first time. Not bad. Lin Ruashu took a sip. Although the taste could not compare with that other soup, it was already very good. At least, it was much better than other soups she had tasted before. Soon, the big bowl of pig's trotter soup was finished. He also ate several pieces of meat, and the other dishes were a combination of meat and vegetables, which was nutritionally balanced. "Mengyan, you did a good job." Seeing the beautiful lady having a good appetite, Jiang Bai smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, master." Ning Mengyan was flattered, but she was relieved in her heart. At the same time, she admired her young master even more. The more she learned from the young master, the bigger the gap between her and him became. "Jiang Bai, come back to the room with me." At a certain moment, Lin Ruashu's face flushed as she pulled Jiang Bai towards the room, which surprised the maids. Obviously, they were a little confused as to why the young lady was like this. "What's wrong? You're in a hurry." After a little while, Lin Ruashu breathed a sigh of relief and leaned into someone's arms. Husband, are you okay?" After Lin Ruashu felt completely comfortable, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She almost forgot about a certain guy. She also didn't expect that her babies had so much food rations, more than enough for quadruplets, let alone triplets. For a moment, Lin Ruashu looked at her man with tenderness in her eyes, although she didn't know how much of a sensation this thought would cause if outsiders knew it. "No problem." Jiang Bai breathed a sigh of relief. "Hubby, I can still bear it." But after a pause, Jiang Bai continued, "Wife, you are amazing." "Put. You, what are you talking about?" Lin Ruashu glared at someone, but felt much better afterwards. "Thank you, husband." Leaning in Jiang Bai's arms, Lin Ruashu's face was full of happiness. "Luckily you are here, otherwise I don't know how to deal with it just now." "Yeah. You're welcome. Just call me next time if you need anything." Jiang Bai spoke shamelessly, but Lin Ruashu felt like strangling him to death. "Who cares about you?" As expected, Jiang Bai's words caused someone to roll his eyes. At the same time, in the living room of the villa, Aunt Xiaoxi is here. A graceful figure rushed in from outside the villa, and it was none other than Lin Xiaoxi. "Wow, Xiaoxi, my wife, please let me see Sanbao." "Yes, we are going to watch the live broadcast of Goddess Ruashu's triplets. Let's get started, I can't wait. I'm so angry. My wife Xiaoxi asked me to look at Sanbao. You are no longer attractive." The fans in the live broadcast room were chattering excitedly. It was obvious that with Goddess Ruashu's 3 babies, their wife Xiaoxi was not that important. Lin Xiaoxi, who was originally happy, pouted when she saw the reaction in the live broadcast room. Xiaoxi doesn't like you anymore." Obviously, Lin Xiaoxi saw the fans' comments and felt jealous of her nephew and niece. However, The fans didn't even care about Lin Xiaoxi.
They were completely attracted by the 3 sleeping little ones.
They were so adorable. He. Keisha was smiling.
During this time together, she liked the sister Xiaoxi very much.
Wow.
At this moment, Debeo started crying loudly, followed by the second and third babies. For a moment, the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned.
I knock.
The sight of 3 babies crying together gave me a splitting headache.
Ding.
The host has triggered the mission.
Hug and comfort the 3 babies.
The reward is the all-powerful nanny, and 50 billion renminbi is included.
Zhang Bai came out of the room and was stunned when he heard the system task sound next to him. The all-powerful dad?
This ability seems to be very practical.
Brother-in-law, come quickly, Sanbao is crying.
Lin Xiaoxi was going crazy. She had never seen such a scene before. Everything was fine before.
I'll do it.
Zhang Bai broke into the live broadcast room, and under the spotlight of everyone, he held the eldest and second babies in his hands, while his wife Lin Ruashu held the third baby, Lin.
Chuckle.
The magical thing is that Debeo and Erbao stopped crying after being hugged by Zhang Bai, and they even smiled happily.
Wow.
However, the third child, Lin, heard the sound and looked in the direction of the first and second children curiously, then he twisted his mouth and cried even more sadly.
Lin Ruashu,
Zhang Bai, this.
In fact, Lin Ruashu was a little confused as to why she was crying while being hugged. She was so angry.
This. The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned when they saw this scene.
What the hell? Let me do it. Zhang Bai coaxed Debeo and Erbao and put them down, then took Sanbao.
What shocked everyone was that Sanbao stopped crying and started giggling like Debeo and Erbao before.
This.
When Lin Ruashu saw this, her face turned red.
How could this happen?